Although he only ate 1/10 of it, Han Feng still felt that his stomach was about to burst. Holding up his body with difficulty, Han Feng touched his bulging belly, and was envious of Meng Yaqing. "Miss Meng, no, Yaqing, how did you manage your belly? Look at Meng Yaqing, she is exactly the same as before." Not only did his stomach not bulge, but he still had that small waist, and even his body movements were not affected in the slightest. Meng Yaqing licked her lips, feeling a little unfinished. "Miss, I haven't eaten enough yet, of course I won't be like you. But this lady always eats 6 or 7 minutes to be full. If you eat more, you will gain weight." Han Feng was twitching all over his body, and it was extremely painful. What a shame for him. "I dare you to eat 9 times as much as I do, and you are only 6 or 7 times full. If you eat too much, you will gain weight. How can you make those women who eat a little sweets gain several pounds of fat? They will kill themselves when they hear it." Meng Yaqing ignored Han Feng, and directly meditated on the spot. Han Feng wanted to meditate, but her stomach was so stretched that she had to lie there and rest. By the way, you can observe everything on the ground through a mirror. Before Han Feng was still wondering how to control the Feitian Yulong ship. After all, they are only the mysterious rank, and they can't spread the spiritual power like the heavenly rank. Just stay in the palace, can't see the direction clearly. If one is not good, the Feitian Yulong ship will fly in the wrong direction. It was clear until I saw this mirror. This peculiar mirror is like the eyes of the Feitian Yulong ship, and the surroundings and the ground can be clearly seen. You must know that at such a high distance, traveling through the clouds, even the sky-level powerhouse, looking at the ground is blurry, and it is basically impossible to see clearly. With curiosity and the mentality of viewing the scenery, Han Feng stared at Yulongjing. Time passed slowly. As a profound rank expert, the power of digestion was obviously beyond the reach of ordinary people. After a while, Han Feng had almost digested it. However, the speed of the Feitian Yulong ship is indeed extremely fast. Unless it encounters a mountain range, if it encounters a city or other existence, the shadow of the city will disappear in a blink of an eye, making Han who wants to see the appearance of the major cities from the sky. The wind is a little disappointed. At this moment, it is also extremely close to the edge of the Great Jin Kingdom. Han Feng's eyes suddenly condensed. "Stop. It is true that the Feitian Yulong ship is owned by Meng Yaqing, but it is Yulongjing who really controls the Feitian Yulong ship. With Meng Yaqing's acquiescence, Han Feng can also control the Feitian Yulong ship through Yulongjing. Deep control is impossible, but it can be done by making the Feitian Yulong ship faster, slower, or stopped." "What's wrong?" Meng Yaqing opened her eyes and asked softly when she found that the Feitian Yulong ship had stopped. Han Feng pointed at Yulongjing and said, "I have an acquaintance below who helped me in the past, but now I have encountered some dangers, so." Meng Yaqing understood. "Indeed, as warriors, we naturally have to repay our kindness, so let's go down." In Yulong territory, a group of young warriors are being chased by a monster. The person at the head is the Lu family Lu Zhenyan, one of the 3 major families in Xuanhuan city at the beginning. Although the original friendship was more like a transaction, Han Feng had to admit that no matter what, because of the Lu family, his strength was greatly improved. With this friendship, there is nothing you can do about it. Within the scope of your ability, it is still possible to help. If it weren't for the lightning-type spirit fruit of the Lu family, Qing Shan would never have broken through to the Xian rank in a short period of time. If she didn't reach the Xian rank, maybe Qing Shan would have disappeared before Han Feng arrived. Although Qing Shan is dead now, her soul has to be placed in the soul search space because of the trauma, so that she can find spiritual healing in the future. But at least there is hope for recovery, rather than directly dissipating between heaven and earth. On the bumpy road, Lu Zhenyan and the 2 men and 4 women fled in a hurry. "Brother Lu, didn't you say that the highest level of monsters in this mountain range is only 9th level? Why are there 10-level monsters?" One of the young men was both frightened and complaining. As if everything was due to Lu Xinyan's mistake. Shut up. We invited Brother Lu to come to experience it at the beginning, and we all agreed with the mountain range that Brother Lu mentioned. Now, we all have responsibilities. Instead of shirking our responsibilities, it is better to work hard to live together. I really can't escape. Our 7 mysterious rank 1 star can't deal with a 10th rank monster? Another male scolded, while giving everyone confidence. However, the blood returned to the blood, and everyone still understood that there was a huge gap between the 10th level warcraft and them. They are only 1 star of Xuanjia, and the strongest Lu Xinyan is only 1 star of Xuanjia late stage. And the 10th level warcraft, even in the initial stage, the ordinary 4-star martial artist of the profound rank is extremely difficult to deal with. Right now, let's just run away. Hoo-hoo. The roar from behind was getting closer and closer, and a powerful breath kept getting closer. The weakest female martial artist, her face, was as pale as a ghost. Soon, the monsters that chased after him finally approached the crowd within 100 meters. The 7 people only felt an aura of despair permeating out. Suddenly, Lu Xinyan stopped and said loudly, "You guys go, since I proposed this mountain range, I will naturally take care of it if something goes wrong." The 2 men and 4 women were taken aback, and the male warriors who said they were going to fight together stayed behind without a word. "Brother Lu, I'm with you." The remaining 1 man and 4 women looked hesitant and gritted their teeth. In the end, 1 man and 4 women decided to stay. There is always a glimmer of hope in the confrontation between 7 people. The tall figure of the 10th level beast is getting closer and closer, and the 7 people can clearly see the hideous face of the 10th level beast. The bloodthirsty breath rushed towards him. Obviously, there are definitely a lot of warriors who died under the claws of this 10th level beast, and it is even very likely that no one escaped from its claws. There are no rumors of monsters above the 9th level in this mountain range, and it is likely to be spread because of this. The warriors who encountered this monster were all killed, and the news of the 10th level monster was not leaked at all. Roar! The 10th level demon beast grinned, and all of a sudden, the beast seemed to sense something, and his expression showed a burst of panic. What happened? The 7 were dumbfounded. To be able to make Warcraft so terrifying, could it be? The faces of the 7 people changed drastically. Fighting against the 10th level monster is enough to make people desperate. If they encounter more powerful ones, then they don't have to think about how to escape alive today. In the sky, a huge fiery red figure came crashing down, and the fiery flame burst out. The 10th level beast roared again and again, and stepped back again and again, and was embarrassed by the flames. This magical beast that came suddenly was the flying flame lion, Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan has now also broken through to the 11th level of Warcraft. Compared with the early 10th level, he is not sure how much stronger. Han Feng and Meng Yaqing descended on the flying flaming lion, repelling the 10th level monster with one blow. Han Feng jumped down and greeted Lu Xinyan with a smile. "Oh, Brother Lu, long time no see." Lu Xinyan looked at Han Feng in disbelief, and suddenly shouted, You are Han Feng." The words were full of disbelief. Han Feng chuckled, "Brother Lu, talk about the old things later, let's deal with this monster first." Han Feng turned his head and looked at the 10th level Warcraft like a rare treasure. "Oh my god, I'm so lucky to meet a 6-armed spirit demon who is not yet underage here." Han Feng trembled with excitement. The 6-armed spirit demon, born as a 9th level beast, must enter the heavenly rank as an adult. These are not the reasons for Han Feng's excitement. What Han Feng is really excited about is that the 6-armed spirit demon is a magical beast with spiritual attributes. The magic core of the 6-armed spirit demon, after refining, has great benefits for improving and restoring spiritual power. Not only that, where the 6-armed spirit demon was born, there must be a spirit flower under the protection of the six-armed spirit demon. Lingzuan flower also has a great magical effect on spiritual power. Han Feng never expected that in such a remote place as the Great Jin Kingdom, there would be such a rare six-armed spirit demon and spirit flower. Second more. Thank you for the big reward from the Peak of Star Saints. Amazed face, / It seems that today is impossible to break out, San better take a rest and raise enough energy for tomorrow's outbreak. Among the spiritual things of the Forgotten Continent, the 5 attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, and soil are the most common. The attributes of ice, thunder, light and darkness are relatively rare, but they are not impossible to find. Spiritual objects with spiritual attributes can be said to be rare. Otherwise, when I asked the elders of Lei's family, it was impossible for these elders of Lei's family to be ignorant at all. In the end, Han Feng had to go to Baidu Academy. As a result, you can cultivate and improve your cultivation in the Baidu Academy. Second, for a force as big as Baidu Academy, even if it is a spirit without spiritual attributes, there should be some general news. But now on the edge of the borders of the Great Jin Kingdom, Han Feng actually encountered the spiritual property that he had been looking for a long time. How could Han Feng not be excited? It is true that the six-armed spirit demon is still very weak, and its magic core cannot improve the spiritual power. Judging from the 10th level cultivation of the six-armed spirit demon, the spirit flower it guards should also be the most low-level white 3-petal spirit deity. Flower. It is enough to repair Lin Qingshan's mental trauma. After all, Lin Qingshan's soul power was in its heyday, and it was only worthy of a 2nd star of the Shen rank. Brush. In the sky, 6 purple chains suddenly appeared. The end of each chain is firmly grasped by the palm of the six-armed spirit demon. Han Feng knew that this was a spiritual star lock formed by the six-armed spirit demon, condensed with huge spiritual power. When the six-armed spirit demon enters adulthood and enters the heavenly rank, more than 7,000 can be condensed at one time. But now, the six-armed spirit demon, which is only a 10th level beast, can only condense 6. Han Feng smiled slightly, paying no attention to these spiritual chains. With Fei Tianyanshi on his back, Meng Yaqing looked at both sides with interest. Lu Zhenyan couldn't help it. Miss, the monster on the opposite side is level 10. I'm afraid Han Feng can't handle it alone. Why don't you help me? About to leave the Great Jin Kingdom. Meng Yaqing is very aware that her appearance will cause some unnecessary trouble, so she has already used the disguise technique to change her appearance. The current Meng Yaqing can only be said to be beautiful, so Lu Zhenyan has not lost her soul. Meng Yaqing smiled lightly. You can see it for yourself, you don't need me at all. Lu Zhenyan was startled. He turned his head to look quickly, and was horrified to find that Han Feng had firmly grasped the purple chain thrown by the six-armed spirit demon in his hands. With the current cultivation of Han Feng Xuanjia 12 stars, there is no need to use martial arts at all, and he can easily kill the six-armed spirit demon. The cyan flame swept out. Following the purple chain, the cyan flame instantly spread to the 6 arms of the six-armed spirit demon. Hoo! The six-armed spirit demon screamed, knowing that the human being in front of him was absolutely beyond his ability to compete, and immediately cut off the mental chain, turned around and ran. Just waiting for you to run. If you don't run, how can you get the Lingzuan flower? In the blink of an eye, neither the six-armed spirit demon nor Han Feng entered the depths of the mountain range. Meng Yaqing simply closed her eyes and waited, not thinking that this place would harm Han Feng at all. Lu Zhenyan and others were dumbfounded. The monsters have already run away, so why go after them? Aren't you afraid that the monsters will be utterly mad? Unless Han Feng's strength is far more than the 10th level warcraft. After swallowing, he and Han Feng were separated for a little more than a year. In just over a year, Han Feng should not have been promoted to the late stage of Xuanjia. The speed is too appalling. Brother Liu, that little brother is. Lu Zhenyan was about to tell what happened in Xuanhuan City that day. The 2 men and the 4 women were dumbfounded. They were only at the early stage of human rank more than a year ago, and they were only in the late stage of human rank when they left Xuanhuan City. But now he is chasing after the 10th level monster. Lu Zhenyan smiled bitterly. I knew from the beginning that Han Feng was by no means an ordinary person, but it is amazing to see such a huge change in just over a year. Deep in the mountains, the 6-armed spirit demon finally returned to the place where he lived, and suddenly squatted on the ground and gasped. On the way, Han Feng pretended to be farther and farther away from the 6-armed spirit demon. In the end, he disappeared completely. In fact, Han Feng was hiding deeper and the 6-armed spirit demon couldn't sense it. The 6-armed spirit demon is only at the beginning of the 10th level. Although the combat power is stronger than the ordinary 4-star Shen level warrior, in terms of realm, it is still only comparable to the human 4-star Shen level warrior. And Han Feng's realm is the 12 stars of Xuanjia. The gap of 8 stars is enough for Han Feng to play around with the 6-armed spirit demon. Finally reached. Han Feng waited for a while, and after confirming that this was indeed the residence of the 6-armed spirit demon, he immediately stopped hiding his body and jumped out. When the 6-armed spirit demon found Han Feng, he was terrified and roared again and again. Han Feng didn't want to be entangled with the 6-armed spirit demon, and the Qinghuan jade fire spread out, turning the 6-armed spirit demon into ashes in a moment. Han Feng was looking for it nearby, and soon, Xuanhuan was found by Han Feng. Sure enough, it is the lowest level white 3-petaled spirit flower. It is only effective for mid-late Shen rank warriors, and it can also play a small role on the peak, but it is completely useless for the earth rank. Xuanhuan flower is divided into 3 major realms and 3 small levels. The 3 great realms are the white spirit flower, the red spirit flower and the purple spirit flower. Each realm is further divided into 3, 6 and 9 petals. The 3-petaled and 6-petaled white spirits are suitable for the middle and late stages of the mysterious stage and the peak. 9-petaled white spirit flower, suitable for the early stage of the earth. By analogy, the 9-petaled purple spirit flower also has the effect of enhancing the spiritual power of the strong within the sanctuary. This is the information that Han Feng found somewhere in the Lei family. Going to Baidu Academy, Han Feng thought that if there was no clear spiritual property information about spiritual power, he would designate a target to ask Xuanhuan. Have you got it? Han Feng walked out of the mountain, and Meng Yaqing raised her eyebrows and asked. Han Feng nodded, and then Han Feng said to Lu Zhenyan, Brother Liu, why are you here? This is the edge of the Great Jin Kingdom, not close to Xuanhuan City. Lu Zhenyan sighed. It's not for experience. If I stay in Xuanhuan City, I'm afraid I won't be able to break through the Shen rank. Only when you go outside do you know how vast the outside world is, and there are countless geniuses. I'm only 1 star of Xuanjia at my age. In Xuanhuan City, I'm a great genius, but if I put it outside, I'm just one of the ordinary people. In the end, it's Han Feng, your progress is too fast and your strength is extraordinary, and you gave us a sap of the geniuses in Xuanhuan City who have a high self-esteem. Now, we have to thank you. Speaking of the word self-esteem, Lu Zhenyan's tone was full of self-deprecation. Han Feng touched his nose, not knowing what to say. At this time, Lu Zhenyan also introduced his companions to Han Feng. The 2 sides greeted each other a few times, and Han Feng said goodbye. Brother Liu, I'm leaving too, see you in the future. Riding on the flying lion, Han Feng and Meng Yaqing disappeared in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. It seems that I have to work harder. If I continue like this, I will have no face to meet Han Feng again. Lu Zhenyan's eyes suddenly burst into fighting spirit. Because of this fighting spirit, Lu Zhenyan eventually became a powerhouse and carried forward the Lu family. In the future, whenever Lu Xinyan thought of this, he would be grateful to Han Feng. It's a pity that he didn't see Han Feng again until his longevity expired. Flying Yulong on the ship. Meng Yaqing said indifferently, the white three-petaled spirit statue should not be of any use to you now. Han Feng smiled and said nothing. Seeing this, Meng Yaqing stopped asking, and said, although it doesn't have much effect, it's a good thing for you to improve your refining. When you arrive at Baidu University, you will also have an examination of your spiritual power. The more your spiritual power exceeds your cultivation, the higher your score will be. You also know the division of the 12th grade of Baidu. Only the higher the grade, and the key training of Baidu University. Hearing this, Han Feng said with a smile, thank you for your suggestion. For the rest of the time, Meng Yaqing and Han Feng didn't have much to say. In the blink of an eye, 2 days have come. The Feitian Yulong ship has already flown to the territory of the Nine-rank Empire Dark Cloud Empire. They descended from a remote mountain range, retracted the sky-feathered dragon boat, and the two of them performed flying martial arts and flew towards a blue city. Landing near Dilan City, Meng Yaqing took out the jade slip and sent a message. Let's go, I have already sent a message that someone will greet us at the gate of Dilan City. On the way, Meng Yaqing also began to narrate some things about Dilan City. The reason why Dilan City is called Dilan City is because it is the dominant force of the Lan family, and because the Lan family is a prefecture-level family, so the city where the Lan family is located is named Dilan City. Since Dilan City is named after the Lan family, then there is a more powerful family in Dilan City than the Lan family, and the name of Dilan City will also be changed. Han Feng has also seen a lot of such cities. Some cities have fixed names, and only the previous word will be raised or lowered to human, mysterious, earth, sky, and holy as the level of the city increases or decreases. In some cities, the characters behind will also change for various reasons. Land Blue City obviously belongs to this category. This is beneficial and harmful. On the one hand, it represents a kind of glory. Look, when people hear Dilan City, the first thing that comes to their mind is the Lan family, and the other families in Dilan City are simply ignored. For the Lan family, this is obviously a good opportunity to promote the family's prestige. On the one hand, in order to replace the Lan family, the battle between the Dilan City clan will be more intense than the usual city. Due to the fact that there are not many strong people in the Wuyun Empire, it is different from our Great Jin Kingdom. In the Kingdom of Great Jin, only the city where the heavenly rank powerhouse sits will be able to dominate the family. The empire does not even dare to place the city lord, and can only hand over the position of the city lord in the city to the largest family. In the Wuyun Empire, the entire empire adds up to only a few hundred tiers, so as long as a city has a powerful tier, or many tier powerhouses, the family in the city will dominate. The status of the Wuyun Empire is no less than that of the 4 major families of our Great Jin Kingdom. As for those heavenly rank powerhouses, there are too few. Half of them belong to the royal family. They are the trump cards of the royal family and will not be easily shot. The rest, except for a few who have no ambition to stay and build a huge family, they will basically go to other countries to experience and seek a higher level. Meng Yaqing explained what she knew. Han Feng knew that the level of the Dark Cloud Empire was too low, and it was not impossible to continue to stay in the Dark Cloud Empire for several years or even 10 years without the slightest improvement. Otherwise, the Great Jin Kingdom would not want to let the geniuses of the Great Jin Kingdom enter the Baidu Academy. With the same qualifications, there will be a surprising gap between the Great Jin Kingdom and the Baidu University. The Gate of Dilan City. As soon as Han Feng and Meng Yaqing appeared, a girl in green at the gate of the city looked at Meng Yaqing in confusion, and then rushed towards Meng Yaqing with a look of joy. Sister Meng, why did you change your face? I almost didn't recognize it. This girl has a delicate face and a petite figure, making her look extremely cute. The pure eyes are innocent, and looking at his face, he is only about 15 years old, not much older than Han Feng. Speaking of which, Han Feng is now 15 years old. Meng Yaqing rubbed the girl's head. Isn't this recognized? The girl pouted. That's because I'm very familiar with Sister Meng's demeanor. Really, Sister Meng is so beautiful. Why are you paralyzed all day? Han Feng smiled in his heart, and Han Feng didn't know why Meng Yaqing was paralyzed, but the close contact over the past 2 days made Han Feng understand that Meng Yaqing was by no means a cold-hearted person, and she was very close, as long as you accepted it. She got Meng Yaqing's facial paralysis. Sometimes Meng Yaqing's face is paralyzed and she does incredible things, which is very painful. For example, Meng Yaqing's food intake. That really made Han Feng worship. For this girl, Han Feng already knew the girl's name after listening to Meng Yaqing's explanation. The girl's name is Lan Ruer, the daughter of the head of the Lan family in Dillon City. When Meng Yaqing and Lan Ruer met, Lan Ruer was only 14 years old. She ran away from home and was rescued by Meng Yaqing. At that time, Lan Ruer was in the late stage of talent. I don't know how much it has improved after a year has passed. Han Feng is not a strong person in the sky. If Lan Ruer doesn't expose herself, Han Feng will not be able to see what Lan Ruer has cultivated. But the next moment, Lan Ruer herself revealed her cultivation level. I saw Lan Ruer put her arms around Meng Yaqing and said with a grin, Sister Meng, I've been practicing hard this year, and I'm already 12 stars on the human rank. In 2 or 3 months at most, I will be able to break through to the profound rank. A 15-year-old Xuanhuan was considered an extremely remarkable existence in the Lei family. Han Feng was immediately surprised. Is it possible that the girl in front of me will become a powerhouse in the future? In the Dark Cloud Empire, the heavenly rank powerhouse is already an extremely remarkable existence. Meng Yaqing smiled, paralyzed. Not bad. Han Feng rolled his eyes in his heart. It's terrifying to laugh with a paralyzed face. But obviously, Lan Ruer, who admires Meng Yaqing so much, doesn't think so. Because of Meng Yaqing's affirmation, Lan Ruer was about to jump for joy. Sister Meng, show your real appearance. I want to show the stinky men of the Lan family what a real beauty is. Lan Ruer clenched her fists. Showing her real appearance is bound to cause some unnecessary trouble, but Meng Yaqing's disguised face was uncomfortable. After thinking for a long time, Meng Yaqing decided to restore her real appearance. Anyway, in this mere Dark Cloud Empire, with her strength, as long as the heavenly rank powerhouse does not take action, no one can really threaten him. The current Meng Yaqing is already at the pinnacle of the 6-star level. If it weren't for the gap between 6 stars and 7 stars in the middle and late stages, the bottleneck is quite large, far beyond the breakthrough between ordinary stars. I am afraid that Meng Yaqing will break through another star. That's the case, Meng Yaqing is sure to step into the 7-star level, with a month's effort at most. Meng Yaqing revealed her true face, and Han Feng clearly felt that the guardian vision of Dillon City had changed. Maybe because Lan Ruer was here, these guards didn't dare to be presumptuous. The Lan family was a part-time city lord. These city guards naturally did not dare to provoke Lan Ruer. Lan Ruer saw Meng Yaqing's face, her eyes lit up and her saliva drooled, as expected of Sister Meng. She is so beautiful, beautiful. Lan Ruer hugged Meng Yaqing and jumped. Han Feng's eyebrows twitched, and he couldn't help but give birth to a jaw-dropping thought. This Lan Ruer couldn't be Lily. How can a woman drool looking at a woman? Doesn't it mean that women are jealous of women who are more beautiful than them? After being excited for a while, Lan Ruer finally put her eyes down from Meng Yaqing and noticed Han Feng. Huh? Who are you? Lan Ruer asked with blinking eyes. Han Feng. He was so big standing here, and he was directly ignored. His sense of existence was not so low. Sure enough, this Lan Ruer is Lily. This is Han Feng, the helper I invited. Help? Lan Ruer was slightly surprised. Although Lan Ruer is a little naive, she is not stupid. Meng Yaqing was invited, but in order to capture the Fire Fury Lotus. Being invited by Meng Yaqing is definitely not bad. Lan Ruer smiled and stretched out her hand. Please, this little brother. Han Feng twitched the corners of his mouth. I'm not much younger than you, so call me by my name. Little brother or something, the implied meaning is too much. Lan Ruer bared her teeth. I'm younger than me, are all little brothers and little sisters. Han Feng. Inside the Blue City. Blue Door. A thin young man stood there with a smile, as if waiting for someone. Big brother. Lan Ruer screamed and threw herself into the thin young man's arms. Han Feng's eyes froze. The fluctuations on this person have stabilized, but not completely stable, and there will be some powerful fluctuations from time to time. Through these aura fluctuations, Han Feng suddenly sensed that this person should be the pinnacle of the 12 stars of the Xuanjia, and there is a half-step ground-level existence. This person is eldest brother Lan Ruer. I heard Lan Ruer mention it on the way. This eldest brother should be 22. The half-step rank of 22, placed in the Great Jin Kingdom, obviously cannot rank among the top talents, but it should be barely between the first and second ranks. Among the second ranks, it belongs to the peak level, and among the first ranks, it belongs to the last ranks. Level. For example, Lin Huixian and other top genius levels are still under 20, but they are almost breaking through to the 12-star level of the profound level. Don't underestimate the age gap of 2 or 3 years, or even 3 or 4 years. Now it seems that the gap is not big, but the further you go, the more terrifying the gap will be. In the end, it is likely to be completely 2 levels, not the level of 1 dimension. But in the Great Jin Kingdom, in this dark cloud empire, he is a top genius. Therefore, the thin young man knew that Han Feng and Meng Yaqing were the helpers invited by Lan Ruer, but still had a proud look on his face. Obviously, Lan Ruer didn't tell the thin young man Meng Yaqing that she was already a master of the earth rank. Of course, it's also possible that Lan Ruer didn't know about it. Lan Ruer and Meng Yaqing met more than a year ago. At that time, Meng Yaqing most likely had not yet reached the ground level and should be at the peak of the mysterious level. Han Feng held his chin thoughtfully. Perhaps the first time he and Meng Yaqing met was when Meng Yaqing was traveling. The second encounter should be Meng Yaqing's return from travel. The reason why Lan Ruer invited Meng Yaqing to help may be that she knew that Meng Yaqing was a super genius, and today, more than a year later, it is very likely that she would break through to the territorial rank. In the entire Wuyun Empire, the powerhouses are only in the early 200s, and it is quite remarkable that the Lan family has 4 or 5 powerhouses. Being able to have one more helper from a powerhouse at the ground level can have a huge effect. Han Feng's guess was right. Lan Ruer did guess that Meng Yaqing was probably a master of the earth now, so she told her brother and father some of Meng Yaqing's situation, and then sent a message to ask for help. But whether it's the skinny youth or the Lan family's head, it's just a joke. Teenage steps, just kidding. Because of this, the thin young man did not restrain himself at all, and was very arrogant. Lan Ruer was unhappy about this. Seeing Meng Yaqing's arrival, she could not wait to let Meng Yaqing show her power immediately. Brother, this is Sister Meng, I said, and this is the helper invited by Sister Meng. Lan Ruer jumped off the thin young man and immediately introduced Lan Ruer and Han Feng. When the thin young man saw Meng Yaqing, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he didn't even know that his jaw dropped. Lan Ruer secretly laughed in her heart, asking you not to believe what I said. Look, it's not stunned now. You, hello, I'm going to Lan Anhua, Miss Meng, please come in. Lan Anhua stammered a little, and made a move to invite Meng Yaqing into the Lan family. The arrogance on his face completely disappeared. Meng Yaqing just raised her eyebrows slightly, as if she was used to this scene, and immediately followed Lan Ruer into the Lan's house. facing Meng Yaqing's back. Lan Anhua took a long sigh, and then noticed Han Feng. Little brother Han, I don't know if you and Miss Meng are. There was a hint of tension and a hint of hostility in the words. Han Feng grinned in his heart, and only then saw Meng Yaqing. Is it necessary to be so obsessed with him that he was regarded as a rival in love so quickly? Turning his eyes, Han Feng smiled in his heart and said, Yaqing and I are childhood sweethearts, and this time, Yaqing took the initiative to invite me. One mouthful of Yaqing, called very kindly. Unexpectedly, Lan Anhua's face turned ugly and livid. Lan and Huaqiang pulled out a smile. Yes. Yes, brother Han is really lucky. The lucky one was born in the same country as Meng Yaqing, and the lucky one was a childhood sweetheart with Meng Yaqing. But there is another meaning. Meng Yaqing values you, but you are lucky, but that's it. Han Feng immediately shook his head. No, it's not luck. Yaqing is the first genius in our country, and without any capital, how could I and Yaqing be childhood sweethearts? The implication is that he, Han Feng, is also a great genius. You, the young master of the Lan family, should put away your thoughts. Han Feng is indeed thinking of Lan Anhua. The difference between Lan Anhua and Meng Yaqing can be described as the difference between clouds and mud. If a true heart is placed on Meng Yaqing, then Lan Anhua will be doomed, and he will never get the love in his heart for a lifetime. But thinking about it, Han Feng felt that he was thinking too much. Meng Yaqing was stunning, but it wasn't enough to make the young master of the Lan family lose his mind just by meeting each other. After all, Han Feng's above series of words are mostly playful. No way, whoever told the two brothers and sisters to ignore him, only Meng Yaqing, could be seen. Han Feng pouted in his heart and followed Meng Yaqing. It is estimated that this kind of neglect will suffer several times in the future. Han Feng and Lan Anhua entered the Lan family mansion together and were placed in an extremely luxurious pavilion by Lan Anhua. The helpers invited by the Lan family, as well as some ground-level casual cultivators, are the most important things for the Lan family. Under the circumstance that the Lan family patriarch and Lan Anhua did not believe that Meng Yaqing was already a powerhouse at the age of 16, the importance of those scattered cultivations on the ground level was obviously higher than that of Meng Yaqing and Han Feng. In this regard, Lan Ruer muttered that she was about to hang up the kettle. But Meng Yaqing didn't care. Lan Ruer could only sigh silently. Lan Anhua turned around and walked away. Lan Ruer complained, Big brother and father don't believe me, and they left Sister Meng here to entertain some five elements loose people. I'm so mad at me. Sister Meng, you should be a powerhouse now. After complaining, Lan Ruer looked at Meng Yaqing expectantly. Meng Yaqing pinched Lan Ruer's face. Yes, that's right, don't worry, you will definitely get what you want in a few days. Meng Yaqing is young, but her likability is not weak. Meng Yaqing had already seen that Lan Ruer was very naive. When she met her talented elder sister, she wished the whole Lan family would know about it, and then enjoy the envy of everyone in the Lan family. Childhood. In a few years, Lan Ruer grows up, maybe it won't be like this. Because it is easy to cause the other party's resentment. Sister Meng, I know you like to eat, so I'll arrange food for you. Lan Ruer talked for a long time and finally remembered Meng Yaqing's big hobby, and ran out in a hurry. Han Feng shook his head. Meng Yaqing raised her mouth slightly. It is precisely because of this that I will befriend him. Han Feng laughed out loud. You are the only one who does this. If it was someone else, they would have been impatient to talk to this girl. Meng Yaqing's eyes suddenly stared straight at Han Feng, staring at Han Feng for a while. Hey, why are you looking at me with such an expression? Didn't you say we were childhood sweethearts? Brother Zhuma. As childhood sweethearts, we must get close and close. The last sentence, obviously expressionless, but Han Feng heard a bit of gnashing of teeth. Han Feng quickly smiled. I'm not joking. Meng Yaqing snorted softly. Your joke is likely to make Lan Anhua take it seriously, but forget it, even if it is serious, then Lan Anhua is looking for trouble for you, not me. Han Feng. Han Feng felt that he seemed to have done a bad thing. Speaking of which, the Lan family doesn't value you so much, are you not angry? Han Feng immediately changed the subject. Why are you angry? The Lan family is in the Dark Cloud Empire, and their vision is naturally narrow. I don't believe that there are geniuses of less than 20 who are extremely normal. If it is a top 3 rank empire, there must be 10 asterisk people who will believe it. Furthermore, if I want to get the fiery Wrath Lotus, I have to use some power from the Lan family. Even if it wasn't for Lan Ruer's notification, I might not know the news of the fiery Wrath Lotus. It can be said that the Lan family has given us an opportunity. From this point of view, what about forbearance? Meng Yaqing shook her head calmly. Han Feng really admires Meng Yaqing a little now. This kind of temperament is indeed not possessed by ordinary people. Han Feng believes that if Meng Yaqing's strength is changed to Lei Ruwen and others, it is estimated that at this time, he would have become arrogant because he was underestimated, and it is possible to lead directly with the pressure of the earth. Not long after, Lan Ruer ran back in surprise and brought a lot of delicious food from the Lan family. Han Feng found that although Meng Yaqing ate a lot, according to Meng Yaqing's normal food intake, this was only 1 or 2 points full. Looking at Lan Ruer again, she said with admiration, Sister Meng is indeed a hero in women's middle school. She hasn't seen her for more than a year, and her food intake is still so amazing. Han Feng realized, and Meng Yaqing knew how to save face, so she didn't dare to reveal her true appetite. Otherwise, even if Lan Ruer worshipped Meng Yaqing again, she would be frightened. After tasting the dishes of the Lan family, Han Feng had another thought in his heart, maybe he ate less, and it was also related to the fact that the dishes here were not as good as the delicious dishes prepared by Meng Yaqing herself. On the second day, Lan Anhua appeared in front of Han Feng and Meng Yaqing with a look of anticipation. The Lan family finally decided to meet Meng Yaqing and Han Feng. The Blue House. Lan Patriarch and the 5 old men were talking and laughing. Seeing Lan Anhua bringing Meng Yaqing in, Lan Patriarch just smiled lightly and said, This is Miss Meng Yaqing Meng. I have long known Miss Meng's name from the mouth of the little girl, and now I finally get a chance to meet her. The second one is delivered. Total of 1 page. Reply post, 0. Does not have a Baidu account? Ranking of popular games played by friends. Heat, 576,246. Heat, 424,296. Heat, 380,744. Heat, 237,212. Heat, 206,804. Popularity, 73,392. Heat, 51,278. Heat, 45,076. Type, simulation business. Popularity, 36,368. Popularity, 34030. Please remember our website, Spy, Impossible, Mission Impossible. Han Feng rolled his eyes in his heart. When I got paid, I said it as if I was looking forward to it. I was worthy of being the head of the family. This lie was extremely natural. If they had been looking forward to it for a long time, they would not have been left to entertain the 5 Elements Sanctuary yesterday. If it wasn't for Lan Anhua's admiration for Meng Yaqing's appearance, it is estimated that they would only be arranged in ordinary houses, not pavilions. Thinking of this, Han Feng couldn't help but be surprised. Meng Yaqing should have thought of this long before showing her true face. The more he thought about this possibility, Han Feng couldn't help twitching his lips. This girl Meng is even able to use seduction. Hee hee, this is Brother Han, thank you for coming here to help. After saying hello to Meng Yaqing, Lan Patriarch said a few words, gently, to Han Feng. Compared to Meng Yaqing, the Lan family obviously doesn't care more about Han Feng. After all, there was a long-awaited message for Meng Yaqing, but there was no such thing as a word for him. But Patriarch Lan deserves to be in a high position. If nothing happened yesterday, Patriarch Lan wouldn't be able to feel that Patriarch Lan didn't care about them. Just from the surface meaning of Lan Patriarch's words, the arrival of the two of them was extremely welcome. Meng Yaqing smiled lightly. The little girl has also admired Lan Patriarch for a long time. Thank you very much for taking care of Lan Patriarch yesterday. Han Feng was about to speak. When he heard Meng Yaqing say this, he couldn't help but choked and was speechless. Lan Patriarch's expression froze. Take care of? Where did the care come from? Yesterday, he was clearly entertaining the 5 poisons. With Patriarch Lan's knowledge, he could naturally hear the trace of dissatisfaction hidden in Meng Yaqing's words of thanks. Lan Patriarch was displeased. The mere teenage girl and little hairy boy really wanted him to entertain him personally? Lan Anhua and Lan Ruer on the side were unaware of these confrontations. Lan Ruer was young, and Lan Anhua spent most of her time cultivating. The two of them could not hear the meaning and confrontation between Meng Yaqing and her father. Hee, come, let me introduce these 5 seniors to you. Displeased in his heart, Lan Patriarch wanted to use the hands of some people to suppress some arrogant people. Lan Patriarch pointed at 5 of them and said, "This is a fire elemental loose person among the 5 element loose persons. This is the Muxing Sanren. This is a Jinxing loose person. This is a loose person in water. This is a loose earthworker." Han Feng followed the introduction of the Lan family and looked at the 5 people. The 5 old men are all white-haired, and their faces are even more strikingly similar. Even if they are not quintuplets, they are 5 brothers. Regarding the 5 elements Sanren, Han Feng and Meng Yaqing had learned a lot from Lan Ruer yesterday. The so-called 5 elements loose people is the title of 5 people, not just one person. Among them, the fire Xing Sanren is the eldest, the wood Xing Sanren is the second child, the gold Xing Sanren is the third, the water Xing Sanren is the fourth, and the earth Xing Sanren is the 5th. In addition to the Hu Xing Sanren who are the masters of the 5-star level, only the Muxing Sanren is the middle-level powerhouse of the 4-star level. The other 3 are all 3 stars. The 5 people have different cultivation bases, and they can rely on the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and soil to form. It is enough to compete with ordinary 7-star powerhouses, and it has the ability to kill ordinary 6-star powerhouses. Among the more than 200 high-level powerhouses in the Wuyuan Empire, the 5 elements loose people are one of the few people who can't be provoked the most. Therefore, even Patriarch Lan, a 7-star master on the ground level, is also very polite to the 5 elements loose people, and dare not be slighted. Yesterday, he knew that Meng Yaqing and Han Feng were Lan Ruer's distinguished guests, but Patriarch Lan finally chose the 5 elements loose people. The reason that's it. One is the 5 elements loose cultivator with great reputation in the Wuyuan Empire, and the other is just a girl genius who is very likely to break through to the ground level in her daughter's mouth. It is only possible that whoever is the head of the family will choose to entertain the 5 elements loose cult. The Hu Xing Sanren obviously heard the meaning of Lan Patriarch, and the Hu Xing Sanren was also very annoyed that the teenage girl in Meng Yaqing district tried to get the same status as him, an old-fashioned powerhouse. Immediately, the Hu Xing loose people sneered, "Little girl, Huarath Lotus is not something you can touch, so let's go home and cultivate for more than 10 years. Lan Ruer glared at Hu Xing Sanren, gnashing her teeth. Meng Yaqing smiled lightly. "What do you mean by Hu Xing Sanren? Is this little girl not qualified to enjoy the Fire Fury Lotus?" Hu Xing Loose Man said proudly, "Of course, Fire Fury Lotus requires at least a strong person to refine it. What kind of cultivation is your girl?" Han Feng simply folded his arms and watched the development of the situation. At the same time, he was a little gloating about misfortune. Han Feng wanted to know the face of Lan Patriarch when he knew that Mengyaching was a 6-star cultivation base. That must be fun. Mengyaching looked directly at the Huixing loose person. It seems that there is no way to show a little strength. The 5 people of the 5 elements loose people are disdainful in their hearts. This is so arrogant. They want to see it, but how powerful can a teenage girl be? Lan Patriarch smiled and didn't mean to stop it at all. But the next moment, the 5 elements of the 5 elements loose people and the Lan family master were all stiff and sluggish. Boom! The powerful aura belonging to the 6 stars of the earth rank filled the entire hall, and Lan Anhua was directly blown away. Han Feng also struggled to support and quickly retreated. Fortunately, Mengyaching's aura was mainly aimed at the 5 elements loose people, otherwise Han Feng and the others would definitely be unbearable, especially Lan Ruer, who couldn't even reach the Xuanjia cultivation base. The powerful aura of the 6 stars on the ground level is like a dense spider web, constantly oppressing the 5 people from the 5 elements. Huixing Sanren is at least 5 stars on the ground level, but it is better, but Muxing Sanren is a bit difficult. The remaining 3 scattered people were even more difficult and extremely embarrassed. Earth level 6 star. Huixing Sanren spit out a few words with difficulty, his eyes full of horror. The teenage rank is shocking enough, and it is still a 6-star rank, which is 1 level higher than his dignified rank of 5-star. My God, what is the origin of this little girl? To have such a perverted cultivation base, I am afraid that there are strong people in the sanctuary behind it. Thinking of this, Huixing Sanren secretly complained that he had offended such a person with a background. He was really hurt. He couldn't help but complain to the Lan family master and the Huixing loose people. Noticing the anger of the Huixing loose people, Lan Patriarch's heart suddenly burst, and the corner of his mouth was bitter. This is really a disaster. How did he know that Mengyaching was really just like Ruer said, that she had the strength of the earth rank at a young age, and it was still the limit of the middle earth rank? Lan Patriarch regretted it, he knew earlier. It can't go on like this, or the 5 elements loose people will hate my Lan family sooner or later. At the moment, Lan Patriarch got up in a hurry. Miss Meng, please put away your momentum, I have no eyes, Miss Meng forgive me. With a light snort, Mengyaching put away her aura expressionlessly. The Xuanhuan Sanren suddenly whispered in a low voice, isn't it just a little more powerful? What's so amazing, if our 5 brothers use the 5 elements array? Shut up! The Huixing Sanren shouted in a low voice, wishing to punch the Tuxing Sanren. Isn't this the reason for a bigger conflict between the 5 brothers and Miss Meng? Huixing loose cultivator is very sure that there is definitely a strong sanctuary behind this Meng girl. Lan Patriarch looked at Tuxing Sanren in amazement. He said that, Miss Meng is bound to fight with their 5 brothers, and the relationship between the 2 sides can finally be eased. This sentence is. Sure enough, Mengyaching's eyes sharpened, since that's the case, the little girl has to learn the 5 elements of the 5 elements. Tuxing Sanren kept his mouth shut. He also knew that he said the wrong thing. The other party has such strength at such an age, and the forces behind him are obviously unusual. Once they win and hurt the other side, what happens to them? But if they lose, their 5 elements loose people's face will be lost. His words put the 5 brothers in a dilemma. The Tuxing Sanren looked pitifully at the Huixing Sanren, and the Huixing Sanren took a deep breath. In this way, our 5 brothers will experience Miss Meng's abilities. But in my heart, I made up my mind, I need to put some water in, I can't win, but I can't lose too ugly. Lan Patriarch did not say a word. In such a situation, he could only help each other. Who knows if she will annoy Miss Meng if she persuades her. At this moment, Lan Patriarch did not dare to make Mengyaching angry at all. As for not taking action, anyway, this result was made by the soil element's loose people themselves, and it had nothing to do with him. If the 5 elements loose people wanted to take out their anger, they couldn't move it to him. The third one is delivered. The Blue Family Training Ground. Meng Yaqing and the 5 elements Sanren face each other from a distance. On the other side, the 2 brothers and sisters Lan Anhua, Lan Ruer and Han Feng, who are the audience members. Now the Lan family's attitude towards Han Feng is completely different, and he is very kind. Meng Yaqing is already a 6-star, so what will happen to Han Feng, who can be invited to come with him? Patriarch Lan doesn't know what Han Feng's cultivation is, but there is one thing Patriarch Lan is very sure of. Even if Han Feng is not as good as him now, he might surpass him in a few years. Meng Yaqing was already a 6-star at 16, and even if Han Feng was not as good as Meng Yaqing, at 17 or 18, he had almost reached this level. 5 of the 5 elements scattered people looked at each other, instantly occupying 5 different directions, and their hands were sealed. 5 powerful breaths rose into the sky. The 5 attributes of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth rippled out, turning into a huge beam of light that shot straight into the sky. The 5 beams of light slowly merged, and immediately turned into dazzling meteors and suddenly fell around the 5 people, forming a colorful cylindrical enchantment. 5 elements formation Fire Cloud Fist. Outside the cylindrical barrier, the fire spirit power around it condensed at a terrifying speed, and a flame fist with a diameter of nearly 100 meters condensed from the sky. A terrifying aura wafted out. Lan Ruer and Lan Anhua were both pale, and they seemed so vulnerable in the face of an attack that could inflict damage on 7-star warriors. Lan Anhua was quite sure that if he was in Meng Yaqing's position now, he would have been frightened and fell to the ground, unable to move. On the other hand, Meng Yaqing stared at the flame fist in the sky indifferently, without the slightest hint of fear. As if it wasn't a powerful attack, just a tickling. Seeing that his sons and daughters couldn't hold on, Lan Patriarch immediately threw his sleeves and protected Lan Ruer and Lan Anhua behind him, blocking most of the coercion for them. Glancing at Han Feng, Lan Patriarch found that Han Feng was fine, and his evaluation of Han Feng increased by another level. The reason why Han Feng can bear it is not because of how strong Han Feng is, but because of the different fire. With a strange fire, these fire spiritual power fluctuations are terrifying, but in the case of silently running the Xuanhuan jade fire in the body, the impact of fire attribute spiritual power fluctuations on Han Feng will be weakened. In addition, there is a certain distance from the center of the battle. The weakened version of the fire spirit power, for Han Feng, is comparable to the level of 1 star on the ground. With the physical quality of the ground, Han Feng can also survive. Lan Anhua looked at Meng Yaqing, who was extremely calm in the middle of the battle, and suddenly felt a sense of inferiority. Facing Meng Yaqing, he, the top genius of the Dark Cloud Empire, is nothing. With his trembling body now, how could he be qualified to pursue the goddess in his mind? Looking at Han Feng's unharmed resistance to the impact of the fire spirit power, instead of being protected behind his father like him, Lan Anhua's hostility to Han Feng was completely eliminated, but he showed a trace of admiration for Han Feng. Only such a person is qualified to pursue Miss Meng. At this moment, Lan Anhua dispelled his strange thoughts towards Meng Yaqing, and turned to bless Han Feng and Meng Yaqing. Lan Anhua didn't know that Han Feng's so-called childhood sweethearts were completely deceiving him. Fire Cloud Fist? Watch me freeze it. Meng Yaqing's eyes were calm, and she waved her hand immediately, the whale tail swings. Meng Yaqing was completely enveloped by the ice spirit power, and with Meng Yaqing as the center, ice boulders condensed around her. From behind Meng Yaqing, a huge monster suddenly appeared. It was a huge monster similar to a whale. The demon beast was icy blue all over. Facing the falling flaming fist, the whale suddenly swung its tail, and the huge icy blue fish tail broke through the air. A strange scene happened. The ice blue fish tail and the flame fist collided, and there was no amazing explosion sound. The fish tail turned into an ice blue mist that completely surrounded the flame fist. Through the ice fog, the flame fist that reappeared in everyone's sight has completely turned into ice. The huge ice block-shaped fist crashed to the ground shook, and a loud noise erupted into small ice cubes. The entire training ground seemed to have entered a cold winter, extremely cold. Lan Patriarch took a deep breath. High-grade martial arts. Meng Yaqing's whale tail swing is impressively a top-grade martial skill. With Patriarch Lan's eyesight, there is no way to see that this whale tail swing is not a top-level high-grade martial skill, but it has been cultivated to the state of perfection, and its power cannot be underestimated. Based on this alone, it is difficult for ordinary 7-star peak warriors to compete with Meng Yaqing. Seeing Meng Yaqing swinging her whale tail so easily, the fool knows that these are not Meng Yaqing's real trump cards. Then this Meng Yaqing's real combat power is probably above the 7 stars of the Earth rank. As for whether it is between the 7-star and 8-star, or whether it really has the ability to compete with the 8-star, or it is stronger, it is not something that Lan Patriarch can know. When he remembered that he was only in the early stage of Earth rank 7 stars, he was also not a top-ranked martial artist of the Earth rank, and only cultivated to the realm of great accomplishment. Lan Patriarch felt a little ashamed. Even him, I'm afraid he is not Meng Yaqing's opponent. He even underestimated Meng Yaqing before. If it weren't for the other party's big belly, then the consequences. Thinking of this, Patriarch Lan suddenly shuddered. As if in an instant, Lan Patriarch's eyes widened. The confusion in the past became clear. It's no wonder that those who are strong in the sky are going out. The Dark Cloud Empire is only a 9th rank empire, which is too weak. The vision is limited to the Dark Cloud Empire, and it is simply watching the sky from the well. I don't believe there are lands before the age of 20, but that doesn't mean other empires don't have them. I heard that Baidu Academy has gathered countless geniuses from Beizhou continent, and the age is limited to under 20. Ms. Meng's strength and talent are only worthy of teaching at Baidu University. Although there was a momentary slump, Patriarch Lan's heart and vision suddenly opened up. Vaguely, Patriarch Lan felt that he might have to improve his stagnant 7-star early stage. Lan Patriarch looked at Meng Yaqing with joy. With such a master helping him, Hicho couldn't get the angry lotus. And Hua, we used to sit in the well and watch the sky. As soon as the anger lotus thing happens, you can go to other countries to experience it. Facing the icy aura, Patriarch Lan's faint voice came out. Lan Anhua was startled and nodded slowly. The center of the training ground. In the 5 elements great array, the 5 elements of the 5 elements scattered people looked dignified. Their single-handed cultivation might not be as good as that of the Lan family master, but their cultivation time was higher than that of the Lan family master. Except for the slightly younger tuxing loose people who were a little naive and impulsive because they were well cared for, the other 4 had the experience that the elderly should have. With their eyesight, it is natural to see that Meng Yaqing's strength is only part of it. And just a part of the strength displayed in this way is not something they can compete with. Huixing Sanren sighed, no need to hold back, let's break out the strongest blow. The strength of this adult is no longer something I can contend with. Meng Yaqing's perverted strength has completely overwhelmed 5 of the 5 elements loose people, and her name immediately rose from the previous little girl to an adult. The other 4 nodded, and then the 5 shouted loudly. The 5 elements great array instantly released a terrifying aura. 5 elements exploding palm. The power of the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth surged out. In the sky, 100 Zhang palm, composed of 5 colors, descended from the sky. Just coercion is extremely terrifying. Meng Yaqing frowned slightly. It seems that the information that Lan Ruer said is true. This kind of breath, If you don't pay attention to the ordinary 7 stars, it will really capsize in the ditch. Well, since you guys are determined, I'm not bad. One move determines the outcome. Broken flame strangulation. The violent flames burst out, and the originally icy ice field became a lava field in an instant. Countless flames of brilliance shot out wildly, penetrating the palm of the 5 elements crazily like sharp needles. With the splash of sparks, the 5 elements of spiritual power rioted, and the sound of rumbling in the sky was endless. In the shocking gaze of everyone, the palm of the 5 elements was completely strangled into pieces in a moment, and disappeared between the heavens and the earth. For more, 10,000 words completed. Ask for flowers. The 5 elements Sanren used the full blow of the 5 elements array to be easily taken over by Meng Yaqing and dismantled. The 5 elements great array gradually dissipated, revealing the slightly tired faces of the 5 elements scattered people, but Meng Yaqing, who was still the same, didn't seem to have any consumption. At this moment, the 5 elements sanctuary, Lan Patriarch and others were all shocked. What did they see? They actually saw Meng Yaqing exerting fire attribute means. It was obviously ice attribute before. This is. Lan Patriarch was stunned, and couldn't help but want to seek answers from Han Feng's mouth. Han Feng smiled bitterly, of course it's because of the 2 attributes. Lan Patriarch took a deep breath. A warrior can have 2 attributes, or 2 completely opposite attributes. It's really incredible. The outside world is so vast. I used to sit and watch the sky too much. Han Feng shook his head. Having 2 attributes at the same time is not common in the upper 3rd rank empire. If the 2 attributes are still opposed to each other, there is almost no upper 3rd rank empire. The implication is that there is no need to think that there are a group of perverts outside, it is just that Meng Yaqing is too perverted. Lan Patriarch was stunned for a moment. My lord, I have offended you a lot before, and I still look to Hai Han. Huixing Sanren apologized to Meng Yaqing. Lan Patriarch also came over with a shy look on his face. Miss Meng, I will also take most of the responsibility. If Miss Meng wants to punish me, I am willing to take full responsibility. As soon as Patriarch Lan said these words, the grievances of the Huixing scattered people against Patriarch Lan dissipated a lot. Originally, they had a bad tone towards Meng Yaqing because they heard what Lan Patriarch meant. Otherwise, these old guys, even if they are upset, will not rashly target a little girl. Meng Yaqing said indifferently, don't worry, I don't mean to punish you, as long as you inform me and Han Feng of the specific news of Huafu Lotus. Meng Yaqing only learned from Lan Ruer's mouth about Huawu Lianhua. Lan Ruer only knew that there was a lotus flower of anger, but where exactly? What danger is there, but it is not very clear, which also leads to Han Feng and Meng Yaqing being half clear. Lan Patriarch and 5 elements loose clan were all relieved. Hearing this, Lan Patriarch made an inviting gesture. Miss Meng, please take a seat, and I will tell you one by one carefully. In the main hall, Lan Patriarch came one by one. The Fire Fury Lotus was discovered in a cave. The Fire Fury Lotus was first discovered, and it was a loose cultivator of the Xuanjia. After that, the news of Fiery Wrath Lotus gradually spread. During this period, a lot of peak Xian level and even the powerhouses entered, and in the end, except for the powerhouse, all the other warriors who entered fell. It's that strong man who was hit hard. According to the powerhouse, there is a fire demon king living under the sea of fire where the Fiery Wrath Lotus was born. He is also an intermediate fire demon king. It is because of this that he did not succeed at the last moment. Seriously injured. Fire demon king. Han Feng and Meng Yaqing froze slightly when they heard the words. The fire demon king is not a monster, but an existence similar to a spirit. The Fire Demon King was born in the Sea of Fire. From the initial small Fire Demon to the Fire Demon King, it requires a lot of fire power and fire attribute spirits in the Sea of Fire. The Fire Fury Lotus is a fire attribute spirit, and even fire attribute warriors are extremely greedy, not to mention the Fire Demon King. The reason why Han Feng and Meng Yaqing froze, in addition to the fact that the Fire Demon King is already comparable to the realm of Earth-level strength, there is also the creative ability of the Fire Demon King. When the Fire Demon King is promoted from a small fire demon to a big fire demon, then to a fire demon general, and finally to a fire demon king, he will master the ability to create fire demons. From small fire demons to big fire demons to fire demon generals, as long as the realm of Fire Demon King is not reached, and the Fire Sea has sufficient energy, the Fire Demon King can create countless fire demons. This means that if they want to get the Fire Wrath Lotus, they will not only face the threat of the Fire Demon King at the last minute, but they will also be attacked by countless fire demons before that. When they arrived at the place where the Fiery Fury Lotus was, I was afraid that the real energy in the body had almost been consumed. Han Feng recalled the information about the Fire Demon King in his mind. The Fire Demon King belongs to the Fire Demon clan. The lowest level is the Little Fire Demon, which is further divided into 4 levels, namely the Beginner Little Fire Demon, the Intermediate Little Fire Demon, the Advanced Little Fire Demon, and the Top Little Fire Demon. Corresponding to the initial stage of ordinary martial artist, the first 4 meridians in the middle stage, the 4 meridians after the middle stage and the later stage. So on and so forth. The fire demons are also divided into primary, intermediate, advanced, and top level, corresponding to the early, middle, late, and peak human ranks. The fire demon will correspond to the mysterious martial artist. The Fire Demon King corresponds to the ground level. Above the Fire Demon King, there is the Fire Demon Emperor, the heavenly rank warrior, corresponding to human beings. However, it is easy for the Fire Demon to advance to the Fire Demon King, but it is extremely difficult for the Fire Demon King to advance to the Fire Demon Emperor. From the Little Fire Demon to the Fire Demon King, as long as there is enough Fire Sea, breaking through to the Fire Demon King equivalent to the strength of the earth has no bottleneck at all, it can be said to be extremely easy. But God is fair. It was simple before the earth rank, but it was difficult to evolve from the earth rank to the heaven rank. However, although it is difficult to evolve into the Fire Demon Emperor, it is not impossible. In a country near the Great Jin Kingdom, a Fire Demon Emperor appeared hundreds of years ago, causing the country to be restless. The Fire Demon King is someone who can create the Fire Demon King at will. The Fire Demon King is equivalent to the earth rank. Even an existence like the Great Jin Kingdom would be in great trouble in the face of endless land steppes. In the end, it was the sanctuary powerhouse of that country who took action to kill the Fire Demon Emperor. Above the Fire Demon Emperor is the Fire Demon Saint, an existence comparable to the powerhouse of the sanctuary. Such an existence exists only in legends, and at present, the entire Beizhou continent has not yet appeared. Of course, this is only the record of the Lei family. As for the specifics, Han Feng believes that there will be discrepancies, or the records of the Lei family are not complete. After all, in addition to the Lei family's ancestor who was a strong sanctuary more than 1,000 years ago, there has never been a second sanctuary level for more than 1,000 years. Without the sanctuary, there is no qualification to understand the true secrets of Beizhou continent. Meng Yaqing's eyes flashed. Sure enough, there is a Fire Demon King. At this time, Lan Ruer was curious, then the Fire Demon King has created so many fire demons, aren't you afraid that a fire demon will be promoted to the Fire Demon King and threaten him? And there are many Fire Demon Kings born, so they can protect the Fire Fury Lotus. Lan Patriarch and Wusan looked at each other. They never thought about this. But in that Fire Demon Cave, there is indeed no second Fire Demon King. Because there are fire demons living there, the hole where the Fire Fury Lotus is found is called the Fire Demon Cave. This I'm afraid the fire spirit power in the Sea of Fire is insufficient. Lan Patriarch said hesitantly. The Dark Cloud Empire is only a 9th rank empire, and the information on the fire demon is not comprehensive. Meng Yaqing said lightly, that's because the fire demons that were created by the fire demon king, and lost their innate meaning. Without the fire demon king's action, they would never be able to advance, and it would be impossible to absorb the fire spirit power to improve their strength. What level was created, and what level will it be in the future? Only the fire demon born from the Sea of Fire, known as the innate fire demon, has the ability to advance. From the small fire demon to the big fire demon, and then from the big fire demon to the fire demon general, and finally become the fire demon king. Lan Ruer suddenly realized, and immediately pointed at Meng Yaqing in surprise. Lan Patriarch and Wu Sanren also widened their eyes in surprise. Meng Yaqing was watched by so many people, without feeling any pressure. She explained lightly, since I knew about Huahua Lotus, I started to search all information about Xuanhuan, and naturally I know the most common guardians around Xuanhuan. Things. The fire demon is one of them, and it is one of the 3 with the highest probability. These highly probable guardian beasts or guardian spirits, I naturally collected information one by one. It was only now that everyone understood why Meng Yaqing knew so much. Lan Patriarch was even more embarrassed. He was still the host, and he didn't even think about collecting information carefully in the past. When comparing the 2 parties, the gap was really big. Han Feng has also gained a lot of knowledge. In the Lei family, what he knows is the same as before. Although he knows more than the Lan family master and others, it is limited. The 5th one is delivered. Ask for flowers. I don't know when the Lan family will leave. After talking about the fire demon, Meng Yaqing asked about the departure time. A mid-level fire demon king is naturally nothing, and it is only as great as a 6-star on the ground level. But the fire demon created by the fire demon king is a big trouble. These fire demons are not strong, but they can be very numerous. Even if they are all eliminated, they will consume a lot of real energy, and they are very likely to be attacked by the fire demon king. So it wasn't the Lan family who went there. There were other families, including the royal family of the Wuyun Empire. Since it is a joint, there is naturally a time to set off. Lan Patriarch heard Meng Yaqing's question and said quickly, 3 days later. Meng Yaqing nodded, if that's the case, come to me in 3 days. After that, Meng Yaqing and Han Feng left together. Patriarch Lan respectfully sent off Meng Yaqing and Han Feng, daring not to be slighted. Return to the pavilion. Han Feng pondered for a long time and said solemnly, Yaqing, since you have already prepared, you should have a means to deal with it. Meng Yaqing nodded and admitted, yes, when I set out, I specifically asked the master for some spiritual tools that can target those guardians. As long as we can hold out until the end, we can seal the fire demon king. Han Feng, when the time comes, let's not take the lead. I'll let the Lan family keep a low profile when I look back. Is there any problem? Han Feng's face became solemn. Meng Yaqing said so. I'm afraid the fire demon king has other troubles. Unexpectedly, Meng Yaqing hesitated for a while before saying, I'm just guessing. The fire demon king is a spirit monster, and his wisdom is higher than that of the earth-level beasts. According to what Lan Patriarch said before, the powerhouse who escaped was only a 4-star, with the ability of the fire demon king. Even if he was a beginner, he would not be able to cope with a 4-star, and he would let the ground 4 stars escaped. You mean? Han Feng's expression changed. Yes, I suspect that it was deliberately released by the fire demon king to attract fire attribute warriors to the fire demon cave. After all, fire attribute warriors are also a great supplement to the fire demon king, especially fire attribute warriors with strange fires. Meng Yaqing expressed her doubts. Han Feng frowned, If this is the case, then this fire demon king is not only at the intermediate level, otherwise it will attract too many mid-level warriors, and even more powerful late-level warriors, it will definitely die. Well, that's what I thought too. If I'm not mistaken, this fire demon king is at least a high-level fire demon king. Meng Yaqing replied. For a while, the atmosphere became solemn. The high-level fire demon king, that is comparable to the existence of the late stage. Really a formidable enemy. Meng Yaqing said lightly, if you want to give up, we can leave now. I'm fine, but you can't do it. Faced with that level, you are likely to fall. Han Feng's face changed, and he finally sighed, escape? Why do you want to escape? We are so much united together, plus we have been vigilant, even if the fire demon king is a senior level? Meng Yaqing smiled. This was Meng Yaqing's first real smile, and Bai Hua was overshadowed by it. Han Feng froze in place. Immediately, Meng Yaqing put away her smile. Very good. I don't care about you. This time, to get the fiery wrath lotus, we will share half with the Lan family. For the remaining half, I only need a few lotus seeds to break through to 7 stars, and the rest will be given to you. What? How can this work? Han Feng quickly refused. The furious lotus produced 36 lotus seeds at one time, half of which were divided with the Lan family, and there were also 18 seeds. If Meng Yaqing only needs a few, it means that Han Feng will get more than 10, which is too many. Meng Yaqing stretched out her hand to stop Han Feng's next words, only to see Meng Yaqing's expression solemn, an unprecedented solemnity. Han Feng, if I ask you a question, you must tell the truth. During the Qingyun ranking competition, when you were fighting against Yu Kai, I felt that there was another kind of strange fire in you, which was stronger than the cyan fire on your body. Do you have the second kind of strange fire? Han Feng was shocked, but Meng Yaqing didn't expect to notice this. At that time, he was in the Lai Lu melting pot, and the outbreak of Kanglin's mysterious fire only happened for a while, and even the guardian did not notice, but Meng Yaqing. Seeing Han Feng's surprise, Meng Yaqing smiled lightly. There are 2 kinds of strange fires in my body, and I am very sensitive to strange fires, so even Master didn't perceive them, but I found them. Han Feng let out a sigh of relief and said helplessly, indeed, what you said is 7 or 8 points right. It's not so much that I have 2 kinds of strange fires, it is better to say that my Xuanhuan jade fire is in the evolution stage. The strange fire you feel is actually an evolutionary version of a small number of Xuanhuan jade fires. Meng Yaqing raised her eyebrows. Sure enough, it's a different fire after evolution. I guessed it right. Since I can evolve, then my decision is correct. Han Feng was choked. Have you guessed it? Of course, otherwise, I wouldn't bring you here. Meng Yaqing took it for granted. Sure enough, I'll just say, you can't tell me about the fiery wrath lotus for no reason. With your strength, you can swallow it all by yourself, and you can greatly improve your strength. But if you join forces with me, you will end up sharing some of it with me. It won't help you improve your strength. Are you finally going to tell your real purpose now? Han Feng also resumed his light smile. At this moment, both of them revealed their true characters. Meng Yaqing is not the kind-hearted person who gives good things to others immediately, and Han Feng is not an idiot who ignores everything as soon as he hears good things. Both have their own calculations. Han Feng has been guessing Meng Yaqing's purpose, and now everything is finally revealed. Meng Yaqing smiled slightly. When things have come to this point, let me tell you my real purpose, but before that, let me see your evolved version of Yihua. Hearing this, Han Feng spread out his palms, and suddenly, a lotus-like flame bloomed, and the periphery was full of cyan, but the center of the lotus, extending to 3/4 of the way, was already blue. The center is azure blue. The further down, the lighter the color, which has turned into a light blue. Blue is mixed with cyan, and the surrounding is cyan. As the flames of the Xuanhuan jade fire mixed with nearly 3/4 of the Kanglan profound fire swept out, there was a burst of heat in the entire space. The scorching temperature is enough to make ordinary peak powerhouses feel unbearable. However, in the face of Meng Yaqing, who has two kinds of different fires, this temperature is nothing, not to mention that Meng Yaqing herself is a 6-star peak extreme martial artist. Meng Yaqing's face lit up with joy. I want this kind of temperature. Taking a deep breath, Meng Yaqing looked at Han Feng solemnly. Han Feng, look at my flame. Meng Yaqing spread out her hands, and a flame burst out from her left and right hands. There was a burst of icy air from the flame on the left hand, but the temperature from the right hand was no weaker than that of the Kanglan profound fire. But soon Han Feng frowned, because Meng Yaqing's icy fire in her left hand was obviously stronger than the fire in her right. Meng Yaqing broke out in cold sweat on her forehead, and immediately retracted the two flames. Han Feng was puzzled, but it was just showing a strange fire. How could it be so laborious, even sweating out, so wrong? Meng Yaqing wiped the cold sweat from her forehead, and finally said her question, I do have two great fires, but I don't know why. Since more than a year ago, my icy fires have evolved faster than blazing fires. The imbalance of the two different fires also had a huge impact on my body. The upgrade of the different fire is not like the ordinary fire. The ordinary fire can be improved by swallowing the fire attribute spirits, but the upgrade of the different fire is different, and the different fires are upgraded in different ways. Some strange fires can be improved by devouring fire-type spirits, but some require other methods, and some can evolve automatically. My two different fires can automatically evolve, and evolve with my strength, but the evolution speed of the cold fire is faster than that of the hot fire, which causes a big problem. If I don't stop it, within a few years, I will explode and die due to a huge imbalance. 6 more and 15,000 words completed. Ask for flowers. I'm dying. There is a problem with the keyboard connection port. The contact is poor, and it fails from time to time. It took a long time for a restart to recover. I really want to drop the keyboard. Lin Qingshan wakes up. 7 more flowers. Post bar search post search people enter bar search tags. Total of 1 page. Reply post, 0. 7 more flowers. If I don't stop it, within a few years, I will explode and die due to a huge imbalance. Meng Yaqing talked about her possible ending in a few years, but her face was a little dull. Han Feng took a deep breath. It's so dangerous. Exploding to death, what a tragic thing. If it were him, he would never be so calm. And many more. Han Feng frowned. Listen to what you mean. It seems that my strange fire is helpful to your situation? Meng Yaqing nodded. That's right. My fiery fire can devour all fire-type spirits and evolve. Fire-type spirits, naturally including different fires. Your blue flame has not fully evolved, and you are only a mysterious rank, but your blue flame is no weaker than my fiery flame. When you break through to the ground, I believe your blue flame will be stronger. When the time comes, I hope you provide some blue flames for me to devour. Of course, you can also refuse. This is not compulsive. Even if you refuse, the previous conditions are still valid. I only use a few fiery lotus seeds to break through to the 7 stars, and everything else is yours. Hearing this, Han Feng was silent for a moment before saying, Will the strange fire that devoured me affect my foundation? Meng Yaqing shook her head. Then it depends on the situation. If I completely devour your strange fire, maybe my ice fire strange fire can maintain the balance for several years, then you are likely to lose the strange fire. But if I do this, I can only have a few years of balance. In a few years, I will have to look around for stronger fire-type spirits. My cultivation base is still low now, not even the heavenly rank, and the different fire rank is not high. After a few years, the fire-type spirits I need must be extremely precious. The higher the level of fire-type spirits, the rarer and more difficult to find. Sooner or later, I will be unable to find fire-type spirits in time. The fire unbalanced and exploded and died. So this kind of lose-lose method, I won't use it. Now I found out that your strange fire can evolve. It is likely to evolve through fire attribute spirits, otherwise you would not be so keen to find fire attribute spirits, am I right? Han Feng nodded. This is easy. Since your variant fire can be upgraded, and it looks like your variant fire is of high grade, even if your cultivation level is not as good as mine, the variant fire's power is no less than my fiery variant fire. Then you can release some strange fires, to swallow me up and raise the level of my fiery fires. For me, the lotus seeds of fiery wrath lotus can maintain a balance for at most half a year. But for you, it can increase the power of your different fire, and at the same time let you break through to the ground. At that time, I believe that your strange fire will be stronger than mine. You don't need to devour your source of strange fire. Just the strange fire you release will be enough to balance me for a long time. Even if your cultivation level exceeds mine in the future, maybe I only need to absorb some of the strange fires you release every year, which is enough to last a year. Han Feng now completely understands Meng Yaqing's thoughts. To put it simply, he wants to treat him as an ATM forever. Han Feng joked, "You are so sure that I will surpass you in the future. You know, the gap between us is very big now. What if my cultivation level surpasses yours, and the different fire has not evolved?" Meng Yaqing has a serious face. Of course I believe that you started to develop internal energy at the age of 13, and it has only been more than a year and nearly 2 years. You are already a 12th star of the Xuanjia, which is faster than me. Hurry up. I believe that in a few years, you will surpass me. As for the different fire, if it really does not evolve, it can only be said that I am destined to die, and I have already prepared for this. Han Feng's heart is tight. How strong it is to be able to say that I have been prepared for death. Han Feng sighed silently. Meng Yaqing's firmness of heart is indeed far more human. If it were someone else, she would have been a little crazy and distorted. Thinking of this, Han Feng stared at Meng Yaqing carefully, and was surprised to find that Meng Yaqing's eyes flashed with nervousness. Han Feng was stunned, and smiled in his heart. It's a little girl, no matter how calm she looks on the surface, there is still something. Nervous. Looking directly at Meng Yaqing, Han Feng said solemnly, "I promise. In the future, if your fiery fire is lower than the icy fire, come to me, and I will provide you with the fire to devour." Han Feng originally wanted to say that it was okay to devour the source of my strange fire. After all, his strange fire was cultivated by the 9 flames and different fire art, and he only needed enough fire attribute spirit fruit to recultivate it. But it was a bit too scary to think about it, and Meng Yaqing might not agree, so Han Feng gave up. Meng Yaqing pursed her lips, but her body trembled slightly. Han Feng didn't know if it was exciting or moved. No matter how calm Meng Yaqing appeared, people were willing to die easily. Even if they died, they hoped to die vigorously instead of dying like that. To die by exploding the body is the most unacceptable for a genius like Meng Yaqing. Meng Yaqing has long thought that once her ice and fire can't keep the balance, and the imbalance is large, she will go back to the mountains and die in obscurity. Seeing that Meng Yaqing was silent for a long time, Han Feng joked, "If I am stronger than you, doesn't it mean that you will follow me all the time in the future, and people may mistake us for a boyfriend and girlfriend at that time?" Meng Yaqing's face suddenly became embarrassed. After saying thank you, Meng Yaqing turned around and ran away. Han Feng was stunned. Isn't this girl's face very thick? Why is it so thin today? Back in the pavilion, Han Feng sat cross-legged, with a little hope. On the Feitian Yulong ship, Han Feng did not dare to enter the Tianhua Tower, which could easily be seen by Meng Yaqing. But now the living room is different, there is no such concern. With a flash, Han Feng entered the Tianhua Tower. Put the magic core of the six-armed spirit demon into the melting pot of all things, and Han Feng began to refine it. Then came Xuanhuan. In the past 2 days, the planting space also has a new Xuanhuan flower, but Han Feng regretfully found that with the current ability of the planting space, it seems that only the level of the original spirit fruit spirit grass can be grown. For example, taking the white 3-petaled spirit flower as an example, it is impossible to grow a white 3-petaled spirit flower. The strength has increased greatly, and the proportion of Kanglin Xuanhua has greatly increased. It is extremely easy to refine the magic core of this Ling Xuanhua and the 6-armed spirit demon. In less than an hour, all refining has been completed. Han Feng put away these source fluids and dodged into the soul search space. In the soul search space, Han Feng specially opened up a space for Lin Qingshan. Although this space is a bit desolate, it is much more gloomy than the ghosts of other soul search spaces. When he came to Lin Qingshan's soul body, Han Feng was silent for a long time before whispering, "Qingshan, I said I would not let you die. 2 lives, I finally mustered up the courage to fall in love with someone. What will I do if you die? You will stay with me forever. Take out the jade bottle, which is the source liquid of the 6-armed spirit demon core. Perhaps the source liquid of spiritual attributes, the source liquid in the jade bottle appears transparent and illusory, which is very different from normal liquid. Since Lin Qingshan is a soul body, and the source fluid is also a spiritual attribute, Han Feng directly spilled the source fluid. The spilled source fluid turned into a strange force in midair, surrounding Lin Qingshan together. Visible to the naked eye, strange energy was transferred into Lin Qingshan's soul body. Han Feng was overjoyed. This really worked. Lin Qingshan's soul body has been severely damaged, and it is impossible for her to be intact in a short period of time. Han Feng was already prepared for this, so he just waited quietly. When the energy of the magic nucleus source liquid dissipated, Han Feng continued to use the Lingzuan flower source liquid to restore Lin Qingshan's soul body. 1 day, 2 days. 2 days passed quickly. On the 3rd day, in Han Feng's expectant and excited eyes, Lin Qingshan's soul body, who had closed her eyes for nearly a year, finally twitched her eyebrows a few times and slowly opened her eyes. After nearly a year, Lin Qingshan's soul body finally woke up. Lin Qingshan stretched out her hands, confused. The 7th is delivered. Ask for flowers. The next update is estimated to be at 2 o'clock in the morning. Everyone can go to bed first and watch it tomorrow morning. Total of 1 page. Reply post, 0. Does not have a Baidu account? Ranking of popular games played by friends. Heat, 591,930. Heat, 418,036. Popularity, 383,132. Popularity, 235,938. Heat, 198,248. Popularity, 73,458. Heat, 56,374. Heat, 44,900. Type, simulation business. Heat, 41,212. Popularity, 35764. Please remember our website, Spy Impossible, Mission Impossible. 350. Lin Qingshan wakes up. 7 more flowers. Lin Qingshan stretched out her hands, confused. Lin Qingshan's memory is still in the state of nearly a year ago. Looking at the slightly illusory body, Lin Qingshan whispered to herself, "Am I going to hell?" A joking voice sounded, "With me, no one dares to take your soul, Sister Lin." Lin Qingshan listened to the familiar voice, and suddenly turned around. Her eyes were full of incredible, Xiaofeng. It was Han Feng who spoke. Han Feng looked at Lin Qingshan with a smile, with deep excitement hidden in his eyes. Lin Qingshan pointed at Han Feng, then at herself, speechless in surprise. Han Feng stepped forward and gently held Lin Qingshan's soul body in his arms. The soul body had no temperature. Han Feng could not feel the problem of Lin Qingshan's body at all, and his eyes could not help sinking. Han Feng hated the Lin family in Xuanhuan City even more. It is a pity that the Lin family in Xuanhuan City has been destroyed by him, and there is no place to vent. Sighing lightly, the road has to be taken step by step. Now that Qingshan has woken up, sooner or later, Qingshan will be reincarnated with her memory or simply take some bodies directly. Now, it is better to condense the spirit body first. Sister Lin, it's been almost a year since that day. The thing is, Han Feng told the events of these days, and Lin Qingshan was very pleased. Very good, the little guy who still needed the protection of the enchantment at the beginning is now a strong one, and he is the top genius of the great Jin kingdom. One day, I believe that my brother will become an existence, no less than the guardian. Han Feng gave a narrow smile. I've already lost my life, and still call me my brother? Should I change my name? Lin Qingshan looked embarrassed and shy. You kid, you will also molest my sister. It's time to fight. Having said that, Lin Qingshan has no intention of making any move. After a long time, Lin Qingshan whispered, Xiang. Xianggong. These two words made Han Feng's qi and blood surge. His eyes were burning, and he could not wait to do Lin Qingshan immediately. It's a pity that Lin Qingshan is a soul body, which looks exactly like ordinary people, but in fact, it is impossible to perform that kind of behavior. Han Feng was sullen. Lin Qingshan burst into a smile, looking at Han Feng feeling aggrieved. For some reason, she was very happy. By the way, Sister Lin, what's wrong with you now? Aside from the problem of not eating, Han Feng focused on Lin Qingshan's health. Lin Qingshan felt a little strange, and the feeling of being a soul and being a person is really completely different. It's not a big problem, I just feel that I am less popular than when I was a human, and the rest is nothing. If I really want to say something, my body is a bit illusory and it feels weird. Lin Qingshan stretched out her hand, and through her palm, she could vaguely see the scene behind her palm. Han Feng nodded slightly. Sister Lin is recovering well, but unfortunately, Sister Lin does not have the method of spiritual body cultivation. Otherwise, through cultivation, she will be able to appear safe with ordinary people. The method of spiritual body cultivation and the method of spiritual power cultivation are slightly different. Although it is related to the spirit, after all, the spirit body is transformed by the spiritual power after death, which is another form. The cultivation method of spiritual power does not apply to the spiritual body. There is no spiritual cultivation method. As a spiritual body, it absorbs less than 1/10 of the source liquid of the spiritual attribute, and if you want to improve your cultivation, you can only rely on the accumulation of the source liquid of the spiritual attribute. When I pass the selection of Baidu Academy, I will find a way to cultivate the spiritual body for Sister Lin. Lin Qingshan sighed. As long as I can stay by your side, the method of spiritual body cultivation is extremely precious and even rare. If you really can't find it, you don't have to force it. Say it first, you can't be in danger because of the spiritual body cultivation method, or I will explode in advance. Han Feng's expression froze. Sister Lin, don't worry, I will definitely find a way to cultivate the spiritual body while ensuring my own safety. Lin Qingshan was satisfied. In a blink of an eye, the third day passed. On the second day, Lan Patriarch sent someone to invite Han Feng and Meng Yaqing. Speaking of which, Han Feng and Meng Yaqing hadn't seen each other for 3 days. Meng Yaqing's face was calm when she saw Han Feng, but there was a bit of embarrassment in her eyes. Han Feng scratched his head. It's been 3 days, so he shouldn't be embarrassed until now, because of the joke 3 days ago. Obviously thick-skinned. Puff. Lin Qingshan laughed in Han Feng's mind. Han Feng directly said, Sister Lin, what are you laughing at? I'm laughing at you. I think this Meng Yaqing has a good impression of you and has a dim liking, so she's embarrassed because of your jokes. Lin Qingshan expressed her opinion. No way. Han Feng was really surprised. Lin Qingshan sighed, we women are emotional animals and are easily moved. Meng Yaqing is not really a cold woman. Of course I will be moved when I hear that you are willing to help her. It's not enough to fall in love with you, but you must have a good impression. Our women will not have a thick skin when facing a man who has a good impression. After all, if other men knew that their strange fire would be helpful to Meng Yaqing, they might take the opportunity to threaten. As a man, seeing a beautiful woman like Meng Yaqing would be a little moved. Speaking of which, Lin Qingshan felt a little resentful. But in terms of appearance, or in terms of cultivation-based talent, she was more than a layer behind Meng Yaqing. Han Feng's scalp exploded, such a resentful expression was too terrifying, and Han Feng hurriedly said good things, which made Lin Qingshan smile again. Han Feng, your brain is broken? At this moment, Meng Yaqing's slightly puzzled voice sounded. It's nothing. The corner of Han Feng's mouth twitched, he almost forgot, he was now opposite Meng Yaqing, his expression changed, the other party should see it very clearly and wouldn't take him as a fool. Han Feng has been thinking too much. It is true that when talking with Lin Qingshan, Han Feng's face will change, but it is difficult for people who are not familiar with Han Feng to see. It can be seen that Meng Yaqing has an extraordinary concern for Han Feng. Hearing this, Meng Yaqing walked out of the Lan's house together without further entanglement. There, the Lan family patriarch, Lei Anhua, and the 5 elements scattered people were already waiting there. The Lan family master did not bring out the remaining few steps of the Lan family. In case they fall into the fire demon cave, the remaining ground steps will be the pillars of the Lan family. Miss Meng, Brother Han, you are finally here. Lan patriarch saw the 2 of them appearing, and first went up to them. Meng Yaqing nodded and said, sorry for the delay of everyone's time. Let's go now. Yes. On the way, Meng Yaqing told Patriarch Lan about her speculation. Patriarch Lan looked dignified and said gratefully, thank you, Miss Meng, for telling me that without Miss Meng, this time our Lan family would have rushed to the front line and suffered heavy losses. There are 8 major families and the royal family who visited this time. In addition to the powerhouses in each family, there are also powerhouses recruited from outside, and there are basically 4 or 5 powerhouses. But compared to the royal family, it is far worse. If the royal family makes them rush to the front line, their 8 major families will definitely not dare to go against it. But now I know that there is a problem with the Fire Demon King, and when the time comes, I really have an order, and I have to find an excuse to shirk whatever I say. 2 days later, everyone arrived at the Fire Demon Cave. The remaining 7 families have already gathered here. Lan Patriarch laughed loudly, Lan is late, I apologize to you guys. Where, the royal powerhouse hasn't arrived yet, it's not too late. A big red-haired man said with a smile. This is the head of the Yan family, and he has the same level of 7-star cultivation, and has always had a good relationship with the head of the Lan family. Others don't buy it. Indeed, this time is not too late, but generally speaking, those who come late are those with high status. The Lan family came so late, and the second to last one is saying that the Lan family has a higher status than the other 7 major families? Lan Patriarch is helpless, this is really not intentional. That's all, it's not right anyway. When you reach the last place in the Fire Demon Cave, there will be a battle for the Lotus Seeds to win the Furious Lotus. Sooner or later, there will be a battle. Thinking of this, Patriarch Lan only had a cordial conversation with Patriarch Yang after apologizing, and directly ignored the patriarchs of other families. Brother Lan, although this trip is an opportunity, it also carries a lot of danger. Is it too hasty for Brother Lan to ask the two juniors to come? It's still too late to let the two juniors leave now. While chatting, Patriarch Yang noticed Han Feng and Meng Yaqing, and immediately advised Patriarch Lan. 8 more and 20,000 words completed. Ask for flowers. For the first time since I wrote a new book, I wrote 20,000 words a day. I was about to vomit blood, and my hands were cramping a little. God. Patriarch Yang and Patriarch Lan have a good friendship, but it is impossible to remember all the outstanding figures of the younger generation of each other's clan. Therefore, Patriarch Yang only regards Han Feng and Meng Yaqing as some good juniors of the Lan family, not as good as Lan and Magnificent. Lan Patriarch smiled strangely and said in a low voice, Brother Yang, these two are not easy, you can watch it when the time comes. Patriarch Yang frowned and glanced at Han Feng and Meng Yaqing with a strange expression. Patriarch Yang doesn't know what special abilities the two have, but they can be so valued by Patriarch Lan. Thinking of this, young Patriarch no longer said a word. Obviously this is not the time to ask carefully, no matter what is special. When it is in the fire demon cave, you will know sooner or later. At this moment, there was a sound of eagle chirping from the sky, and a huge eagle-like monster with wings more than 10 meters wide landed from the sky. The royal family is here. Lan Patriarch looked awe-inspiring, and whispered to Han Feng and Meng Yaqing. This made the young family's face even more bizarre. I always feel that Patriarch Lan's tone is very strange, not like the tone of the younger generation of the family at all. Could it be? Thinking of a certain possibility, young Patriarch's heart jumped. The beast descended slowly, and looking at its aura, it was about the 12th level of beast. 12-level monsters are of little use for this trip. Not to mention that their strength is only at the peak of the Xian rank, and the huge size alone cannot enter the fire demon cave. Everyone's eyes quickly focused on the few people on the back of the beast. There are 6 people on the backs of the eagle monsters, and the leader is full of arrogance, dressed in clothes and embroidered with dragon pictures. Regardless of any country, there is only one possibility that can be decorated with dragon pictures as clothes. Royal family. This is headed by a highness of the Wuyan Empire today. At least it is a clan with a relatively close blood relationship. Lan Patriarch said in a low voice, this is the first son of today's Holy Highness, His Royal Highness Huan Yulong. It is less than 30 now, and he is already a 4-star powerhouse of the Earth rank, and he is the most promising existence among all the descendants of the saint today to advance to the heaven rank. Han Feng and Meng Yaqing nodded clearly. No wonder there is such arrogance. In his 20s, he was a 4-star on the ground level, which was considered to be average among the first class in the Great Jin Kingdom. In this weak Dark Cloud Empire, he is indeed a top genius. Also the top genius of the Dark Cloud Empire, Lan Anhua, is inferior to Huan Yulong. Lan Anhua 22 is already the style of the Xuanji 12-star palace. It looks like half a step on the ground, and it is only 1 step away from the ground. But if you want to really break through to the ground level, it is impossible without a long accumulation. Lan Anhua has accumulated more than half a year on the peak of the 12 stars of the Xian rank. If so, with Lan Anhua's aptitude, it will take at least 1 to 2 years to break through to the ground rank. When you reach the ground level, the cultivation becomes more and more difficult. It may not take 2 or 3 years to cultivate from 1 star on the ground to the peak of 3 stars on the ground, but if you want to break through from 3 stars on the ground to 4 stars on the ground, it will be difficult. Taken together, when Lan Anhua breaks through to the 4-star level, it will be at least 27 years later. This highness is currently only 26. From the side of Huan Yulong, there was an old man with an indifferent face, as if nothing was taken into consideration. Indistinctly, a suffocating aura waved out from the old man. Just the suffocating aura revealed unconsciously makes people tremble. One can imagine how many people died in the hands of this old man. That's definitely not a small amount. Lan Patriarch introduced the old man to the two of them again. From the introduction of Lan Patriarch, Han Feng and the two already knew that this old man was a late-stage master of the 7-star peak of the Earth rank, known as the Scarlet Flame Maniac. Chi Yan, representing the old man, is a fire attribute martial artist. Crazy Demon is a very hot title for the old man. It is said that a weak prefecture-level force had said some bad things to the old man because of a son of his family arrogantly, causing the old man to kill the old man directly. The entire force and the entire family were wiped out by the old man in one day. A prefecture-level family has at least tens of thousands or more. He was slaughtered in one day, and the old man's name spread throughout the entire Dark Cloud Empire. This is just one example. In the end, this red flame madman was captured by the royal family, and eventually became a royal enshrined. This time, the Crimson Flame Maniac accompanied Huan Yulong, and the expressions of all the families changed. What does that mean? It not only means that the current sage intends to let Huan Yulong inherit the throne, but also means that the royal family is bound to win the fiery Wrath Lotus. If several big families get it, they may be divided equally, but if the royal family gets it, the final result. I am afraid that it will be swallowed by the royal family. The third person, according to what Lan Patriarch said, was the 5-star rank 5-star who escaped. This time this person came here, obviously using his experience in passing through the fire demon cave. With experience, they will avoid many detours. The remaining 3 are all 6-star warriors, and they are also quite famous in the Wuyun Empire. As expected of the royal family of the Wuyun Empire, it is a big deal when it comes out. More than half of the 200 or so terrestrial powerhouses in the entire Wuyun Empire were in the early territorial rank, and more than half of the remaining half were in the middle territorial rank. The late stage and even the peak level powerhouses are 1/2 of the total number of powerhouses, about 1/8 to 1/9. To be able to send 3 6-stars and 1 7-star peak at one time is indeed a big hemorrhage for the royal family of the Wuyun Empire. Once these people lose something, the royal family of the Wuyun Empire will definitely feel more distressed. Hee, my highness has been delayed on the way, it's a bit late, don't blame everyone. Huan Yulong smiled and bowed his hands to everyone. The reason why the 8 great families can rank among the 8 great families is naturally because of the existence of late-stage masters. Rao is Huan Yulong arrogant, and he will not ignore the late-stage masters. Appropriate soft words are necessary. Sure enough, the faces of many family patriarchs softened, and immediately said, "The matter of your highness is naturally important, how dare we blame it?" That's right, His Highness, the future Lord of the Dark Cloud Empire, even if he asked me to wait a few more days, we have no complaints. This sentence is a bit flattering. There is no doubt that Huan Yulong was photographed very comfortably, with a constant smile on his face. Huan Yulong clasped his fists at everyone, not much to say, let's enter the fire demon cave quickly, so many of us are strong together, even if the fire demon king can create more fire demons, we will definitely cut them into our hands. His Royal Highness assures you that the flaming wrath lotus you get will definitely give you some lotus seeds, and you will never swallow it alone. Whoever contributes the most will get more points. With this guarantee, the smiles of the patriarchs of the major families are more sincere. Whether this guarantee is true or not, at least it gives them an expectation. Lan Patriarch watched Huan Yulong and several patriarchs respect each other with cold eyes. Sure enough, when they set off, the royal family deliberately fell behind. Raising the corners of his mouth, Lan Patriarch let Han Feng and Meng Yaqing hide in the center of the crowd. At present, they are still low-key and not suitable for exposure. Huan Yulong suddenly exclaimed, "Patriarch Lan, why did you walk so far behind?" Lan Patriarch said with a smile, "This time, I'm mainly going to experience the dog, and the lotus seed of the fiery lotus is second." While speaking, Lan Patriarch pointed at Lan Anhua. Huan Yulong didn't have too much doubt. Except for Lan Anhua, all of them were basically powerhouses. Xuanjie didn't have much effect here. Bringing such a person will only be a drag. Immediately, Huan Yulong believed it. Only the old man of the red flame madman gave Lan Patriarch a suspicious look before he looked away. Even if there is really some conspiracy, with him around, the Lan family is nothing. Han Feng and Meng Yaqing restrained their breaths and hid in the five elements loose people. For a while, neither Huan Yulong nor Qi Yan Kuangma noticed them. Shortly after entering the fire demon cave, a sudden burst of flames came, accompanied by a burst of strange screams. Coming! The rank 5-star powerhouse shouted loudly. First delivery. Ask for flowers. It's the last day, and I finally got promoted to the second place. On the last day, I must not capsize. I ask you brothers for your great support. Humph, it's just a group of little fire demons, what's there to exclaim? Huan Yulong looked disdainful. Shock fist. Huan Yulong slammed into the ground with a punch, the ground rumbled, and the earth property fluctuated and expanded, like ripples. The first wave of attack was just a small fire demon, only equivalent to the strength of a mortal-level warrior. In the direct fluctuation of the powerful earth attribute, these little fire demons turned to ashes in an instant. In the crowd, Han Feng rolled his eyes. As an earth-level powerhouse, he just eliminated a group of small fire demons. Is it necessary to be so shy? Even a mid to late human-level warrior can easily kill these little fire demons. In Han Feng's stunned eyes, a group of strong people not only did not disapprove, but praised them, as if it was an amazing behavior. Meng Yaqing whispered, "No way, whoever called Huan Yulong is a royal family, and is highly valued by the current sage of the Wuyun Empire." Sometimes, the arrogance of the royal children is something these people are used to. So some royal children are inevitably idiots. But the real royal elite will never be like this. I bet that Huan Yulong's so-called being valued is very likely to be a superficial phenomenon, and it is used to confuse outsiders. This trick has also been used by us in the kingdom of Great Jin. Lin Tianxiu, the lord of our kingdom of Great Jin, was hardly known when he was young, and was carefully cultivated by the previous lord. The royal elite known to outsiders is nothing but a smoke bomb for the previous lord. Of course, if the current lord of the Wuyun Empire is not smart, then this Huan Yulong may really inherit the throne. If this is the case, I can only say that within 100 years, the royal family of the Wuyun Empire will be replaced by other families. Replace it. While Meng Yaqing and Han Feng were chatting in a low voice, the group walked forward again. Accompanied by the flames and strange screams, this time, it was the big fire demon. Among them are some fire demon generals. This time, everyone was a little more serious about dealing with it, and Patriarch Lan asked Lan Anhua to fight a lot, so that Huan Yulong completely believed that their Lan family really came to experience the younger generation of the family. The fire demon general is already an existence comparable to the profound order. It was not difficult for everyone to deal with it, but there were not a lot of fire demon generals, dozens of them, plus hundreds of big fire demons. For a while, everyone was entangled. After a long time, everyone was talented. Get rid of. Everyone just dealt with a group of fire demons and fire demon generals, and the third wave of fire demons struck again. If the previous fire demons were dominated by big fire demons, the fire demons that came this time were dominated by fire demon generals. Moreover, most of the previous fire demon generals were elementary and intermediate. And this time, most of the fire demon generals are intermediate and advanced. Cut, no matter how many miscellaneous soldiers there are, they are just miscellaneous soldiers. Huan Yulong pouted, and with a flick of his hand, the earth thorns all over the sky fell, and every earth thorn would shoot through a fire demon general. As Huan Yulong said before, in front of a group of powerful people, no matter how many fire monsters there are, they are only miscellaneous soldiers. However, half an hour later, Huan Yulong didn't think so. Infinite fire demons and fire demon generals are madly attacking. So far, more than 1,000 fire demon generals have died in the hands of many powerhouses. Not only has the number of incoming fire demon generals not decreased. On the contrary, it is increasing. Damn, why so many? Huan Yulong roared. At this moment, he has consumed nearly one-third of his true essence, but it is not so easy to recover. Not only the Huan Yulong, but also the consumption of other powerhouses. The Scarlet Flame Maniac frowned, although they are a group of miscellaneous soldiers, but if this continues, before the Furious Lotus area, the real energy will be almost consumed. Without true essence, how can we fight the Fire Demon King? Zhang Ben, don't you know the way? Give us a direction. We can't spend any more in this place. Now, we can only forcefully break into the Fire Demon King area and kill the Fire Demon King directly. Only in this way will these fire demons disappear. Zhang Ben was the 5-star warrior who escaped from the Fire Demon Cave. Zhang Ben looked around hesitantly. I remember, it should go in that direction. Zhang Ben stretched out his finger. The Red Flame Madman immediately no longer hesitated. Let's go. The magic fist burns. The Red Flame Madman punched out, and the fire fist like the sun rushed away. Rumbling. The cave shook, and the raging flames caused a group of fires to scream in terror. With just one punch, the Crimson Flame Maniac struck a path. Come on. The Scarlet Flame Maniac knew that as long as it was delayed for a second, the road might be blocked again, and there was no time to delay. Huan Yulong seemed to trust the Scarlet Flame Maniac very much, and immediately followed behind the Scarlet Flame Maniac. The other families followed the example of the Qian Mad Demon. The group finally ran towards the Fire Demon King's nest again. A group of fire demons were angry, and they followed one after another, not caring about their own dead fire, like dead men. This actually gave the crowd a boost of confidence. The fire demons are controlled by the Fire Demon King. If their group is not a threat to the Fire Demon King, how can the Fire Demon King control a group of fire demons to block them in such a hurry? The old man of the Red Flame Madman grinned. It's just a monster. When I catch you, I will let you contribute to the progress of this old man's cultivation. It seems that the Fire Demon King has become his prey. Go to hell. Han Feng is also constantly dealing with fire demon generals. The 9 flames and different fire art broke through to the 3rd layer. Without the use of martial arts, the disappearance of the real energy in Han Feng's body is not as good as the replenishment of real energy. It can be said that up to now, Han Feng still maintains a prosperous state. Han Feng's physical fitness alone is enough to fight the fire demon general. Along with the fierce drink, Han Feng smashed the fire demon with a punch. Meng Yaqing, as a 6-star powerhouse on the ground level, even if she didn't show her real power, it was extremely easy to deal with these fire demon generals. Meng Yaqing's consumption is not too big. Lan Patriarch and 5 Elements Loose Clan all understand the importance of Meng Yaqing. With Meng Yaqing's strength breaking out at the last minute, their Lan family will benefit. In order to prevent Meng Yaqing from being exposed early, Lan Patriarch and the 5 Elements Sanren naturally tried their best to protect Meng Yaqing. So far, Meng Yaqing has basically not encountered many fire demon generals, at least compared to other powerhouses. Meng Yaqing has to face too few fire demon generals. In the eyes of others, this kind of performance made it even more convincing that the main purpose of the Lan family was to train the younger generation. Whether it was Han Feng or Meng Yaqing, they were all too young, and Rao was an old man with a red flame, so he didn't want to go in any other direction. The Yang family master and the Yang family's elites slowly approached the Lan family. The Yang family has already guessed some situations, but he is not sure, but if his guess is correct, then cooperate with the Lan family, and maybe he will be able to overshadow the royal family in the end. What are they here for? It is not to capture the fire lotus seeds in the fire wrath lotus. The promise made by Huan Yulong, Patriarch Yang didn't believe it at all. It would be better to cooperate with Patriarch Lan, who he knew well, but it would be more likely to get the fire lotus seeds at that time. Huan Yulong inadvertently glanced at Meng Yaqing's face, his eyes lit up, and a flash of desire disappeared. The old man of the Qian madman noticed Huan Yulong's gaze, glanced at Meng Yaqing, and smiled. He is indeed a lovely person. I didn't expect the Lan family to hide such a person. If my surname was Lan, I would probably hide such a beautiful daughter. It's a pity that it is valued by Our Highness. The old man of the Lan family is probably going to vomit blood. Huan Yulong snorted softly. It is a blessing for the woman of the Lan family to be a woman of this highness. When this matter is over, I will let her be my concubine. After His Royal Highness ascends the throne in the future, I will give her the position of noble concubine. I don't believe that the old man of the Lan family will not agree. Huan Yulong's eyes are too obvious. Meng Yaqing's expression is cold. After getting the fiery fury lotus, see how I teach him? Han Feng agreed. TSK offended you, not to mention that he is a mere 4-star, even the Qian madman who is at the peak of the 7-star will be finished. But I'm afraid this will bring trouble to the Lan family. It doesn't matter, I have Uncle Yang's imperial seal here. As long as this imperial seal is displayed, the emperor of the Wuyun Empire will not dare to take revenge on the Lan family. Second more. Thank you for the big reward from Gailey, and congratulations to Gailey for being promoted to the elder. No energy, no passion for coding, the more you write, the worse it will be. Let's keep 2 updates for now, and more at the beginning of tomorrow. Meng Yaqing was very calm. Since she planned to punish Huan Yulong, she naturally wouldn't cause trouble for the Lan family. Even if the kingdom of Great Jin is in decline, it is still an empire with strong men from the Great Sanctuary. The number of heavenly ranked powerhouses in the country is even greater, far from being comparable to the Dark Cloud Empire. It is impossible for a small country like the Wuyun Empire to have the courage to resist. After an hour-long difficult battle, the group finally broke through the Fire Demon group. By the end, there were not many Fire Demon generals in the Fire Demon group, and their level was not high. Therefore, the group easily broke through the last line of defense and arrived at the last location. Here, everyone looked greedily ahead. In front of me was a blood-red sea of fire with a radius of nearly 100 meters. In the sky above the sea of fire, a blood-colored lotus flower bloomed. The blood-colored halo continued to ripple out. Fire Fury Lotus. Huan Yulong licked his lips, his eyes blazing. With fiery furious lotus, the strength of the scarlet flame madman beside him will be stronger. With such a powerful helper, the probability of success in winning the heirloom in the future is even greater. The younger brothers below have grown up one by one, and some of them have stepped into the ground. The pressure on Huan Yulong is gradually increasing. If he does not increase his own strength, it is really hard to say what the future throne will belong to. Not to mention the crimson flame maniac around him. Even if he gave this fire lotus seed to his father, he could get a lot of rewards. Even Huan Yulong had so much anticipation that his father emperor might just abdicate when he was happy. If Han Feng and Meng Yaqing knew about the idea of Huan Yulong, they would be dumbfounded. It's really weird, how did this idea come up? Which emperor have you seen put down the supreme power in his hands and abdicated when he was happy? Unless the emperor is controlled or has a problem with his mind. Meng Yaqing said solemnly, Han Feng, be careful. If this fire demon king really has a conspiracy, it's time to show up. Han Feng nodded in response, his expression tense. Ha ha ha, the furious lotus is mine. A patriarch was dazzled by the surging fire spirit power of the furious lotus. Some of the other patriarchs were not of the fire attribute, and they came here to capture the fire lotus seeds, mostly for the sake of the younger generation, but they were also stable. But the patriarch who shouted before, obviously a fire attribute warrior, couldn't help it anymore. Humph! Where did the scarlet flame crazy demon let this patriarch get the fiery fury lotus? He immediately flashed his body, appeared directly behind the patriarch, and slashed away. Puff! Immediately, the patriarch vomited blood and fell directly into the sea of fire, accompanied by screams, and soon fell completely and turned into ashes. Lan Patriarch said in a low voice, "That is the Yun family patriarch, but he is a 5-star on the ground level. There is a supreme elder in the family who is a 7-star peak on the ground level. It's a pity, if the supreme elder came, even if it was a sneak attack by the Chi Yan madman, it wouldn't be so easy to kill." The scarlet flame demon attacked and killed the head of the Yun family, with a sullen expression on his face. It seems that some people don't take the words of your highness into their hearts. His Royal Highness said that everyone will kill the fire demon king together, and then the fire lotus seeds will be distributed according to the amount of effort. If anyone dares to have the idea of taking it alone, this old man will make him pay a heavy price. Huan Yulong also snorted coldly, which was a statement in support of the Chi Yan madman. Everyone's expressions were stern, and they were all heartbroken when they saw the fate of the Yun family. Of the remaining 7 patriarchs present, 2 or 3 were only 6 stars on the ground level, and they were all ranked among the 8 major families by the elders of the 7-star high-level family. These homeowners are even more panicked. The Scarlet Flame Maniac is too strong. According to rumors, the Scarlet Flame Maniac once defeated an 8-star master of the Earth rank. The Scarlet Flame Maniac glanced around and saw everyone's faces were terrified. He was finally satisfied. Immediately, the Scarlet Flame Maniac focused his gaze on the Furious Lotus. The Red Flame Mad Demon was excited, and the Furious Lotus was also grated. In general, the longer the Fire Wrath Lotus exists, the more effective it will be. The fiery lotus flower in front of him was blood red all over, and the blood red showed a coquettish state. Among the fiery wrath lotus, it already belongs to the high-grade existence. It must be thousands of years and tens of thousands of years, and it is very likely that qualitative changes will occur. At that time, the name of the fiery wrath lotus will also change, and it will be upgraded to another form that is extremely useful to the sky-level fire attribute warriors. I'm already an Earth rank 7-star. Looking at the condition of this fire fury lotus, if I refine all its fire lotus seeds, it is very likely that I will break through to the Earth rank 9-star peak. It's a pity that there are still several big family members here. Suddenly, Chi Yan madman's eyes flashed with murderous intent. It's really not possible. Just find an opportunity to kill all these patriarchs, the rest of the people, with my 7-star peak cultivation base, and 4 6 stars on the ground. Helper, enough to kill all these people here. Even if the 8 major families suspect me, I will already be a 9-star on the ground level, and there are only 2 or 3 people above me in the entire Dark Cloud Empire except for the high-level heavenly level. If your highness ascends the throne, and his highness values me, unless these families plan to treason and overthrow the Huan family's notice, they can only endure it. Thinking of this, the killing intent of the Chi Yan madman is even stronger. However, at this moment, a tall, blood-red figure suddenly appeared in the sea of fire. Humph, Fire Demon King, I've been waiting for you for a long time. The Scarlet Flame Maniac snorted coldly, and the fire attribute True Crystal True Essence poured out. Ferocious Flame Dance. The majestic flames fluctuated and danced wildly like a dragon. A mere intermediate-level Fire Demon King, the Scarlet Flame Crazy Demon didn't take it to heart at all. But when the Fire Demon King punched, the face of the Red Flame Madman changed suddenly. Senior Fire Demon King. The Chi Yan Mad Demon looked horrified. Bang! A dull roar sounded, and the scarlet flame maniac seemed to be hit hard, spitting blood and flying backwards. Elder Mad Demon. Huan Yulong was taken aback. Others are no less willing. At this moment, the breath of the Fire Demon King swept out, and the entire cave shook. Where is the intermediate Fire Demon King in the information? It is clearly the high-level Fire Demon King. And it is a high-level Fire Demon King who is only one step away from the top Fire Demon King. In other words, the strength of this Fire Demon King is comparable to that of a human warrior. 9 stars on the ground, what is the concept? This means that the people present are not necessarily able to hunt and kill the Fire Demon King, but the Fire Demon King can bury them all here. What? What? 2 screams sounded, and the 2 patriarchs with strength as high as the 7-star Xuanjia were hit hard by Zhang Ben. No one thought that Zhang Ben would actually do it, or do it to his companions. Although the 2 patriarchs are powerful, they are masters of the late stage, but they were caught off guard and immediately lost their strength to fight again. Zhang Ben, what are you doing? Huan Yulong was shocked and angry. Jia Jia. What are you doing? Of course, I will kill you all. Zhang Ben's face became hideous, and suddenly his body shape changed greatly, from a normal person to a state close to a fire demon. The voice also became hoarse, looking extremely strange and extremely cold. At this moment, Zhang Ben's breath instantly soared to 6 stars, and he jumped to the side of the Fire Demon King. At this time everyone still didn't understand. Zhang Ben obviously took refuge in the Fire Demon King. No wonder the previous information was wrong. But the question is, as a human, how could Zhang Ben rashly join the Fire Demon King? Is it because the Fire Demon King raised its strength by 1 star? Escape! Suddenly a family owner shouted, and everyone woke up in an instant. Now is not the time to think about this. The first thing to do is to escape from the Fire Demon Cave first. However, when everyone turned around, they were shocked to find that the entrance behind them had already been blocked by the dense fire monsters. At least there were thousands. What is even more shocking is that this time, the fire demons are all fire demon generals, or top fire demon generals. In other words, there are thousands of peak profound powerhouses blocking it. Even if everyone is an earth-level warrior, facing so many peaks of the profound level, they will not be able to break through for a while. And in such a short time, it was enough for the Fire Demon King to slaughter them all. Jia Jia, Zhang Ben, these humans are handed over to you, the old man is handed over to this king, and when this king kills the old man, I will help you. The cold voice of the Fire Demon King came out. Yes, my esteemed master. Zhang Ben knelt down with a frenzy on his face, and when he turned his face, he immediately became hideous. Go to hell. Following Zhang Ben's roar, Zhang Ben instantly rushed in front of many strong men. One more flower. It's just a mere 6-star, extremely arrogant. Hearing that Zhang Ben didn't pay any attention to their group, many strong people were angry. There are not a few of the powerhouses here, with 4 stars and above. With such a large number, they can't deal with the mere 6 stars? In an instant, Zhang Ben fought with many strong men. In this battle, all the powerhouses were surprised to find that Zhang Ben's true crystal true essence had undergone great changes, and it was already different from humans. It can be said that it is a fire demon. One of the powerhouses said in horror, "Are you a human or a fire demon?" Zhang Ben smiled grimly, "Who knows?" The fire demon's true essence erupted. Zhang Ben let out a frantic laugh, and a flame that was not much weaker than that of the Fire Demon King burst out. The strong men retreated one after another. A 3-star powerhouse on the ground level didn't have time to back away, and was swept away by the flames, and immediately let out a scream. Death is not enough, after all, it is a 3-star warrior of the earth, but the serious injuries and burns are horrific. Patriarch Lan, go and join forces with those patriarchs to kill Zhang Ben, Wuzhenren, you and me to kill the fire demon general. Patriarch Lan, remember, don't be in the limelight, and try to make the Fire Demon King's target above the powerhouses of other families. No matter how powerful the Fire Demon King is, if he kills so many tears, it will also be consumed. I will deal with him at that time. Lan Patriarch was overjoyed. Miss Meng has the means to deal with the Fire Demon King? Rao knew that the real strength of the Fire Demon King would be higher than that of the intermediate Fire Demon King, but the Lan family master never expected it to be so high, and he was one step away from the top Fire Demon King. Originally, Patriarch Lan felt despair in his heart, but at this moment he was overjoyed. Patriarch Lan gave Meng Yaqing great confidence. The scattered people bowed their hands. Let's listen to the adults. The actions here, in addition to attracting the attention of the Yang family, the other powerhouses are either dealing with the Fire Demon General or dealing with Xuanhuan, and have not noticed it at all. Brother Lan, this is... Lan Patriarch asked suspiciously. Lan Patriarch immediately stepped forward. Brother, if you believe me, we will deal with Xuanhuan now, don't ask more questions. If Meng Yaqing's true strength is exposed now, it will definitely attract the attention of the Fire Demon King, and the plan of sneak attack will be in vain. 5 Poison Sanren, let's take action and try to cover Han Feng and me. Meng Yaqing said quickly. The 5 poisons scattered all nodded, and in an instant, the 5 elements formed a great formation. Han Feng whispered, I don't need to hide my strength, even if I burst out with all my strength, that little strength will not be in the eyes of the Fire Demon King. Since that's the case, you can figure it out, but your safety is the most important thing. If there is a situation where you can't afford it, go back immediately. Han Feng grinned, don't worry, my recovery is fast. On the 3rd floor of the 9 Flames and different fire art, Han Feng's recovery speed is not weaker than that of the ground-level warriors. And the recovery speed of the ground-level warrior is placed on the Xian level 12-star warrior. It will be an extremely shocking thing. By the way, did you anticipate what happened to Xuanhuan? Suddenly, Han Feng asked the question in his heart. On the way before, Meng Yaqing had said to be careful with Xuanhuan, and she also told the Lan family and the rest of the family to stay away from the royal family. To say that Meng Yaqing is just talking nonsense, it is simply impossible. Meng Yaqing nodded slightly. Yes, according to records, some Fire Demon Kings have the ability to control human beings as slaves, and can bestow half-Fire Demon characteristics on humans. The current Xuanhuan is no longer a human being. With the passage of time, Xuanhuan's Fire Demon characteristics will become deeper and deeper, and eventually he will lose his human identity and become a Fire Demon King. As soon as Meng Yaqing finished speaking, several fire monsters broke through the defense lines of several major families and came to Han Feng and others. Wudu Sanren immediately burst into martial arts to kill these Fire Demon generals, and Han Feng also killed one Fire Demon general. Only Meng Yaqing only moved a little, giving people the feeling of being weak and not strong enough. As a woman, she was only about 16 years old, which did not arouse suspicion from others. Even in the eyes of the powerhouses, this is how a 16-year-old girl should behave. If it is really easy to kill a large group of Fire Demon generals and burst out with extremely strong strength, it will be eye-catching. Han Feng, on the other hand, decided to attract attention, and focused everyone's surprise on him, ignoring Meng Yaqing. When the Fire Demon King and a group of powerhouses were both defeated, once the neglected Meng Yaqing broke out, it was enough to severely injure the Fire Demon King, and it was not impossible to kill the Fire Demon King with a single blow. Skyfire Fighting Fist. Skyfire Seal. Blade of Prison Breaking. Xuanhuan shattered and shattered. One by one, powerful martial arts were displayed from Han Feng's hands, and these fire demons were cut into pieces by Han Feng like tofu. This situation made everyone look at Han Feng with shock, and they really ignored Meng Yaqing. Up to now, the battle in the Fire Demon Cave is divided into 3 parts. One of them is the Fire Demon King versus the Qian Mad Demon. The second area is the confrontation between the major clan heads against Zhang Ben. Zhang Ben's cultivation base is only the pinnacle of the 6-star level, but the real crystal real yuan is the Fire Demon attribute. It is only one step behind the Fire Demon King. In other words, Zhang Ben's Fire Demon True Crystal True Essence is comparable to the Fire Demon King with 8 stars. Relying on this Fire Demon's True Crystal True Essence, Zhang Ben was on a par with a few masters for a while. One of the patriarchs had died before, and then Zhang Ben attacked and severely injured 2 patriarchs. Now, there are only 5 patriarchs fighting against Zhang Ben. In addition to the Lan family master and Yan family master, and the other family master who is a 7-star cultivation base, the other 2 masters are only 6 stars. If it weren't for this, even if Zhang Ben possessed the Fire Demon attribute True Crystal True Essence, it would not have been possible for him to have such a terrifying record. The third battle area is the battle between the remaining powerhouses of the 8 major families and the Fire Demon generals. As for His Royal Highness Huan Yulong, he shrank aside in horror, wanting to step forward to help the Scarlet Flame Maniac, but he was afraid of the powerful strength of the Fire Demon King. The Scarlet Flame Maniac is powerful, but facing the Fire Demon King who is comparable to the 9-star peak level of human beings, the Scarlet Flame Maniac has fallen into a hard fight. It didn't take long for the Red Flame Madman to be scarred. Putting aside Huan Yulong, who shrank to one side, the Qian Madman couldn't stop cursing in his heart. I used to think that Huan Yulong was a character, but I didn't expect that he was so daring, and at a critical moment, his fart would not be able to help. No matter how weak he is, he can still play a role in helping him. Are those martial skills all in vain? At the very least, it's okay to unite with a few major generals to destroy Zhang Ben. At that time, everyone will deal with the Fire Demon King together, and the Qian Madman will not believe that the Fire Demon King cannot be killed. Jia, humans, greedy humans, go to hell. The Fire Demon King's offensive suddenly increased, and the Fire Demon King had already seen that Zhang Ben had reached the limit, and within a few minutes at most, Zhang Ben would be defeated. For Zhang Ben, the Fire Demon King just treated him as a slave, and didn't take it to heart. With his innate abilities, as long as the human slaves did not surpass him, he would have as many as he could. If one died, there were so many people here. Just pick one. But the Fire Demon King did not allow his plans to be disrupted. The human being in front of him is indeed a formidable enemy. If the human being had not been underestimated by him before and was severely injured by it, it would never have been possible for him to deal with it so easily now. Once those patriarchs solve Zhang Ben, it will be surrounded. During this period, as long as the old human man in front of him recovers 1 more point of strength, his danger will increase by 1 point. A mighty flame burst out and turned into flame claws. A heart-pounding flame wave rippled out. Not good. The Scarlet Flame Crazy Demon looked terrified, knowing that the Fire Demon King really made a killing move. At the moment, the Qian Mad Demon waved his fist without hesitation, and the same fiery flame swept out. The Fire Demon King sneered, "I don't know what it means to use flames in front of this king." In the midst of the scary flame madman's horror, the flame he condensed not only did not hurt the Fire Demon King, but merged into the Fire Demon King's flame claws, and the power of the flame claws greatly increased. In an instant, the claw of flames claws on the Red Flame Madman. Not even screaming, the Scarlet Flame Demon was torn into pieces, the shattered corpse fell, burned by flames, and when it fell to the ground, only scorched black remained. The Scarlet Flame Maniac, fallen. The second one is delivered. Dead, dead. Huan Yulong stared blankly at all of this, unable to accept the fact that the Qian Madman was dead. How ambitious he was before coming to the Fire Demon Cave. In Huan Yulong's view, with the help of the Crimson Flame Crazy Demon, the 8 great families, and the intermediate fire demon king are completely shrimp soldiers and crab generals, and the furious lotus is simply captured. And now, all dreams are shattered. Without the help of the Crimson Flame maniac, he and the other younger brothers would not have much advantage at all. Others have the power of their parents, and he can only rely on himself. Because his mother, although favored and ranked as the honorable concubine, was actually only a palace maid, and had no external power at all to help her. If Meng Yaqing knew about this, he would probably even more believe that Huan Yulong was just a pawn pushed by the emperor of the Wuyun Empire. As an emperor, how many beauties do you want? How many noble women do you want? An emperor would actually fall in love with a mere palace maid and push the palace maid to the position of a noble concubine, and some women of noble birth are just concubines. A qualified emperor cannot be controlled by emotions. As an emperor, especially a qualified emperor, one must grasp the overall situation. The palace maid became a noble concubine, which simply made the entire harem women focus all their hatred on the palace maid and noble concubine. And the son born by this palace maid and noble concubine will be a thorn in the eyes of all the concubines in the harem. If the emperor intervenes to protect this son, it will not only be a thorn in the eyes. Not only that, as a palace maid, how much insight can you have? What kind of vision can a prince who was raised by a woman with little experience? What eye-catching advantages can there be? Being envied by others, regarded as a thorn in the side of the harem's concubine, whether there is a mother's family to help, and a mother-in-law who is confused, Huan Yulong is definitely a great qualified cannon fodder. Prince? The fire demon king put his strange gaze on Huan Yulong. Huan Yulong looked terrified. What are you doing? The bloody tongue in the depths of the fire demon king licked his mouth. Tisk tsk, I haven't swallowed the prince yet, presumably your taste should be delicious. No, you can't kill me, I don't want to die yet. Huan Yulong cried bitterly, and everyone was contemptuous. After all, he is also a 4-star powerhouse on the ground level. If he resists desperately, he is not without a chance. The fire demon king has devoured many humans. Although he has no human emotions, he has human knowledge. For Huan Yulong, the fire demon king was also contemptuous. However, contempt is contempt, and the identity of the prince still makes the fire demon king's eyes light up. I saw the fire demon king stretched out his finger and poked Huan Yulong's cheek. Prince of the noble, if you want to survive, become my slave. Bring more powerhouses here for me to devour. If there is another day when I can advance to become the fire demon emperor, I will not only help you break through to the heavenly rank, but also help you ascend to the throne. With the word noble, the fire demon king increased his tone and was extremely ironic. However, Huan Yulong directly ignored the irony of the fire demon king. Huan Yulong only knew that he was safe. So what if you become a slave, as long as you can get out alive, as long as you can ascend to the throne, as long as you can become a powerhouse? It's all totally worth it. Immediately, Huan Yulong disregarded the dignity of the prince and knelt directly on the ground. See the master. The fire demon king grinned. Hee, this is the person who knows each other. Remember, when you leave, you must bring more powerhouses for me to swallow, otherwise. The fire demon king's face suddenly turned cold, with a grim look on his face. I will make your life worse than death. Huan Yulong's entire body shivered abruptly. That icy tone made Huan Yulong fall into an ice cellar. The fire demon king stared at the trembling Huan Yulong, his eyes flickered, and he snorted coldly in his heart. This kind of bastard, when this king's slave, this king feels disgusting. When the use is over, kill this cowardly prince. This king has advanced to the fire demon emperor, and it is only the strength of the heavenly level. Helping your kid break through the heavenly level? Humph, is the heavenly level so easy to break through? Furthermore, there are still powerhouses in the sanctuary in the Dark Cloud Empire. If I devour too many powerhouses, I will definitely arouse that person's vigilance. At that time I must leave here, and there is no time to help you ascend to the throne. Huan Yulong didn't know what the Fire Demon King was thinking, and he was still sitting on the sweet dream of ascending the throne. The Fire Demon King moved his body and faced many strong men. Zhang Ben was in danger at this moment. After discovering that the Fire Demon King had dealt with the Qian crazy demon, Zhang Ben's eyes lit up and shouted, "Master, save me." However, the Fire Demon King just smiled disdainfully. "Trash, even a few humans can't deal with it, this king never raises trash." The next moment, many of the masters attacked Zhang Ben. Zhang Ben vomited blood and was pumped to the wall. He vomited blood again and again. Lifting his head with difficulty, Zhang Ben looked incredulous, his master just abandoned him. The Fire Demon King stretched out his hand, and the flame on Zhang Ben was suddenly taken into his hands by the Fire Demon King. "Since it's useless, it's time to take back what I gave you." Without the flames, Zhang Ben's face turned pale, and his vitality dropped rapidly. The previous Zhang Ben, of course, was hit hard, but he was still a long way from the realm of death. But now, Zhang Ben's breath has weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye. Everyone clearly found that Zhang Ben's eyes lost the demonic aura he had before, and he regained a bit of his demeanor as a human being. Sorry." After saying these two words with difficulty, Zhang Ben fell heavily to the ground, completely breathless. A hint of possibility flashed in the Lan family's head, and he blurted out, "Could it be that Zhang Ben is being controlled?" The Fire Demon King clapped his hands and looked at everyone playfully. "Yes, the ability of this king, but whether you agree or not, as long as you are caught, you will become the king's efforts and be loyal to this king." With that said, the Fire Demon King waved his hand, and the flames suddenly attacked Huan Yulong. Before Huan Yulong could dodge, he instantly hit Huan Yulong. Just like Zhang Ben before, Huan Yulong's breath suddenly soared to the 5-star level, and at the same time turned into a half-human, half-fire demon state. Yang Patriarch frowned. It seems that Zhang Ben's actions are not necessarily out of sincerity, but a helpless act of being controlled. If this is the case, it is no wonder that he finally said the word sorry. All the patriarchs nodded their heads, but one of the patriarchs breathed a sigh of relief. "If I guessed correctly, the Fire Demon King should only be able to control one, and now that Huan Yulong has become the Fire Demon King's slave, we don't have to. I'm worried that I'll suddenly get hit in the middle of the fight." The Fire Demon King clicked his tongue and said, as expected of a human being, his brain reaction is really fast. "Yes, this king can only control one slave. But this does not mean that you can escape from here. Today, this is the place where you died. It's a pity that your status is not at the top in the Great Jin Kingdom. Otherwise, one of you can become the slave of this king and save his life." The violent aura of the 9-star peak of the ground level instantly oppressed a group of family owners. On the other side, the 5 Elements Loose clan, Han Feng and other powerful family members became more and more helpless. At first, they only thought that the number of fire demon generals was only a few thousand. But who knows, there are countless fire monsters behind, just killed hundreds of them, and finally opened a channel, and there are hundreds of fire monsters behind them immediately. Seeing that the situation became more and more difficult, Han Feng immediately displayed the heavenly fire fighting body. The 6th layer of Tianhua battle body integrates Qinghuan Yuhua, and Han Feng's cultivation level soars directly to the initial stage of the 1st star. The heavenly fire seal merged with the green Luan jade fire and released one after another. The large-scale group attack made Han Feng's efficiency in killing fire demon generals far higher than other high-level warriors. At the same time, because of his strong recovery ability, Han Feng's lasting combat ability is also higher than other ground-level warriors. At the root, the martial arts displayed by Han Feng still belong to the Xian rank, but their power is enhanced by the fusion of Qinghuan and Jade Fire, and they are still of the mysterious rank in essence. Therefore, the recovery ability of the ground can allow Han Feng to fight for a long time. If the ground-level martial arts are displayed, even if it is not integrated with Qinghuan Yuhua, the consumption of Han Feng will be huge. The Fire Demon King immediately noticed Han Feng and narrowed his eyes slightly. This human is so strange. Wait, that's different fire. The Fire Demon King's eyes suddenly burst into a heart-pounding luster. The third one is delivered. Thick greed rose from the heart of the Fire Demon King. Fire Demon King wants to devour fire attribute warriors, or powerful fire attribute warriors, for what? Isn't it the true essence of the fire attribute of the martial artist? Devouring the true essence of the fire attribute of the warrior, the Fire Demon King can improve his strength. But compared to the true essence of the fire attribute of the martial artist, the different fire is a great supplement. Even the lower-level alien fire is more effective on the Fire Demon King than most of the fire attribute true essence. What's more, the human's abnormal fire in front of him is obviously not a low-level abnormal fire, and it can be regarded as a medium-level abnormal fire. After swallowing such a strange fire, and with the help of the fire lotus seeds, the Fire Demon King is sure to break through to the Earth rank 10 stars in a short period of time. No, such a good fire, it's too wasteful to swallow it now. If I can convert this human kid into my slave, cultivate it to the peak of the earth and then swallow its strange fire, it can play an even greater role. Maybe at that time, this king was already at the rank of 12 stars, and he could use this kid's strange fire to break through to the level of the Fire Demon Emperor in one fell swoop. For a while, the Fire Demon King hesitated. There is only one slave he can enslave. If he wants to cultivate Han Feng, he must abandon Huan Yulong. But soon, the Fire Demon King had no time to hesitate. When the Fire Demon King was shaking his head, several family masters suddenly increased their attack power, and the Fire Demon King was caught off guard and fell into a disadvantage. A fierce light flashed through the eyes of the Fire Demon King, and the surging fire spirit power fluctuations were like a volcanic eruption, rushing out in waves. Some weaker patriarchs were shaken and injured on the spot. A group of ants, courting death. The Fire Demon King was beaten, even if it was only for a while, it was enough to make the Fire Demon King furious. Without thinking about other things, the Fire Demon King made successive shots, and the attack intensity became stronger every time. Soon, several big masters gradually became unsupported. On the other side, Han Feng kept forming seals in his hands, and the heavenly fire seal kept erupting and pressing down. Han Feng didn't care about the consumption of the real energy in his body, and hurriedly shouted, "Seniors, please go to support the seniors such as Lan Patriarch, the juniors are here to resist." The powerhouses also saw that their patriarch was in a bad situation and wanted to help for a long time. The Fire Demon King itself is already at the pinnacle level of the 9 stars of the Earth rank. With the unique fire of the Fire Demon, it is extremely easy to compete with the powerhouses of the Earth rank 10 stars. No matter how powerful a few patriarchs are, only 3 of them are Earth level 7 stars, and the remaining 2 are Earth rank 6 stars. In the face of the Fire Demon King who can compete with the existence of 10 stars on the ground, the advantages of the patriarchs are too small. But for Han Feng, everyone was a little worried. Once this place is broken through, they will face the heavy attack of the Fire Demon General and the Fire Demon King, that is really dead. Han Feng gritted his teeth. So far, is there any other way? You seniors have also seen the strength shown by the juniors. The juniors have a special body and strong recovery ability. Because of this, the juniors can last longer than the seniors. The seniors are all real powerhouses, and they should use their power where they are really useful. If you seniors can unite with the Patriarch to kill the Fire Demon King, then these Fire Demon Generals won't be anything to fear. Hearing the words, the strong men also felt reasonable, and after a little thought, they handed over the defense line here to Han Feng. Chi rushed towards the Fire Demon King. When Han Feng saw everyone leaving, a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. 9 flames and different fires turned, and the consumed real energy quickly replenished a lot. In the end, Wudu Sanren didn't help. Wudu Sanren knew in his heart that those people were just cannon fodder. Under the constant outbreak of Han Feng, this line of defense, successfully held. On Han Feng's side, things were going well, but Lan Patriarch's side was different. Lan Patriarch glanced at a gap, and the Fire Demon King touched each other's palms, vomited blood and fell to the ground on the spot. Of course, Patriarch Lan did it on purpose. This is really a good way to get out of the battlefield. Of course, Patriarch Lan's injuries were not fake. According to the original purpose, this battle was to drain the strength of the Fire Demon King. How could Patriarch Lan end without doing something to the Fire Demon King? At this moment, Patriarch Lan was indeed injured, but it was not as serious as it seemed on the surface. The Fire Demon King and Lan Patriarch exchanged palms, and their figures immediately retreated a few steps, while other patriarchs and subsequent helpers took advantage of this opportunity to immediately burst out their ultimate moves. Yang Patriarch may have seen the intention of Lan Patriarch, and he also took time to come to the Fire Demon King to suffer a lose-lose situation and end up with serious injuries. Damn it, damn it. The Fire Demon King was furious. The Fire Demon King never imagined that he was just a mere human being and brought him such a big trouble. Sometimes, if there are too many ants, they can kill the elephant, not to mention that the gap between the 5 or 6 stars on the ground level and even the 7 stars on the ground level and the 9 stars on the ground level is not a qualitative change. The two sides have not yet come to the difference between ants and elephants. At this moment, there are at least 20 strong men besieging the Fire Demon King. In the face of endless Fire Demon generals, these powerhouses may not be able to do anything. No matter how strong they are, their true essence is limited, but Fire Demon generals are one after another, one group after another. Even if they can kill them in seconds, it will take a long time. Done. But the Fire Demon King is different. Yes, the Fire Demon King is strong, but no matter how strong he is only one person. Go to hell. The Fire Demon King was really angry. Flaming Spirit Attack. There was a deafening roar from the Fire Demon King's mouth, and a huge flame swept out, and the raging flame continued to pounce on the surrounding powerhouses with a heart-pounding temperature. An Earth-level powerhouse wanted to resist, but just after touching these fire demons, this warrior turned into nothingness. The crowd gasped. The power of this flame is so strong. Is this still a flame that can be used by the powerhouses? The flames were blood-red and floated around the Fire Demon King. The flames on the Fire Demon King dimmed, and one of the patriarchs noticed this phenomenon, and was immediately overjoyed. Look, this Fire Demon King itself consumes a lot of money. Everyone looked at them intently, and sure enough, the flame of the Fire Demon King was different from before. After sensing the fluctuations in the breath of the Fire Demon King, it fell to the level of barely remaining at the level of 9 stars. Could it be that the previous attack was at the expense of the cultivation base? No wonder it was so strong that it directly melted a 5-star powerhouse. A 6-star powerhouse made a shocking guess. This rank 6-star powerhouse was brought by Huan Yulong. Originally, the 3 of them were perfunctory against the Fire Demon General. Once Huan Yulong spoke, they would immediately go to rescue the Qian madman. The 3 of them are the guards assigned to Huan Yulong today, and the red flame crazy demon was found by Huan Yulong himself. Between the 3 of them and the Qian madman, it cannot be said that there is a big hatred, but there must be some contradictions, so they did not take the initiative to save them. But where did the 3 of them think that it would be fine if the Qian madman was killed so quickly? Their Highness actually took refuge in the Fire Demon King and became the Fire Demon King's slave. The 3 were dumbfounded, and the three of them also understood the transaction between the Fire Demon King and His Highness. Obviously, the three of them were also included in the transaction. Faced with the threat of their lives, how could the three of them care about the identity of His Highness? Besides, His Highness and the Fire Demon King colluded together to usurp the throne. If they escaped alive and told the Holy One, they would not only be innocent, but instead active. Therefore, after thinking about it for a while, the three of them formed the 8 major family camps. The Fire Demon King sneered, "It's pretty clear. Since it's at the expense of dropping the king's cultivation base, do you think you can escape?" The blood-red flames turned into countless blood-colored big hands, grabbing at many strong men in various tricky ways. Many strong men were shocked and hurriedly dodged, but some were still caught and turned into ashes. The most unfortunate thing to say here is the 2 patriarchs who were attacked by Xuanhuan at the beginning and had no strength to fight again. Facing the oncoming hand of blood-colored flames, they had no ability to escape. On the other hand, Patriarch Lan and Patriarch Yang, after pretending to be seriously injured, hid in a low-key way. At this moment, they retreated after raising their strength. Before long, the warriors under the Earth rank 6 stars were basically turned to ashes, but the Earth rank 6 stars and even the Earth rank 7 stars were just out of breath. The Fire Demon King's face was ugly, and he underestimated the human body and martial arts. For more 10,000 characters completed. Ask for flowers. The 5th will be relatively late, about 1 or 2 in the morning. After all, the Fire Demon King is a spirit monster. He may have innate abilities, and his innate abilities are still very powerful. For example, the flame spirit rampage that he is currently performing is one of the Fire Demon King's innate abilities. But in terms of martial arts proficiency, it is completely incomparable to humans. For example, in this martial arts skill, if the spirits have no movement skills in their innate abilities, their speed can only be the speed of the normal level. The Fire Demon King's current cultivation level is comparable to that of the 9 stars on the Earth rank, and the speed is the speed of the 9 stars on the normal Earth rank. Humans, on the other hand, can increase their speed far beyond their cultivation level by relying on their body skills and martial skills. Moreover, there are a lot of obstacles in this Fire Demon Cave, and by virtue of their movement skills, humans can dodge them well. But for the Fire Demon King, he can only rampage, relying on obstacles. Whenever he is about to hit a human warrior, the human warrior can always follow the obstacle and leave. The Fire Demon King had no choice but to destroy the obstacles first. With fewer and fewer obstacles, the situation of a group of homeowners is also in jeopardy. If this goes on like this, it won't be long before a group of patriarchs are finished, but the Fire Demon King can't wait any longer, and he can't wait to kill the humans immediately. Suddenly, a stronger flame swept out, and the level of the Fire Demon King instantly dropped to 8 stars. In the middle of the advanced Fire Demon King. Not good. The pupils of the patriarchs shrank, and the speed and power of the blood-red flames accelerated, making the patriarchs desperate. Since we are going to die, everyone will die together. Don't underestimate the determination of these patriarchs. Since they must die, they will also destroy the Fire Demon King. Otherwise, if Huan Yulong and the Fire Demon King really colluded, then the powerhouses of the 8 major families would be in danger. It should be noted that most of the powerhouses in the Wuyun Empire are within the royal family and the 8 major families. The Fire Demon King wants to devour more and stronger fire attribute warriors. If he doesn't find it from the royal family and the 8 major families, where else can he find it? For the future of the family, they must kill the Fire Demon King. Fire Demon King, go to hell. Chi Fist. Flash Punch. Duty Anquan. Dragon Slayer Fist. Powerful attacks, all slammed into the Fire Demon King. The Fire Demon King's face changed wildly. When the hand of the blood-colored flame turned all the clan masters into ashes, these attacks also bombarded the Fire Demon King in unison. Rumbling. The deafening sound seemed to tear the entire cave apart, turning the cave into annihilation. The fire demons will scream in unison at this moment, and many fire demons will burst directly. Han Feng and Wudu Sanren took this opportunity to eliminate many fire demon generals. As for Meng Yaqing, they had already made the best final preparations. The rest is to find the right time to attack. When the shaking slowly stopped, the few remaining people, the Yang family master, the Lan family master, the Wudu Sanhe, Han Feng, Meng Yaqing, and Huan Yulong all stared at the fire demon king who was in the midst of spiritual power fluctuations. Huan Yulong has been under control for a short time, and he still has a little bit of his own thinking. If he had been completely controlled like Zhang Ben, he would have been screaming and pounced. The fluctuations gradually disappeared. The Fire Demon King appeared in front of everyone intact. It's just that the Fire Demon King's body is surrounded by blood-red flames, and the color of the Fire Demon King's own flame has also become lighter. Obviously, the Fire Demon King paid a great price in order to resist the dying blows of several family masters and powerhouses. The Fire Demon King's gloomy gaze swept towards Huan Yulong, who immediately collapsed to the ground in fright. The Fire Demon King said gloomily, "Don't think that this king doesn't know what you are thinking. Let me tell you, as this king's slave, once this king dies, you will not be much better. It is very likely that buried with this king. If you want to survive, you'd better pray that this king is always well." When killing the Scarlet Flame Maniac, the Fire Demon King was only happy when Huan Yulong didn't take action. But this time, the situation encountered by the Qian Crazy Demon was replaced by the Fire Demon King, and the Fire Demon King was extremely unhappy. Huan Yulong's strength has now been raised to 5 stars of the Earth rank, and it is not impossible to compete with the ordinary 7 stars of the Earth rank by relying on the powerful Fire Demon's true essence attribute. With the help of Huan Yulong, the Fire Demon King believes that he will never be in such a state of embarrassment as he is now. But the Fire Demon King also knew that his abilities had 2 major flaws. First, it will take at least 1 day to completely transform the slave's thinking and complete allegiance. Taking the current Huan Yulong as an example, he has just become a slave, and the human consciousness in his mind has the upper hand. Although he cannot attack the Fire Demon King, he can still decide whether to help each other. Second, even full allegiance cannot change the character of the slave. In other words, even if Huan Yulong became a slave, he could not change his timid character. Thinking of this, the Fire Demon King despised Huan Yulong in his heart, and he has made up his mind that if he really catches the strange fire boy later, he must give up Huan Yulong. Even with the identity of the first prince, this character is really weak, and it is estimated that not only will it not help it, but it will cause trouble for it. The Fire Demon King swept towards Han Feng and others, and with a wave of his hand, many Fire Demon generals retreated in unison. Fire Demon King Ningshi Han Feng, are you willing to surrender to this king? Han Feng pouted. How could he surrender? When he was blind, didn't he see the greed in the eyes of the Fire Demon King? Noticing Han Feng's expression, the Fire Demon King's expression turned cold. Humph, it seems that I won't give you some pain, you still think you are a character. Immediately, as soon as the Fire Demon King grabbed his hand, he was about to shoot, but at this moment, Huan Yulong suddenly shouted, "Master, leave that woman to me, I'm not happy yet." As a monster, the Fire Demon King couldn't help but marvel at Huan Yulong's head, how long this person's brain is, and he still wants to do that kind of thing now. He pouted. After all, the Fire Demon King still has some thoughts about the identity of Huan Yulong's first prince. Before he is sure that Huan Yulong is really a waste, the Fire Demon King will not give up Huan Yulong completely. The identity of the first prince is really useful to him. As soon as he grabbed his hand, the Fire Demon King grabbed Meng Yaqing in his hand, and immediately left it behind. At the same time, Han Feng made his move. Earth Flame Melting Slash. Kanglan Xuanhuan, Fusion. Kanglan Profound Fire is still weak both quantitatively and qualitatively, but this is the case. After the Earth Flame Melting Slash was combined with Kanglan Profound Fire, it also erupted with a power that was no less than the perfect state of top-level low-grade martial arts. And Han Feng's previous mastery of the Earth Flame Melting Slash was only a small achievement. Otherwise, the Earth Flame Melting Slash, which has been cultivated to the realm of perfection, is completely comparable to the weaker mid-grade Earth-level martial arts after combining with the Kanglan Profound Fire. Worm carving trick. The Fire Demon King was very disdainful. What if the top-level low-grade martial arts are perfect? The cultivation base itself is too poor, and the power of this martial skill is so great that it is comparable to the middle and late stage of the second-level rank. Would the Fire Demon King be afraid of such attack power? Lightly stretched out his hand, this slashing slash with blue flame, as if the blade hit the rock. Rock is totally fine. On the contrary, the blade is bent and broken. Ihua boy, you are only at this level, but the power of the different fire is not bad, swallowing your strange fire, the strength of this king will definitely improve. The Fire Demon King stuck out his tongue with a look of greed and excitement. Suddenly, the Fire Demon King's expression changed, and a fatal crisis suddenly rose from behind him. The fifth one is delivered. Ask for flowers. I was so sleepy, I went to sleep. Suddenly, the Fire Demon King's expression changed, and a fatal crisis suddenly rose from behind him. Not good. The Fire Demon King remembered the girl behind him. Now, the Fire Demon King doesn't know that it has been tricked. How could a girl who can burst out with such an aura could be a mediocre Xuanjia, a real powerhouse? And it's still a strong earth-level powerhouse. Double fire fusion. 2 heavens of ice and fire, 10 floods splitting the sky. The Fire Demon King was horrified to discover that the space he was in had changed. No, it's not so much that the space has changed, it's his own vision and senses that have changed. In the eyes of others, the cave is just a violent fluctuation of spiritual power, but in the eyes of the Fire Demon King, it is in an endless void. On the other side of the void, 1,000-meter flood dragons suddenly appeared. Each Jiaolong is icy blue and red, and the 2 colors are constantly changing, which is really weird. Sometimes cold, as if falling into a cold world. Sometimes it is hot, as if falling into the lava of the mountain pass. Do not. The Fire Demon King roared, and just as he was about to use the fire demon energy in his body to resist, 10 flood dragons had already slammed together, opened their ferocious fangs, and bit the Fire Demon King in one bite. Meng Yaoqing was already at the limit of Earth rank 6-star cultivation, and a kind of abnormal fire was enough for him to compete with ordinary Earth rank 7-star warriors, and it was not impossible for him to compete with Earth rank 8-star with his martial skills. But now there are 2 kinds of different fires, and even the fusion of 2 kinds of different fires has caused the double heaven of ice flowers, and the power is much stronger than that of a single different fire. Not to mention that the Fire Demon King consumes a lot now, even in its heyday. If you are hit by such an attack, you will definitely be hit hard. As for Huan Yulong, it is naturally within Meng Yaoqing's attack range. However, Huan Yulong was not as powerful as the Fire Demon King, and turned to ashes on the spot. Boom! Shake the earth. If it weren't for the cave that gave birth to fiery lotus flowers, which is not comparable to ordinary stones, Meng Yaoqing's blow would be enough to make the cave collapse and everyone would be buried. The huge body of the Fire Demon King was thrown high, and then fell heavily to the ground. Meng Yaoqing's all-out sneak attack hit the Fire Demon King severely. Patriarch Lan, Patriarch Yang and Lan Anhua were all stunned. Lan Patriarch and Lan Anhua knew that Meng Yaoqing was powerful, but it was far beyond their imagination. At this moment, Lan Patriarch was extremely fortunate. Fortunately, he put away his contempt for Meng Yaqing in time and turned to please. Otherwise, without Meng Yaqing's help, he would have died at the hands of the Fire Demon King, like the other patriarchs. The young family leader was even more sure of the thoughts in his heart. This girl is definitely a super genius of a powerful empire. I really don't know how such a talented girl was recruited by the Lan family. Involuntarily, a jealousy rose in the Yang family's heart. But soon, the Yang family head sighed, such a genius can help the Lan family at most once, how can he stay here for a long time, and the jealousy in his heart just dissipated. The five-poisoned Sanren was even more frightened. Looking at Meng Yaqing's explosive strength now, and thinking about the boldness of the five of them back then, she couldn't help but let out a cold sweat. At that time, whenever Meng Yaqing was a little serious, the five of them would not have survived until now. Meng Yaqing's strike broke out the strongest move so far, and she gasped for a while. She didn't care about the huge consumption of her body. Meng Yaqing's hand suddenly formed imprints, and a series of complex fingerprints were formed by Meng Yaqing, and even formed after images. And along with Meng Yaqing's seal, a strange wave of spiritual power surged out. The Fire Demon King felt a stronger sense of crisis than before. It's a pity that the Fire Demon King had a huge consumption, and now it has been hit hard, and all the reactions are not as good as in the heyday. The Fire Demon King just got up when Meng Yaqing shouted loudly, "Feng Yao, umbrella, come out. Seal the demon umbrella, close it." An unopened paper umbrella floated in the air, and pictures appeared on the paper umbrella. These pictures were all strange spirits, and there were all kinds of spirits. And one of the words is a fire demon. The demon sealing umbrella slowly opened, and the star-like starlight burst out, shining on the Fire Demon King. The Fire Demon King roared in pain, his face curled up on the ground, and he let out a scream of life that was worse than death. The next moment, the terrifying suction force that even Han Feng felt from a little distance, plummeted from inside the demon sealing umbrella. The demon sealing umbrella looks like a paper umbrella, but the materials that can be made are extremely complicated. Han Feng didn't know what level this demon umbrella was, but seeing that the Fire Demon King had no power to resist, he could only lie on the ground in a woeful manner, inserting his hands into the ground to resist the suction force of the demon sealing umbrella on the Fire Demon King, and it could be seen that Feng Feng could not resist. Demon umbrella is not simple. It is true that the Fire Demon King consumes a lot of money and has been severely damaged, but it is not so easy to clean up. But in the face of the demon sealing umbrella, the Fire Demon King seemed so vulnerable. Meng Yaqing's face was expressionless, and her hands were still knitted together. The Fire Demon King only resisted for a few seconds before shrinking and being sucked into the demon sealing umbrella. The demon sealing umbrella was closed, and the strange spiritual power fluctuations disappeared. Meng Yaqing snorted again, "Feng Yao, umbrella, come back." The demon sealing umbrella turned into a ray of light that instantly poured into the ring on Meng Yaqing's right index finger. Storage ring. Lan Patriarch and others stared. Storage, the lowest level is the storage belt, and the highest level is the storage ring. Those who can wear a storage ring are all powerful warriors and have a deep background. Even the Lan family owner, the storage device he brings is nothing more than a slightly higher storage bracelet. Lan Patriarch and others were even more certain that Meng Yaqing and Han Feng had extraordinary origins. Meng Yaqing breathed a sigh of relief after solving the Fire Demon King. If it wasn't for the consumption of the Fire Demon King from the previous family owners, if it wasn't for a sneak attack, she would have to spend a lot of time to seal the Fire Demon King. Simple as it is now. Patriarch Lan, Fiery Wrath Lotus, will be yours. After saying that, Meng Yaqing sat cross-legged and recovered her true essence. The demon sealing umbrella is actually a special spiritual tool. There is no strict classification. The higher the cultivation level of the person who uses the spiritual tool, the higher the level of spirit monsters that can be sealed. In the same way, the person who uses the spirit tool has a low cultivation level, and the level of the spirit monster that can be sealed is low. The highest limit is the peak of the sky. Lan Patriarch and Yang Patriarch heard Meng Yaqing's order, looked at each other, and finally walked cautiously in the direction of Fiery Furious Lotus. Han Feng came to Meng Yaqing's side to protect Meng Yaqing. Patriarch Lan and Patriarch Yang seem to be nothing, who knows what they think in their hearts, so be careful. Fortunately, Lan Patriarch had no bad thoughts in his heart. Han Feng quietly guarded Meng Yaqing. After a long time, Meng Yaqing finally started to perform. Have you recovered? Han Feng said with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Meng Yaqing also smiled back and said, I'm not simply restoring the true essence. The main thing is to let the Fire Demon King be safe. The spirits sealed in the demon sealing umbrella are not the only Fire Demon King. The strength of the Fire Demon King is also considered top-notch. If the Fire Demon King is doing bad things inside, the other spirits will be in danger. I have promised that as long as these spirits stay in it quietly for several years and decades, they will be released after the hostility is removed. Han Feng was startled, and immediately shook his head slightly. I don't recommend cutting the grass to remove the roots. Meng Yaqing laughed. I know your concerns, but who knows what will happen in a few years or even decades. At that time, even if I didn't have the demon sealing umbrella, I would be able to eliminate these spirits. At that time, I will place these spirits in a place not far from me to observe. If it is really hostile, I can only destroy them. The demon sealing umbrella has the effect of eliminating the evil spirits, not the spirit monsters. When Meng Yaqing said this, Han Feng understood. The Fire Demon King is extremely powerful. Once he is really in a hurry, he will most likely perish at that time. He can only seal it when he is not prepared, and the demon sealing umbrella can only be sealed, not killed. They have been extremely lucky to be able to seal the Fire Demon King. Now that they can release the Fire Demon King, it will not be so simple to attack. Not only can they not kill the Fire Demon King, but they are very likely to be in danger. It would be better to just keep the Fire Demon King sealed in the demon sealing umbrella to eliminate the hostility. For Meng Yaqing, it's not that they don't want to kill, but that the price to pay is too high under the current conditions. First delivery. Ask for flowers. Miss Meng, look at this assignment. Patriarch Lan hesitated. In the beginning, it was indeed a one-half allocation, but in the end, if it wasn't for Meng Yaqing, they wouldn't even be able to save their lives, let alone getting the fire lotus seeds. If it is still 5 or 5 points, they will take advantage of it. Meng Yaqing waved her hand. It's still an old rule. Although this fire lotus seed is good, if you take too much, you will easily get fire poison. Generally, one person can take 4 or 5 pills. We humans are not fire demons, we can devour anything with fire attributes. Han Feng grinned, without a trace. There are all things that melt into the flame, and he can really absorb any fire attribute, including the body of a fire attribute warrior. However, Han Feng has not lost his mind, so he has not melted human corpses until now. Just thinking about it makes Han Feng feel sick. What's the difference between that and eating people? This is not good. Lan Patriarch was a little ashamed. Meng Yaqing became impatient, and Xiao Mei frowned slightly. Seeing this, Han Feng hurriedly said, Patriarch Lan, just listen to what Yaqing said. Lan Patriarch and others also saw Meng Yaqing's impatience, and immediately stopped talking. Several people took the fire lotus seeds in ecstasy, and 18 of them were distributed to Han Feng and Meng Yaqing. These people didn't know that the lotus petals of the wrathful lotus were also useful, and they thought about abandoning them, but Han Feng succeeded in the end. The effect of the petals of this fiery lotus is naturally not as good as that of the fiery lotus seeds, but who said that Han Feng has all things melting into the flame cauldron? Through the refining of the cauldron of all things melting, the petals of these fiery lotus flowers will not be much worse than ordinary fiery lotus seeds. And the real fire lotus seeds, after refining, are naturally even more amazing. After the group rested, Chi returned to the family. Whether it is Han Feng or Meng Yaqing, they all need a calmer place to break through. Blue family, just right. Before the retreat, Meng Yaqing left the seal of the Great Jin Kingdom to the Lan family. With this seal, the royal family of the Wuyun Empire did not dare to trouble the Lan family. The Lan family master only understood Meng Yaqing's identity when he got the seal. Patriarch Lan also knew a little about the Great Jin Kingdom. Due to some remoteness, the Lan family master did not know the decline of the Great Jin Kingdom clearly. From the Lan family master's perspective, he would only pay attention to the Wuyun Empire and other empires around the Wuyun Empire. And the Great Jin state is far from the Dark Cloud Empire. If there is no flying spirit weapon, with the foot strength of the ground-level warrior, it will be difficult to reach the Great Jin state in less than a month. 1 month is still the least, maybe it will be longer, it will take several months. Patriarch Lan did not understand the crisis beneath the splendid appearance of the Great Jin Kingdom. Patriarch Lan only knew that Meng Yaqing's master was a super expert at the level of the Great Sanctuary and the 18th heaven of the sanctuary. It is an existence that is enough to instantly kill the guardian of the sanctuary of the Dark Cloud Empire. Knowing that Meng Yaqing had this great man behind her, Patriarch Lan was more respectful towards Meng Yaqing and did not dare to offend her. At the same time, I have more confidence in the role of the seal of the Great Jin Kingdom. As expected by Meng Yaqing, the royal family and the strong men of the 8 families went to the fire demon cave together. In the end, only the Lan family and the Yang family came back. It would be strange if there were no tricks. The royal family sent an emissary to investigate, but after Lan Patriarch took out the seal of the Great Jin state and said it was the end, the emissary just left in despair. Just kidding, the first prince is disrespectful to the disciples of the guardians of the Great Jin Kingdom. What a crime this is. Any empire, the guardian is the sanctuary level. The guardian's direct disciple, his status is even higher than that of the prince. Not to mention a direct disciple of the great sanctuary level. The royal family of the Dark Cloud Empire. Wearing a dragon robe, the slightly fat middle-aged man put down the book in his hand and sighed. It turned out to be that person's direct disciple, Longer too. Unconsciously, behind the middle-aged man, an old man appeared out of thin air, only to hear the old man's face solemn, and said with fear, although that person's lifespan is less than a few decades, he is at the level of the great sanctuary. Don't offend that person for Huan Yulong. And that person's direct disciple has such a high level of cultivation at such a young age. After a few decades, maybe he will surpass the old man, let alone provoke him. The Emperor of the Dark Cloud Empire was astonished. Your Highness, can you surpass you in a few decades? You must think too highly of that girl. How can it be so easy to break through to the sanctuary? The guardian of the Dark Cloud Empire smiled wryly and shook his head. For us, it is indeed as difficult as going to the sky. But in this world, there are always some envious geniuses against the sky. For them, the sanctuary level is just a new one, and the bottleneck from heaven to the sanctuary is not worth mentioning to them. Furthermore, to break through from the heavenly level to the sanctuary, it is necessary to go through 4 or 9 calamities. Some geniuses are far beyond the realm of cultivation, and in the heavenly level, they have the strength comparable to the first level of the sanctuary. These geniuses face the 49th heavenly tribulation. Not only are they not afraid, but they will provoke the 49th heavenly tribulation, resulting in a great increase in the power of the 49th heavenly tribulation. Once these 4 or 9 tribulations have been greatly increased in power, these geniuses will at least directly reach the peak of the first level of the sanctuary, and a few are very likely to break through to the second level of the sanctuary. The Baidu Academy gathers most of the geniuses in the Beizhou continent. Every 100 years, there will even be a sky-defying genius who directly breaks through to the sanctuary third heaven. Your Majesty, do you think the fourth heaven of the old man's sanctuary is still powerful? The guardian of the Dark Cloud Empire looked bitter. In the Dark Cloud Empire, he is high above, but in a wider place. Sanctuary, just. Sanctuary fourth layer, but barely has the capital to travel the continent. It is still very early to want to run rampant on the continent. The Emperor of the Dark Cloud Empire was silent. After a long time, the Emperor let out a long sigh. Well, we can't let the Wuyun Empire fall into crisis for longer. It's just that without longer, before Xiaoba has grown up, he still needs to choose a new shield. Speaking of Xiaoba, the Guardian also brought a smile on his face. Xiaoba's talent is good. Of course it can't be compared with the geniuses of the upper third-rank empire, let alone those of Baidu University. But Xiaoba is the most promising of our Wuyun Empire to break through to the sanctuary. With all the strength of a country, Xiaoba's cultivation will definitely surpass this old man in the future. The most noble pavilion of the Lan family. Han Feng and Meng Yaqing retreated in it. The room where Han Feng is located is in the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower. A fire lotus seed was refined into source liquid by Han Feng, which was swallowed by Han Feng in one bite. Supported by the physical quality of the earth, Han Feng's meridians only felt a little pain, and then suppressed the surging fire attribute real energy and transformed it into his own real energy. Condense it for me. Han Feng snorted with a grim expression on his face, the surging fire attribute real energy in his body staring at an astonishing speed at this moment. In the Dantian, the viscous liquid quickly turned into crystals. In the world of Dantian, it didn't take long for all the liquid to solidify into a small piece of fiery red crystal. It is a fire attribute crystal. Human-level warriors open up 12 meridians, while Xian-level warriors convert the true Qi of the 12 meridians into true essence. The ground level is to condense the true essence into a true crystal in the Dantian. True crystal true essence, that is higher energy than mysterious rank true essence, and its destructive power is even more amazing. The huge gap between the profound rank and the earth rank is not only because the energy of the earth rank far exceeds that of the profound rank, but also because the true crystal true essence of the earth rank is already a qualitative change, and the quality far exceeds that of the profound rank true essence. The second one is delivered. In the world of Dantian, at the moment when the first fire attribute true crystal condensed, Han Feng's body burst into a more powerful fiery airflow. The powerful airflow swept out like a small storm. Han Feng's retreat was not over yet. 18 fire lotus seeds, Meng Yaqing insisted that he only needed a few, and the rest belonged to Han Feng. With so many fire lotus seeds, Han Feng is confident that he will get more promotion. Even these fire lotus seeds can be planted without restrictions in the planting space. Han Feng understands that the planting space is not so much a planting space, but a copy space. The seeds cannot grow properly at all. The fire lotus seeds are planted, and the fire lotus seeds come out. It is impossible for the fire lotus flowers to appear. For this reason, Han Feng is also very satisfied. Fire lotus seeds are a rare treasure for earth steppes, especially fire attribute earth steppes. A fire lotus seed may only make a warrior at the early stage of the earth move. But what about 2? How about 3? 4 or 5? Even the mid-level powerhouses will be moved. Being able to plant unlimitedly, copy the fire lotus seeds, Han Feng was extremely excited. This means that his cultivation speed at the ground level will not only not be reduced, but will be greatly improved. It is not impossible to surpass Meng Yaqing. In the Dantian, the fire-type real crystals that had just condensed became more and more solid, and their size gradually increased, from the size of a rice grain to the size of a mung bean. This fire attribute real crystal has reached its limit, and the second fire attribute real crystal has also condensed out. When the second fire attribute true crystal grows to be exactly the same as the first fire attribute true crystal, the effect of the first fire lotus seed is finally lost. Exhaling a breath, Han Feng's whole body's fiery airflow slowly entered his body, accompanied by a blue flame flashing through his pupils from time to time. Han Feng said, breaking through to the ground, Kanglin Xuanhuan finally completely replaced Qingluan Yuhua. The power of the different fire is greatly enhanced. It's already at the initial stage of a 1-star rank, and it's time to raise all the 4 major inheritance martial arts to the 7th level realm. For an earth-level warrior, the real essence in the body will be converted into real crystals. When 108 attribute real crystals are condensed, it means that the earth-level warrior has reached the limit of cultivation and can hit the heaven-level realm. At present, Han Feng has only condensed 2, and it is only the initial stage of the first-level star. When the third fire attribute true crystal is condensed, it means that it has reached the peak of the initial stage of the first-level star. After consuming 4 fire lotus seeds, the heavenly fire seal, heavenly fire fighting body, heavenly fire fighting fist, and heavenly fire armor were all raised to the 7th realm. It was another consumption of 4, and the 4 major inheritance martial arts were all raised to the 7th level peak state. The 4 major inheritance martial skills are all between the middle grade martial skills and the high grade martial skills. Han Feng believes that when the 4 inherited martial arts are combined with Kanglin Xuanhuan, the power will surpass that of the top grade. There are only 5 fire lotus seeds left. Han Feng thought about it for a long time. If there are only 5, he can only guarantee the breakthrough of 2 of them. It is impossible to break through to the 8th level. With his current 1-star cultivation base, it is not good for the 4 major inheritance martial arts levels to be too high. Thinking of this, Han Feng gave up continuing to improve the 4 inherited martial arts, and instead used it to improve the 9 flames and different fire art. Currently, as a ground-level warrior, the amount of Kanglin profound fire is enough, but in terms of quality, it is inferior. The blue of Kanglin Xuanhuan is between light blue and dark blue. When the 9 flames and different fire art has risen to the peak of the 3rd floor, the blue of the Kanglin Xuanhuan should be the most intense blue. A richer blue than dark blue. After consuming 1 fire lotus seed, the 3rd layer of the 9 flames and different fire art successfully broke through to the initial stage of the 3rd layer, and the color of Kanglin Xuanhuan deepened. Another one, the 3rd layer of the 9 flames and different fire art has reached the midterm limit. After 2, the 3rd layer of the 9 flames and different fire art can reach the late stage. The Kanglin Xuanhuan at this time has turned into a deep blue. Han Feng spread out his palms, stared at the dark blue flames in his palms, and smiled slightly on his face. With the current level of Kanglin Xuanhuan, once the 4 inheritance martial arts are integrated, the power of the 4 inheritance martial arts will not be weaker than ordinary ground-level martial arts. The power of superb martial arts. I'm only a mere 1-star at the earth rank now, and the current 4 major inheritance martial arts are enough for me to persist for a long time. For now, the 7th level peak is enough. I don't need to consider breaking through to the 8th level for the time being. I'll talk about when I reach the 4th or 5-star level. The last fire lotus seed left, let's use it to improve your cultivation. The last fire lotus seed was absorbed, and Han Feng's body's fire attribute true essence rioted. In the Dantian, the rich fire attribute real energy is continuously transformed into fire attribute real crystals. Soon, the 3rd, 4th, 5th. It wasn't until the 6th fire attribute true crystal emerged that the speed of the fire attribute true crystals condensing slowed down. Time passed by, I don't know how much time passed. When Han Feng completely absorbed the last fire lotus seed, the 9th real crystal appeared, but it was only the size of a grain of rice. This means that Han Feng has already stepped into the peak of 1 star on the ground level, but there is still a long way to go before the limit of the peak of 1 star on the ground level. It will take some time to break through to the second level star. Han Feng believes that this time will be very fast. The joy on Han Feng's face could not be concealed no matter what. If this situation continues, when I arrive at the Baidu Academy, it will be at least the middle and late stage of the second level rank. He, Lei Zhenyan, Lei Yuru, and Lin Huixian will definitely drop their shocked eyes on the ground. Thinking of the possible faces of those people, Han Feng laughed happily. Immediately, Han Feng sighed regretfully. Unfortunately, although the fire lotus seeds have good effects, the energy of the source liquid is also terrifying to plant and reproduce. Even at the speed of my refining high-grade spirit stones, I still need all the source energy. Only when the liquid energy is transported to the planting space on the 4th floor, can it take several days to get a new one in a short period of time. But this is impossible. The 7 floors of the Xuanhuan Tower must be upgraded. Where can there be so much energy used in the planting space? In this case, it may take more than half a month for the second one to come out. Forget it. Even so, my speed of improvement is far faster than other peers. What am I not satisfied with? In the next time, Han Feng spent his time refining high-grade spirit stones. As for the petals of the Furious Lotus, Han Feng refined them and gave them to the Flying Flame Lion in the beast breeding space. At present, the gap between Xuanhuan and Han Feng and Xiaolei is too large, and it must be improved. After the fiery lotus petals are refined into the source liquid, the effect is only slightly worse than taking the fire lotus seeds outside, and it still has a great effect on the earth-level warriors, not to mention the mere 11th level Warcraft Xuanhuan. When Han Feng turned all the high-grade spirit stones into source liquid, Xuanhuan also rose to the peak of the 12th level, and he was only one step away from breaking through to the ground level. The third one. Thanks for the flowers from woman, you are charming, and 8960211154, and thanks to the Muchu brothers for the reward. Congratulations to 8960211154 for being promoted to the head. Become the master of a door. Amazed face, / Han Feng has already decided that he is going to get more high-grade spirit stone source liquid for Xuanhuan, so it won't be long before Xiaoyan's body transformed by the Nine Flame Skyfire Tower should be able to easily break through to the ground level. Next, Han Feng focused on improving the level of the 7th floor of the Xuanhuan Tower. There is nothing to improve on the 1st floor. Everything can be refined by Rongyan Cauldron. It depends on your cultivation base. How's the fire in control? The second layer of spiritual spring, which has been upgraded to the 3rd level, is a blue spiritual spring. Perhaps it was the reason that the 3rd layer of the 9 flames and different fire art was promoted to the later stage. After Han Feng absorbed a lot of blue spiritual springs, he quickly upgraded from the 1st class qualifications of the middle grade to the 4th grade qualifications of the upper grades. This level of aptitude is considered to be among the best in the entire Jin Kingdom. It can be said that the current Han Feng has truly gotten rid of the waste physique. This kind of talent, even without the help of the 9 flames and different fire art, as long as you have enough experience, enough confidence, and enough exercises and martial skills, you will have a good chance of breaking through to the heaven rank in the future and becoming a heaven rank existence. On the 3rd floor of the House of Time, the time ratio has increased from 5:1 to 10:1, the outside world behind the House of Time in front, to 15:1 to 30:1. From the ratio of 15:1 to the ratio of 30:1, the amount of spirit stone source liquid consumed is also different. The time spent cultivating martial arts inside for a day is equivalent to cultivating for a month outside, plus the special efficiency of the House of Time. It is enough to be equivalent to an ordinary martial artist cultivating for 2 months outside. On the 4th floor of the planting space, 4 more spiritual fields have been opened, currently a total of 8. The increase in the number of spiritual fields has also increased the number of Korean wind plantings. At present, the ratio of planting fire lotus seeds and Xingyan Zhugua is 1:3. That is, 2 pieces of spiritual fields are planted to reproduce fire lotus seeds, and 6 pieces of spiritual fields are planted to reproduce Xingyan Zhugua. In terms of effect, the fire lotus seeds produced by the fire fury lotus, which are on the verge of evolution, are more beneficial to fire attribute warriors than the holy flame vermilion fruit. But it is precisely because of this that the cost of planting replica fire lotus seeds is much higher than that of holy flamingo. The current Han style can only be dominated by Saint Yen Zhugua. When the strength increases, along with the increase in the power of the Kanglan profound fire, as the purity of the top-grade spirit stones that can be refined becomes higher and higher, the proportion will gradually be transferred to the fire lotus seeds. In the 5th floor beast breeding space, the living area of the beasts has expanded several times. Han Feng used his thoughts to outline the living environment in line with the flying lion and the phantom thunder leopard. The 3rd level beast breeding space has been able to adopt the 3rd beast egg, but I haven't found a suitable one yet, so Han Feng can only hold it down and talk about it later. In the 6th floor soul search space, there are many more ways of punishment, and the soul search space is also much larger. Han Feng is very satisfied with this, which means that Lin Qingshan's range of activities has also increased. At the same time, there are also a lot of ways to search for souls. Even if the willpower is high, it is estimated that they can't bear it. What Han Feng sees is a little intimidating. The storage space on the 7th floor is naturally the expansion of the storage space. When everything was done, Han Feng turned his attention to the House of Time. At present, apart from the 4 inherited martial arts, there are 4 martial arts that need to be mastered. The low-grade martial skill of the earth, the Blade of Heaven. A low-grade martial skill, Holy Flame Lingbo Footwork. The 2nd slash of the 5 flames slash, the Earth Flame Melting slash, the lower grade of the earth. The 3rd slash of the 5 flames slash, the Heavenly Flame Demon slash, the top grade on the earth. The latter, 3 martial arts. Han Feng is the most important. Because the latter 3 martial arts can all be fused with the Kanglan profound fire. Even if it cannot be 100% integrated with the 4 major heritage martial arts, it is still possible to integrate 70% to 80%. With 70% to 80% of Kanglan Xuanhuan, Han Feng really wants to know that these 3 martial arts will be improved to 100%. To what extent? In the House of Time, Han Feng concentrates on practicing the 4 martial arts. The House of Time has this feature. Once you practice martial arts in it, all your attention will be focused on the martial arts, as if you have entered the legendary realm of heaven and man. In this case, the efficiency of martial arts training is far superior. Outside world. Until the source fluid energy is exhausted, everything will stop. Ground-level martial arts are ground-level martial arts after all, not so easy to practice. Because the 4 inherited martial arts are inherited, as long as the first level is mastered proficiently, no matter how high it is later, it can be mastered to perfection immediately. Han Feng practiced inside for 4 days before coming out. Not all the martial arts have been mastered, but the high-grade spirit stone source fluid has been exhausted. Han Feng adjusted the House of Time to the highest ratio, which is 30:1. The consumption of this proportion is obviously very huge. Cultivating for 4 days inside, the efficiency is equivalent to cultivating outside for 8 months. The Blade of Heavenly Prison, Holy Flame Lingbo Footwork, and Earth Flame Melting Slash have not yet reached the state of perfection, but they are between the stage of great achievement and perfection. Heavenly Flame Demon Breaking Slash has not even reached the realm of Xiaocheng. Earth-level martial arts are worthy of being ground-level martial arts. It is so difficult to cultivate, and it is no wonder that so many super geniuses need a lot of time to master high-level ground-level martial arts. If he cultivated one of them alone, or even only 2 of them, Han Feng believed that he would definitely cultivate it to the perfect state, but now that he is a fellow practitioner of 4 kinds of martial arts, the result is naturally different. In particular, the last martial skill, the Heavenly Flame Demon Slashing Slash, was a high-grade earth rank. It is extremely difficult to cultivate high-grade martial arts to perfection with a 1-star cultivation base on the ground level. Even a genius like Meng Yaqing cannot do it at a 1-star level on the ground level. Naturally, inheritance of martial arts is an exception. When they came to the planting space, the 2 fire lotus seeds were not yet ripe, but the sacred flame vermilion fruits were all ripe. Han Feng took away all the sacred flame vermilion fruits, planted 3 more sacred flame vermilion fruits, and planted Lingzuan flowers in the remaining 3 spiritual fields. The Lingzuan flower origin liquid in Lin Qingshan's hands was almost exhausted. Soul search space. Lin Qingshan sat cross-legged in white clothes. This white clothes was transformed by Lin Qingshan herself. As a spiritual body, she was born with such abilities. Everything in her body was transformed by the power of the soul. If she wanted to, Lin Qingshan could make herself naked at any time. Sister Lin, how is your practice? Han Feng's voice gently drifted into Lin Qingshan's ears. Lin Qingshan's eyelids trembled slightly, and she opened her beautiful eyes. With a slight smile, Lin Qingshan looked at Han Feng tenderly. Don't worry, I have practiced very well, and now the spiritual body is very solid. Han Feng shook his head. It's true that you are condensed, but now, Sister Lin, you are still the spiritual power of 1 star of Xuanjia. If there is a spiritual body to practice the exercises, with these spirit-respecting flowers, Sister Lin, you must at least break through to 2 or 3 stars in the profound rank. Lin Qingshan got up, walked to Han Feng's side, leaned her body towards Han Feng. Han Feng hugged Lin Qingshan's body subconsciously. Lin Qingshan said in a slightly cold voice, I'm very satisfied to be able to accompany you in this place. Spiritual body practice exercises, that's all it takes. Han Feng sighed. Sister Lin, don't worry, if I find information about spiritual body cultivation exercises in the future, I will definitely find a way to get it. Sister Lin, you can continue to practice. Although your spiritual body is solid at present, once it happens any accident, it is still easy to have problems. Even if you don't have a spiritual body to practice the exercises, a large number of spiritual venerable flowers can still allow you, Sister Lin, to cultivate to the peak of the profound rank. Lin Qingshan chuckled. In that case, a lot of spirit venerable spending will be wasted. Han Feng said proudly, what's the matter? Lingzuan flower is as much as I want. Leaving the soul-searching space, Han Feng came to the beast breeding space and gave Xuanhuan a sacred flame vermilion fruit. Xuanhuan, you have reached the peak limit of the 12th level. This sacred flame vermilion fruit is enough for you to successfully break through to the ground level. Don't be careless. Even here, you may have problems. Han Feng's expression was solemn. Since ancient times, many monsters have exploded and died when they advanced. Although the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower was safe, Han Feng still instructed cautiously. Xiaolei waved with his huge claws. Don't worry, boss, with me guarding, there will be no problems. Xuanhuan also immediately made a guarantee. Han Feng nodded with satisfaction, and with a dodge, he came to the first floor space of the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower. Taking a deep breath, Han Feng flashed a firm look in his eyes, attack the 2nd star on the ground, and then exit. First delivery. Ask for flowers. 6 Saint Flame vermilion fruits were given to Xuanhuan, and there were 5 left. Enough to break through to the 2nd star. The effect of the sacred flame vermilion fruit is not as good as that of the fire lotus seeds. If it were the fire lotus seeds, 1 would be enough to break through to the 2nd level of the earth. The 9 attribute true crystals and 10 seem to be only 1 difference apart. In fact, the difficulty of condensing from the 9th to the 10th is much more difficult than the previous ones. After all, the 9 attribute true crystals still belong to the 1-star level, and the 10th one already belongs to the 2nd-star level. If it were the sacred flame vermilion fruit, it would take at least 3 or 4 to break through. Han Feng refined the sacred flame vermilion fruit into a source liquid, and then began to swallow and absorb it. The huge fire spirit power condensed in the dantian, the majestic fire spirit power first turned into a viscous liquid, filled the entire dantian, and then condensed on the 9th attribute true crystal. The 9th attribute real crystal also gradually increased, and the solidity of the crystal is also close to the previous 8 attribute real crystals. I don't know how long it took, the 9th attribute real crystal became exactly the same as the previous 8, which means that Han Feng's cultivation base has stepped into the peak of the Earth level 1-star peak. But if you want to step from the peak limit of 1 star on the ground to the 2nd star on the ground, it is still not something that can be achieved in a short time. A holy flame vermilion fruit origin liquid raised Han Feng's cultivation base to the limit of 1 star on the ground level. The 2nd sacred flame vermilion fruit origin liquid was absorbed. Han Feng was still at the peak of the Earth level 1-star limit. The 9 attribute real crystals became more and more solid, and the red light became more and more coquettish. The 3rd sacred flame vermilion fruit origin liquid is still the same. Until the 4th sacred flame vermilion fruit was absorbed, the 9 attribute true crystals in Han Feng's body suddenly trembled, and the entire dantian world seemed to suddenly expand countless times at this moment. 9 attribute real crystals form a circle, and in the center of the circle, a small attribute real crystal, accompanied by the sudden rise of Han Feng's momentum, slowly condensed out. The 10th attribute true crystal finally condensed. At this moment, Han Feng's cultivation level has also entered the early stage of the first 2-star level. In less than a month of retreat, not only broke through to the ground level, but also reached the 2nd level of the ground level. If this speed is spread out, many of the powerhouses will be shocked. This kind of speed, I am afraid that only those top geniuses in the entire Beizhou continent can do it. Some lesser geniuses also need to rely on the treasures of heaven and earth to have such a speed. Han Feng's aura kept fluctuating, and Han Feng swallowed the 5th sacred flame vermilion fruit origin liquid without hesitation. The 10th attribute real crystal began to grow under a large amount of fire spirit power. After the 5th sacred flame vermilion fruit was completely absorbed by Han Feng, the number of true crystals in Han Feng's dantian had risen to 12, and the 12th true crystal was also in a state of great perfection. This means that the realm of Han Feng's first stage 2nd star has been extremely stable, and it is not far from the middle stage. Opening his eyes, it seemed that 2 clusters of flames burst out from Han Feng's eyes and shot into the void. Han Feng got up slowly, and his body made a crackling sound. Han Feng suddenly discovered that his height seemed to have increased a lot as his cultivation broke through to the ground. Immediately took out a 2-meter-high mirror from the storage space. Han Feng looked at himself quite narcissistically. TSK, it seems that the benefits of breaking through to the ground level are not small. With my current height, it is no problem to say that I am 16 or 17 years old. And the face is no longer so immature. As long as I don't say it, who would know that the bone age of my body is only 15? However, my skin is still so white. When will I be able to turn into a healthy wheat color? After looking at his height and face, Han Feng became a little dissatisfied. How could a man like to have his skin as white and tender as a woman's all day long, even whiter than a woman's? Han Feng complained, but he knew clearly in his heart that unless he didn't practice the 9 flames and different fire art, he would never be able to get rid of his little white face appearance for the rest of his life. Is it possible to not practice the 9 flames and different fires, and give up the 9 flames and different fires? The 9 flames and different fire art can be related to the improvement of his cultivation base. Forget it, the little white face is just the little white face. Judging from my appearance, it's just white skin, and the face is not like the little white face. When I grow completely, it will have nothing to do with the little white face. At most, it is said that the skin is well maintained. Han Feng pinched his fingers and calculated that the time of this retreat was not long or short, and it had been 20 days. Immediately, Han Feng left the customs immediately. Inside the pavilion, Han Feng knocked on Meng Yaqing's door. The door opened. Meng Yaqing invited Han Feng to enter, looked at Han Feng curiously. Meng Yaqing frowned slightly. You give me the feeling, it seems to be different from before. Han Feng smiled in his heart. His cultivation has soared, and his height has grown a lot. How could there be no change? Meng Yaqing shook her head slightly, put down her doubts, and asked instead, can you successfully break through this retreat? Han Feng nodded immediately. Of course it went well. Yaqing, you have also broken through to the 7-star level now. Yes, I'm already a 7-star on the ground level. With those fire lotus seeds, I have been promoted to the peak of the 7-star on the ground level. Within half a month to a month, I may break through to the 8-star on the ground level. Han Feng's face froze for a moment, scolding the pervert. For a genius like Meng Yaqing, it is only a bit difficult to break through 3 stars to 4 stars, 6 stars to 7 stars, 9 stars to 10 stars, and 12 stars to break through to the next level, right? Breaking through is not difficult at all. However, when he thought of the improvement of his own cultivation, Han Feng was happy again. His improvement speed was not weaker than Meng Yaqing. Profound rank 12 stars and Earth rank 6 stars, not only the difference of 6 stars, but also a qualitative difference. Profound steps and Earth steps are fundamentally different. Now, although there is still a huge gap of 5 stars between the 2-star and the 7-star, they already belong to the same rank. This gap is only a difference in quantity and has nothing to do with quality. It is a 5-star gap now, and it will gradually narrow in the future. 4 stars, 3 stars, 2 stars, 1 star, and beyond. Meng Yaqing didn't care much about her breakthrough. In her opinion, it was justified, but Meng Yaqing became curious about Han Feng's breakthrough. Han Feng's aura fluctuated extremely smoothly, and Meng Yaqing was not at the celestial level, so he couldn't see Han Feng's cultivation level at all, unless Han Feng stimulated the real energy in his body to make the breath fluctuate. Han Feng may also know Meng Yaqing's curiosity, and with a wicked smile, the breath of the early stage 2 stars swept out. A wave of air rushed out, and Meng Yaqing waved these air waves away, but the other jade hand covered her small mouth, and her beautiful eyes were full of shock. Earth level 2 star. 20 days of seclusion, only 20 days, to have reached such a level from the Xuanjia all at once, it was Meng Yaqing's temperament, and felt incredible for a while. The speed of this breakthrough is really too fast. Meng Yaqing knew that Han Feng got a lot of fire lotus seeds, and also knew that with these fire lotus seeds, Han Feng's strength would definitely increase rapidly. However, there is a limit to a person's refining and endurance capacity, and the effect of taking fire lotus seeds along with it will become lower and lower, especially if you take it one after another. It will affect the performance of fire lotus seeds. According to Meng Yaqing's initial estimation, it would take at least 3 months for Han Feng to reach this level. And now, it only took 20 days. The second one is delivered. Today I have something to go out for a day, and it is even later. I bow to everyone and apologize. The reason why there will be 3 months is to stop when you feel that the effect of taking fire lotus seeds is not great. Let your body eliminate the resistance to fire lotus seeds, and then continue to take it. Generally speaking, after taking 4 or 5 tablets, you should stop and let your body recover. This time, the fire anger lotus is of the highest grade, and the effect of fire lotus seeds is naturally greater, maybe 2 or 3 will stop. Han Feng directly broke through to the second level of the 2nd star in just 20 days. It seems that the realm is still extremely stable. After the shock, Meng Yaqing quickly remembered this possibility. Although she was surprised that Han Feng's body could withstand so many fire lotus seeds, she still hated iron. Meng Yaqing frowned and said, "You are too hasty. If you can take it again after a period of time and absorb it, although the growth will be slower, it will definitely allow you to upgrade to the 4-star level or above, and enter the middle stage of the level. This time, the remaining fire lotus seeds will at most allow you to cultivate to 3-star level. From 3-star to 4-star, you need your own efforts. The difference between 3 stars and 4 stars is the difference between the early and middle stages. You must be very experienced in how difficult it is." "You really?" Han Feng thought for a moment, and knew why Meng Yaqing was so annoyed, and immediately coughed. "Don't you want to get a better place in the Baidu selection? Besides, I don't use it that much." "Really? But how can you increase your strength so much?" "At least 5 or 6. Meng Yaqing was extremely suspicious. Han Feng reached out and swore, "Really, I only used 3. Han Feng said one more. If Meng Yaqing was told only 2, it would be amazing. Ordinary warriors who take fire lotus seeds can absorb only about 60 to 70% of the energy of fire lotus seeds. And the absorbed energy, which can really be refined for one's own use, is only 60% to 70%. Therefore, if an ordinary warrior takes fire lotus seeds, 5 or 6 pieces can be raised to 2 stars from the Xian rank to the Earth rank. If you tell me that it takes only 2 stars to reach 2 stars, isn't this telling others that he can absorb 10% of the fire lotus seeds and refine 10% of them into his true crystals and true essence? If you say this, no one will believe it. Just 3 to this point?" Meng Yaqing was still suspicious, but her face softened. 3 tablets are almost at the limit of the body. When the body recovers, you can continue to take it, and the energy of the fire lotus seeds will not be wasted too much. Thinking of this, Meng Yaqing was suddenly a little embarrassed. Since these fire lotus seeds were given to Han Feng, they belonged to Han Feng. Whether Han Feng was wasted or what, it was all Han Feng's business. What was her business? Han Feng didn't know Meng Yaqing's embarrassment, but explained, "It may be that my body's absorption rate is relatively high, so just 3 fire lotus seeds have raised me to this point. After 3, I felt my body was reaching the limit, so I left." "Oh, then your body is really good." Meng Yaqing was embarrassed, and her words were a bit dodgy and perfunctory. This made Han Feng look at Meng Yaqing strangely. The temperament before and after is completely different. Meng Yaqing has a good temperament in the end. She quickly restrained her emotions and asked a question, "I didn't know you came here." Han Feng's palm spread out, and Kanglin's profound fire condensed out, like a blooming refinery blooming above Han Feng's palm. "Then there is no need to say that, of course, it is to fulfill the promise I made with you at the beginning. My current Kanglin Xuanhuan is still powerful." Meng Yaqing felt it attentively, and immediately sighed, "As expected, I still underestimate you. This blue flame is enough to compete with my icy strange fire, and it just makes up for my fiery strange fire." Han Feng was not complacent. In terms of one kind of strange fire, his Kanglin Xuanhua was indeed no worse than Meng Yaqing's. But Meng Yaqing's 2 kinds of different fires can be merged, and the resulting ice and fire double sky is 3 or 4 times that of a single different fire. In this comparison, he is still at a disadvantage in terms of different fires for the time being. "Yaqing, what should I do?" Meng Yaqing didn't say a word, but spread her hands. On the left and right hands, there are ice blue strange fire and purple red strange fire, respectively. It was Meng Yaqing's icy cold and fiery strange fire. Meng Yaqing came to the opposite side of Han Feng, closed her eyes, the purple flame suddenly trembled, and then a cluster of flames flew out of it. Within the mysterious fire, Han Feng could clearly sense that some of his Kanglin profound fire was being sucked away. Meng Yaqing was obviously very controlled. Although Han Feng felt the passing of the Kanglan profound fire, it was nothing compared to the entire Kanglan profound fire. After half an hour, the small clusters of purple flames flew back. However, the purple flame at this time can no longer be described as a flame, it is the size of a baby's fist. The purple-red baby-sized flame entered the purple-red flame in Meng Yaqing's hands. Meng Yaqing's expression suddenly changed, and she immediately sat down on the spot with her knees crossed. Han Feng knew at a glance that this was Meng Yaqing assimilating part of his Kanglan Xuanhuan. After thinking about it, Han Feng did not leave, but was protecting Meng Yaqing by the side. After all, they are two different flames. Even if Meng Yaqing said there was no problem, Han Feng couldn't help but worry. Alien fire. Once a problem occurs accidentally, Meng Yaqing is likely to be burned to death by her own alien fire. If something goes wrong and someone is there to help, then everything will be different. Meng Yaqing's assimilation lasted for a day. A day later, Meng Yaqing put away the flame and opened her beautiful eyes slowly. Seeing Han Feng protecting the law for her, Meng Yaqing was stunned at first, and then a smile appeared on her face. Han Feng was stunned by this smile, and immediately coughed a few times, and turned the topic to Yihua. Have the fusion been completed? Meng Yaqing nodded happily. It has been completely integrated, at least within half a year. There will be no problems with my two different fires. Now that the two kinds of different fires are fused, the power of the two layers of ice and fire is 7 or 8 times stronger than that of a single kind of different fire. Han Feng gasped. The fusion of the different fire is so strong, what does this mean? This means that, with the unique fire alone, Meng Yaqing is enough to compete with the 9-star powerhouses who have used martial skills. Even if Meng Yaqing has displayed powerful martial skills, it is not impossible for ordinary 10-star powerhouses to compete. This has not yet entered the Baidu Academy. The outer courtyard of the Baidu Academy, the strongest is only 11 or 2 stars. Meng Yaqing has not yet entered the Baidu University, so she is not too bad in the outer courtyard of Baidu University, just by virtue of her cultivation. Amazing! When he came back to his senses, Han Feng couldn't help but gave Meng Yaqing a thumbs up. Meng Yaqing smiled slightly. Don't just talk about me, don't you? At the age of 15, there are still more than a dozen fire lotus seeds that are not used. At the age of 16, it may not be worse than her, and maybe it will surpass her. By the way, you have been protecting me all day and haven't recovered your strange fire? Meng Yaqing suddenly thought of something and pursed her lips. Han Feng stretched his waist. Yeah, it's time for you to protect the Dharma for me this time. I'll restore the strange fire, and it's time for us to leave. Immediately, Han Feng sat cross-legged in front of Meng Yaqing. Meng Yaqing took a deep look at Han Feng and glanced in another direction. Indeed, it's time to leave. The third one. Total of 1 page. Reply post, 0. Does not have a Baidu account? Ranking of popular games played by friends. Heat, 686,156. Heat, 522,446. Heat, 395,402. Popularity, 233,446. Heat, 129,308. Popularity, 73,962. Heat, 58,280. Heat, 50,868. Type, simulation business. Popularity, 39,156. Heat, 38,760. Han Feng's Kanglan profound fire consumption was not large, and within half a day, Han Feng recovered. The two sorted out and said goodbye the next day. Lan Patriarch's eyes widened these days, and he knew that the little Lan family couldn't keep geniuses like Han Feng and Meng Yaqing for a long time, and he was already prepared for their departure. Only Lan Ruer was very reluctant. When the two left, Lan Patriarch gave them a lot of spirit stones. To Meng Yaqing, these spirit stones were nothing at all, but after all, it was the kindness of the Lan family, and Meng Yaqing did not refuse. On the other hand, Han Feng's eyes lit up when he saw these spirit stones. His worth was not as rich as Meng Yaqing's. To Meng Yaqing, these were just a drop in the bucket, but to Han Feng, it was a huge fortune. In an instant, Lan Patriarch became much cuter in Han Feng's eyes. There is a mountain range near Dilan City. If anyone is here, they will see that a pure white flying dragon ship with two huge wings spreads out suddenly, flying straight into the sky at a speed that is difficult for ordinary people to see, and quickly disappears. Flying Yulong on the ship. Han Feng asked, curiously, Yaqing, where are we going now? It has been almost a month since we set out from the Great Jin Kingdom. In another month, it will be the day when the selection of Baidu begins, and their time is running out. Meng Yaqing slowly stopped work. Go to the Barbarian Cloud Empire. The Barbarian Cloud Empire is the closest third-grade empire from here. If you take the Feitian Yulong ship, it will take about 10 days. Hearing this, Han Feng was smacking his tongue. At the speed of the Feitian Yulong ship, it would take more than 10 days to nearly 20 days. The Barbarian Cloud Empire was too far from the Wuyun Empire. This is still the third-grade empire that is closest to the Wuyun Empire. What if it is further away? Meng Yaqing was surprised to see Han Feng. Explained, the power division of this continent is roughly divided into 4 classes. One is the ancient family hidden in the different dimension. These ancient families do not lack the masters of the sanctuary small perfection and the sanctuary great perfection. According to legend, these different degrees, the ancient family of space, there is even an existence beyond the sanctuary. But this is just a legend. So far, there has been no existence above the sanctuary for tens of thousands of years. It is not clear what is above the sanctuary. The second is the upper third-rank empire. The strongest of the top 3 empires is basically the pinnacle of the sanctuary. As a third-rank empire, it stands on the upper level of the entire Beizhou continent, and the number is naturally small. In the entire Beizhou continent, there are only hundreds of third-rank empires, dozens of second-rank empires, and first-rank super-empires. There are no more than 10. The scope of the Beizhou continent is more than hundreds of thousands or millions of times that of the Great Jin Kingdom. Being in such a vast northern continent, there are less than 500 high-ranking empires, so the distribution is naturally a lot sparse. Our luck is not bad. Apart from the Barbarian Cloud Empire, the next Tier 3 empire closest to the Dark Cloud Empire will take more than 30 days to arrive. Before I came to the Wuyun Empire, I did a special investigation. If the Wuyun Empire is far away from the third-rank empire, I probably won't go. Han Feng grinned. Previously, Han Feng only knew that the Beizhou continent was huge, and together with the other 4 continents, this continent was even bigger. But how big it is, Han Feng doesn't know. Listening to Meng Yaqing's words at this moment, a general situation appeared in Han Feng's mind. Let's assign it, the 2 of us take turns, to practice. Whenever one person practices, the other person controls the Yulong realm. Otherwise, if the Feitian Yulong ship flies in the wrong direction, or encounters a flying beast on the way, we're done. Meng Yaqing suddenly raised the idea of taking turns to practice. Han Feng nodded. The flying height of the Feitian Yulong ship is not low, and the flying beasts that can appear here are at least in the heavens, and they are not low in the heavens. Flying monsters are inherently superior to humans. Humans can fly when they reach the sky level, but they can fly, but the height will not be too high, basically 10,000 meters is the limit. As for the flying monsters, in addition to being inferior to the sanctuary in terms of speed, in terms of height, it is not much worse than the ordinary sanctuary. The flying feather dragon ship is a flying spirit tool, not an attack-type spirit tool. Once it is entangled with a flying beast, it is very likely to be destroyed. Only by discovering and fleeing in time can it be possible to avoid the fate of the shipwreck. Time passed while the two took turns. Among them, Han Feng obviously practiced less for a few days, and spent a few more days to guard the Yulong realm. Because Meng Yaqing was at a critical moment in those days. After more than 10 days, and when she was about to arrive at the barbarian Cloud Empire in nearly 20 days, Meng Yaqing achieved a breakthrough in her cultivation, from 7 stars on the ground level to 8 stars on the ground level in one fell swoop. The realm of the initial stage of the star has stabilized. Truly a super genius. In this regard, Han Feng has nothing to do except twitch his eyelids. However, Meng Yaqing's strength has broken through, and Han Feng is not bad. After the 2 fire lotus seeds matured in the planting space, Han Feng took advantage of Meng Yaqing's practice to turn the 2 fire lotus seeds into source liquid and put them into a jade bottle. When it was Meng Yaqing's turn to guard the Yulong realm, Han Feng, the wind, swallowed the source fluid into his mouth to practice. The friendship with Meng Yaqing deepened, and Han Feng no longer concealed the existence of the source fluid. Anyway, for someone like Meng Yaqing who has a huge net worth, they would only think that he had obtained some kind of spiritual liquid from a previous adventure, and would not suspect other aspects. For example, a spiritual liquid similar to the Millennium Stalactite. The 2 fire lotus seed source liquids allowed Han Feng to successfully break through to the peak of the 2-star level. It's almost sacred Cloud City, and we're falling nearby. Meng Yaqing said when she saw that she had entered the territory of the barbarian Cloud Empire. Soon, the Feitian Yulong ship stopped at a mountain range near St. Cloud City of the barbarian Cloud Empire. St. Cloud City was the imperial city of the barbarian Cloud Empire. Apart from the imperial city, there are at least 10 holy level cities within the barbarian Cloud Empire. It is enough to see that the barbarian Cloud Empire is a third-rank empire, and the sanctuary powerhouse is not rare. Han Feng and Meng Yaqing walked down the mountain, and suddenly, a figure came running from a distance. I only heard the silhouette shouting, "You too, help." Han Feng and Meng Yaqing suddenly froze and looked away. When I got closer, I found that this figure was extremely young, that is, 17 or 18 years old, but the speed of running was not weaker than that of the powerhouse. The other party's breath is extremely restrained, and Han Feng can't see it, but Meng Yaqing's eyes flashed, and she whispered, "4 stars on the ground." Han Feng's eyes changed instantly. 17 or 18-year-old 4-star, although not as good as Meng Yaqing, but also a great genius. Han Feng had to sigh, it is worthy of being a third-rank empire, and if you meet someone casually, you have such a strong talent. Compared with this person, Lei Ruan and others are simply weak. At the same time, Han Feng's expression froze. Even a genius with such strength has to call for help. It is obviously not easy for the strong man to chase after him. Han Feng is not willing to get involved in such troubles. It is only reasonable to go to St. Cloud City. Meng Yaqing obviously had the same idea. The two ignored each other at all and raised their feet to leave. "Hey, the two of you can't help each other." Seeing that Han Feng and Meng Yaqing didn't intend to ignore him at all, the young man immediately shouted, his voice full of grievances, as if he had committed some heinous crime without helping him. Han Feng's mouth twitched, and he glanced at it and said, "Can we handle the trouble that you can't handle with your 4-star strength?" The young man had already rushed over at this time, and when he heard the words, his face suddenly changed, and he was in a state of surprise. Indeed, Han Feng and Meng Yaqing looked 16 or 17 years old at first glance, but their real age may be even younger. In the eyes of young people, it is very remarkable to be able to break through the ground. A third-rank empire like the barbarian Cloud Empire broke through to the ground level around the age of 16 or 17. Such a genius already belongs to the top, how can he be compared with him? The young man just wanted to drag Han Feng and Meng Yaqing into the water and escape with a little more time. Anyway, someone who was chasing him would not attack innocent people. But now, the other party suddenly saw his cultivation, which made the young man not surprised. His aura is extremely restrained, even if the real essence is surging. It is difficult to see her cultivation at the same level, unless. Thinking of this, the young man became more and more horrified. When did such a genius appear in the barbarian Cloud Empire? He had never heard of it. Or, these two people are from other empires, just like him. The young man opened his mouth and was about to say something when a hateful voice came from behind. Wang Qingsong, where are you running away? The owner of this voice is obviously a woman. Meng Yaqing and Han Feng's expressions suddenly became subtle, and the eyes of the young man were also a little strange. Wouldn't this person just eat it up and slip away? It's really scum. The young man looked depressed when he saw the expressions of the two of them. It seemed that it was impossible for the two to delay the other. In that case, let's escape. Immediately, the young man moved and disappeared in front of Han Feng and Meng Yaqing. Han Feng and Meng Yaqing looked at each other. They never imagined that they had just arrived in the barbarian Cloud Empire when they encountered this kind of drama of women chasing men. Cough, let's go quickly. Han Feng coughed lightly and no longer wanted to stay here. The owner of the female voice at the rear was obviously not murderous. To be precise, she was furious, as if she had been molested. Meng Yaqing stayed on the spot with great interest. No, let's stay here and watch the show later. Han Feng's face was sluggish. Watch a play. This little girl doesn't look like someone who can gossip. What's going on today? Meng Yaqing smiled lightly. A 17-year-old 4-star. The woman who is chasing after him must also be a ground level. With such strength at such an age, if these two people are also going to participate in the Baidu selection, 100% of them will be selected, and their status will not be low among the 12th rank of Baidu. Beijing University, even if it is the outer courtyard, the competition will not be weak. If we make two people in advance, we will also have companions in the outer courtyard of Baidu University. It is much better than being alone, and we can face things together. Han Feng realized, and at the same time sighed in his heart, with Meng Yaqing's current 8-star cultivation level, it is enough to compete with 10-star or even higher combat power, and she is definitely not weak in the outer courtyard of Baidu Academy. Enough to have a huge following. It would be strange if they didn't get along well in Baidu Academy. It's obviously for him. The second-level star, who really passed the selection of Baidu Academy and entered the outer courtyard of Baidu Academy, is basically at the bottom, with few companions and helpers. It is really dangerous. Thinking like this, Han Feng didn't want to lose Meng Yaqing's kindness. Soon, a woman in a red dress came quickly. This woman's aura restrained ability is obviously not as good as that of the previous man named Wang Qingsong, and her cultivation is not as good as Wang Qingsong's. Without Meng Yaqing's reminder, Han Feng sensed the opponent's strength. The pinnacle of the 3-star level. The corners of Han Feng's mouth twitched slightly, and when he walked out of the Great Jin Kingdom, the perverts really appeared one after another. No wonder the guardians say that the kingdom of Jin is too small. The red-clothed woman's aura showed an irritable state, her face full of heroic spirit, without the slightest feeling of weakness. The red-clothed woman pointed her toes, stopped in front of Han Feng and Meng Yaqing, restrained her breath, clasped her fists and said, "You too, can you see a man running over here?" Before Han Feng could speak, Meng Yaqing pointed in the direction of Wang Qingsong's escape. There. The woman in red clasped her fist again. "Thank you." Immediately chased after her, red flashed, and disappeared. Meng Yaqing looked satisfied. Although he is a fire attribute martial artist, his personality should be irritable, but he is not an arrogant and unreasonable person. This person can be friends. Born in a big imperial family, and a genius, his personality will inevitably be a little arrogant. When these people see Han Feng and Meng Yaqing, they will not treat inquiries as equals at all. This red-clothed woman did not. The tutor was obviously good, and only in this way could she go further. Qualifications are not everything. For example, it is not difficult to break through the heavenly rank with the top-grade lower third-class aptitude, but after breaking through to the heavenly rank, it is impossible to cultivate too fast. Possible. With a weird smile on her face, Meng Yaqing glanced around. It seems that things are not easy. Han Feng didn't hear the change in Meng Yaqing's tone, but just frowned slightly. After all, this is someone else's business, so it's not good for us to intervene rashly. In case of intervening, maybe the friendship will not be made, but there will be grievances. Who knows what the relationship between the man and the woman is? It may be that the man runs away with his heart, or it may be that the woman forces the man. Just one face-to-face, I can't see the character of this man and woman. Who knows if it's someone who has to befriend? Meng Yaqing smiled. I seem to be able to sense those things by nature. Just like I sensed that you were very helpful to me, I also sensed that this man and woman are people who can be friends. Han Feng was surprised now. Does Meng Yaqing still have such ability? No wonder Meng Yaqing had a strange attitude towards him at that time. Meng Yaqing was a little embarrassed to be stared at by Han Feng so strangely. It's just about, we still need to make sure, so let's go and see. If it's not worth making friends, we should show kindness, but if it's worth it, making friends is very beneficial to entering the Baidu Academy. And these two people look like geniuses born in a high-level empire, and their knowledge of Baidu University is better than ours. Through these two people, we can get more information. Han Feng nodded. The Guardian was only divided into the 12 grades of the Baidu Academy, but how to divide it, and what the Baidu selection was past, the Guardian was not very clear. At the moment, the two of them moved and followed. When the two approached, they found that the woman in red had caught up with the young man Wang Qingsong. I just heard the woman in red full of resentment. Do I just make you hate me like this? Run away when you see me. Wang Qingsong supported his forehead. I have already said that the two of us have a huge difference in status, and it is impossible for us to be together. The woman in red gritted her teeth. Then you still touch my mother's butt. Why didn't you talk about the gap between our status and status when you touched the old lady's butt? After you touched it, the gap was gone, and you ran away? Han Feng, Meng Yaqing, Wang Qingsong. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. Wang Qingsong's face was stiff and depressed, and it was normal for him to be unable to control his former fiancée. Unless it's not a man. Thinking of his fiancée's family, Wang Qingsong couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. He couldn't have implicated his fiancée and his fiancée's family because of himself, so what else could he do other than escape? The woman in red obviously also knew the situation of her family and her loved ones, and immediately gritted her teeth. If you are a man, don't always try to escape. I believe that with your talent, you will surpass that person one day sooner or later. As long as we all enter Baidu Academy, even that person's family will have no way to take us. Wang Qingsong smiled bitterly. Don't forget, that person is in Baidu University. Indeed, if we all enter Baidu University, that person's family can't do anything about us, but that doesn't mean that person can't deal with us. The man in red looked disdainful. So what? It's just because we have practiced longer than us. When we enter the inner courtyard, it's not necessarily worse than him. Wang Qingsong still shook his head. The inner courtyard is so easy to enter. Even if he entered the inner courtyard, that person has stayed in the inner courtyard for so long, and his strength is extremely powerful, it is impossible to surpass it in a short period of time. That means that for a period of time in the future, his life will be constantly made things difficult for him. That's all for him, anyway. Since the family fell, he's used to it, but how could he be willing to let his beloved suffer? As long as he keeps a distance from his beloved, Wang Qingsong believes that that person will never embarrass Lu Yuer, after all. Brush brush. At this moment, dozens of figures suddenly flashed around Lu Yuer and Wang Qingsong, the women in red, all of them exuding a strong aura. Obviously, these people are the powerhouses above the ground. The one headed by the person has more powerful aura fluctuations. When Lu Yuer saw this person, her complexion changed greatly. Long Yushi. Immediately, Lu Yuer turned her head and shouted, "Qing Song, run away, this person is a late-stage master of the 7 stars." Wang Qingsong sighed and his face became firm. "There are so many people surrounded, how can you escape? It's better to fight." Clap clap. Long Yushi clapped his hands. As expected of the descendants of the Wang family, even if it declines, this temperament is still the same as before. "Unfortunately, you are going to die here today." "You dare?" Lu Yuer raised her eyebrows, coldly, and her mouth immediately appeared beside Wang Qingsong in an instant, glaring at the approaching person. Long Yushi raised his eyebrows. "Lu family girl, don't think that we dare not do anything to you now that you have a marriage contract with our 3rd son of the Long family. It will make us anxious, and the big deal will tie you back. I advise you not to interfere with this girl, and think more about the family behind you. Do you want your family to be buried with you because you are alone? 3 young masters likes you, so I gave you the position of the wife. Don't toast, eat or punish you. When you fall into the position of a concubine, it will be too late for you to regret it." With a look of resentment, Lu Yuer roared, "That was promised by the family, but I didn't admit the engagement. I have only one husband, Wang Qingsong." Wang Qingsong was moved for a moment, staring at Lu Yuer. Wang Qingsong smiled bitterly. The reason why he distanced himself from Lu Yuer was that he did not want Lu Yuer to be implicated by him. Okay now, Lu Yuer's move. It will definitely anger the strong Long family. Sure enough, Long Yushi's eyes were cold and he said coldly, "Very good, you and your family will pay the price. May I tell you, if it weren't for you, we really couldn't find the only descendant of the Wang family." Lu Yuer's face was instantly pale. "How is it possible? I can't find it at all." With a look of disdain, Long Yushi took out a bead. "This is a breath-holding bead made by a master of my Long family sanctuary. Unless you are a master of the late stage, it is impossible to detect the breath of me." Lu Yuer turned her head and smiled bitterly. "I'm sorry, but I didn't expect it to be me who brought you to this point in the end." Wang Qingsong hugged Lu Yuer. "If I can escape this catastrophe, I won't dodge anymore. Although the Long family is strong, there are only a dozen strong people in the sanctuary. The big deal is that we will be wandering in the mainland for decades after graduating from Baidu University. The mainland is so big, and the Long family is not an ancient family, and they don't have the ability to hunt them down on the mainland. If it weren't for the sake of getting better training and resources at the Baidu Academy, as well as some cultivation methods after the sanctuary, Wang Qingsong estimated that even the Baidu Academy would not necessarily go, and he would have fled to a farther place." Long Yushi sneered. "Escaped? It's just a mere 4-star, do you really think you can escape?" Now that the decision has been made, Wang Qingsong suddenly showed his edge, as if countless sharp swords were shot out. A unique killing intent, centered on Wang Qingsong, swept out all around. Some of the strong members of the Long family, who were only 1 or 2 stars on the ground level, all felt the attack of the fierce energy, and subconsciously took a few steps back. After they reacted, they were all angry. Not far away, Han Feng and Meng Yaqing were hiding here. Feeling the momentum, Han Feng's eyes flashed. "This guy, it's not easy." Meng Yaqing nodded. "Wait until these 2 can't resist us, before we take action." Han Feng smiled. "You already know those people?" "Yes, they will be more grateful if we save them. When they reach Baidu Academy, they will first choose to join forces with us." Meng Yaqing nodded immediately. Han Feng rolled his eyes. "When we intervene, it is estimated that the strong people of the Long family will hate us." Meng Yaqing snorted softly. I can't stand the behavior of the Long family. Even if I didn't think about it before, I would intervene in this kind of thing. I hate these things that force our women the most. As for the person from Baidu Academy, listen to what they say, that person is in the inner courtyard and has nothing to do with us. When we enter the inner courtyard, I'm not afraid. Han Feng rolled his eyes again. With your 2 layers of ice and fire, even if you have just broken through the sky, it is not easy to mess with, and naturally you are not afraid. Thinking of his heavenly fire-fighting body and alien fire, Han Feng also ignited a fighting spirit. Meng Yaqing is not afraid. What is he afraid of? Kill. Long Yushi let out a low voice, and the 2 4-star masters around him rushed towards Wang Qingsong instantly. One of them condensed his hands into a grasp, and the shadow of the claws appeared in the void. The other opened his hands, and a purple net of lightning flashed. The 2 of them are mid-level masters, and they are even more powerful in performing mid-level martial arts. A fierce light flashed in Liu Yuer's eyes, and she was about to shoot, but was stopped by Wang Qingsong, only to hear Wang Qingsong lightly say, 2 wastes, leave it to me is enough. A pale white long sword appeared in Wang Qingsong's hand, and a strong sword energy burst out. With a slight movement, the bulging sword energy rippled out, and the surrounding trees were all destroyed at this moment, and were split into several pieces. Infinite sword energy! Wang Qingsong roared, and the long sword in his hand suddenly slashed out. With this slash, the whole world seemed to be locked by an ancient giant sword, and the terrifying sword chi burst out. The 2 mid-level powerhouses who attacked were split into pieces in an instant. Withdrawing the long sword, there are still deliberately special chi rippling in a radius of thousands of meters, as if being stared at by countless long swords, and will be stabbed by these long swords at any time. Sword intent. Squinting slightly, Meng Yaqing spit out 2 words. The second one is delivered. Sword intent. Han Feng was surprised. In this continent, there are all kinds of martial arts. You can learn all kinds of martial arts, some specialize in boxing, some specialize in leg art, and some specialize in swordsmanship. There is another name for those who specialize in swordsmanship, sword repair. However, there are very few who specialize in swordsmanship. First, to practice swordsmanship, one must first have a spirit sword, preferably a growth-type spirit sword. You must know that if you want to cultivate swordsmanship, you need to have a deep understanding and communication of spirit swords, in addition to practicing swordsmanship to the perfect state. Abandoning the spiritual sword that cannot keep up with the level, and choosing the spiritual sword corresponding to the cultivation base, it is bound to re-understand and communicate, which wastes a lot of time. Second, a martial artist who specializes in swordsmanship can be said to be the weakest at the same level once he loses his sword, even when his boxing and leg skills are extremely ordinary. Therefore, most of the swordsmanship practice is only used as a killing move, and the boxing and leg skills still need to be practiced. As a result, the spirit sword in the opponent's hand, the practice of swordsmanship, naturally cannot be single-minded. The same practice has sword skills, these cannot be regarded as sword cultivators, such as Han Feng. Jianxiu, everything is based on the spirit sword and sword moves, and he will never spend extra time cultivating any kind of palm technique and boxing technique. Even Jianxiu would hold the spirit sword in his hand even when he was sleeping. These sword cultivators put all their minds on the sword, concentrate on communicating with the spirit sword, and practice swordsmanship. Mastering the sword intent is like mastering the fire attribute warrior. Integrating sword intent into sword moves will greatly increase the power of sword moves. It is also a 4-star on the ground level, and it is also a middle-grade martial skill of the ground level. With the addition of sword intent, Wang Qingsong completely killed 2 4-star on the ground level. Obviously, this is not Wang Qingsong's bottom line. Han Feng opened his mouth. As expected of a third-rank empire, it even has sword intent. It's not like the Great Jin Kingdom, there is not even a strange fire, let alone the sword intent. Han Feng knows his own situation. His strange fire is obtained by practicing the 9 flames and different fire art, and it is not born at all. If there is no crossing, there is no Jiuyan Tianhua Tower, there will be no miracles at all. As for Mengyaching, there is indeed a strange fire, or 2 kinds of strange fire, with completely different attributes. But Mengyaching was picked up by the guardians from other countries, not a native of the Great Jin Kingdom. Therefore, from the mainland of Dajin, no one has produced a strange fire. Compared with these geniuses of the top 3 empires, the Great Jin Kingdom is far behind. Fortunately, recently the Great Jin Kingdom has awakened the body of the Ice Emperor, and the other has the Golden Dragon variety, which is not bad compared to the martial artist with different fire. Mengyaching also commented at this time, 3.5% sword intent, in terms of power, it is not much worse than our different fire. Unless the leader of the 7-star terrestrial rank takes action, or a few rank 5 or 6-star warriors below him take action together, it is basically impossible to kill that Wang Qingsong here. As expected of a genius who came to Baidu to select. Mengyaching's eyes lit up, and Han Feng could clearly feel Mengyaching's fighting intent bursting out. Han Feng blushed slightly. Is Mengyaching still a militant? On the other side, Long Yushi's face was gloomy, and his cold eyes focused on Wang Qingsong. I underestimate you, the sword intent has already mastered 35%, and it is close to 40%. Long Yushi's killing intent became stronger and stronger. The last time I saw Long Yushi, Jianni was only 20%, how long has it been? But 3.5. Sword intent is extremely difficult to comprehend, and it is even more difficult to keep advancing after comprehension. In some respects, sword intent is even more difficult to improve than Yihua. Wang Qingsong didn't say a word, but looked solemn and serious. With a light snort, Long Yushi pulled out his hand, just let me come to know your sword intent. Mengyaching pulled Han Feng, it's time to take action. Facing Mengyaching's bright eyes, Han Feng complained, you just want to fight that Long Yushi. Who? At the moment when Han Feng and Mengyaching appeared, Long Yushi immediately found the 2 of them, with awe-inspiring expressions, and shouted loudly. When the appearance of the 2 people appeared, whether it was Wang Qingsong and others, or Long Yushi and others, they were all stunned. Obviously they didn't expect it, but the 2 people they met on the road unexpectedly came here. Long Yushi's face was cold, what are you 2 doing here? Could it be that you want to meddle in your own business? Mengyaching didn't care about Long Yushi's cold expression at all, it's just that I'm extremely angry when I see someone force a woman to be of the same sex. Lu Yuer bowed her hand slightly, thank you for your kindness, but the other party has a lot of people and is still very strong. Please leave the 2 of you. If you hurt the 2 because of us, then our sins will be big. Wang Qingsong's face was tangled, and he sighed immediately, the 2 of you came here to help, I am very grateful, I only hope that when the 2 leave, I can take Yuer with me, and even if I die, I will not forget the great kindness of the 2 of you. Dade. No. I'm not leaving. When Lu Yuer heard this, she immediately panicked. Want to go? Dreaming. Long Yushi's face was gloomy, and he slapped Mengyaching with a palm. Since you dare to intervene, you must have the consciousness of death. Long Yushi laughed in his heart, he was young and daring, and dared to intervene in whatever happened. Don't you know how many young geniuses have perished because of this? The next moment, the gloom on Long Yu's west face turned into horror. Mengyaching also stretched out a palm and directly touched Long Yushi's palm. 2 strands of true essence erupted. Long Yushi immediately vomited blood and flew upside down. At the same time, the entire palm was frozen. Except for Han Feng, everyone was stunned. The dignified master of the 7-star rank was shot and vomited blood with one palm. This is really incredible. Look at the age of the other party, only about 16 years old. Lu Yue and Wang Qingsong both opened their mouths wide. As the empire's top geniuses, the two have always been proud of their own strength, but now, they have really discovered that there are people outside the sky. This girl is probably younger than them, but her strength is too perverted. The next moment, the two of them were overjoyed. With such a strong person to help, the two of them are safe and sound. Earth level 8 stars. How is it possible that you are Earth rank 8 star, and there is a strange fire? Long Yushi looked terrified. Such talent, the elders of the Long family can't match. With such talent, how could there be an ordinary force behind it, provoking this force, their Long family? Long Yushi's face was embarrassed, but he came out to solve the remnants of the Wang family. How did he get into such a person? Han Feng also jumped out. You two, don't make a move. Lu Yue and Wang Qingsong woke up one after another and shot at the same time. The long sword in Wang Qingsong's hand was unsheathed again. Void sword intent erupted, and Wang Qingsong's chosen opponent was the only 2 rank 6 stars present. At the moment when the real essence broke out, Wang Qingsong knew that Han Feng was only a 2nd level star, and he was about to intercept the 2 strongest among the many powerhouses. For the rest, Wang Qingsong believed that the strange boy and Lu Yue who appeared were enough to deal with it. They are all geniuses. Genius is used to fight over the stars. The third one is delivered. Thank you for the great reward from Aeolus of the sky. Amazed face, Han Feng is facing several 4-star and 5-star levels. Among the dozens of people, the initial stage was all surrounded by the periphery, just in case. For geniuses like Lu Yue, these early-stage powerhouses knew that it was no use for them to go up. Skyfire armor, congeal. The 7th level of the Skyfire battle body, condensate. Boom. As soon as the red flames poured out, the 7th level peak of the Skyfire battle body directly made Han Feng's cultivation level soar to a level comparable to the 4-star level. Strictly speaking, it is extremely close to the 4-star level. Fusion Earth Flame Melting Slash. The Earth Flame Melting Slash was originally a top low-grade martial skill, and combined with the Kanglin Profound Fire, the power reached the top middle-grade martial skill to perfection. With his right arm swung down, Han Feng's opponent seemed to be surrounded by a large sea of fire. In the sky, the flaming sword with a destructive aura crashed down. This slash, its power is not weaker than the blow of an ordinary 5-star early and middle stage powerhouse. These powerhouses with 4 or 5 stars on the ground level, except for the 5 stars on the ground level, who broke out their martial skills and resisted, the rest of the 4 stars on the ground level all fell. As an Earth-level 4-star martial artist, he only reached this state when he was only a few decades old. His comprehension is basically average, but he has cultivated low-level martial arts to the state of perfection. Their attack power is quite a distance away from the 5-star level. The attack that broke out could not resist Han Feng's Earth Flame Melting Slash. Several 5-star 5-stars retreated again and again, shocked by the power of Han Feng, but soon one of them laughed. This is his limit, let's go. Han Feng sneered. Kanglin Xuanhuan suddenly merged with the 7th layer of the heavenly fire fighting body, and the rank was directly chasing the extreme rank of Xuanjie. Han Feng's cultivation base was originally comparable to the 4-star level. At this time it has skyrocketed again, and it is not weaker than the 5-star peak of the ground level. With this cultivation base alone, it is better than a few rank 5 stars. Fusion Skyfire Fighting Fist. The blue flame fist, like the sun, attacked several 5-star 5-stars with destructive power. Several 5-star 5-stars were bombed and killed without any resistance. Han Feng swept all around, and the complexion of the ground that surrounded everyone changed drastically. With a sneer, Han Feng entered the flock like a wolf, and quickly slaughtered these ground steps. At the same time, Meng Yaqing also easily solved the other party. Now, only Lu Yuer and Wang Qingsong's battle is not over yet. Both of them are also super geniuses, so Han Feng and Meng Yaqing didn't make another move. Lu Yuer's weapon was a blood-red whip that was more than 3 meters long, which was extremely powerful when swung. There is a strange fire attached to the whip. That's right, this Lu Yuer also has a strange fire in her body. In this regard, Han Feng once again felt that the outside world is really big, and strange fires that are extremely rare in the Great Jin Kingdom are not uncommon outside. Lu Yuer was already at the peak of the 3-star level, and was only half a step away from the 4-star level. With the long whip magic weapon in her hand and the fusion fire, she fought majesty, and it didn't take long for her opponents to be wiped out. Han Feng stared at the blood-red whip in Lu Yuer's hand, thoughtfully. It's time for his blood-drinking red dragon knife to be upgraded. With his current strength, he must at least reach the 1st class or even the 1st class blood-drinking yellow dragon knife before it can be used as a killer move. Suddenly, the whole world was shrouded in sword energy. Under this sword energy, Han Feng felt the power of being a sword. Lu Yuer was overjoyed, the level of Tianqian's sword has been improved. Qingsong's sword intent has also been broken through. Even Han Feng and Meng Yaqing did not expect that Wang Qingsong would break through during the battle. Originally, Wang Qingsong had the upper hand, but this time it was even more pressing against the opponent's 2 6-star powerhouses. Han Feng was surprised. Tianqian's sword? Could it be a spiritual weapon that can grow? Lu Yuer is not worried about Han Feng's malicious intentions. Although the growth-oriented spiritual tool is precious, the stronger it is, the more disliked it is. They have to cultivate it from scratch. Lu Yuer immediately said, "Yes, Tianqian's sword is the heirloom of the royal family of our empire. From the first ancestor of the Wang family to now, a total of 5 people have obtained Tianqian's sword and recognized it as their master. With Qingsong, that's 6. The 5th person who made Tiang Xuanjian recognize his master is 10,000 years ago." Han Feng gasped, 10,000 years. This royal family has been passed down for a long time. Moreover, the 5 masters of those Tianqian swords must be incredible sanctuary powerhouses with long lives. In this way, the inheritance of the Wang family lasts at least 20,000 to 30,000 years. It is a pity that such a powerful family has been passed down to the present. Listening to those people, the Wang family is likely to be exterminated, leaving only Wang Qingsong. With the improvement of sword intent, Wang Qingsong, relying on 36% of his fighting intent, killed 2 6-stars in a short time. As expected of a genius, there are a lot of people who are getting more and more stars. Han Feng admired the abilities of Wang Qingsong and Lu Yuer, but they were also shocked by Han Feng's huge combat power. "Thank you for your help, I don't know how you call them?" Wang Qingsong stepped forward and asked with a friendly face. "Han Feng." "Meng Yaqing." Han Feng and Meng Yaqing both introduced themselves. Wang Qingsong cupped his hands again. It turned out to be Brother Han and Miss Meng. "I'm so grateful." Having said that, Wang Qingsong bowed to the 2 of them, and Lu Yuer did the same quickly, not falling behind Wang Qingsong. After getting up, Wang Qingsong finally got to the point. "I don't know why the 2 of you came to save each other." When he asked for help before, he was ignored. Han Feng folded his fists and smiled. "It's actually very simple. We saw early on that the 2 problems were internal problems, and we couldn't interfere. And the behavior of those people made me and Yaqing very unhappy, so we shot. Of course, the most important thing is that Yaqing and I came out of the barbarian Cloud Empire, hoping to get the help of the 2 of you." Hearing Han Feng talking about internal problems and the smirk on Han Feng's face, Wang Qingsong and Lu Yuer's faces were embarrassed. After Han Feng finished his last sentence, Wang Qingsong and Lu Yuer looked at each other. After a long time, Wang Qingsong said with a strange expression, "Actually, you and I are not from the Manyun Empire." Han Feng. Meng Yaqing. Han Feng opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. I thought that the geniuses of the third-rank empire were all so powerful, and these two were not from the barbarian Cloud Empire. Lu Yuer coughed lightly. Qingsong and I are both from the second-rank empire Potter Empire. It turned out to be so, no wonder it was so perverted. It turned out to be from a second-rank empire that was a higher rank than the third-rank empire barbarian Cloud Empire. Han Feng was depressed. Meng Yaqing still had a calm expression on her face, but she didn't know what she was thinking. Although I'm not from the barbarian Cloud Empire, but I've been here for a few months, and I know a lot about barbarian Cloud Empire. I think I can provide a lot of information to the two of you. Wang Qingsong, touching his head, he smiled. Han Feng sighed. Anyway, it's fate to meet each other. Presumably the two of you are going to the Baidu Academy to participate in the selection. Why not be together? Wang Qingsong's eyes lit up and nodded quickly. The group rushed to Xingyun City, and it didn't take long to see the city gate of Xingyun City. During this period, perhaps because of the life-saving grace, Lu Yuer and Wang Qingsong did not hide at all, and talked about their origins and beginnings and endings. Wang Qingsong and Lu Yuer are both from the Potter Empire. The Potter Empire was a Tier 2 empire, and even among the top Tier 2 empires, it was much stronger than the barbarian Cloud Empire, a Tier 3 empire. Although the barbarian Cloud Empire is a third-rank empire, among the third-rank empires, it can only be regarded as lower, only a little better than the bottom tier. Lu Yuer is from the Lu family of the Potter Empire, and Wang Qingsong is from the royal family of the Potter Empire. It is worth mentioning that the Wang family is the founder of the Potter Empire. In fact, when the Potter Empire was at its strongest, it was no weaker than the top Tier 1 empires today. At that time, the Wang family was at the height of its prosperity. In particular, the evolvable spirit weapon, Tianqian sword, is the symbol of the Wang family. During the prosperous years of the Wang family, I don't know how many strong men fell under the Tianqian sword. The inheritance of the Wang family has now exceeded 50,000 years, and there have been more than 2,000 sanctuary powerhouses in history. At its peak, there were hundreds of sanctuary powerhouses in the Wang family, and the top powerhouses were only one step away from the sanctuary small perfection. Unfortunately, since 10,000 years ago, the Wang family has gradually declined, and no one has been able to inherit Tianqian sword. Thousands of years ago, another family in the Potter Empire replaced the royal family and became the new royal family of the Potter Empire. Although the Wang family is in decline, it is still a giant for the Jin kingdom. There are more than a dozen sanctuary powerhouses in the entire Wang family, but the highest talent is only the 6th level sanctuary, and there are no powerhouses at the peak level of ordinary sanctuaries. But this power is nothing to the new royal family of the Potter Empire. Although the new royal family is not as powerful as the ancestors of the Wang family, there are still 27th heaven in the sanctuary, but there are still 22 and 3-level heaven. If the Wang family continues to decline, the new royal family will not do anything to the Wang family, but it happens that Wang Qingsong has appeared in the Wang family's generation. After the 5 ancestors, Wang Qingsong inherited the Tianqian sword. This time, the new royal family was terrified. In the history of the Wang family, those who inherited the Tianqian sword basically reached the 26th level of the sanctuary, and even the 27th level of the sanctuary. With the help of Tianqian sword, he also has the power to fight against ordinary sanctuary small perfectionists. The sanctuary powerhouses of the new royal family are indeed powerful, but in the face of the small perfection in the sanctuary, that is the gap between children and giants. The new royal family is afraid of the power of Taiyang Xuanjian. How can they let the Wang family go? As the subject of the new royal family, the Long family immediately began to suppress and even destroy the royal family on behalf of the new royal family. The marriage contract between Wang Qingsong and Lu Yuer was ruined under such circumstances. Lu Yuer's father, the Lu family leader, is very optimistic about Wang Qingsong, but the Lu family is not the only one who speaks to the Lu family, and there are many elders who hold a lot of power. Under the pressure of the elders, Lu Yuer's father, the Lu family head, had to sigh and ruin the marriage contract between Lu Yuer and Wang Qingsong. Even so, the Long family still did not let the Wang family go. Just half a year ago, the Wang family was destroyed by the Long family. The Long family is the top family of the Potter Empire, and the strongest is also a peak-level master of the Great Sanctuary, and there are dozens of sanctuary powerhouses under it. With such power, it is too easy to kill the Wang family. In the entire Wang family, except Wang Qingsong, who escaped, everyone else was destroyed. Patriarch Lu wanted to help, but was powerless. Lu family. There is only one great sanctuary expert, who is still the first to enter the great sanctuary level, that is, the 10th heaven of sanctuary. The difference between the 10th layer and the 18th layer is too huge, not to mention that the Long family has more than one great sanctuary. The younger generation of the Long family, the eldest son of the Long family, is very talented. At the age of 18, he was already a 6-star, and entered the Baidu University. Now that 4 years have passed, he has already entered the inner courtyard of Baidu University, and no one knows what the strength of the young master of the Long family is now. But everyone is sure that within a few years, the young master of the Long family will become a master of the sanctuary. With a sanctuary level of less than 30, it is more than 80% possible to break through to the peak of the sanctuary in the future. Even in the 19th heaven to the 27th heaven at the peak of the sanctuary, the level is not too low, at least the 20th heaven. Once the Long family grows up, in terms of top power, the Long family will be able to compete with the Potter Empire royal family. It was precisely because the elders of the Lu family were interested in the eldest son of the Long family that they forced the head of the Lu family to dissolve the engagement between Lu Yuer and Wang Qingsong, and made an engagement with the third young master of the Long family. The qualifications of the third young master of the Long family may not be as good as that of the elder son of the Long family, but he is still the top talent of the Potter Empire. Lu Yuer didn't want to get engaged to the third young master of the Long family, so she escaped. It was a coincidence, or maybe it was fate, that Lu Yuer met Wang Qingsong in the barbarian Cloud Empire. The two already love each other. Wang Qingsong touched Lu Yuer's buttocks without any control. Just when the two were about to make the last step, Wang Qingsong suddenly woke up. Once he had a relationship with Lu Yuer, and the news was known to the Long family, the Lu family would definitely be harassed by the Long family. Later, it was these things that happened to Han Feng. After listening to what the two said, Han Feng touched his chin. If this matter is put in a previous life, it would be a love drama. Wang Qingsong is definitely a pig's foot. In the future, his strength will increase greatly and he will kill the evil forces and obtain the beautiful girl. Do you still want to run now? Lu Yuer put her hands on her hips, and the blood-red whip in her hand waved her true essence. Wang Qingsong gave a wry smile. How is that possible? I think it's bad. Even if I separate from you, you won't be safe. The third young master of the Long family has tortured and killed many women. Since nothing is safe, stay with me. At this time, the group had already entered St. Cloud City and paid the entrance fee. As soon as he entered St. Cloud City, Han Feng felt the difference from St. Jean City. First of all, in terms of the level of powerhouses, most of Xingjin City are Xian level and Earth level, and there are very few Tian levels wandering on the street. But in this Holy Cloud City, the powerhouses of the heavenly rank can be seen everywhere, and even from time to time, the powerhouses of the Holy Realm emitting powerful aura fluctuations can be seen flying past. In Sacred Cloud City, even the powerhouses in the sky are not allowed to fly. Only the powerhouses in the sanctuary are qualified to fly. This is the privilege of the strong sanctuary. When the sanctuary powerhouses waved out, everyone felt a sense of suffocation, as if they had fallen into endless darkness, and they would lose their lives at any time. Han Feng's eyes were fiery. It's so strong, but the random momentum fluctuations of the strong in the sanctuary are so powerful. Faced with the powerhouses of the sanctuary, no matter what the earth and the heavens are, they are all vulnerable. He clenched his fists. As long as you enter the Baidu Academy, under various powerful cultivation illusions, and with the help of the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower, it is not impossible to break through to the sanctuary before the age of 20. Han Feng's ambition is great. If others know Han Feng's ambition at the moment, they will laugh out loud. The sanctuary, who was less than 20 years old, could not find an index in the entire Beizhou continent. All continents added up, each generation does not necessarily have 100. Brother Han, Miss Meng, let's go to Xingyun Square now. Wang Qingsong said suddenly. St. Cloud Square? Han Feng and Meng Yaqing both showed confusion. Wang Qingsong snorted, don't you two know? Geniuses from other countries want to go to other countries to use teleportation arrays. Do they need to test their cultivation? From the looks of it, Wang Qingsong looked quite surprised. First delivery. Ask for flowers. Don't you know that St. Cloud Square is strange? Seeing that Wang Qingsong and Lu Yuer were both surprised, Han Feng pouted. Wang Qingsong looked at Han Feng and Meng Yaqing with monster-like eyes. As long as they are in the top 3 empires, they should know about this. For foreign geniuses who want to use their own teleportation formations, unless they are geniuses designated by each country, other people who come automatically need to pay a lot of spirit stones, and also need to check their cultivation. The locations are generally in specific squares in the imperial cities of each empire. Han Feng shrugged, I don't know if it's normal. When did I say that I'm from the upper 3rd rank empire? The expressions of Wang Qingsong and Lu Yuer were even more shocked. Brother Han, Miss Meng, do you two come from the middle-class empire? Wang Qingsong's eyes were full of horror. In a mere middle-grade empire, it would be amazing to die at the age of 16 or 17 and reach the pinnacle of the 12-star Xian rank. But what about Han Feng and Meng Yaqing? That's all for Han Feng, they can still bear the 2nd-level rank, and it is not uncommon for a 16 or 17-year-old to cultivate a 3rd-rank empire. But Meng Yaqing's 8-star cultivation level really scared them both. A 16 or 17-year-old rank 8-star is also a rare genius in the 1st-rank empire, and it is extremely rare. It is estimated that only the top geniuses of the ancient family have this level. And such a genius will not go to any Baidu Academy. Some of these ancient families are stronger than Baidu Academy. Wang Qingsong and Lu Yuer always thought that Han Feng and Meng Yaqing were from the ancient patriarchs. Maybe they sneaked out. No matter how bad it was, they were the top geniuses of the 1st-rank empire or even the 2nd-rank top empire, and the direct disciples of some old monsters in the sanctuary. Who knows, the two of them are only from the middle-rank empire. The cultivation resources and environment of the middle-rank empire are not comparable to the 2nd-rank empire. For a while, the two can only say one pervert. Having cultivated to such a level in the mere middle-grade empire, Wang Qingsong and Lu Yuer couldn't think of any words to describe Han Feng and Meng Yaqing, except for being abnormal. Yaqing, which empire are you from? Tell me. Lu Yuer took Meng Yaqing's arm and asked, coquettishly. Along the way, the two women quickly became friends. Meng Yaqing's temperament is indifferent, but in fact it is only on the surface, but she still likes to be friends with someone with a hot temper like Lu Yuer. Lu Yuer was even more grateful to Meng Yaqing, a great savior. After going back and forth, the two naturally became friends. Meng Yaqing's face was indifferent, but a hint of slyness crossed her eyes. I'm afraid you won't believe it if you say it. Han Feng noticed Meng Yaqing's eyes, spread his hands, and looked at Wang Qingsong and Lu Yuer playfully. Lu Yuer rolled her eyes. Why don't you believe it? A fourth-grade empire? Or a fifth-grade empire? It won't be a sixth-grade empire, right? Meng Yaqing raised her eyebrows slightly. None of them, it's the Great Jin Kingdom of the seventh-rank empire. What? Seventh-rank empire? Wang Qingsong and Lu Yuer looked dull. Seventh-rank empire, what is that? That's an inferior empire. When did such a genius appear in the inferior empire? It's just going against the sky. Wait. Great Jin Kingdom. Wang Qingsong first came back to his senses. Speaking of the Great Jin Kingdom, Wang Qingsong always felt very familiar. Wang Qingsong felt that it was incredible. The fourth-rank empire was nothing but the seventh-rank empire in the entire Beizhou continent, and it would leave an impression in his memory. This is really too. Fortunately, Wang Qingsong has a good memory, and it didn't take long for the news about the Great Jin Kingdom to be picked up from his memory, and he said in a shocked tone, "Brother Han, Miss Meng, what you said about the Great Jin Kingdom, shouldn't it be? Is it the Great Jin Kingdom with the peak powerhouses of the Great Sanctuary?" When Wang Qingsong said this, Lu Yuer also recalled everything about the Kingdom of Jin from her memory. The seventh-rank empire, such a country has nothing to notice at all, even the fourth-rank empire. For two people who were born in the second-rank empire, there is not much worth remembering. But the Great Jin Kingdom is really different. In the upper third-rank empire, the strongest are generally the masters of the peak sanctuary level, but the level of the Great Sanctuary is also an extremely high-level existence. If it is divided by the level of the Great Jin Kingdom, the Great Sanctuary of the upper third-rank empire is equivalent to the heavenly rank powerhouse of the Great Jin Kingdom, and the peak of the sanctuary is equivalent to the sanctuary of the Great Jin Kingdom. The Great Sanctuary is not something that can be easily provoked in the upper third-rank empire. As for the Dajin Kingdom as a seventh-rank empire, it has masters of the Great Sanctuary. This particularity is not enough to make the upper third-rank empire pay attention to the Dajin country, but it will also make the upper third-rank empire remember the Dajin country. If it were other lower third-rank empires, how could the upper third-rank empires remember it? Wang Qingsong shook his head with a wry smile. No wonder, no wonder. Although it is only a seventh-rank empire, it is entirely possible to cultivate two such geniuses with the help of the master of the Great Sanctuary. Even he, so far, has not received the teachings of the peak powerhouses of the Great Sanctuary. Obviously, Wang Qingsong was the direct disciple who regarded Han Feng and Meng Yaqing as guardians of the Great Jin Kingdom. Han Feng grinned slightly. Meng Yaqing was that direct disciple, but he was not. But Han Feng didn't say it. Wang Qingsong misunderstood. You can't tell Wang Qingsong that he was originally from a small human-level family. The four of them walked towards Xingyun Square, and Han Feng wondered, as far as I know, can't you transfer it by handing in the spirit stone? Why do you still need to check your cultivation? Wang Qingsong smiled. It's very simple. From the teleportation array of the barbarian Cloud Empire to the northern capital city, no matter where the people who are sent to the past come from, some aspects represent some of the face of the barbarian Cloud Empire. If the strength is too poor, wouldn't it make others laugh? Think about it. For a third-rank empire like the barbarian Cloud Empire, the people who sent it over were only 4 or 5 stars of the Xian rank. Isn't this the barbarian Cloud Empire hitting its own face? That's why there is a process of detection. When the goal is achieved, a certain kind of qualified token will be issued. With this token, you can go to the teleportation array of the barbarian Cloud Empire and transmit it to Baidu City. Han Feng knew it, and he was lucky to have saved Wang Qingsong and Meng Yaqing. Otherwise, he and Meng Yaqing would not know anything about going to the teleportation array, and they might be ridiculed for a while. It would be even worse if it was mistaken for a troublemaker. For a third-rank empire like the barbarian Cloud Empire, the one who sits in the teleportation array must be a sanctuary powerhouse, not a simple sanctuary. Being misunderstood by these sanctuary powerhouses, Han Feng was a little scared just thinking about it. Wang Qingsong said that he stayed in the barbarian Cloud Empire for a few months, which is true. Wang Qingsong was very familiar with the road of Xuanhuan city. Not long after, under the leadership of Wang Qingsong, the four came to Xuanhuan Square. St. Cloud Square, the crowd is surging. In the front, a row of 400 or 500 people waited quietly, and in front of the hundreds of people, there were several heaven-level powerhouses, testing everyone's cultivation. Excited to pass the test. Those who do not pass the test are dejected. Some of these people left, while others stayed to observe the tests of others. Those who passed the test obviously wanted to see what geniuses were worth noting, and those who failed, looking at their expressions, knew that they were expecting more people to fail and fall into the same fate as them. It's a kind of mind that I can't get, and you'd better not get. Second more. Thank you for the big flowers of Star St. Peak. Thanks to the pure state-owned enterprise master for the big super reward. Congratulations to the pure state-owned enterprise master for being promoted to the position of the leader of the alliance and becoming the leader of the alliance. This is the first ally of cabbage. Amazed face, / Looking at these geniuses with different expressions of excitement, anxiety, depression, and jealousy, Han Feng sighed in his heart. If there is no Juyan Tianhua Tower, he is afraid that he is not even qualified to be jealous and frustrated. At the same time, Han Feng also found that someone was staring at those who succeeded in the test with malicious eyes. These ill-intentioned people are obviously older, and even if they look immature on the face, they always give people a sense of disobedience. Wang Qingsong followed Han Feng's line of sight and sneered, "A bunch of idiots. Listen to what you mean, it seems that you know what these people do." Han Feng said with great interest. Of course, these people are the so-called predators. Raiders? That's right, the so-called predators are those who have taken a fancy to some geniuses who have passed the test, take away the tokens of these geniuses, and enter the teleportation array. Wang Qingsong's tone was full of contempt. Han Feng frowned. These people are obviously losers, but they don't want to admit defeat, and instead engage in these crooked ways, really. Could it be that the barbarian Cloud Empire doesn't care? Wang Qingsong rolled his eyes. The barbarian Cloud Empire only needs to pay attention to the 30 geniuses in their own country. How can they care so much? Anyway, the spirit stone was also received, and the token was also given. The inability to keep the token is due to the incompetence of those geniuses, and it has nothing to do with the barbarian Cloud Empire. Han Feng was stunned for a moment, but after a moment's thought, it was true that the barbarian Cloud Empire did not have the responsibility to protect it. I can't protect myself, I can only say that I am incompetent. Wang Qingsong's voice sounded again, and his tone became more and more contemptuous. These people are over 20 years old and cannot pass the test. They only know how to snatch tokens. Could it be that if you snatch the token here, you can pass the test in Beideching? The inspection of the masters of the Baidu Academy is more stringent. Here, we can only test roughly, more than 20 and not more than 20. But in Beideching, any age can be detected. Even if the token is snatched, it will be swiped in Beideching. Only then did Han Feng understand why that person was so discordant before. Obviously, he was over 20 years old, but his face was young, giving people a feeling of disharmony. Speaking of the test of Baidu City, Han Feng said curiously, "You two from the second-rank empire, you should know the selection process of Baidu Academy, can you tell me?" Knowing that Han Feng and Meng Yaqing were only from the 7th-rank empire, Wang Qingsong and Lu Yuer didn't show their shock at the fact that they didn't know the process of Baidu Academy. Wang Qingsong immediately said, "Anyway, there is still a long way to go before it is our turn to test, so I will tell you about it. There are 6 procedures for the selection of Baidu University. They are willpower, cultivation, physical and soul strength, special abilities, aptitude, and real combat power. The so-called willpower is to see whether the will of the selector is strong. You must know that in the course of cultivation, no matter how high the talent and the special ability are, but the will is too weak, if you bully the soft and fear the hard, it will be difficult to reach the top. Why do many geniuses go silent when they enter the Baidu Academy? That is, the blow is too big, or their firm will is destroyed by the more powerful people in the Baidu Academy. Cultivation is not just about the cultivation, but also the age of the bones. It is not because the cultivation and the higher the grades are, the better. For example, a 16-year-old with 4 or 5 stars, and a 20-year-old with 5 or 6 stars. Obviously, the former is more valued at the age of 16 and has better grades. Body and soul strength, it's easy to understand, its physical quality and soul strength. However, the level of performance depends on how much the physical quality and soul strength exceed the cultivation base. It is not that the higher the physical quality and the higher the soul strength, the better the performance. Let's use an analogy. If the physical quality of a 2-star warrior is the same as that of a 2-star warrior, then the person's grade is qualified. The higher the score, the higher the score. On the contrary, if the cultivation base is as high as 4 or 5 stars on the ground level, and the physical quality and soul strength are still at the early stage of the ground level, then it is unqualified. Special abilities, this refers to more, different fire, weak water, special thunder power, special body, or the body can withstand unique secret methods. There are almost no sequelae, they are all special abilities. Special abilities naturally depend on the strength of Ihua, etc. The stronger the ability, the higher the score. Talent, this is also very simple, it depends on the strength of talent. Of course, for Baidu Academy, the potential of a genius is not limited to talent. Many geniuses are not very qualified, but they grow faster than some talented people with hard work, adventures, and special abilities. But the level of talent is a basic, so it can be regarded as a relatively important procedure. The final battle strength is the key point. Actually, this is what Baidu Academy values most. No matter how high your cultivation base is or how high your potential is, only the real combat power is strong. Willpower, cultivation, physical and soul strength, special abilities, aptitude, and true combat power, these 6 items are the focus of the selection assessment. As for admission to Baidu University, it is another way of selection. I won't mention this for the time being. We will talk about it after we all pass the Baidu selection and enter Baidu University. At this time, Wang Qingsong scratched his head. Of course, I also don't know much about the situation in Baidu Academy. Han Feng and Meng Yaqing listened thoughtfully, thinking about their own strengths and weaknesses. Some of the 6 major items they were very confident, but some were powerless. Han Feng is the weakest in the assessment of talent. The top grade qualifications are okay in the Great Jin Kingdom, but among the geniuses in the Baidu Academy, I am afraid they are the bottom of the bottom. Seeing that Han Feng's face was embarrassed, Wang Qingsong laughed. What shortcomings does brother Han have? Han Feng nodded helplessly. Yes, my qualifications are not very good, that is, high-grade qualifications. Both Wang Qingsong and Lu Yuer were taken aback, including Meng Yaqing, who were all slightly surprised. However, the direction of surprise on both sides is different. Wang Qingsong and Lu Yuer were surprised that Han Feng had such a powerful strength at such an age, and he was only a mere top-grade qualification. You must know that those who can go to the Baidu Academy to participate in the selection are considered to be at the bottom of the bottom third-class qualifications. Meng Yaqing was surprised by the improvement of Han Feng's qualifications. According to the survey, when Han Feng was born, his aptitude was only low grade, but now it has been upgraded to high grade. What about the future? Is it possible to break through the top quality qualifications and reach the holy level? Meng Yaqing's face remained the same, and the search in her eyes became more and more intense. Seeing Han Feng's whole body get goosebumps, she always felt that she had suddenly become an experimental object. Wang Qingsong's face was a little ugly at this time. This is not easy to handle. Although Brother Han has a good strength, the talent is only 0 points. Even if the other aspects are full points, it can meet the entry standard. It's barely enough to reach the ordinary low grade, that is, the 12th grade, which is the second class. Once the other programs lose a point, there's a good chance they won't pass. When Wang Qingsong said this, Han Feng also felt that the matter was serious. No way. The selection of Baidu Academy is too strict, and the top grade qualifications are actually 0 points. Han Feng exclaimed a little exaggeratedly. Han Feng knew that the Baidu Academy was somewhat disdainful of high-grade qualifications, but 0 points. Han Feng really did not expect it. The third one. Meng Yaqing frowned. She didn't know much about the selection process, and she didn't expect the selection to be so severe. Thinking of that score, Meng Yaqing said, "What's the matter with this score? What score is considered a pass?" Wang Qingsong gave a wry smile and looked at Han Feng with pity. In Wang Qingsong's view, the possibility of Han Feng being selected by the Baidu Academy is extremely slim. It's like this: each of the 6 major items is a 100-point system. Testing willpower is in a secret area of Pandora's dream. When you are in Pandora's secret realm, there will be various phantoms to harass. The longer you persist, the higher the score. For every 10 minutes, you can get 10 points, and if you stick for 100 minutes, you can get 100 points. Testing the cultivation base, it is the sanctuary powerhouses specialized in Baidu University who come to touch the bones and test them. How the points are judged depends on those sanctuary powerhouses. Even I can't say how to judge the points. In general, the younger the age, the higher the cultivation base, and the higher the score. Testing the limit of the body and the limit of the soul is in the Tower of the Gods. The Heavenly God Tower has 13 floors. The 1st to 12th floors correspond to the physical strength and soul power of 1 star to 12 stars, and the 13th floor is the heaven. The more your physical strength and soul strength exceed your cultivation level, the faster you will practice. You must also understand this point. This Tianqian Pagoda is not only used for selection tests and entering the outer courtyard of Baidu Academy, but you can also enter the Tianqian Pagoda to practice in some way. As for how the grades are divided, take the 1-star powerhouse on the ground level as an example. If you can persist for more than half an hour on the 1st floor of the Tianqian Tower, even if you pass it, it is 60 points. Through the 1st floor to reach the 2nd floor, you can add 10 points and have 70 points. If you can persist on the 2nd floor for more than half an hour, you can add 15 points and have 80 points. Going through the 2nd floor to the 3rd floor can add 10 points to 90 points. If you can persist on the 3rd floor for more than half an hour, and you can add 10 points, then it is a full score of 100. If it's not 1 star on the ground level, it will naturally increase or decrease in turn. For example, at the level of 12 stars on the profound level, you can get full marks if you stay on the 2nd floor of the Tianqian Tower for half an hour. If it is a 2nd level star, you need to stick to the 4th floor for half an hour to get a full score. Basically, physical quality and soul strength can exceed 2 levels of one's own cultivation, not a full score, but at least 90 points. Let's talk about special abilities. This is also the special sanctuary powerhouse of Baidu Academy to judge points. And then there's qualifications. The 9th grade aptitude of the best grade is 10 points, and the 1st grade aptitude of the best grade is 90 points. Above the aptitude of the best grade, it is the qualification of the holy grade, and the qualification of the holy grade is a full score. Brother Han, your aptitude is not even the 9th grade of the best, naturally it is 0. Han Feng was dumbfounded. The selection of this Baidu Academy is indeed extremely strict. It is no wonder that there are 90% of the talents in the entire Beizhou continent, and only a few can be selected. Saint qualification? That is the aptitude that can easily break through to the sanctuary, and can cultivate all the way to the sanctuary in the sanctuary. As long as your heart is good, you are willing to work hard, and your will is firm, breaking through to the great sanctuary is not a big problem, and only the bottleneck between the great sanctuary and the peak of the sanctuary. It will cause problems for the owner of the holy product qualification. Han Feng had always suspected that Meng Yaqing was a saint. Saint rank aptitude, the genius of the upper third rank empire, is also rare for hundreds of years. Moreover, this is an ordinary holy quality. A higher level holy product qualification is even more incredible. Wang Qingsong's explanation continued. Finally, the sixth item is combat power. This sixth test will start in the secret realm of a death mirror. The magic mirror of death is an alien space opened up by the master of the Baidu Academy with great power. It is full of monsters, ranging from the first level to the 12th level, corresponding to 1 star on the ground level to 12 stars on the ground level. Killing a first-level monster can get 0.1 point, killing a second-level monster can get 0.5 points, killing a third-level monster can get 1 point. Killing a fourth-level monster, you can get 2 points, killing a fifth-level monster, you can get 5 points, killing a sixth-level monster, you can get 10 points. 15 points for a 7th-level monster, 20 points for an 8th-level monster, and 30 points for a 9th-level monster. There will be no more in the future. After so many years of selection by Baidu Academy, very few can hunt monsters above level 9. Having said that, Wang Qingsong and Lu Yuer looked at Meng Yaqing with strange expressions. With Meng Yaqing's 8-star cultivation base, and the ability to fight with more stars, as well as the strange fire, she has the ability to hunt 10-level monsters. The two of them could already imagine that Meng Yaqing would definitely be able to surprise the sanctuary powerhouse who was in charge of the selection of Baidu University in the selection of Baidu University. Taking a deep breath, Wang Qingsong continued, the total score is 600. If you score 600, you will be able to get the title of high-rank battle king. It seems that you will get a great reward. 595 points to 599 points. And you will get the title of the middle grade war king. 590 to 594 points, and you will get the title of low rank war king. 580 to 589 points, and you will get the title of top grade war commander. 570 to 579 points, and you will get the title of mid-rank war commander. 560 to 569 points, and you will get the title of low-grade war commander. From 550 to 559 points, you will be awarded the title of high-ranking general. 540 to 549 points, and you will get the title of middle-grade general. 530 to 539 points, and you will get the title of low-rank warrior. The above titles will all get some rewards. Further down, there is no title anymore, but they are members of ordinary colleges. They have always been selected by Baidu colleges, and the number of these people is the largest. 520 to 529 points is the top grade for ordinary students. 510 to 519, which are middle grades for ordinary students. 5% to 509 points, it is the low grade of ordinary students. As an ordinary student, there is no reward. Further down, you are no longer eligible to be selected for Baidu University. Hiss. Han Feng gasped, with a total score of 600, and no qualifications below 500. It was indeed severe. On average, each item must pass the assessment of the Baidu Academy at around 83 or 4 points. As a result, the single qualification lost 100%. For the other items, Han Feng is really not sure that he will get full marks, especially the detection of cultivation and special abilities. God knows how the sanctuary powerhouses of Baidu University judge. Originally, Han Feng was very confident that he could pass the selection of Baidu Academy, but now it seems. Sure enough, he underestimated the genius of Beizhou continent. Seeing that Han Feng's face changed slightly, Wang Qingsong looked embarrassed. If he had known, he would not have said it. Meng Yaqing frowned slightly. Isn't there any other way to pass the assessment? Meng Yaqing did not expect the assessment to be so difficult. Wang Qingsong shook his head, unless the points reach 500, otherwise. At this time, Lu Yuer suddenly exclaimed, Qingsong, have you forgotten the bonus point system? Wang Qingsong's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, bonus points. Brother Han, you have hope. Fourth more complete. Ask for flowers. Thank you for the great reward from Star St. Peak. There is a fifth update today, which will be later. You can watch it the next day. Wang Qingsong's eyes suddenly lit up. Yes, bonus points. Brother Han, you have hope. Additional points? What is that? In addition to being curious, Han Feng was also slightly excited. He originally thought that it was hopeless to be admitted to the Baidu Academy. How could he know that Luanhua Mingyu village? Listening to Wang Qingsong's meaning, could it be possible to add points in a certain way? Wang Qingsong chuckled. The bonus point system, naturally, the extra points are added to the full score of 100. Beijing University has a strict division of the 100-point system, and what grades can get what grades are carefully determined. But there are always super geniuses who go beyond the established divisions. For these super geniuses, it would be too much of a disadvantage to use a full score of 100 points. So there is a bonus point system. For example, in Pandora's Dream, you can get 100% if you stick to it for 100 minutes, but what if it exceeds 100 minutes? There are basically very few who can achieve full marks in the past, let alone more than 100 minutes. But every few decades, Baidu University will encounter some perverts for more than 100 minutes. For every minute more than 1 minute, you can get 1 point, up to 20 points. Even if you persist for 200 minutes, you can still only get 20 extra points. Han Feng was moved. There was the Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda, and no illusions were useless. Of these 120 points, 9 out of 10 times he got it. The extra 20 points can completely make up for the gaps in some other aspects. Seeing Han Feng's excitement, Wang Qingsong became suspicious. Could it be that Brother Han, you have tested your willpower? It always feels like you have a good grasp of it. Han Feng just smiled mysteriously and did not answer. However, Meng Yaqing glanced at Han Feng in surprise. Meng Yaqing remembered in a trance that when Han Feng dealt with the illusion in the Qingyun ranking competition, it was basically very relaxed. At that time, he thought that Han Feng's soul level was much higher than Hua Wenlong. But now, apparently not. Could it be the hallucination immune body? This physique is extremely rare, but in the ancient books, Meng Yaqing knows that Beizhou continent has appeared several times over the years. Thinking of this, Meng Yaqing smiled slightly. It seems that there are still many secrets of Han Feng, and they must be dug well in the future. Han Feng felt a chill all over again. Wang Qingsong didn't mind if he didn't get the answer. No one had a secret, but Wang Qingsong felt more and more that Han Feng was not simple. Han Feng urged, Brother Wang, keep talking. Wang Qingsong cleared his throat and continued, for the following cultivation, we need to rely on those sanctuary powerhouses. If they think they can add points, they will naturally add points. As for the Tower of the Gods, it's natural to go higher and higher. For example, if you can break into the 3rd floor with 1 star on the ground, and stay on the 3rd floor for more than half an hour, you can get a full score, but if you break into the 4th floor and persist for half an hour, you can get a full score. For more than an hour, you can get 20 points. The special ability also depends on the judgment of the sanctuary powerhouses themselves, but I think you have a high-grade aptitude, Brother Han, but you can cultivate to the 2nd level rank at the age of 16 or 17. Obviously, you have a very special physique. And I still remember that when you were helping the battle, Brother Han, your cultivation has skyrocketed a lot. Brother Han is still alive and kicking, obviously it's not a big problem. This kind of strength can be improved in some way, and it can be regarded as a special ability with relatively small sequelae. Even Brother Han has a strange fire. All sorts add up. I think 9 times out of 10 you can get extra points. Han Feng rolled his eyes. What do you mean by still alive and kicking? Do you have to lie on the ground and be unable to move? Also, I'm only 15 years old, okay? Han Feng didn't say these words, even if he did, who knows if the other party would believe it. 15-year-old 2-star, not much worse than Meng Yaqing, who was 16 and nearly 17 and was already 8-star. Seeing Han Feng's rolled eyes, he smiled and continued, quality, the general aptitude for holy products is full marks, and the super first-class aptitude will naturally have extra points, but the super first-class aptitude for holy products is the 1,000-year-old family. Hard to come up with one. Basically, in the selection of Baidu universities, the qualification is the least number of bonus points. Finally, it's the combat power. It's very easy to add points, just get 120 points, just hunt down 4 9th-level monsters. Han Feng twitched the corners of his mouth. The 9th-level monster is equivalent to the 9-star on the ground level. How can it be so easy to kill? However, as soon as these bonus points are mentioned, Han Feng's face looks much better. Even if the qualification is 0, as long as the other items get bonus points, he will definitely be selected by Baidu University. There are fewer and fewer people in front. At this moment, there are only more than 20 people in front of Han Feng. Ding Mintong, 3rd level age, 6-star Xuanjia, unqualified. The Tianjia old man said indifferently. The 18 or 19-year-old girl left the team with a crying face. From the previous conversation, Han Feng knew that the barbarian Cloud Empire divides age into 3 levels. The first level is under 16, the second is between 16 and 18, and the third is between 18 and 20. Barbarian Cloud Empire's bone-touching technique is not as accurate as the Baidu Academy, and can only be roughly divided into 3 levels. Zhen Fuyang, 2nd level age, 10-star Xian rank, pass. The 17 or 18-year-old young man was overjoyed and withdrew with a look of gratitude. The Tianjia old man didn't even look at the person named Zhen Fuyang. With such an age and such aptitude, it was impossible for him to pass the selection of the Baidu Academy. Zhen Fuyang naturally didn't know this, he just thought it was the arrogance of the heavenly rank powerhouse as a heavenly rank. Diao Kaixing, 3rd level age, 9-star Xuanjia, unqualified. Gong Chao, 2nd level age, 11-star profound rank, qualified. Shi Yun, 2nd level age, 12-star Xian rank, qualified. This Shi Yun made the old man raise his eyelids a little and glance, but that's all. Soon, more than a dozen people passed, and it was a teenager's turn. This young man is not very old at first glance. When the old man of Tianjia saw this young man, there was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. Jiangde, 1st level age, 10-star Xuanjia, pass. Jiangde cheered, great, quickly give me the token, now my father can't stop me. Elder Tianjia frowned, young Master Jiang, you are only 14 years old. After 3 years, you will definitely break through to 2 or 3 stars on the ground level. When that time comes, you will be more confident in going to Baidu Academy. Jiangde waved his hand. It's not that you can only go to the Baidu Academy selection once. This time I just went to experience it, and I know I can't pass it now. But now that I have experience, I will be ready in 3 years. What? 14 years old is a 10-star Xuanjia. Another top genius. Jiangde? Surname is Jiang? Could it be the Jiang family, one of the 5 major families of our barbarian Cloud Empire? There was an uproar from a group of people looking around. Even Han Feng and the others focused their attention on Jiangda. Wang Qingsong laughed in a low voice, "Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. There have never been many dead people in the selection of Baidu Academy. Experience? If you put your own life in it, you will lose a lot." Lu Yuer also nodded. The harshness of the Baidu Academy, these families with profound backgrounds, are all too clear. The elder Tianjia obviously knew it, but unfortunately the little guy Jiangda didn't listen, and immediately said impatiently, "There are still people behind, don't delay others." After saying that, Jiangda ran downstairs and watched the rest of the people's inspection with great interest. "The fifth one is delivered. Ask for flowers." The appearance of Jiangda made everyone's eyes focus on Jiangda, all kinds of envy and jealousy. In this way, the age is no worse than them, and the gap between them will be even greater in the future, and the difference is not in one dimension. Jiangda was not surprised by these glances, and Jiangda watched others examine with great interest. For Jiangda, who was only 14 years old, was trapped in the Jiang family for more than 10 years, and did not go out very much, everything outside was very interesting. The Tianjia old man secretly complained that Jiangda was not only a very talented genius of the younger generation of the Jiang family, but also awakened the special bloodline of the Jiang family in his body. If something happened outside, he would be finished. "I just hope that this young master Jiangda will not run around with interest. No matter how talented he is only 10 stars of the Xian rank at present." In the place where the powerhouses are concentrated in Xuanhuan City, the Xian rank is no different from the ordinary rank, both of which are at the bottom rank. Soon, it was Lu Yuer's turn. When the day-level old man was tested, his voice changed. "Lu Yuer, second level age, Earth level 3 star." In an instant, the nearby voices disappeared, and everyone looked at Elder Tianjia and Lu Yuer in stunned eyes. This must be a test error. 17 or 18-year-old 3 stars are among the top in any country. Such a character is not transmitted in his own country, but what would he do in another country? No one thought that Lu Yuer would be a member of the Barbarian Cloud Empire. The competition of Barbarian Cloud Empire had already ended, and there was no Lu Yuer in the top 30. The importance of that competition to the major forces of the Barbarian Cloud Empire is self-evident, and no force will hide the genius. You must know that entering the top 30 is not only eligible to participate in the selection of Baidu Academy, but also can improve the prestige of your own power within the Barbarian Cloud Empire. Dare to ask where the girl is from. The Tianjia old man did not ignore this time. The aptitude shown by Lu Yuer is the qualification to break through to the sanctuary. The old man is only a mere Tianjia. Offend. Furthermore, with such talent, it is not certain what power is behind it. Lu Yuer smiled slightly. "Second rank empire." "Because I didn't have time to go back, so." The Tianjia old man took a deep breath and became more respectful. The second rank empire is 1 rank higher than the Barbarian Cloud Empire. Hearing Lu Yuer's last sentence, the Tianjia old man nodded clearly. Going out for a trip is naturally to seek a breakthrough. One is not good. It is normal to spend too much time in the breakthrough, and it is normal to go back in time. The people nearby knew that Lu Yuer was from the second rank empire, and their expressions changed drastically. Some predators knew that Lu Yuer was a strong person, and they all converged. As plunderers, they dared to plunder some geniuses with high talent, but their cultivation base was not high because of their young age. In the face of the powerhouses, even if they had 10 courage, they would not have the courage to plunder. Jiangda was excited for a while. "It's great, I was still worried about not having a partner before, now it's good, I won't be alone in Beidacheng. I'm not going to go to Big Brother will definitely send me back forcibly." Lu Yuer received the token and walked down. The next person to come on stage was Wang Qingsong. Everyone was curious. It was obvious that Lu Yuer and Wang Qingsong were a group. Lu Yuer is already so powerful. How is this boy? The old man's expression is respectful, which is very different from the attitude of testing other warriors. This makes some warriors jealous, but these warriors will not be stupid enough to say it, who makes them unqualified. Wang Qingsong, second level age, 4-star level. Fortunately, with the precedent of Lu Yuer, the voice of the Tianjia old man has not changed, but he can still see the shock of the old man. Their barbarian Cloud Empire's first place in this competition is only a 4-star rank, but this first place is already at the 3rd rank, close to 19. In this way, this number 1 is not as good as Wang Qingsong. The Tianjia old man sighed silently in his heart, as expected of a 2nd-rank empire. Next, it's Han Feng's turn. Everyone was talking. Good guy, one is more perverted, what kind of cultivation will this kid be? Cut, this kid is obviously not as old as the previous one, and no matter how talented he is, he won't have a 4-star rank. That's better than us too. For a while, the owner of the second sentence was dumbfounded. He is already 20 yuan, and he is only 11 stars of the mysterious rank. People just can't be compared, and the difference will come out. Han Feng walked up, and the Tianjia old man smiled kindly. Little brother, please reach out and send your true yuan in. In front of Han Feng, there is a special mirror, into which the real essence can be transported, and the specific cultivation realm can be tested. This is no better than the Great Jin Kingdom. In the barbarian Cloud Empire, where there is no shortage of sanctuary powerhouses, as long as the sanctuary powerhouses have manipulated the young warriors, even if the heaven-ranked powerhouses scan with their mental power, they cannot see the cultivation of the young warriors. It is just to provide an opportunity for the genius of the middle-grade or low-grade empire outside. How can I bother the strong sanctuary to come out and test? Can't trouble the sanctuary, and worry about Tianjia's misunderstanding, and this strange mirror was born. Han Feng transported the real crystal and real yuan into it. Soon, the old man's expression turned horrified. Han Feng, 2 stars on the ground level, 1, 1st level age. The voice of the old man was trembling. There is nothing wrong with the 2nd level star. The geniuses of the barbarian Cloud Empire are not short of the 2nd level star. But the premise of having a 1st level age is different. Level 1 age, which means that Han Feng is less than 16 years old. Is under the age of 16. Ding Tian is more than 15 years old, or even younger. The sound of gasping breaths could be heard everywhere in the square, and even Wang Qingsong and Lu Yuer were stunned. They also didn't expect that Han Feng's age would be so effective, apparently looking like 16 or 17. Senior, is something wrong? Yeah, this person doesn't look like he's under 16. The crowd exploded, not believing it at all. 15-year-old tier 2 star, what does this mean? When you are 16 or 17, 17 or 18, you will at least reach the peak of the Earth rank. If there is the training of Baidu Academy, it is not impossible to break through to the heaven level. The Tianjia old man snorted, and the Tianjia pressure burst out. Everyone's expressions changed greatly, and there was a cold sweat behind their backs. They lowered their heads quickly, only to hear the rank old man coldly say, "Could it be that you are suspecting the old man of cheating? Don't dare." The crowd was horrified. Humph, the old man would also like to say that this is fake, but the facts are in front of us. There are many geniuses in this continent. Our barbarian Cloud Empire is only a 3rd rank. There are geniuses that our barbarian Cloud Empire can't appear. Don't think that other empires don't have them. After reprimanding a group of young warriors, when the old man turned to Han Feng, his face became more and more kind. "Little brother Han, this is your token, please keep it." Such a genius, this is the first time in his life that the Tianjia old man has seen him, and he is very nervous. Han Feng smiled slightly, accepted the token, and walked down immediately. Meng Yaqing walked up. After testing Meng Yaqing's strength, the Tianjia old man was completely stunned. He swallowed and opened his mouth, but the Tianjia old man couldn't say anything. Senior, what is the cultivation base? Senior, speak up. Senior, what's wrong with you? After a long period of sluggishness, a group of warriors in the square became anxious and asked anxiously. But some smart people have already guessed. I am afraid that this girl's pervert is worse than the previous three, otherwise Senior Tianjia will not be shocked like this. The voices of the crowd made the Tianjia old man come back to his senses. He silently set his heart. When the heartbeat slowed down, the Tianjia old man said in a difficult tone, Meng Yaqing, second level age, Earth, 8 stars. The sound of the whole square stagnated for a moment, and then it became loud and noisy. Everyone's eyes froze in shock. God, what did they hear? Earth rank 8 stars. A 16 or 17-year-old girl turned out to be an 8-star on the Earth. This is terrible. Is this still human? The old man of Tianjia exhaled and secretly said in his heart, the second-rank empire of shit, I'm afraid it comes from an ancient family, maybe the name is fake. If Han Feng knew what the Tianjia old man was thinking, he would definitely shout that they were wronged. Their names were real and they were not fake at all. Jiangda looked excited, bunker. I must get to know them well. First delivery. Ask for flowers. Han Feng and Meng Yaqing walked towards Wang Qingsong and Meng Yaqing together. Wang Qingsong looked strange. Brother Han, are you really under 16? Of course. What's the problem? Han Feng said lazily. No, Brother Han, you are really mature. Wang Qingsong smiled strangely. Han Feng almost choked. He was very satisfied with his current situation, okay? He finally didn't look so immature, but he was said to have grown old. With a black face, better than your dark skin, a whole nigger. Humph, I am a man, and you are a little white face, TSK, I seriously doubt that you are not good at that. Wang Qingsong was triumphant. Lu Yuer seemed to have discovered a new continent. Qingsong didn't tell me that I really didn't find it. Xiao Feng, how do you take care of your skin? Tell my sister quickly, and when my sister's skin is healed, hook up the pervert of Engine Song. Now Wang Qingsong is depressed. Where am I? Han Feng disdain. I don't know who touched Sister Lu's, but... Wang Qingsong gritted his teeth. That's a coincidence. Sophistry. Han Feng complained. Meng Yaqing covered her mouth with a smile in her eyes. Lu Yuer didn't care about the mutual slander between Wang Qingsong and Han Feng, and studied Han Feng's skin quite seriously. Han Feng stepped back a few steps and said with a smile, Sister Lu, my skin is natural, but I want to be darker. And Sister Lu, if you come so close to me, Brother Wang will be drowned in the vinegar jar. Lu Yuer was stunned for a moment, and immediately turned her face. Sure enough, she saw Wang Qingsong's face full of resentment, and immediately smiled. Han Feng said again, Sister Lu's skin is already good, you don't need to study how to turn white, just the black skin of Brother Wang, it's not you, but Brother Wang, who looks like a nigger, maybe in your heart. Why are you worried about Sister Lu? You don't want him. Lu Yuer laughed. Wang Qingsong gritted his teeth. Several people teased each other for a while, and then they were about to leave. Just as the four of them were about to leave St. Cloud Square, a tender voice sounded behind the four of them, For brothers and sisters, can you let my younger brother join you? The four turned around, and the owner of this tender voice was Jiangda. Wang Qingsong raised his eyebrows. I said, you seem to be the youngest genius in the Jiang family. The Jiang family should have guards for you, so why join us? Jiangda said pitifully, my father and the others don't agree with me going to Beidecheng at all. They know that if I want to go, they will definitely take me back. Good brother and sister, you can do it. Sister, you are so beautiful, you must be a good person, so please do me a favor. The last sentence is to Lu Yuer. Jiangda can be said to have come up with the best stunt to deal with women pretending to be cute. I have to say that Jiangda was already extraordinary, but now he is still young, and this extraordinary has become cute. If he didn't pretend, he would still look like an adult, but if he pretended to be like this, he would immediately become a cute child. As for why he didn't ask Meng Yaqing for help, Jiangda was young at the end and couldn't see through Meng Yaqing's cold face, so he naturally didn't dare to pretend to be cute to Meng Yaqing. Lu Yuer was really cute. Sweet little brother, did you really decide to follow us? Lu Yuer asked, while pinching Jiangda's cheek. Jiangda's cheeks were pinched and his speech was slurred, so he could only nod his head quickly. Wang Qingsong's skin was already dark. This time his face was even darker. Jiangda ignored Wang Qingsong and pulled Lu Yuer's hand. Sister Lu, I know where the Holy Cloud City teleportation array is, I'll take you there. Saying that, Jiangda took Lu Yuer and immediately walked in front. Han Feng smiled. Brother Wang, you have to be careful, don't let Sister Lu be taken away. Wang Qingsong was disdainful. A brat who doesn't even have all the hair, this young master doesn't even care about it. Having said that, Wang Qingsong hurriedly chased after him. Han Feng and Meng Yaqing looked at each other, and both saw the smiles in each other's eyes, and they immediately followed. Somewhere in Sacred Cloud City, a stable spiritual power fluctuated around a formation. Here is the teleportation formation of St. Cloud City, and the opposite of the teleportation is the northern capital city. Throughout the continent, cities are generally divided into human-level cities, Xian-level cities, prefecture-level cities, heaven-level cities, and holy-level cities. Among them, the holy-level cities are further divided into 4 levels, lower, middle, and upper. Xingjin City belongs to the holy-level city. In terms of the number of sanctuary powerhouses, it is the inferior of the inferior, but because there are big holy-level powerhouses in the town, from the perspective of the power level, it is also considered to be the top among the middle holy-level cities. In the entire continent, special cities like Xingjin City are rare. Beiduqing is also a special city. However, the specialness of Beiduqing is different from that of Xingjin City. The reason why they are not divided according to the 5 levels of Rengshuandishenxing is to highlight the status of Baidu Academy in the entire Beizhou continent. Except for some ancient families, Baidu Academy is a powerful force above the first-rank empire of Beizhou continent. Comparable to some weaker ancient families. Baidu University is only the branch of Zhongdu University in Beizhou continent. The combined strengths of the Northern Capital University, Eastern Capital Academy, Southern Capital Academy, Western Capital Academy, and Central Capital Academy, even some high-level and even top-level ancient families, would not dare to offend. Because of this, some ancient families in Beizhou continent whose strength is above the Baidu Academy should also give some face to the Baidu Academy. Not to mention Apine Empire and so on. Jiangda led Han Feng and the 4 to this teleportation array, and the guards near the teleportation array were all heaven-level powerhouses. Han Feng couldn't see which star level these heavenly rank powerhouses were in, but with the impression these heavenly rank powerhouses gave him, Han Feng estimated that they should all be at the peak heavenly rank level. That is, between the 10 stars in the sky and the 12 stars in the sky. Han Feng took a deep breath and secretly said in his heart, the Lei family is a powerful family in the Great Jin Kingdom, but here, it is nothing. Any guard here is placed in the Great Jin Kingdom, and it is a super first-class powerhouse second only to the Guardian. The Lei family's current strongest is only the Great Elder, with a 9-star level. These months have passed, and I don't know if the Elder has broken through to the peak level of the sky. Jiangda said as he walked, this is just a guard on the bright side. There are several sanctuary masters guarding it in the dark. The strongest of them are even at the level of the great sanctuary. If anyone dares to be presumptuous here, it will definitely be finished. Sister Lu, you must act fast later. One of those sanctuary masters knows me. If they find me, they will definitely take me away. The tone of Jiang Da's last sentence was a little pleading. He really wanted to experience the selection process of Baidu himself. This plea is even more pitiful. Han Feng and Wang Qingsong are better, Lu Yuer can't stand it anymore, and even Meng Yaqing is ready to move. Wang Qingsong snorted, insidious, isn't it just cute? When you get older, I want to see how you can be cute. Han Feng smiled in a low voice, I think this guy is very funny, and his heart is not bad. It seems that his status in the barbarian Cloud Empire is not low, and it is worth making friends. The 5 people took out the token, and the captain of the guard immediately released them. The 5 people moved quickly into the teleportation array, and with a white light and violent spiritual power fluctuations, the 5 people disappeared. At the same time, a voice came from the air, no, stop. But the 5 Han Feng have been teleported to Beidecheng. Second more. I went and I was finally able to enter the backstage. This little guy is so cunning. A figure appeared outside the teleportation array, and the 2 emotions of worry and laughter were concentrated together. This old man is impressively the sanctuary powerhouse in Jiang Da's mouth. As an elder of the Yun family, the royal family of the barbarian Cloud Empire, and befriending the head of the Jiang family, the old man is naturally familiar with Jiang Da. A long time ago, the old man received the news that Jiang Da wanted to use the teleportation array to go to the northern capital city, so the old man has been using the power of Yuanshan to observe. But after all, the old man is a human, not a machine, and there will always be times when he relaxes. In addition, the old man was the first to focus on being alone, and he let Jiang Da slip away when he didn't pay attention. The old man never imagined that the younger generation in the Jiang family was extremely arrogant, and Jiang Da, who did not take others seriously, would actually join forces with others. This was truly incredible. The old man knew that Jiang Da looked cute, but he was no less arrogant than those top geniuses. In the entire barbarian Cloud Empire, there were very few people who could be regarded by Jiang Da. On the surface, he is friendly with everyone, but it is precisely because of this that he seems alienated. This guy, did he even let go of his previous arrogance in order to go to Beidecheng? The old man felt extremely depressed. If it wasn't for this situation, Jiang Da would have been caught by him long ago. Just because I didn't expect it, when I noticed that several people were coming in a group, the old man didn't even have the idea of swiping over to take a look. He was surprised until he sensed the familiar aura. When he was ready to stop it, it was too late. Elder Yun, could it be those guys? The captain of the guard changed his face. The captain of the guard mistook Han Feng and others for some fugitives, in order to use the teleportation array to escape. Elder Yun waved his hand, it's not what you think, you don't have to take this matter to heart. The captain of the guards breathed a sigh of relief. With the confusion in his heart, the old man slowly disappeared in front of the guards, ready to pass the news to the head of the Jiang family, and let the old guy figure it out for himself. The old man probably didn't think that it wasn't that Jiang Da abandoned the arrogance in his heart, but the performance of Han Feng and others made Jiang Da regard Han Feng and others as geniuses of the same level. With Jiang Da's arrogance, he has to admire the excellence of Han Feng and others, and befriend Han Feng and others. Jiang Da didn't think this insulted his identity at all. Even to Han Feng and Meng Yaqing, Jiang Da brought a little adoration. You know, Jiang Da admires his eldest brother the most, but even his eldest brother is definitely not as good as Han Feng and Meng Yaqing. There are so many people, Jiang Da wants to find some people to help slip to the teleportation array and teleport to the northern capital city, which one can't find. Why did he find Han Feng and a few people? Because the 4 Han Feng made Jiang Da admire him. North Capital City. North Plaza. Here, there are countless large and small teleportation arrays. In front of the many teleportation arrays is a group of heavenly guards. Suddenly, one of the teleportation arrays lit up, and after the light dissipated, 5 figures were revealed. It's the 5 Han Feng. After teleporting to Beidecheng, Jiangda immediately cheered, "Oh, finally arrived at Beidecheng." Han Feng raised his eyebrows. "What are you going to do now? Are you looking for your big brother?" Jiangda shook his head again and said cheekily, "Brother Han. If my eldest brother finds out, I will definitely be sent back forcibly. Why don't my younger brother follow you? Don't worry, I will definitely not cause you any trouble." Han Feng, can't laugh or cry, Brother Han? This name is really... Well, if you don't care, just follow. Han Feng shrugged. Jiangda is a little confused. What does "if you don't care"? Wang Qingsong and Lu Yuer knew what Han Feng meant. Born in the 7th rank empire, what kind of genius can he have at the level of the 7th rank empire? Even if there is a strong man in the Great Sanctuary, the top talent of the Great Jin Kingdom is comparable to the empire of the 4th and 5th rank, which is the limit. With Jiangda's background, it is very likely that he would not take these people in his eyes on weekdays, but now, he wants to be with these people who were once ignored. Most geniuses really can't ignore it. Han Feng also tested Jiangda a bit. If Jiangda really didn't care, then it was really worth making friends. In Baidu University, the benefits of being able to make friends with more geniuses are obvious. With Jiangda's cultivation level, it is very likely that he will not pass this time, but Jiangda is only 14 years old, and he will be 17 in 3 years. And Han Feng also faintly felt that there was some strange power in Jiangda's body. Such a person, if it is worth making friends, can't miss it. Maybe you will need to rely on the help of these people at some point. When Meng Yaqing came to Beidecheng, she had already contacted the Guardian. The two quickly rushed to their destination with the remaining 3. Baidu Inn is the largest inn in Baidu City. The pavilions in the inn are scattered. Compared with the Xingjin Inn in the Great Jin Kingdom, the Baidu Inn is more than 10 times larger. The entire northern capital city has a larger scope, no less than half an ordinary province in the previous life. Even if the heavenly rank powerhouse wants to traverse, it will take a long time. This is under the circumstance that the powerhouses in the sky can fly. In fact, it is forbidden for the powerhouses below the sanctuary to fly in the northern capital city. It takes at least half an hour to an hour for the powerhouses of the sky to fly. Pass through the northern capital. Outside the Baidu Inn, Lei Zhenyan had already greeted him here. "Ha ha ha, Han Feng, you are finally here, but you are a little late. If you are later, the registration will end. For the application selected by Baidu University, someone must go there in person, and cannot apply for it." Lei Zhenyan stepped forward and hugged Han Feng fiercely before looking at the others. "These are..." Han Feng introduced in turn. "Cousin, this is the companion I met on the road, Wang Qingsong, Lu Yuer and Jiangda." When introducing Dao Jiangda, Lei Zhenyan looked strange. Jiangda was too young. Han Feng laughed and said, "Cousin, don't look down on this kid, Jiangda, because he is young. This kid is amazing." If it was in the Great Jin Kingdom, Lei Zhenyan would have sneered, but how strong can a 14 or 15-year-old boy be? How many perverts like Han Feng are there? But during the days in the northern capital city, Lei Zhenyan saw too many geniuses, and there were many people who were less than 20 years old. This made Lei Zhenyan and the others a big blow, and the group clearly felt how big the outside world was and how small the country of Jin was. They were geniuses in the Great Jin Kingdom, but here. Hearing Han Feng say that Jiangda is not easy, Lei Zhenyan's expression changed immediately, and he was a lot more serious towards Jiangda. Jiangda stared blankly at Lei Zhenyan. With his cultivation, he naturally couldn't see Lei Zhenyan's strength at a glance, but as a son of a big family, Jiangda always had some special way of sensing. This induction informs Jiangda that this Lei Zhenyan is not an earth rank at all. For the Jiang family, if they are not yet on the ground level at the age of 18 or 19, they are third-rate geniuses. If they cannot reach the ground level before the age of 20, they are trash. Jiangda was almost dumbfounded. Brother Han, whom he admired, knew these characters, which was surprising. Lei Zhenyan led the crowd towards a certain pavilion of the Baiduan. On the way, Wang Qingsong briefly introduced Han Feng's background. Jiangda was stunned. Wang. Brother Wang, aren't you from the second-rank empire? Wang Qingsong shrugged and smiled wickedly. Yes, but it's just me and you are, not Han Feng and Miss Meng. The third one. Jiangda was so smart, he immediately understood what Wang Qingsong meant. They don't come from the same empire to be together, but they meet on the road. Knowing that Han Feng was only from the small 7th-grade empire, Jiangda admired Han Feng even more. Oh my god, Brother Han is worthy of being my idol, and he can be so perverted from such a low background. What if he entered the Baidu Academy? TSK, I really can't wait to enter the Baidu Academy immediately, so that I can see Brother Han show his great power. Jiangda said at the end, his tone was a little regretful. Judging from the fact that Han Feng, who was born in a 7th-rank empire, can grow to this level, once he enters the Baidu Academy, he will soar to the sky. 1 year. Maybe you can enter the inner courtyard in less than a year. And he, Jiangda, could pass the assessment after 3 years. Those who pass the assessment are also outside the courtyard, and they are destined to be invisible. Wang Qingsong saw that Jiangda did not despise Han Feng, Lei Zhenyan and others because of Han Feng's background, and his smile became more sincere. While Han Feng was walking in front, he was actually paying attention to the back, and he couldn't help nodding at this moment. Jiangda was really worth making friends, and Yaqing's intuition was really reliable. The pavilions of Baiduan are also divided into grades. The lowest is 5th and the highest is 1st. With the strength of the guardian of the great sanctuary's peak, the pavilion occupied is 3rd class. Ordinary sanctuaries are not even qualified to enter the exclusive pavilion of Baiduan. In the 3rd-class pavilion, the guardian and others have long been waiting here. Yu Kai sharpened his fists. I don't know how far Han Feng has grown now. I really want to fight him again. Come on, you can't win. Lei Ruwen poured cold water. Yu Kai rolled his eyes. That's not necessarily true. Hui Xian, what do you think? During these days in Beiducheng, perhaps because they were also from the Great Jin Kingdom, the relationship between everyone was a lot closer. For example, Hua Wenlong, who is mentally distorted, will now talk to everyone from time to time. Lin Huixian spread his hands. What if you win? What if you lose? We are going to participate in the selection of Baidu University, and naturally we aim to pass the selection. If we can't get through, we won't win or lose with each other. Because they are all losers. With such tricks as the Golden Dragon, Lin Huixian had great confidence in himself, but now in the northern capital city, seeing so many talents, Lin Huixian is not so confident. Fortunately, Jinlong variety has reached the 2nd dragon body transformation. If it is the 1st dragon scale transformation, Lin Huishuan's self-confidence is not reduced, but completely lacking. The same is true of Xian Shentong. I only hope that the body of the intermediate Ice Emperor can help. As soon as these words came out, everyone was silent for a while, and Yu Kai also sighed, and then said with some shock, among us, Lei Yuru has the highest probability of passing. Speaking of Lei Yuru, Lin Huixian also twitched the corners of his mouth. The 12th place in the Qingyun ranking competition is now the first among the crowd to break through to the rank, which is too perverted. Lei Ruwen was even more depressed, surpassing him 1 by 1. Lei Yuru was also here, and when he heard the words, he waved his hands again and again. Don't say that, there is also Han Feng. Lin Huixian smiled. It's Han Feng. It may not be possible to break through to the earth level now. How can it be so easy to break through from the profound level 12 stars to the Earth level? Everyone nodded. Lei Yuyu was naturally extremely happy that he had broken through to the ground level, but his intuition told him that Han Feng would only be stronger. At the moment, Lei Yuyu didn't say anything. Anyway, Han Feng was coming soon, and then he would naturally know how Han Feng's cultivation was. The guardian sat at the top, listening to the exchanges between Lin Huixian and the others, without saying a word. It's good to be hit, so that the Xinqing can be more stable. Here. Suddenly, the guardian raised his eyebrows and smiled. Lin Huixian and the others stood up suddenly. Under the eager eyes of everyone, Han Feng, Meng Yaqing and Wang Qingcong came over. Junior, see Lord Guardian. See the Master. Junior Wang Qingcong / Lu Yuer / Jiangda, see Senior. When the guardian saw that Han Feng and the two also brought 3 companions, he was stunned for a moment. When his eyes swept over the 3, his face suddenly became extremely strange. Good guy, I went out for a while and came back with 3 super talented companions. In addition to being surprised, the guardian was also extremely satisfied. In places like Baidu University, you should know more geniuses, and unity is the only reason. Only by helping each other can we stand out in the fiercely competitive environment of Baidu University. Haha, Han Feng, your companions are all good. The guardian called Han Feng and the others to get up and said with a smile on their faces. Only now did Wang Qingcong and others know that Han Feng was not even a direct disciple of the guardian. The 3 of them are smacking their tongues. How perverted Han Feng is to cultivate to this point on his own. A 4-star on the ground level, a 3-star on the ground level, and a 10-star on the mysterious level, not bad. The guardian glanced at Wang Qingcong and the 3, and said the level of their cultivation. We still have a long way to go. Wang Qingcong and the 3 replied modestly immediately. At this moment, Han Feng could clearly hear that the breathing of Lin Huixian and the others stagnated. I'll go, Han Feng's companion is so strong. Yu Yukai was quite shocked. Not only Yu Yukai, but also Lin Huixian and others. Immediately, everyone's fiery eyes were focused on Han Feng. To be able to be with these people, how strong is Han Feng's strength? Lei Zhenyan was right next to Han Feng. After the shock, he immediately punched Han Feng and scolded with a smile, "You stinky boy, you are always shocked. Tell me, what are you doing now? The 3 companions are all so powerful, you can't be bad." Han Feng grinned, Earth level 2-star peak. Lei Zhenyan opened his mouth wide. In fact, after knowing that Wang Qingcong and Lu Yuer were 4-star and 3-star powerhouses, Lei Zhenyan guessed that Han Feng might have broken through to the ground. But in Lei Zhenyan's view, it is not bad to be able to stabilize the realm of 1 star on the ground level, and it is great to reach the peak of 1 star on the ground level. Who knows, Han Feng not only broke through to the 2nd level of the Earth, but also reached the peak of the 2nd level of the Earth, which greatly exceeded Lei Zhenyan's expectations. Pervert. After a long while, Lei Zhenyan spit out these 2 words. Lin Huixian and the others nodded, it was indeed a pervert. Han Feng rolled his eyes, what am I, Yaqing is already an 8-star on the ground level. In an instant, everyone's attention was focused on Meng Yaqing. Meng Yaqing took it lightly, without the slightest change in her complexion, as if breaking through to the 8-star level was just an ordinary thing. The guardian chuckled, yes, it's better than I thought. Lei Zhenyan smiled, Miss Meng is a very human being, it is normal to break through to the 8-star level. Han Feng pouted, is it not normal for me to break through to the 2nd star? Seeing that Lei Zhenyan and the others were all, of course, Han Feng was speechless. Hee, you young people finally got together, so let's have a good chat, old man, I won't delay you. After speaking, the guardian disappeared instantly. Meng Yaqing whispered a few words to Han Feng, and then left. Han Feng knew that this was Meng Yaqing's report to the Guardian on these days. As soon as Meng Yaqing and the Guardian left, the atmosphere in the space immediately loosened. The peak powerhouses of the Great Sanctuary are sitting here, and it is impossible to say that they are not cautious. Especially Wang Qingsong and the three met the Guardian for the first time. The fourth one is delivered. Ask for flowers. Thank you for the big reward from Pure Wet Lord. Amazed face, / Han Feng, I originally wanted to fight with you, but now it seems that I'll let it go. I have no tendency to be abused. Lin Huixian first said in a helpless tone. Xian Shentong was still full of fighting spirit. Lei Zhenyan patted Han Feng on the shoulder. You kid, please introduce these two brothers and girls to us, and everyone will help each other when the time comes. When he said this, Lei Zhenyan was a little ashamed. With the cultivation base of Wang Qingsong and others, how could he get their help? Saying this is just to increase the topic and activate the atmosphere. Han Feng immediately introduced Wang Qingsong and the others, and also introduced Lin Huixian and others to Wang Qingsong and the others. At this time, Han Feng also knew the current cultivation situation of everyone. What surprised Han Feng and took it for granted was that Lei Yuru broke through to the ground level. Han Feng had always suspected that Lei Yuru's strength rose the fastest every time in Thunder Cave. Maybe Lei Yuru had a special method to absorb those violent thunder powers to improve his cultivation. Now, seeing that Lei Yuru has broken through to the first stage of the first star so quickly, he is even more certain about this matter. Under the influence of Lei Yu, the most powerful were Xian Shentong and Lin Huixian, both of whom were at the pinnacle of the 12 stars of the Xian rank. Han Feng was not surprised by the strength of these two people. The Golden Dragon variety and the body of the Ice Emperor, as long as the level increases, will increase the speed of cultivation. The current Golden Dragon variety and Ice Emperor's body have both initially reached the Dragon body transformation and the intermediate level, and it is normal for the cultivation base to have a small outbreak. The rest are just ordinary. Yu Kai, Lei Ruan, Zhang Qinghu, and Lei Zhenyan are all 11 stars of the profound rank. Yu Henfei and Lin Huipa were both at the top 10 stars of the profound rank. Hua Wenlong is only the pinnacle of the 9 stars of the mysterious rank, but his mental power is comparable to the 11 stars of the mysterious rank. The performance of Wang Qingsong and the others was remarkable, and they did not feel impatient because of the poor strength of Lin Huixian and others, which made Lin Huixian and others have a very good impression of Wang Qingsong and the others. Soon, a group of people called each other brother and brother. While talking, Wang Qingsong was also thoughtful in his heart. The Golden Dragon variety and the body of the Ice Emperor, it seems that there are signs of the rise of the Great Jin state. Whether it can reach the top 3 empires depends on Han Feng. Time passes by in communication. At night, everyone dispersed. The next morning, Han Feng and others got up early and went to sign up. On the way, Lei Zhenyan looked solemn. Han Feng, we have to be careful. These geniuses who came to Baidu Academy have been fighting with each other, and it is not uncommon for them to fight each other directly on the street. The Baidu Academy doesn't seem to care much about such things. If it encounters an arrogant genius, it is likely to conflict with us. Han Feng was greatly surprised. These geniuses are not afraid of being injured and affected by the selection? On the other hand, Wang Qingsong explained, this is normal. They are geniuses of their respective empires. How can they easily convince each other? Only after a big loss will they know clearly that they are nothing here. A mountain is still a mountain high. A genius who bullies others now will likely be bullied by others tomorrow. There are only a few people who can really be arrogant to the end, and this part of people can basically pass the selection. The big fight. Apart from not admitting defeat to each other, they also hope to gain some reputation before the selection, so the attention of the experts in the sanctuary of the Northern Capital Academy. Lu Yuer and Meng Yaqing both listened quietly. Lei Zhenyan nodded. Brother Wang is right, Lord Guardian said the same to us, so we rarely go out unless necessary. After all, the peak level of the profound rank is still too low here. Jiangda smiled. I am also at the peak of the Xian rank, but I can guarantee that if it is just a normal Earth rank 1 star, it will not be me who suffers. Lei Zhenyan rolled his eyes. Little guy, even if you are a super genius, this is too exaggerated. No, it's not an exaggeration. Han Feng smiled deeply. This made Jiangda open his mouth. Brother Han, don't you know? Immediately, Jiangda shook his head fiercely. Impossible, we only met not long ago, and I didn't say it. Han Feng laughed. Of course I don't know what it is, but I feel that you have a special power in you, that's all. Jiangda adored his eyes, and gave a thumbs up. As expected of my idol, Han Feng, you are amazing. Wang Qingsong and Lu Yuer's expression suddenly changed. The families that can establish a foothold in the third-rank empire are not simple families. Many of these families have special bloodline ancestors. In this way, Jiangda didn't take it seriously when the two of them looked at him like this. Meng Yaqing raised her eyebrows a little, but she didn't care anymore. The fusion of the two kinds of different fires, along with the increase in the power of the different fires, the two layers of ice and fire will become stronger and stronger, so there is no need to envy others. Only Lei Zhenyan was confused, but Lei Zhenyan also knew that Jiangda was not a simple 10-star of the profound rank. Lei Zhenyan sighed inwardly. Is this the difference between the third-rank empire and the seventh-rank empire? A group of 6 people walked halfway, forming a circle in front of them, blocking the journey. Lei Zhenyan clicked his tongue. There is another genius, who is choking. Jiangda's eyes lit up. Brother Han, let's go have a look. You can't miss such a good show. That's not good. Lei Zhenyan hesitated. What are you afraid of? I don't dare to say that my cultivation is top-notch, but it is also a first-class level, which is enough to deal with ordinary conflicts. No matter how bad it is, isn't there Miss Meng? Wang Qingsong said carelessly, patting Lei Zhenyan on the shoulder. Hesitantly, I don't care. Yes, and Miss Meng. Lei Zhenyan was no longer afraid. What is Meng Yaqing's cultivation base? That was 8 stars on the ground, and Lei Zhenyan didn't believe it. The genius who came here would be more powerful than Meng Yaqing. I don't know if I don't compare, but Lei Zhenyan realized just how defiant Meng Yaqing is. Because he had thought about Meng Yaqing before, it was like a toad who wanted to eat swan meat. Lu Yuer was also very interested. Seeing this, Han Feng obediently expressed his desire to take a look. Han Feng knew that Meng Yaqing was just indifferent in face, and her heart was not bad at watching the lively gossip. Jiangda roared, "Oh, let's go." When the 6 people approached, they also heard the scolding of geniuses in the circle. Your grandfathers, this is what I saw first, fat man, why should I give it to you? A chubby big fat man yelled. His body is really round, and the roundness made Han Feng open their mouths. Can such a round belly walk? Next to the fat man is the opposite of the thin man. The fat and the thin can be described as 2 extremes. The fat person makes people wonder if they can walk, and the thin person makes people wonder whether the wind will blow them away. The skinny guy is as thin as a hemp. At this moment, the thin man also said in a hoarse voice, the 2 of you are going to rob our brothers of something, but it's too hard to take our brothers in their eyes. In front of the fat man and the thin man, there was a man and a woman, both with proud faces. Han Feng stared at the woman, always feeling a little discordant. The man opened the fan, shook it, pretended to be. It's your blessing that this young master sees your things, don't toast, don't eat and punish you. The woman beside her immediately said in a whimpering tone, Brother Ao, the thunder bamboo was a good thing that day, and after absorbing the power of the thunder bamboo, I might have risen from fan lei to the special thunder power level in one fell swoop. One of the special abilities in the 6 major items will definitely get a high score. At that time, the two of us will be able to. Saying that, the woman lowered her head shyly. The man said gently, "Don't worry, Sister Chiao, there is a fat man and a skinny man, I will grab Tian Lizu for you." In the center of the two sides, the face of the man who set up the stall did not change at all. "If you want to fight, you can fight, but don't blame me for not reminding me, you can't destroy a single cent of the treasure in front of me, otherwise." Both sides are stunned, and the other party is a heaven-ranked powerhouse. If they really want to anger the other party, they really can't eat and walk around. "I'm going, isn't this fat master and Shui?" Lei Zhenyan exclaimed. "The fifth is complete. Ask for flowers. There is a big gap from the flowers in front of you. I ask you big brothers to help you, and your sword points to the top three." Hee, the big fat man of pure wet master and the big skinny man of pure state-owned enterprise appeared birds. "I'm going, isn't this fat master and Shui?" Lei Zhenyan exclaimed. Han Feng became interested. "Cousin, do you know who these two are?" Lei Zhenyan hesitated for a while, nodded, and shook his head again. "I just know some things about these two people, but I don't know which empire they came from. A few days ago in the northern capital city, I met these two people, but they were beaten up and they didn't even know their mother. It was during that battle that the reputation of Fat Master and Shoyi spread out. However, the Fat Master and the Thin Master are very low-key most of the time, and there is no more news. In the past few days, the rumors about the Fat Master and the Skinny Master have basically dissipated. I didn't expect to meet the Fat Master and the Skinny today." "Father," Jiangda said excitedly, "what are the cultivations of the Fat Master and the Skinny Master?" Lei Zhenyan shook his head. "I don't know, those arrogant geniuses at that time were around the peak of the first star and the early stage of the second star. It is said that the Fat Master and the Thin Master killed each other without using the real crystal and real energy at all." Wang Qingsong took a deep breath. "Is it possible to kill one or two stars on the ground just by relying on physical strength? In this way, the physical strength of these two people is at least 3-star level, or even higher." Jiangda became more and more excited. It's great, there are so many awesome characters here." Han Feng rolled his eyes. This kid's mentality of watching the fun is too serious, and he is not afraid that watching the fun will involve himself. Lu Yuer pointed at the other two and said, "Who are these two? Haven't you heard of the achievements of Fat Master and Shoyi?" Lei Zhenyan frowned and looked at it for a while, then shook his head. "I don't know, maybe it's a genius who came in the last 2 or 3 days. That would explain how these two dare to challenge the Fat Master and the Thin Master." The open space in the circle surrounded by many geniuses. The man shook the fan in his hand, and the real crystal and real energy in his body burst out suddenly. "Tear Samsung." The geniuses around were in an uproar. Most of the geniuses in Beidecheng are not fake, but most of them are 1 star on the ground, 2 stars on the ground are even at the upper level, and 3 stars on the ground can already be called elites. Wang Qingsong smiled playfully. "No wonder it's so arrogant. It turned out to be a 3-star first-level cultivation, but that fat man doesn't feel simple. I don't know what will happen in the end." The man smiled and said, "Fatty, if you kneel down and kowtow now and hand over the heavenly thunder bamboo, I will let you go." The man didn't take the fat man in his eyes at all. The 3-star level is already an elite level, and it is even higher than the 3-star level, and there is not much at all. What a good encounter. The fat man pouted. "You have small arms and calves, and you still want me to kowtow to you? What's the trick?" Bang bang. The fat man's expression changed suddenly, a suffocating aura swept out, his feet stepped on the ground shook for a while, and 2 deep pits sank. Everyone was stunned. How heavy is it to step on the ground like this? The man's expression also changed. "It seems that I underestimate you. It turns out that you have some strength. No wonder you dare to fight against this young master. Today, this young master will let you know that your little capital is not qualified to be rampant in front of this young master." Function dances wildly. The fan in the man's hand is a spiritual weapon. The fan blade of the spiritual tool fan opens. The violent wind spirit power surged out, and behind the man, a phantom appeared in a blur, and the phantom was blue. In the hand of the virtual shadow, there is also a huge virtual shadow paper fan. Back up. The expressions of the genius's onlookers changed, and they stepped back madly. Of course, the northern capital city was set up with a super powerful barrier by the sanctuary powerhouse, not to mention the earth level. Even the destructive power caused by the heaven-level powerhouse would not exceed a few hundred meters. But at such a close distance, it will still spread. Only a small number of powerful rank, the complexion did not change much, but also retreated a little back. Han Feng and others were among them. The raging winds attacked the fat man with terrifying force. Everyone broke into a cold sweat for the fat man. Such an attack, it is difficult for ordinary 4-star powerhouses to compete. But Han Feng was careful to discover that from the beginning to the end, the fat man's face did not change in the slightest. Just as the terrifying gale was about to hit the fat man, the corner of the fat man's mouth twitched slightly, revealing a mocking smile. Innocent. Coldly spit out 2 words, and a shocking scene happened. In the shocking gaze of everyone, the fat man's already round figure inflated at a speed visible to the naked eye, like a blown balloon, and the fat body instantly rose to several meters. The limbs and head of the fat man could hardly be seen. The terrifying gust of wind bombarded the round belly, and the round belly was deeply dented, but it was only a hollow, and the round belly did not hurt in the slightest. I don't know where it came from, the fat man's voice suddenly remembered. Go. The next moment, the terrifying gust of wind was directly bounced back. Impossible. The man's eyes widened, watching this scene in disbelief. With his attack, an ordinary 4-star powerhouse would be severely injured if he was not good, but now, he is just a fat man. His attack didn't hurt the opponent, and he was even bounced back. Oops. Function dances wildly. The man stepped back quickly, and at the same time swung out the fan of the spiritual tool in his hand. A terrifying gale of the same power blasted away. Rumbling. 2 gusts of wind slammed into the object, and the wind like a storm raged towards the surroundings. Some weak ones were directly blown into the sky. Meng Yaqing waved her hand slightly, and these gusts dissipated when they came to Han Feng and his party. Huh? Shi narrowed his eyes, glanced at Meng Yaqing, and then withdrew his gaze. Han Feng saw all this in his eyes, and was secretly horrified. Good guy, this skinny master can actually find out that Yaqing is doing something. Although it has nothing to do with Meng Yaqing, it is enough to show that skinny master is extraordinary. The fat master and the thin master are at least the early stage of the 5-star cultivation base. However, as soon as he arrived in Beidecheng, he met 2 super geniuses who were no worse than Wan Qingsong, and even more powerful. Han Feng became more and more excited. She ignored the fight between the man and the fat master, and his eyes kept swept to the woman. Shui, the most disgusting thing for me is you bitches. Every time I see you bitches who pretend to be naive, but are actually not good enough. I don't know how many men you have played with, I can't wait to give you a few slaps, slender master. Shi's voice was not concealed, and Lu Yuer and others naturally heard it. Lu Yuer murmured, she was a little dissatisfied with Shou Ye's words of a bitch, but thinking about the woman's previous actions and her squeaking tone, she, who was also a woman, felt a wave of evil deeds. Thinking of this, Lu Yuer didn't say anything. Unexpectedly, the woman may have seen that the man was at a disadvantage, and the fat and thin 2 people were not easy to mess with. Immediately, her mind changed, and she didn't care about Shi's abuse. The woman directly gave Shi a wink. Good brother, that's because you haven't tasted the ultimate joy, if your brother is willing. The woman lowered her head shyly, revealing her figure, without a trace, revealing 2 big lumps on her chest. Lu Yue scolded in a low voice, "What a shameless woman, it would be light to call her a bitch." At this moment, Lu Yue agreed with Shouye's scolding before. Han Feng and others were dumbfounded, never expecting such a woman to exist. Both Han Feng and Wang Qingsong trembled, and they were disgusted. The fat man on the other side laughed, and his voice teased, "Skinny, everyone has given up on them, so you can satisfy them. Anyway, people are voluntary. After finishing things, put on your pants. Who knows who? Damn, how dare you? Chow, you slutty woman, if you dare to do that, this young master can't spare you." The man surnamed Ao yelled. Naiha was beaten by the fat man frequently, and the man couldn't do anything except scolding. The thin man pouted, "I can't get on with such a woman, and I still feel disadvantaged. I feel sick to warm my feet for thin master." The woman's face froze for a moment, and then her face became cold. "Dare to dislike the old lady, the old lady has to see, what qualifications do you have to dislike it?" I don't know when, the jade flute appeared in the hands of the woman, and a piece of music full of debauchery spread out. First delivery. Ask for flowers. Thank you for the great reward from Star St. Peak. Amazed face, slash. Up the sun. As soon as this slutty music came out, the expressions of the geniuses all around changed. Many geniuses were blushing, their eyes were confused, and they were no longer as clear as before. It seems that there is a peerless beauty in front of them, the kind that is half-dressed, very tempting. The strength is relatively strong, each with a ferocious complexion, desperately resisting, and cold sweat gradually broke out on his forehead. As for the weaker ones, the crotch had already protruded, a large bag had protruded, and his ugliness had been revealed. On Han Feng's side, Jiangde and Lei Zhenyan were the first to be affected. The former slave girl appeared in front of Lei Zhenyan, taking off her clothes to tempt him. Lei Zhenyan was breathing rapidly. Jiangde was shy, 14 years old, not like Lei Zhenyan and others had experienced that kind of thing. At this moment, it was still Meng Yaqing who moved his hand slightly, and he didn't know how Meng Yaqing did it. Han Feng and the others only felt that their minds were clear, and they returned to normal. Han Feng didn't do much, even if Meng Yaqing didn't make a move. Once the impact reached a deeper level, Jiuyan Tianhua Pagoda also made a move. Lei Zhenyan and the others were all grateful. Especially Lu Yue. After being grateful, she looked embarrassed. Just now, she saw Wang Qingsong and him doing that kind of thing. Lu Yue now believes that Shouyi has scolded well. As for the others, Meng Yaqing wasn't so kind. Whether they could break through was up to their luck. Jiangde looked in a certain direction with a shocked expression. Han Feng noticed Jiangda's gaze and followed Jiangda's line of sight. He saw that a genius who was also at the peak of the Xuanjia had taken off his clothes and faced the air in front sprints, making an "oh-oh" sound in the mouth. Wang Qingsong also noticed this situation and smiled wickedly. "Xiao Jiangda, how are you?" Jiangda blushed and stepped back. He was at a loss as to what to do. He only felt that his blood was rushing down. This feeling was wonderful, but it also felt shameful. Wang Qingsong finally vented his anger and laughed. Lu Yue rolled her eyes at Wang Qingsong and pulled Jiangda aside, so as not to let the things over there contaminate Jiangda's eyes. On the other hand, the music played by the woman surnamed Qiao was more surrounding Mr. Xiang Shou. She didn't move, and his eyes didn't change at all, giving the impression that he was standing there like a statue. The face of the woman surnamed Qiao changed slightly. So many people have been affected, but this person in front of me. I only heard she sneer. This method may work on other people, but when used on me, shui, hum. All of a sudden, she shot out a fierce and indomitable aura from his body, as if he wanted to split the space in half. Wang Qingsong's pupils shrank, knife intent. It is the same as the meaning of the sword, those who use the sword will also comprehend the meaning of the sword. Suddenly, Wang Qingsong shook his head. No, it looks like a sword intent, but it's a little different. On the surface, it is only a little more than 30% of the sword intent, but the momentum is infinitely close to 40% of the sword intent. And this sword intent must have a sword and a knife as a carrier. And this person is obviously empty-handed. It's as if the whole body has turned into a sharp knife. What the hell is going on here? Wang Qingsong was puzzled. Meng Yaqing said lightly, maybe it's another special physique. When Wang Qingsong heard the words, he nodded slowly. This is the only explanation. Han Feng was speechless. From the time he left the Great Jin Kingdom to the present, he basically encountered a super genius who either comprehended the sword intent, or had the special ability of the different fire level, or had a special physique. His strange fire is placed in it, it really is not high. But if you add the Kanglan profound fire's ability to devour the true crystal and true essence, that's another story. At this time, the woman surnamed Qiao looked terrified, and was enveloped by the aura of the thin master. The woman surnamed Qiao seemed to be facing a giant sword. The giant knife pierced through the sky, as if to split the whole world in half. Do not. The huge panic caused the woman surnamed Qiao to let out a roar. This roar ended, but the woman's whining voice was lost, but it added a hoarseness. Phantom thunder kill. In the entire space, the sword blades composed of countless thunder and lightning forces condensed, and madly surged out. Humph, that's all. Shi raised his arm slightly with a look of disdain. In the senses of the woman surnamed Qiao, the sky-shattering giant knife was raised high, and then slammed down. All the blades were vulnerable to a single blow in front of the heaven-shattering sword, and they didn't even have the slightest power to shake the heaven-shattering sword. The woman surnamed Qiao was terrified and had to wrap the blade around herself for protection. What? With a scream, in the sight of Han Feng and others, countless terrifying lightning blades appeared around the woman surnamed Qiao. If these blades erupted, they would definitely hit the 4-star level. At this moment, these thunder and lightning blades formed a large net to protect the woman surnamed Qiao behind her, and her defense was abnormal. This woman surnamed Qiao is obviously also an elite-level genius. But it is such a genius, Shi just raised his arm and put it down, and the whole body of the woman surnamed Qiao was thrown away, and the big net composed of thunder and lightning blades shattered. In the sky, the clothes in front of the woman surnamed Qiao were even cut into pieces. The 2 pieces of meat on the woman's chest were broken into pieces and dropped. The strange thing is that these fragments have no blood. Speaking of blood, there was only a ferocious scar in the center of the woman's chest. Before Han Feng and the others had time to discuss what happened before, Hao Shouyi knocked the woman surnamed Qiao flying, and was taken aback by this phenomenon. Shi's complexion changed greatly, and for the first time he showed a look of horror. My day, it turns out to be a pseudo-mother. You are a fake woman. Thinking that this fake woman wanted to be with him before, the thin man was rolling in his stomach. Wang Qingsong and the others were stunned. Lu Yue was dumbfounded. What's going on? The woman surnamed Qiao, no, it should be said that the pseudonym surnamed Qiao was injured, and the geniuses nearby woke up. Seeing their ugly state, these geniuses were all embarrassed, and they gritted their teeth towards the pseudonym surnamed Qiao. But when they looked at the pseudo-mother surnamed Qiao, they were instantly stunned. That chest, so flat. Meng Yaqing's face twitched. Could this be the legend, harvesting the sun to make up for the sun? Han Feng's cheeks twitched. He had only heard of harvesting yin to replenish yang and harvesting yang to replenish yin, and he even met a person who harvested yang to replenish yin, namely Lin Qingshan. It is not only the first time I heard about it, but also the first time I saw it. No wonder he wanted to hook up with Shi before, obviously because he saw that Shi was stronger than the man surnamed Ao, and his yang energy was naturally stronger. Han Feng didn't know what to say anymore. As expected of the North capital city, all kinds of geniuses from the Beizhou continent gathered, and there were also such wonderful geniuses. The pseudo-mother surnamed Xiao is so ashamed and angry that the secret of more than 10 years has been exposed like this. The man surnamed Ao, who was fighting with the fat man, obviously didn't know it, and was shocked. The fat man laughed loudly. "Oh my God, I'm dying of laughter, buddy, you actually like to back mountain." The miserable man surnamed Ao, who was suppressed, let out an extremely miserable roar. The surnamed Xiao, "I hate you. You lied to my feelings. Obviously it should be sympathetic, but I don't know what happened." Hearing this man surnamed Ao shout like this, Han Feng just wanted to laugh. This stuff is so sad. Second more. The pseudo-mother surnamed Xiao had no face to stay here any longer, and ran away immediately while everyone was sluggish. Even she didn't respond. In fact, at first, no one expected this to be the case. She wanted to chase after him. After all, he only slightly injured the other party before, and he hadn't taught him enough lessons. It annoyed their two brothers, the fat man and the thin man, and it was a dream to want to leave well. But thinking of the other party's identity as a pseudo-mother, the skinny father felt sore, and he still retracted his legs after thinking about it. "I said, brother, that person has run away, you don't need to fight." The fat man made a suggestion. Seeing that the other party was deceived and was so sad, the fat man was going to let the man surnamed Ao go. It's a pity that the man surnamed Ao vented his grief and anger on the fat man. "Fight. Keep fighting." The man surnamed Ao roared again and again. The fat man was dumbfounded and found that the opponent's attack power has increased. Whether it is the use of true essence or the use of martial arts, they are all super-level performances. "I'm going, is it still effective after falling out of love?" The fat man looked depressed. "Since you're going to fight, don't blame me for being rude." The fat master looked sharp, and sneered, "Fat master, I only have two ways to deal with people who like to pretend. Broken eggs and popping chrysanthemums." In the horrified eyes of everyone, the fat man's belly moved, like the ripples caused by a stone thrown into the water. The attack of the man surnamed Ao was absorbed by this belly. What ability is this? Everyone's eyes widened. Meng Yaqing came to a conclusion: if these two pass the selection, they will at least have the title of inferior war king. Han Feng knew that these two were powerful, but when she heard Meng Yaqing's high evaluation of the two, she couldn't help but change. After taking 2 deep glances, Han Feng knew that Meng Yaqing must have seen something. A low-grade battle king would cost at least 590 points. Moreover, Meng Yaqing also said that it is at least a low-grade war king, which means that there may be a middle-grade war king or even a high-grade war king. The man surnamed Ao was even more startled. After being so frightened, the man surnamed Ao's previous momentum immediately disappeared. The man surnamed Ao had the urge to flee. When the fat man saw that the man surnamed Ao wanted to escape, he immediately roared, "I told you to stop you before, but now you want to escape? Dreaming." The fat man's limbs and head, which were almost invisible, were retracted into his belly, and his entire body was completely turned into a ball. Boom! The huge sphere spun at an astonishing speed, and even the nearby spiritual power was fluctuating. Suddenly, the huge spinning ball burst out and flew straight towards the man surnamed Ao. In the terrified eyes of the man surnamed Ao, he instantly suppressed it. Rumbling. "The ground is messy, the ground is cracked." The huge ball gradually shrank, and the fat man returned to its original state, holding the man surnamed Ao, who was stunned, in his hand. The man surnamed Ao vomited blood. Suddenly, a trace of sympathy rose in everyone's heart. It was so sad that they were actually vomiting blood. The fat man suddenly smiled extremely lewdly. "I want you to pretend, I want to see. How will you dress in the future?" I saw Fatya raised her other arm and punched the man, surnamed Ao, between his legs. What? A shrill scream resounded throughout the space. Everyone subconsciously took a step back, and the man subconsciously clamped his legs, looking at the fat man as if he were looking at a pervert. Looking at the man surnamed Ao again, he felt even more pitiful. You said how good it was for you to stop before, look at it now, it's so tragic. The man surnamed Ao fell to the ground in convulsions. But the fat man didn't just let the man surnamed Ao go. The fat man pulled a piece of meat from his belly. A small number of women present secretly snorted and turned their heads blushing. The fat man chuckled, and with a flick of his hand, the thing stabbed into the chrysanthemum of the man surnamed Ao. This time, the man surnamed Ao couldn't make a sound, but his body twitched and foamed at the mouth, like a dead pig. Okay, so wretched. Wang Qingsong's cheeks twitched. Both Lu Yuer and Meng Yaqing's faces were reddish. Jiang Da's eyes widened. I've decided, I want to worship Fat Master. Wang Qingsong shivered, tightened his legs, and decided to treat Jiang Da well in the future, and never let Jiang Da retaliate against him like this in the future. Lei Zhenyan looked strange, and after a while he said to Han Feng, you finally have a like-minded companion. Han Feng's face was dark. Nonsense, how come you are like-minded? Lei Zhenyan looked sad and indignant. Did you forget the children of the Lei family who were raped by you? Wang Qingsong was horrified. Brother Han, you have such a strong taste. Subconsciously, Wang Qingsong left Han Feng several steps away. Meng Yaqing and Lu Yuer looked different. Jiang Da's eyes became even more adoring. As expected of the brother Han I admire, he is indeed amazing. Han Feng had a look of grief and anger. Didn't he just play a little heavy hand? He didn't do it on purpose. It really wasn't on purpose. He was definitely not a wretched person like Fat Master. Where is it? Who is the same as me? The fat man had sharp ears, and when he heard Lei Zhenyan's low voice, his eyes suddenly lit up, as if he had found a certain beautiful woman among a group of women. Soon, the fat man's eyes were on Han Feng and others, and Wang Qingsong immediately stepped back a few steps, showing the shadow in his heart. Haha, little brother, it turns out that you are good at this, too. Great, finally found a companion. Come, today we won't be drunk, brother, let me tell you about the 3,000 questions. The fat man laughed and walked towards Han Feng. Your sister's 3,000 questions. Your sister won't go home if she doesn't get drunk. Han Feng roared in his heart, his body moved, and he fled in a hurry. Wang Qingsong was stunned, and immediately shouted, Brother Han, you are not being kind, how can you run first? At the moment, several people disappeared in an instant. Only Jiang Da was reluctant to give up, still thinking about Fat Master's 3,000 questions, and then he thought, since Brother Han has also exploded, then the same is true of Brother Han. The fat man's hand was just deep, and when he saw this, he pouted, it's rare and strange. She grinned and said, who can bear your heavy taste? You said that you should be more restrained in Baidu City, but you are still so wretched. Be careful that Baidu Academy will not accept you for the sake of the students' chrysanthemums. The fat man shrugged, okay, I'll just keep a low profile next. Shi shook his head slightly. His younger brother was not like this at first, he was also a handsome master. It's a pity that the physique and bloodline have been opened, and at the same time, he has gained enormous power, but also paid a great price. The handsome man in the past has disappeared, and only the big fat man with a face full of flesh is left. Because of being fat, the former lover was taken away by the other party. Since then, I have hated handsome geniuses who like to pretend to be cool. The two major taste hobbies, popping eggs and popping chrysanthemums, appeared like this. Skinny, have you noticed? The fat man poked his ears and said suddenly. You fat man has noticed Shui, but I won't notice? Shui snorted and continued, there is one person in there that is extremely terrifying, anyway, I can't see through it, and there are two other people who are very uncomfortable. Simple, on the surface, the cultivation base should not be as high as ours, but it gives me a sense of danger. The fat man smiled with interest. Forget it, finally there is someone who interests me. When it comes to the last stage of the selection day, there will always be a time to learn from each other. Both of them laughed. Han Feng continued to go to the place where he signed up. Perhaps it was the shadow left by Fat Master. Wang Qingsong was always far away from Han Feng, causing Han Feng to keep rolling his eyes. With Jiangda around him constantly asking 3,000 questions of exploding chrysanthemums, Han Feng's brain hurts. Seeing that the registration place had arrived, Han Feng was excited and finally got rid of Jiangda's inquiry. A few people signed up and saw that they were arranged in the 10th round, which was the last selection. The number of geniuses who came to participate in this selection is close to 100,000, so it is divided into 10 competitions, each of which is close to 10,000 people. In the end, only about 1,000 people passed the test. If the score reaches 500 and up to less than 1,000, the enrollment will not be expanded. How much is charged? If there are more than 1,000 people who have reached 500, only the first 1,000 will be admitted. In short, the number of people who pass the selection in each session is at most 1,000, and it will only be less but not more. The third one. Thank you for the great reward from Star St. Peak. Amazed face, / Congratulations to Peak Saint Star for being promoted to the position of Grandmaster. Become the head of a clan. Huh? Cousin, you came so early, and you are in the last game. Lei Zhenyan nodded. Almost all those who signed up in the last 10 days were in the last game. It is said that the selection is divided into 2 rounds, the first 5 rounds are 1 round, and the last 5 rounds are 1 round. 5 games? That's nearly 50,000 people. Is Baidu Academy too busy? Han Feng wondered. Wang Qingsong smiled and said, there are many experts in the sanctuary of the Northern Capital Academy, and there are also many masters in the Great Sanctuary. For these masters, it doesn't take much time to test 50,000 people. Besides, the inspectors of Baidu Academy must also be divided into 5 parts, and each part is responsible for 1 session, which can save a lot of time. What about the Mirror of Death? And the Tower of the Gods? Meng Yaqing asked the key. So many people go in, it's not the same field, aren't you afraid of chaos? Nearly 50,000 people entered together, and the test is not easy to do. This? Wang Qingsong hesitated for a while, then shook his head. The Wang family is indeed a big family, but that was tens of thousands of years ago. Since nearly 10,000 years, the Wang family has gradually declined. Now, basically no one in the Wang family can pass the selection, and it is not bad to be eligible to participate in the selection. It was not until this generation that there appeared a Wang Qingsong who had the hope of revitalizing the Wang family. Therefore, the Wang family's understanding of the Baidu Academy has gradually passed over time. The Lu family was not a big family when the Potter Empire was established. It has not developed much in the past tens of thousands of years, and naturally did not know much about Baidu University. The Mirror of Death is divided into 4 areas in the south, north, and center. There are also 5 entrances to the Tianshan Tower and Pandora's Dream, so you don't have to worry about the collision of warriors in different fields. A voice came from the right. Who are you? Han Feng asked. It was a man in a green shirt and robe who spoke, and the man smiled, making people feel like a spring breeze. Big brother. Before the other party could answer, Jiangda screamed, and his body immediately retracted to the center of the crowd. Han Feng suddenly understood the identity of the other party. The man in the blue shirt bowed slightly and said, I'm going down to Jiang Feng, Jiangda's brother. Thank you for taking care of your younger brother these days. where everyone just takes care of each other. Jiang Feng was so polite, and Han Feng did not dare to neglect. Jiang Feng's smiling expression suddenly sank when he glanced at Jiang De. If you don't come here, do you know how worried your father is when you leave home this time? Jiang De muttered, I just want to experience the selection of Baidu University. Jiang Da's body remained motionless. Jiang Feng looked at Jiang De helplessly. He couldn't just pull Jiang De out of Han Feng and others, that would be disrespectful to Han Feng and others. From the news sent by his father, Jiang Feng already knew that there was an 8-star super expert among the other party. Jiang Feng had no choice but to say, do you think the selection is that easy? There are many geniuses who died during the selection process of the previous Baidu academies. Jiang De was indignant, if I turn on that one, even a star on the ground won't help me. Jiang Feng's expression changed, and he glanced at Han Feng and others, and found that Han Feng and others' faces did not change, and he was in a state of surprise. Could it be that this kid Jiang De has already told these people his cards? This stinky boy. He is so shrewd at home, how can he be so stupid when he is outside, and that kind of trump card can be set at will? Thinking of this, Jiang Feng suddenly said in his heart, no, this kid Jiang De shouldn't be so stupid, except for the 8-star master, the other 3 are not bad, they are all geniuses, maybe they are them. I found out that Jiang Da's body was different. In this way, at most they know that Jiang De is special, and it should be unclear what kind of cards Jiang De has. Jiang Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Feng believed that his younger brother should fit the second possibility. After all, Jiang De looked young, but he was actually very shrewd. Sometimes looking at stupid behavior is just to lower the vigilance of others. Jiang Feng continued to persuade, even if you can compete with 1 star on the ground, so many geniuses with 1 star on the ground have died in the previous Baidu selections. Listen to Big Brother's words, go back and practice hard for 3 years. With your talent, you will be able to pass 100% after 3 years. Jiang De hid directly behind Han Feng and the others, without saying a word. Jiang Feng had a black line on his face. Han Feng and others also twitched at the corners of their mouths. Is this taking them as a shield? Wang Qingsong muttered in a low voice, I just said that this kid is very insidious and shrewd. It seems that he took this situation into consideration when he approached us. Jiang De smiled flatteringly. Wang Qingsong was speechless. Facing such a person, he was so cute and cute. Even if it was intentional or fake, he was really embarrassed to throw Jiang De out to Jiang Feng. Lu Yuer pinched Jiang Da's cheek and said to Jiang Feng, since Jiang De likes to follow us, don't embarrass Jiang De, brother Jiang De. Jiang Feng looked at Lu Yuer speechlessly, then glared at Jiang De and gritted his teeth. For Xie Xiao's words, Long Sanshao was both proud and dissatisfied. Proud, of course, the tree is big and cool, and with such a big brother, his life in the outer courtyard will be much better than other newcomers. Dissatisfied, it is that Long Sanshao's heart is higher than the sky, and he believes that he is no worse than his elder brother. Big brother can form his own power, even if he is promoted to the inner court, this power is still a hegemon in the outer court, can't he? If not, how could he agree to join forces with Xie Xiao and Xie Xiao's eldest brother? Doesn't he just hope that he will form a force no less than the eldest brother? As for the strength of the elder brother Xie Xiao, Long Sanshao now thinks that he is not as good as him, but Ko Long believes that within a year, he will definitely surpass it. Regardless of whether it was Long Sanshao or Xie Xiao, the conversation between the two was all about entering the outer courtyard, as if they had passed the assessment. In fact, the two did not take the selection of Baidu Academy in their eyes. In the eyes of the two of them, with their mid-level strength, entering the Baidu Academy is a sure thing. 3 young masters, the investigation has been completed. Just as the communication between Long Sanshao and Xie Xiao was getting better, Long Lai's voice sounded outside the door. Long Sanshao paused and said, "Really? Come in and tell what you saw." "Yes." Long Lai entered the room and told Han Feng's residence and everything he saw. Long Sanchao frowned. You mean that Wang Qingsong's bastard and Lu Yuer's bastard live in third-class pavilions? How is this possible, living in a third-class pavilion, at least a 15th-level Saint Domain expert, except for the top second-rank empire and first-rank empire who may send out sanctuary peak-level powerhouses? Other empires, including my Potter Empire, are just great sanctuary level. If there are really masters of the great sanctuary in the other party's pavilion, or more than the 15th level of the sanctuary, even I can't help them. The Long family is indeed one of the major families of the Potter Empire, but that's all. It is not the strongest among the major families, let alone compared with the royal family. The masters sent by the Potter Empire, this time, are masters at the peak of the royal family's great sanctuary. Not to mention that this master belongs to the royal family of the Potter Empire. He is not qualified to order the other party to go to the third-class pavilion for help, but he is qualified to order. The final result of the 15th level sanctuary and the masters of the 15th level and above can only be left to nothing. Long Sanchao looked gloomy. Long Sanchao originally thought that Wang Qingsong, the bereaved dog, lived in the ordinary guest room of the Baidu Inn at most. Knowing Wang Qingsong's residence would make Wang Qingsong pay the price, and Lu Yuer would have to take it back. But who would have thought that the other party was not an ordinary guest room in Baidu Inn at all, but a pavilion of a higher level, or even a third-class pavilion? Long Sanchao's eyes flickered. Is he looking for trouble? Or give up? Long Lai looked up and saw Long Sanchao's expression, and immediately said, Sanchao, things are very strange. The other party does live in a third-class pavilion, but most of the warriors in that pavilion are of the Xian rank, and they have not reached the Earth rank. Long Sanchao's eyes narrowed. Is that so? It's really strange. The third-class pavilions are at least the superior beings in the great sanctuary to be eligible to live alone. The countries that have the great sanctuary are at least the sixth-rank empires. If there are relatively powerful existences in the great sanctuary, it is not a rank 5 or a rank 4 empire. Although there are very few geniuses in such an empire who can break through the ground level, they are not basically below the ground level. Could it be that the fallen middle-ranking third-rank empire failed? Long Lai said again, excluding Wang Qingsong and Lu Yuer, there are only 10 people left, so. Long Sanchao was shocked. Only 10? Isn't that the number of the lower third-rank empires? With his right finger constantly looking at the table on the right, Long Sanchao squinted slightly, thinking about all the possibilities. Strange, it's really weird. Xie Xiao looked curious on the side. 3 Xiao, this is. Long Sanchao didn't think there was anything to hide, and he was about to tell the story. Xie Xiao snorted coldly. Long Sanchao took a fancy to her to give her face, and this bitch is too clueless. 3 young masters, this time you snatched that slut over, you have to torture her, she's just a woman, a plaything, I really thought they were characters. Between the words, the woman did not pay any attention to her. Long Sanchao frowned. That's right, but the question is, are the sanctuary powerhouses in the third-class pavilions at the level of the great sanctuary? What's the relationship with Wang Qingsong? Xie Xiao smiled slightly. What's this? We are just going to discuss it. If the other party really has a sanctuary powerhouse, and it is a genuine sanctuary powerhouse, it is a big deal for us to step back. The big deal is to make another shot in the mirror of death. If you don't have a match, it's not too late to enter the outer courtyard of Baidu Academy and clean up. Sooner or later, the remnants of the Wang family will pay the price. Long Sanchao was stunned for a moment, smiled, and Chao Xie Xiao folded his hands. In this case, please ask Xie Xiao to take action. The next morning. The morning sun shines on Han Feng through the windowsill in the pavilion. Bathed in the sun, Han Feng's whole body is warm. Inside the Jiuyan Tianhua Tower, Lin Qingshan's body suddenly froze, and a wave of soul turbulence burst out. Han Feng suddenly opened his eyes, overjoyed, and dodged into the soul search space. Sister Lin, have you broken through? Han Feng looked at Lin Qingshan in front of him in surprise. Lin Qingshan smiled and nodded. Finally, I haven't lived up to so many spirits, and my current soul power is at the 3-star level of the Xuanjia. Taking so many Lingzuan flowers, ordinary people, even if they have ordinary aptitude, are afraid that they will reach 5 or 6 stars of the mysterious rank. But Lin Qingshan didn't have the method of spiritual body cultivation, and it cost so much spirit venerable flower, but barely reached the early stage of the 3-star Xuanjia. Han Feng chuckled, as expected of Lingzhenhua. Sister Lin, you don't have much Lingzhenhua source liquid left now, I'll refine some for you. Under the attic. Lin Huipa and Hua Wenlong were about to go out, and they were going to trade some spiritual fruits to improve their strength in the northern capital city. Among the geniuses in Beidecheng, the strength of the two of them is really not outstanding. Not long after the two walked, they were stopped by one person. Your Excellency. Lin Huipa's expression changed slightly, and he asked. Long Lai is here, I'm here to discuss with you. Long Lai looked at Lin Huipa and Hua Wenlong playfully. Sorry, we have something to do now, please make way. Looking at the other party's playful smile, they knew that it was not a normal discussion. Lin Huipa and the two did not know why this person came to them. They did not intend to fight the other party anyway. Want to leave? Don't eat a toast and eat a penalty drink. Long Lia's face instantly turned cold. Long Lai instantly punched and smashed Lin Huipa and Hua Wenlong quickly. Damn. The two of them cursed in their hearts. The matter has come to this point. They already know that the other party is here to find trouble. Since this is the case, it is better to fight the other party. Even if it is an Earth-level powerhouse, if the two of them unite, they may not be able to defeat. The two quickly retreated, and Long Lai hit the ground with a punch, leaving a fist mark directly on the ground. This is the Baiduan, surrounded by the enchantment of sanctuary powerhouses. It is basically impossible to cause massive damage here. Second more. Mesmerizing flower ring. Hua Wenlong shot first, and the illusion was immediately cast. Long Lai frowned, he just threw a punch, and the surrounding scene changed drastically. Illusion? It turned out to be an illusion. Long Lai understood. The next moment, Long Lai sneered, you want to beat me with this? Dreaming. As an Earth-level powerhouse, even if the mental power is far inferior to that of a heaven-level powerhouse, it is still possible to fluctuate and oscillate in the sea of consciousness. I saw Long Lai's body trembling, and the fluctuations of the spiritual power in the sea of consciousness were instantly chaotic, changing the previous flow pattern. The illusion collapsed in an instant. Long Lai grinned, I'd be a little bit more apprehensive if the Earth-level powerhouses used illusions, and the mere profound level, is also worthy? Fox Flame Dance. The flame soared into the sky and turned into 9 flaming fox tails behind Long Lai. The 9 fox tails flung away wildly, and the target is Hua Wenlong. At this moment, Lin Hui suddenly stopped in front of Hua Wenlong and sighed in a low voice, Vajra body protection. The 10-meter-high golden diamond suddenly condensed, and Lin Huipa was completely protected within it. Long Lai raised his eyebrows, oh? Not bad martial arts, but unfortunately still vulnerable. King Kong, who once displayed incomparable power in front of Han Feng, was completely vulnerable in front of 9 fox tails. With just one blow, 9 fox tails passed, King Kong completely collapsed and turned into countless golden fragments. Puff. Lin Hui vomited blood and flew out. And behind Lin Huipa, Hua Wenlong has also punched, thinking power is 100 punches. Hundreds of fist shadows whizzed away. Long Lai was even more disdainful. But when these fist shadows collided with the 9 fox tails, Long Lai's face suddenly changed, and he only felt a spiritual force rushing towards his sea of consciousness. This spiritual power is not much, but in terms of quality, it is no less than the powerhouse of heaven. It is completely comparable to the thought power transformed by the spiritual power of the heaven-level powerhouse. Damn, this guy's tricks are not power, but mind power, he was overcast. In the sea of knowledge, Long Lai's mental strength resisted in an instant, and he couldn't do anything outside, but in his own base camp, it was completely different. Even if the other party is surprised, the spiritual level is too low and the quality is good, but it will not work in combination. The 9 flame foxtails were quickly weakened due to the influence of Longlia's mental power, but they returned to their original state in a short while. Seeing this, Xuanhuan's complexion changed greatly. His strongest move, he couldn't even take the opponent. Is the gap between the earth rank and the profound rank so big? Go away. Long Lai was furious. As a strong man on the ground, he was overshadowed by the mere Xuanjia, and his face was greatly embarrassed. Although it didn't cause much harm to him, Long Lai still felt that his self-esteem was seriously challenged. 9 flaming tigers covered the sky and attacked the sun. If it hit Xuanhuan, it was absolutely impossible to survive. Annoyed, Long Lai made a killing move. Golden Whirlpool 10 blades kill. Xuanhuan was quite desperate. Just when Xuanhuan thought he was about to die here, Lin Hui shouted angrily. The golden vortex madly flew towards the 9 flame tigers with countless blades. Huh? Courting death? Long Lai found Lin Huipa's attack, and became even more angry. Xuanhuan's killing intent spread out. The 9 flame foxtails fused together and turned into a larger flame foxtail. With one blow, the golden vortex was defeated, and the vortex was twisted and disappeared. In front of Longlia's powerful strength, Xuanhuan and Lin Huipa seemed vulnerable. All their attacks, even the most powerful ones, could not help Long Lai. Go to hell. Crossing the flood dragon. Great slash. The giant bull burst into flames. 3 sharp shouts suddenly sounded. The huge Lei Jiao roared out. The other 2 powerful attacks were on the left and the right. Rumbling. 3 powerful attacks collided with the flame fox tail, and powerful ripples surged away. Under such an attack, the flame foxtail actually stagnates in the air. After such a stagnation, Yu Henfei immediately took the injured Xuanhuan and Lin Huipa to another place. Later, Xian Shentong and Lin Huixian instantly displayed their bloodline changes. The body of the Ice Emperor, congeal. Jinghong Ice Slash. Golden Dragon Variety Dragon Body Transformation. Dragon Soul Heaven Slash. What? Long Lai never imagined that the 2 profound rank 12-star extreme martial artists actually had special bloodlines in their bodies. At this moment, whether it is Xian Shentong or Lin Huixian, their attack power is already comparable to that of an earth-level warrior. Unprepared, the flame fox tail was instantly defeated, and Long Lai stepped back, and finally stopped his backing body. His face was quite embarrassed. Lin Huixian came to Lin Huipa's side. What the hell is going on? Lin Huishuan's tone was rather stern. He said from the beginning that he should keep a low profile and low key, so why did he suddenly provoke a powerhouse? Lin Huipa smiled bitterly. I don't know why the other party is bothering us. If we don't agree with each other, we will do it. We are forced to resist. Knowing that Lin Huipa wouldn't lie, Lin Huishuan's expression became solemn. The more you don't know, the more serious the matter is, which means that someone is secretly targeting their people in the Great Jin Kingdom. Xian Shentong and Lin Huixian stood together, staring at Long Lai with a serious face, and said, Don't worry, Lei Zhenyan and Lei Yuzhen have already gone to look for Han Feng and Miss Meng, and they will come soon. One is 2 stars on the ground level, and the other is 8 stars on the ground level. Xian Shentong believed that as long as the 2 came, everything would be no problem now. No matter how powerful the opponent is, he can still reach 90 stars. A room in the attic. Han Feng sensed that someone was approaching, and immediately said, "Sister Lin, someone is coming, I'll go first, you practice hard." Lin Qingshan nodded, "Go ahead, solve your business first, just in time for me to continue to practice breakthroughs." In a flash, Han Feng left the Xuanhuan Tower, and at the same time, the door was knocked. In terms of frequency, things are quite urgent. What happened? With questions, Han Feng opened the door, and Lei Junyan pulled Han Feng away. Before waiting for Han Feng to ask, Lei Yuzhen talked about the whole story. What? Earth-level powerhouses are here to provoke. Han Feng was greatly surprised, inexplicably, how could someone come here to trouble the great Jin kingdom? Lei Yuru shook his head, "I don't know why, but it's urgent. Han Feng, you go first, and I'll call Miss Meng." Han Feng frowned and nodded in agreement. This incident revealed a touch of strangeness. With Meng Yaqing's action, things would be much safer. Outside the attic. Long Lai's face was dark. "I really didn't expect to underestimate you, this time I see how you deal with it." 9 flaming foxtails reappeared. But this time the foxtail was replaced by a touch of green. Different fire. Lin Huixian and the others looked ugly. It was troublesome enough before, but now the opponent's different fire is integrated into the attack, and the power is stronger. With a wicked laugh, the 9 different fire fox-tails behind Long Lai swung their teeth and claws towards Lin Huixian and everyone else. Kanglin Xuanhuan, Fusion. Skyfire Fighting Fist. In the void, the huge blue flame fist sank into the 9 different fire fox-tails in an instant. "Who is it?" Long Lai shouted loudly, and then his face was horrified. This blue flame fist, as if entering the realm of no one, easily passed through the 9 different fire fox-tails and came to him. How is this possible? The other party's strange fire is so much stronger than mine. Long Lai hurriedly resisted, but it was useless. Puff puff. Long Lai vomited blood, and his body was like a ruined kite, flying high into the sky and then falling ruthlessly. The different fire fox-tails all dissipated. In terms of cultivation, Han Feng and Long Lai both belong to the 2-star level, but Han Feng's cultivation base is the peak of the 2-star level, but Long Lai is only the initial stage of the 2-star level. And because of the Kanglin profound fire, the solidity of Han Feng's real crystal and real essence has exceeded the 3-star level, and is between 3-star and 4-star. In terms of different fire, Han Feng's strange fire has thrown Long Lai several layers. All kinds of things made Long Lai vulnerable to Han Feng. Long Lai fell heavily to the ground, vomiting blood again and again. It can be expected that if there is no good medicine or spiritual fruit treatment, Long Lai will definitely delay the next Baidu selection. Lin Huixian and the others stared at all this in a stunned manner. The existence that was extremely powerful to them was easily cleaned up by Han Feng, which shocked everyone too much. But it's been almost 5 months. Han Feng, who was on the same level at the beginning, has now left them so far that they can't even touch Han Feng's tail. Among them, Lin Huixian, Xian Shentong and Yu Kai had the deepest feelings. Lin Huixian and Xian Shentong thought that with the Ice Emperor's body intermediate and the Golden Dragon's variety dragon body transformation would be enough to surpass Han Feng, but Han Feng actually gave them far more than that. When Meng Yaqing and Lei Yuru came over, Han Feng had already settled the battle. Meng Yaqing smiled, "It seems that I don't need to take action." Lei Yu was dumbfounded, this was over too soon. If I knew it earlier, I would not disturb Meng Yaqing. "Humph, Your Excellency is too ruthless." Out of nowhere, an evil man came out, staring at Han Feng coldly. Han Feng snorted lightly, "I'm ruthless? If I come later, I'm afraid this person will kill people in our country." "I don't know who you are. Why do you want to deal with our people from the Great Jin Kingdom?" It seems that we have no grievances with you. You don't need to know the reason, but now I'm interested in learning with you. The evil man said with great interest. On the word sparring, the man aggravated his tone, which is obviously not a normal sparring, and serious injuries and deaths are more likely to occur. This man is Xia Xiao. According to the original plan, it was to use Long Lai to deal with everyone in the pavilion until Wang Qingcong took action, and then he would deal with Wang Qingcong. Young Master Xia didn't expect that these people looked like ordinary Xian rank, but in fact their attack power was not low. In the last Han Feng shot, Long Lai was seriously injured and fell to the ground. The original plan could not be carried out. Xia Xiao couldn't, so he had to appear in advance. But apart from the above reasons, the real reason for Xia Xiao to appear in advance is Han Feng. A fire attribute warrior with a different fire makes Xia Xiao, who is also a fire attribute and has a different fire, be ready to move. Brother, who dares to make trouble, I will help you solve it. Wang Qingcong's loud voice sounded. Xia Xiao squinted slightly, and the target character appeared, but Xia Xiao was not sure who to shoot against. After all, I didn't know that there was a Han Feng so powerful, and now he is alone. If the other two are together, he is really not sure of winning. Remainers of the Wang family, you have finally come out. Long Sanxiao jumped a few times and appeared beside Xia Xiao. Wang Qingcong and Lu Yuer's faces instantly turned cold. One is the hatred of genocide, the other is disgust. Lin Huixian sighed, I finally understand the reason. Everyone is not an idiot. It is not clear where they are at this time. The other party is not so much targeting the Great Jin Kingdom as it is targeting Wang Qingcong. Xia Xiao smiled playfully, 3 Xiao, you came just in time, and the remnants of the Wang family will be handed over to you. This kid with a strange fire will be handled by me. I really want to know, what kind of expression will it look like after Yihua is abolished now? Long Sanxiao grinned, don't worry, I will end the last person in the Wang family. It's not time for the selection yet, do you little guys want to lose both and miss the selection? A majestic voice sounded directly in the heads of Han Feng and others. The cold sweat of Long Sanxiao and Xia Xiao flowed down instantly. Master of the Great Sanctuary. The two looked at each other, and both could see what each other meant. Let's go, there really are experts from the Great Sanctuary here. If we hit it hard, we will only suffer. Xia Xiao was the first to retreat. Long Sanxiao nodded immediately. Wang Qingcong, you have been careful with me after entering the academy. In the end, Long Sanxiao was quite unwilling and left a few words to leave. When young Master Xia left, he also gave Han Feng a meaningful smile. It goes without saying that they will have a fight sooner or later. Han Feng hugged his chest and sneered, I'll see what you can do then. I'm sorry, I didn't expect it to be my fault that hurt you all. With a long sigh, Wang Qingcong said to Lin Huixian and the others, with a guilty look on his face. Everyone smiled wryly and waved their hands. It doesn't have to be like this, even without you, Brother Wang, we will encounter such a situation on the selection day. It's also good for us now to be more aware of the gap between the ground level and us. Han Feng patted Wang Qingcong on the shoulder, I knew what would happen today when I decided to save you, but I didn't expect it to come so early. Wang Qingcong still couldn't let go of his heart. Han Feng, when we arrived at the outer courtyard, I'm afraid we. Han Feng rolled his eyes, what are you afraid of? We will follow up if the other party has any tricks. The more it is like this, the more it can stimulate our self-motivation, and it is also good for our cultivation. When our strength surpasses it, they will not be able to help us. Seeing that Han Feng really didn't care, Wang Qingcong's face softened a lot. Several people returned to the pavilion, the cultivation of the cultivation, the healing of the wounds. Perhaps the powerlessness this time really inspired Lin Huixian and others to have infinite potential. Under the frantic cultivation, Lin Huixian and Xian Shintong actually touched the bottleneck of breaking through the ground. Time passes by while everyone is cultivating. Soon, the time came for the selection of Baidu. The geniuses of the first 5 games were connected to the Baidu Academy by their respective sanctuary inspectors for selection. When the inspection of nearly 50,000 people ended, it was the day when Han Feng and others were selected. In a pavilion room of Baidu University, Wang Qingsong sneered, "It's good luck for the remnants and sluts, it's not a fight with me. But forget it. Sooner or later, people are going to die. When they enter the outer courtyard after the selection, I will let them know what it means to live rather than die. If you don't torture them, how can you let them die easily?" Another laughed. Jiang Feng and the rest of the Jiang family said, "When you arrive at the mirror of death, you will follow the Yun family and the rest of the family. I will go alone to reconcile with Jiangda. You also know what Jiangda means to the family. Jiangda must not." Something happened. Several Jiang family talents looked at each other and nodded slowly. The pavilion where the Fat Master and the Thin Master are located. Shi's eyes were bright. "It's finally here. The legend of our 2 brothers will start from Baidu Academy." After more than 10 days, the first 5 selections finally ended, and the geniuses who were happy, dull or excited came out. Under the Baidu stage, Han Feng and others finally gathered here, preparing to go to the Baidu Academy that exists in the different dimension. "Brother Han, I finally found you." Several people in Han Feng crowded into the crowd, and a happy voice came from their ears. Han Feng looked over and cupped his hands. It turned out to be Brother Jiang. "Big brother." Jiang Feng knew that the matter was a foregone conclusion. At this time it was impossible for the big brother to drive him back, so he was happy to come to Jiang Feng to act like a spoiled child. Jiang Feng patted Jiang Da's head angrily. "It's only at this time that you will come over to please." Jiang Da scratched his head and smirked. Baidu Tai is large and square, with nearly 30,000 square meters. If it stands side by side, it will not be a problem to accommodate tens of thousands of people. At this moment, Baidu Tai was above the sky, and the space was distorted for a while, and a huge hole like a black hole was formed immediately. Nearly 20 sanctuary masters flew out of the black hole and slowly landed on the Baidu terrace. The powerful aura belonging to the sanctuary powerhouses continued to spread like a spider web. Under the pressure of the sanctuary powerhouses, the surrounding Baidu Tai, which was quite noisy, immediately quieted down, and everyone's eyes contained panic, awe, fiery envy. Among the nearly 20 sanctuaries, a sanctuary powerhouse in the center stepped out of the void. I read the name to the stage. Deng Liangjing, Qianshi, Tan Mei, Lu Haoi, the more than 9,000 people above, please come to the stage. Clap la la. In the empty Baidu Tai, more than 9,000 geniuses gathered in an instant. Immediately, 3 figures came out of the sky, and one of them said indifferently, "The 3 of us will be your inspectors, now follow us." The 3 sanctuary masters grabbed the air together, and under the shocking gazes of many geniuses, more than 9,000 people from Baidu Tai flew out of thin air, and followed the 3 sanctuary masters into the black hole. The black hole was twisted, and the 3 sanctuaries and more than 9,000 geniuses disappeared in an instant. Around Baidu Tai, the sound of gasping for breath kept ringing. It's not like they haven't seen similar things. Some of them also have different dimensions that have not yet formed a perfect state. For example, the spiritual secret realm of the Great Jin Kingdom. But this is nearly 10,000 people together. This phenomenon is rather shocking. In their secret realms, it is not bad to enter dozens of people at a time. The sanctuary powerhouse who read the name before continued, next, Chu Yi, Wu Ruixin, Kei Qingchen. Zhu Zidai, Zhang Ping, the more than 9,000 people above, please come to the stage. More than 9,000 geniuses immediately took the stage. Twice in a row, there was a lot of empty space around Beidutai. This time, 4 sanctuary powerhouses flew out, bringing these geniuses into the black hole. Then the 8th, 9th. The 8th scene is the 3 sanctuary inspectors. The 9th field is 4 sanctuary inspectors. Han Feng can understand that the inspector is a 3-person game and a 4-person game. Then when it was their 10th turn, there were also 3 sanctuary inspectors. In the 9th game, Long Sanshao was included. Before leaving, Long Sanshao glanced at Han Feng Wang Qingsong with a gloomy expression. Wang Qingsong also glared back. The feud of genocide is inseparable. Wang Qingsong swore that one day he would exterminate the Long family to avenge the extermination of the clan. Long Sanshao sneered. Reach out on the neck to make a killing motion. This bastard. Wang Qingsong clenched his fists in anger. Hey, are you Wang Qingsong? The 3 young masters have already given an order, you should be careful in the mirror of death. By the way, tell your companions the above, we want their lives. Suddenly, an arrogant voice sounded in Wang Qingsong's sea of consciousness. If the distance is relatively close, the powerhouse can already use spiritual voice transmission. Who is it? Wang Qingsong immediately turned his head and shouted in a deep voice. Han Feng and others looked over because of Wang Qingsong's actions. Brother Wang, what happened? Han Feng asked first. Wang Qingsong's face was dark and said, someone wants to make me look good, and he also said that he wants to kill us. He seems to be the bastard from the Long family. What? Han Feng was startled and immediately looked around. Soon, the group found 2 young brothers not far away looking at them with the eyes of the dead. At this time, in the sky, the sanctuary powerhouses have continued to chant their names, and one by one geniuses are on stage. The crowd surged, and the 2 brothers quickly disappeared. Lu Yuer said bitterly, the ghost is still alive. Han Feng's mouth twitched slightly, want to kill us? It also depends on whether they are qualified or not. Brother Han, you must not be careless. If I read it correctly, these 2 should be the Tai Su brothers. Jiang Feng's solemn voice sounded. 2 brothers Taishu? It's them. Lei Yu, Lin Huixian and the others only felt that the 2 Tai Su brothers were familiar. Soon, everyone seemed to think of something and exclaimed. Lei Yuru, Lin Huixian and others came a few days earlier than Han Feng, and they knew a lot about some geniuses who were already famous before they were selected. This brother Taishu is very powerful? Han Feng was a little unconvinced. Long Sanshao is only 4 stars on the ground level. How can he be stronger than Long Sanshao, who can be killed by Long Sanshao? Lei Yuru smiled bitterly, I only know that they are very powerful. They once severely damaged a 5-star genius of the ground level, and the others are not clear. Everyone's eyes turned to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng didn't come too late. At the same time, as one of the major families of the 3rd-rank barbarian Cloud Empire, Jiang Feng's news should be clearer than them. Jiang Feng explained, this Taishu brother is from the Taishu Empire. Tens of thousands of years ago, the Taishu Empire used to be a famous 2nd-rank empire, and it was only 1 line away from being promoted to a 1st-rank empire. The Taishu Empire was founded by 2 brothers, with the bloodline of Taishu and the bloodline of emptiness respectively, collectively called the bloodline of Taishu. The bloodline of Taishu, if calculated separately, is not a high-level bloodline. When combined, the speciality and power of the bloodline can be regarded as a 1st-class level in the entire Beizhou continent. For tens of thousands of years, apart from those 2 ancestors, no one in the imperial family of the Taishu Empire has been able to inherit the bloodline of Taishu. Up to now, the Taishu Empire has been reduced to a Tier 4 empire. In this generation, the Taishu imperial family, the 2 Taishu brothers inherited the Taishu bloodline. Don't look at the 2 Taishu brothers are just ordinary 4-star early stage, but the combination of Taishu bloodlines, the fighting power of these two can be called perverted. If it is not for Long Sanchao's good big brother, Taishu brothers also hope to get that with the help of each other, they can get more resources to cultivate, and these two really won't necessarily take care of Long Sanchao. Everyone was stunned. In short, Brother Taishu had gradually become dissatisfied with the resources of the fourth-rank empire, and was eager for more resources. Lin Huixian and the others looked bitter. It was really unfortunate to be targeted by such a strong person. Wang Qingsong apologized to everyone again, and finally said with guilt, "Why don't we divide the relationship now? Presumably those two people will see all this and won't target you again." Lin Huixian said with a hint of anger, "Brother Wang, although our strength is not good, we are not scumbags who abandon our friends for safety. The other party is powerful, but we can only start with the mirror of death. Let's not say whether the other party can find us or not. Even if we do, can we all work together to deal with it?" Han Feng patted Wang Qingsong on the shoulder. "We agreed to unite, and we want to fight the world together in the outer court. At this time, we should retreat. When we face stronger threats in the outer court, wouldn't we have to retreat? Trust me, if they really attack, it must not be us. First delivery. Ask for flowers. You." Wang Qingsong looked excited. Lin Huixian looked at Han Feng and joked, "With Han Feng as a pervert, do we still need to worry? From the time of Xuanjia, this kid Han Feng can cross several stars. Now that it's on the ground floor, maybe it's okay? Even if Han Feng can't do it, isn't there Miss Meng?" Hearing this, Han Feng paid attention to rolling his eyes. Meng Yaqing glanced at Lin Huixian, ignoring it. Lin Huixuan's face froze instantly. Everyone laughed, and before they knew it, the pressure that Brother Taishu brought to everyone disappeared. Jiang Feng was still worried about Han Feng and others, but now he also thought of the super-perverted existence of the 8-star rank. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and said with a smile, "It seems that I am overthinking. When I entered the mirror of death, as long as we gather together, we really don't have to worry too much about those two." In the sky, the sanctuary powerhouse continued to chant the names of the geniuses. When they read the names of Tai and Jun, Han Feng and others were surprised to see that Fat Master and Shouyi walked to Beidutai. It turns out that these two guys are called Tai and Jun. I don't know which of these two names is Fat Master and which is Thin Master. Han Feng whispered to himself. Fat Master and Shouyi are just the titles given to them by many geniuses in the northern capital city, because one of them is extremely fat and the other is extremely thin. Few really know their real names. Soon, the sanctuary powerhouse read the Taishu brothers. The two were called Yuanjing and Yuanan. Before long, the eyes of Han Feng and others were full of hostility. Because this time, the one who went to Beidutai was the Xiaoxiao that day. Naturally, everyone was extremely resentful towards this helper of Long Sanchao. Han Feng chuckled, "It turns out that you were in a match with me. It seems that the fight will be ahead of schedule. Let me see, what skills do you have?" Xiaoxiao's full name is Xianshan. When Xiaoxiao took the stage, he gave Han Feng a provocative look. Eyes full of contempt and contempt. Han Feng knew that this was to irritate him. If he was really a teenage boy with strong vigor and blood, he might be really provoked and affect his mood, which might eventually affect his subsequent test scores. Unfortunately, Han Feng is not. Therefore, Han Feng directly ignored the other party's gaze, which directly made Xia Anshan look gloomy. For Xia Anshan, it was disrespectful to him. What an arrogant boy, so despise me. Humph, when you arrive at the magic mirror of death, I hope you still have such a backbone. Xia Anshan boarded Beidutai with a cold face. It didn't take long for the sanctuary powerhouse to read the names of Lin Huixian and others. Before that, Jiang Feng had already been pronounced on the Baidu terrace. Lin Huixian, Yu Yu Kai, Xian Shintong, Lei Ruwen, Zhang Qinghu, Lei Zhenyan, Yu Henfei, Hua Wenlong, Lin Huipa, Lei Yuru, and others came to power. O Xian, Wen Mei, Han Feng, Meng Yaqing, Wang Qingsong, Lu Yuer, Jiang Da, Xiao Suiying. More than 9,000 people came to the stage. More than 9,000 people gathered on the Baidu stage. 3 sanctuary powerhouses stood in the air. One of the sanctuary powerhouses in the middle said lightly, "This old man is your inspector. You can call this old man Elder Chow." Immediately, Elder Chow pointed at the short-haired old man on the left and said, "This is Elder Liu. This is Elder Wei." Elder Chow pointed at the long-haired old man on the right. Everyone swallowed. I thought it was just a Dharma protector, but it turned out to be an elder. In addition to the students, Baidu Academy is also some members such as deacons, guardians, and elders. The deacons of the Baidu Academy are at least heaven-ranked powerhouses, and the protectors are at least sanctuary. The elders are at least the great sanctuary. The elders of the Baidu Academy are divided into 2 types of elders. One is the elders who are responsible for various things, and they are basically at the level of the great sanctuary. The other is to ignore the matter, and it is more of a deterrent force. Unless the Baidu Academy is facing a crisis, or someone comes to the Baidu Academy, this kind of elder will not appear. This kind of elder is basically the pinnacle of the sanctuary. Further up, there is the Deputy Palace Master. All of them are at the peak level of the sanctuary, that is, the masters of the 27th layer of the sanctuary. The Palace Master, on the other hand, is a master of the sanctuary small perfection. For the Beizhou continent, apart from the ancient families that existed in the different dimension, it can be said that the small perfection masters of the sanctuary on the continent could hardly see it. Elder, that is a master of the great sanctuary, but it is just a selection. The Baidu Academy has sent such a master, which makes many geniuses excited and scared. Excitement is the importance attached to selection by Baidu University. Fear, it is precisely because the Baidu University attaches great importance to the selection that the selection will be more severe. The 3 elders do not care about the ideas of many geniuses. After Elder Chow finished speaking, the 3 sanctuary masters caught everyone into a black hole. The other side of the black hole. A huge square. Surrounded by a fantastic curtain of blue light. Here is? Han Feng and others were teleported here, and several people opened their eyes and looked around, full of shock. Elder Chow's voice faintly entered everyone's ears. This is the illusory square, and it is the intersection of the Baidu Academy and the outside world. This is not the real Baidu Academy, but a place specially created by the Palace Master for the geniuses who are selected by you. It connects the Baidu Academy and the outside world, as well as the entrance to the secret realms such as Pandora's Dream. The crowd was once again shocked. I thought the selection was held at Baidu University, but I didn't expect it to be at the intersection of Baidu University and the outside world, and it was still not Baidu University. Some geniuses who are already low in confidence and just want to see what the Baidu Academy is like are even more disappointed. Elder Chow didn't care what these people thought, facing Elder Liu and Elder Wei at a distance, with both hands forming a seal. The next moment, strange rays of light shot out from the hands of the 3 elders. The rays of light burst out, and collided at the center of the 3 elders' aerial combat power. Immediately afterwards, a circle of fluctuation swept out. A circle is formed in the center of the 3 of them, and inside the circle is a scene like a vast starry sky. A strange giant machine slowly fell from the circle and finally fell to the ground. This is an aptitude tester. Jiang Feng hesitated and affirmed. Aptitude tester? Didn't you use something else to test your qualifications? Han Feng's 2 qualification tests were very simple, and he had never seen such a huge machine before. It reminded Han Feng of some kind of machine in the mad scientist laboratory in his previous life. Jiang Feng said, the aptitude test outside is actually not accurate. For example, if the same aptitude is the first class, it is also divided into higher and lower scores. This is not easy to test. Under the top grade, an ordinary tester outside can measure more accurate data, but it can't be used for the top grade. All the people selected here are of the highest quality, so we need to use a more accurate qualification tester. In the aptitude test, the level between each level is the difference in single-digit scores. For example, if the same level of aptitude is the highest may be 97 points, and the low may be only 2 or 3 points. Jiang Feng didn't notice that Han Feng's face had begun to twitch. Han Feng could already imagine how so many people would look at him when he was only tested for his high-quality qualifications. Second more. 389 Qualification Test. The three elders Chao landed from the air. Elder Lu said indifferently, the next person who reads the name will come up and test. Zhang Yanhua. What came out was a nearly 20 warrior. Walking in front of the machine, the test results came out soon, and Elder Lu said lightly, Extreme Grade 6 Qualification, 36 points. 36 points, which means that Zhang Yanhua is quite good among the top 6 qualifications. Zhang Yanhua obviously knew his own situation, and there was nothing to be disappointed about. And Shiyu. Elder Lu read the name of the second warrior. The test result of this person is the top 5 qualifications. And Shiyu, the top 5 qualifications, 49 points. Such a score means that Shiyu's aptitude is infinitely close to the top grade 4th class aptitude. Next, the warriors went up to check and then walked down. Various aptitudes were also spoken by Elder Lu. So far, the highest one has been the need for grade 4 qualifications. The top grade 4th class qualifications are already extremely rare qualifications in the Great Jin Kingdom, and they will be cultivated by the family with all their strength. But here, Elder Lu didn't even change his eyes at all, as if this top grade 4th class aptitude was sparse in Elder Lu's eyes. Time passed, and soon it was the turn of the two brothers, Shi and Shi. At this time, Han Feng finally understood that Shi was the fat man, the younger brother of the two brothers. Shi is the thin master and the elder brother. The first to go up was Stay. When Stein was tested, Elder Lu's eyes changed immediately, holy qualification 105 points. Han Feng could clearly see that a trace of joy and kindness flashed in Elder Lu's eyes, and his gaze towards Shi was more gentle. Not bad qualifications, I hope you will work hard. In the previous test, Elder Lu never communicated with any testers except to report the number. This was the first time that Elder Lu talked to the testers, and it was a word of encouragement. The crowd was extremely envious. But everyone also understands that this is what the other party deserves. The aptitude for the holy product is the aptitude that can easily break through to the sanctuary. The aptitude for holy products is only 100 points out of 100, but Shi got 105 points, which is 5 points more. What does this mean? It shows that the other party is also considered a relatively good existence in the qualification of the holy grade, so a 5-point bonus is given. Compared with the uproar of many warriors around, Han Feng also looked resentful. In order for his aptitude to be upgraded to the highest level, the 9 flames and different fire technique must be upgraded by 1 level to reach the 4th level. Shi's fat body jumped down and smiled, Skinny, you have to work hard, don't be worse than me. Shi snorted softly, don't worry, being a big brother can't be defeated by being a younger brother. When Shi came to power, Elder Lu, Elder Chao, and Elder Wei all had bright eyes. Since it is a brother, this one will not be bad. And when the results came out, it did. Elder Lu shouted loudly, Shi, the aptitude for the holy grade, 105 points. It is another holy quality, and many geniuses are in an uproar again. Saint qualification, that is the aptitude in the legend. No one expected that they would encounter two in succession here. It can only be said that it is indeed the selection of Baidu Academy. The next test returned to normal. Most of the aptitudes are hovering between the 7th and 8th grades of the best grades and the 4th and 5th grades of the best grades. Soon, it was the Taishu brothers' turn. The test of the two brothers Yuanjing and Yuanan ended soon. Both of them are excellent first-class qualifications, but Yuanjing got 93 points and Yuan got 95 points. It is also a top-notch first-class qualification. Yuan is obviously slightly stronger than Yuanjing. Jiangda was shocked. Didn't you say that these two are very powerful? Why are they top-notch? Obviously, in Jiangda's eyes, the so-called powerful is at least the aptitude of saints. Jiang Feng was speechless. Brother Taishu is amazing, but it is caused by a special bloodline. It belongs to a special ability test, not a qualification. Qualification is another matter. The special bloodline only slightly increases the training speed on the original qualification, and does not change the qualification. If the aptitude is holy, Brother Taishu is at least a 5-star cultivation base at this time. Jiangda nodded ignorantly. Suddenly, the crowd vibrated, making a loud bang. Jiang Feng, who was explaining to Jiangda, immediately asked, "Brother Han, this is..." Han Feng's eyes were full of horror, and when he heard the words, he took a deep breath and said, "You will know by yourself." The next moment, Elder Lu's excited voice resounded throughout the unreal square. Hu Xiaodai, Saint qualification 115 points. Jiang Feng opened his mouth wide, looking shocked. 115 points, how is this possible? This kind of aptitude is already very close to the middle-level holy grade aptitude. In the future, it is not impossible to break through to the peak of the sanctuary, and it is extremely easy. In my lifetime, there is even hope that the sanctuary small perfection exists. Jiang Feng's shocked expression changed. Such qualifications are rare in the entire Beizhou continent for hundreds of years. And now, it actually appeared in Beizhou continent. Beside the three elders of the sanctuary, a young girl wearing a pale red face greeted the three elders with a sweet smile. If it was someone else, the three elders would definitely ignore them, and they might even wave their hands impatiently to drive them away. But facing this girl, the faces of the three elders were full of smiles, and an old chrysanthemum face seemed to be in full bloom. What a beautiful woman! This is the thought in the hearts of everyone present, and many male warriors directly have a heart of admiration. Han Feng looked at the woman, only to feel that the girl's gestures were full of strange charm. It looks like he is only 15 or 16 years old, but the two lumps on his chest are already big enough to make 99% of women feel inferior. Three old grandpas, I'm going down. Hu Xiaodai waved sweetly to the three elders and walked down immediately. Elder Lu stroked his beard and smiled. 115 points, such a aptitude. Hee, I can guarantee that this time we have 10 tests, our one is definitely the best. Elder Chow agreed with a face, yes, the aptitude is close to the middle level. Even our Baidu Academy, it is not something that can be met every time. It has been 10 times since the last time such aptitude. Yeah, I heard that the kid is now close to the Holy Land 9th layer. It's really terrifying. In just over 30 years, he has risen to such a level from the middle stage. Unfortunately, such a genius is not willing to stay in Baidu University, but chooses to stay in his hometown. If you stay in the academy, it's at least the limit of the Holy Land 9th layer, maybe it's already. Elder Wei looked regretful. Elder Chow reprimanded in a low voice, have you forgotten the purpose of our school? These students choose to stay in the school or return to their hometowns in the future. Actually, our school can have such a big influence, and those students who leave are also very important. The forces they build are natural allies of our school. Otherwise, with the palace master alone, those ancient families will definitely make a lot of stumbles secretly. Elder Wei hurriedly lowered his head. I made a mistake, let's continue the test. Relax when you are nervous, comfort yourself when you are troubled, and don't forget to bless yourself when you are happy. A group of talented warriors did not know the conversation of the three elders, because the conversation between the three sanctuary powerhouses used sound transmission. Elder Lu continued to read the next list. Soon, it was Xia Anshan's turn. Walking forward, Xia Anshan looked around, his eyes focused on Han Feng, and he sneered. Seeing this, Han Feng knew that the battle with Xia Anshan had already begun. Not only in the Mirror of Death, but also in the 5 assessments of removing the Mirror of Death, Xia Anshan also has to distinguish him. Han Feng was very helpless. The first test was qualification, and he was definitely at the bottom. With so many talents present, there are almost no top-quality qualifications. Even if there are, Han Feng believes that he is the top of the top-grade first class. Infinitely close to the best qualifications. And he is currently only the 4th-class qualification of the top grade. Unless the 3rd layer of the 9 flames and different flames art has a breakthrough and progresses to the peak of the 3rd layer, then it is possible to improve the qualifications with the help of the higher-level blue spiritual spring to wash the marrow. Xia Anshan, the 9th grade aptitude of the highest grade, 97 points. 97 points, this score is already very high, and it is gradually approaching the aptitude of saints. With a proud smile, Xia Anshan walked into the crowd. Finally it's my turn, Han Feng, I'll go first. Lin Huixian exhaled when he heard his name read, and walked up after saying hello to Han Feng. Jiang Feng immediately looked at it with interest. According to the news he got, the strength of these people is not very good. I don't know what kind of qualifications they are. It should be noted that with the same aptitude, because of different resources, the cultivation base may be very different. Poor strength does not mean poor qualifications. Lin Huixian, top 5 qualifications, 45 points. Lin Huixian stepped back with a hint of joy. Excellent 5th grade qualification? It seems that it is limited by resources. If it is a 3rd grade empire, no, even if it is a 4th and 5th grade empire, such qualifications can break through to the ground level at this age. Jiang Feng touched chin. Lin Huixian walked back, but Yu Kai walked up. How did I find you very happy? Han Feng asked, curiously. That joyous look cannot be concealed at all. Lin Huixian laughed and said, my initial aptitude was only the 6th grade of the best grade. When I cultivated the golden dragon variety and upgraded to the dragon body transformation, I felt that my body had changed. I had been suspecting that my qualifications might have been improved before, but because of the urgency of time, I didn't have time to test it. Now I am testing it here, and it really is. 45 points, it seems that when I deepen the control of the dragon body transformation, the aptitude can be improved. Wang Qingsong was greatly surprised, is there such a practice? Jiang Da's eyes lit up and he was eager to try, wondering if he could also improve his qualifications. Han Feng saw Jiang Da's thoughts at a glance, and knocked Jiang Da's head hard. Don't think about it, that is a special exercise, only Lin Huixian can practice it. Jiang Feng smiled, it's normal. If everyone could practice this special exercise, it would have been famous on the mainland long ago. At this time, Yu Yotsai's inspection has ended. Yu Yotsai's aptitude is not as good as Lin Huishuan's, or even far from it. He only got 24 points for his 8th class aptitude. Yu Kai is not considered to be the top among the 8th class aptitudes. Everyone was surprised that Yu Yotsai's aptitude was so low. That was the 3rd place in the Qingyun ranking competition. But then everyone was stunned. Yu Yotsai's rise was because of that peculiar fire poison real essence, which was vigorously cultivated by the family. Without the vigorous cultivation of the family, Yu Kai would not necessarily be able to surpass Yu Henfei and become the first genius of the Yu family. Xianxin came back from the aptitude test, and he was also a top-grade 5th-class aptitude, with 44 points, only 1 point worse than Lin Huixian. Everyone was a little speechless. Don't you think it's because the Ice Emperor's body has been upgraded to the intermediate level? Xianxin Tong nodded calmly. This time, Zhang Qinghu and others began to envy. Humans can't really be compared. Next, everyone checked back one by one. Lei Ruwen is a top-ranking 7th-class qualification, with 32 points, which is regarded as the bottom of the 7th-class qualifications. Tibetan Qinghu is also a top-ranking 7th-class aptitude, but it is exactly 30 points. Yu Henfei's aptitude is the same as Yu Yotzai's. He is the 8th-grade top-grade qualification, but Yu Henfei's score is 29 points, which is infinitely close to the top-grade 7th-grade qualification. Lei Zhenyan is the same as Tibetan Qinghu, who is also 30 points. Hua Wenlong's qualifications turned out to be only top grade, a big duck egg. Hua Wenlong's face was extremely ugly. If he came from the same empire, no matter how bad the others were, he would still have some points, but he was a big duck. Han Feng finally felt like someone of the same kind, and tears welled up in his eyes. There is not much objection to Hua Wenlong's qualification. Hua Wenlong originally found a suitable exercise because of his special physique, that is, he found some kind of illusion exercise because of his physique. Even because of the physique of illusion, the power of illusion is greatly increased, and it can fight more than star level. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Han Feng strangely. As far as they know, Han Feng's strength has also been greatly increased because of his special physique. Could it be that? Han Feng reluctantly spread his hands. Yes, this time I guess it is also a duck egg. Hua Wenlong didn't know why, but his mood improved inexplicably. Lin Huipa's aptitude is the 8th grade of the best grade, with 27 points. When it was Lei Yuru's turn, the result surprised everyone. Lei Yuyu's aptitude turned out to be the 3rd-class best. Got a score of 78. This score means that Lei Yulu's aptitude is also at the top of the 3rd grade top grade, and it is very close to the 2nd grade qualification. Lei Ruwen and Lei Zhenyan were stunned. They knew that Lei Yuru wasn't even a top-quality talent at the beginning. Lei Yuyu has suddenly risen in recent years, and everyone guessed that there was an increase in the aptitude for adventures, but they only guessed that it was upgraded to the 7th or 8th grade of the best, but never expected to be upgraded to the 3rd grade of the best. No wonder Lei Yurue was the first among them to break through to the stratum level, except for Han Feng. Lei Yuru looked at everyone's eyes, rubbed his head and laughed, but he was actually contacting Fu Lao. Fu Lao, thanks to you. Old Fu said proudly, that's right, follow the exercises I gave you to practice, and you will soon reach the top, and when you reach the top, you will barely enter the ranks of the Holy Aptitude, and use the scores of the Baidu Academy to come to the top. Say, 100%. How far you will grow in the future is up to you. Old Fu did have a heaven-defying technique to improve his aptitude, but the requirements were extremely high, and very few people could meet it. And Lei Yuru is one of them. Fu Lao chooses people, not just casually. And it is useless to break through to the qualification of the holy grade. Lei Yuru nodded bitterly, don't worry, Mr. Fu, I will not fail your training. Next, fight Fu Yu. In the crowd, a man in black robe slowly stepped onto the stage. The moment he saw the black-robed man, Han Feng's eyelids jumped. From this man, Han Feng felt a very dangerous feeling. This danger, straight asterisk Mengyaching. Han Feng is a little unbelievable. Could it be said that this person's cultivation base is straight asterisk Mengyaching? No, not possible. Han Feng shook his head, the appearance of one Mengyaching was shocking enough, how could there be a second one? But then, a very shocking scene happened. only to hear Elder Lu's voice trembling, Zhan Fuyu, Xingpin qualification 120 points. As soon as Elder Lu's rating came out, all the geniuses in the entire Unreal Square were in an uproar, with incredible expressions on their faces. 120. It turned out to be 120. 115 points before was already abnormal enough, but now, there is another 120 points of a higher level. Could it be that the aptitude for holy products is now worthless? Meng Yaqing's face became solemn. Yaqing, if you fight him, who will win and who will lose? Han Feng asked quietly. Meng Yaqing shook her head slightly. I don't know, it can only be said that this person is very strong, but the specific combat power is not very clear. Elder Lu stared at Zhan Fuyu, his eyes full of surprises. Elder Chao and Elder Wei looked at Zhan Fuyu as if they were looking at an uncut jade. Elder, can I go down? Being watched with eager eyes by the three elders, Zhan Fuyu did not feel the slightest discomfort, and said coldly with no expression on his face. Elder Lu came back to his senses, and immediately said with a smile, Oh, yes, I wish you good results in the future. Elder Chao and Elder Wei are also full of expectations. This kind of aptitude also belongs to the upper middle class among the qualifications of the holy rank. If it is not for the bonus points that can only be given 20 points, the real score of Zhan Fuyu should be even higher. Seeing this unusual attitude, Han Feng was very emotional. If it was someone else who spoke so rudely, it is estimated that these sanctuaries would be slapped with a slap. When Zhan Fuyu walked down, all around suddenly gave up empty seats. In the face of Zhan Fuyu's existence, everyone knew that Zhan Fuyu had a bright future. Approaching the high-level aptitude for holy products, it is the existence that is expected to be a great consummation of the sanctuary. Although everyone is a genius, such aptitude makes them look up. Before they knew it, Zhan Fuyu and the geniuses around him seemed to be divided into two grades. Many geniuses were full of awe at Zhan Fuyu. This kind of awe made them subconsciously stay away from Zhan Fuyu. This is not fear, but respect. But there are also people who want to please, but they all hit the wall. Zhan Fuyu ignored anyone, exuding an aura that no strangers should enter, and finally closed his eyes. This makes the person who wants to please look embarrassed and back off in embarrassment. The people who didn't go up to please look glad, but fortunately they didn't try to please them, otherwise it would be them who would be embarrassed in the end. Even so, there are still people who consider themselves tall and think that Zhan Fuyu will definitely give him face. Xia Anshan is one of them. In the eyes of everyone watching a good show, Xia Anshan walked towards Zhan Fuyu with a proud look, and when he got close to Zhan Fuyu, the proud look on Xia Anshan's face subsided slightly, and smiled. Xia Anshan is under Xian. Shan, I want to be a friend with your excellency, but I don't know your excellency. Saying that, Xia Anshan stretched out his hand. Immediately, Xia Anshan became embarrassed, because Zhan Fuyu still stood there coldly as if he didn't hear Xia Anshan's words. Xia Anshan's face was not good-looking, and his tone was cold. Are you going to keep your eyes closed? You know, in Baidu Academy, more friends means one more way out, you. What? Just as Xia Anshan continued to speak, Zhan Fuyu suddenly opened his eyes, and the calm black eyes suddenly burst out with endless indifference, compared to Xia Anshan. Zhan Fuyu seemed to be even taller, looking at Xian Mountain like looking down at an ant. Xia Anshan screamed and trembled slightly. That kind of indifference was the first time Xia Anshan saw it, and it was indifference that didn't take human life seriously. This indifference is more terrifying than some murderous cruelty. Xia Anshan only felt as if he was being held tightly by someone, as if his real body would burst open if the other party exerted force. Yes. I'm sorry. All self-esteem, all arrogance was destroyed at this moment, and a trace of panic rose in Xia Anshan's heart. Xia Anshan felt that as long as he said one more sentence, the other party would definitely tear him apart. Even if this is in the illusory square, even if it is in the eyes of the three sanctuary powerhouses, the other party will never let go. Everyone didn't dare to laugh at Xuanhuan at all. With that kind of gaze, they felt chills even if they didn't look directly at each other, let alone Xuanhuan who looked directly at Zhang Fuyu. Xuanhuan squeezed into the crowd, the anger in his heart can be imagined, and he was full of resentment against Fuyu, but when he thought of the other party's eyes, Xuanhuan shivered, and a strong panic rose in his heart. Resentment is resentment, but Xuanhuan did not dare to take revenge, but with one look, he was frightened. Just at this moment, Xuanhuan met Han Feng's eyes, and all the anger spread to Han Feng in an instant. Bastard, you even read this young joke. Clenching his fist tightly, Xuanhuan's increasingly cold eyes swept across Han Feng. Han Feng couldn't figure it out, but he glanced at the other party inadvertently. How could he feel that the other party's initial provocation turned into resentment towards him? If Han Feng knew Xuanhuan's thoughts, he would definitely shout wronged. It didn't take long for most of the people to finish the test, and finally it was Han Feng's turn. Han Feng stepped forward with a wry smile. In the crowd, Xuanhuan snorted coldly, I want to see, what kind of qualifications can you be from a small country? Brother Taishu also looked at it with great interest. Although their main target was Wang Qingsong, if possible, Wang Qingsong's companions would not let them go. Fatty Stay's eyes lit up, it's that kid. Shijun smiled and nodded, it's rare to find someone interested in us, let's see how his grades are. Han Feng walked up and felt an inexplicable force sweeping across his body, which soon disappeared. Elder Lu looked strange, Han Feng, high-grade qualifications 0 points. The following group of people looked at each other. Immediately, some scoffs rang out. Oh my god, it turned out to be 0 points. You have the face to choose such aptitudes. Are you here to be funny? Go home and sleep quickly, so as not to lose face one after another in the future. All kinds of mocking and contemptuous eyes condensed on Han Feng. Wang Qingsong and the others gritted their teeth and wanted to tear them apart. Meng Yaoqing said lightly, what is there to be angry about? These people who dare to despise them are basically not strong. The real strong will not despise Han Feng because of his poor aptitude. Of course, the exception is for the strong with cramps in the head. Now they are mocking, and they will look good in the next test. Only then did Wang Qingsong and the others withdraw their anger. Indeed, the mere top-grade aptitude, no matter how good the resources are, is basically impossible to reach the Earth rank before the age of 20. Even at the mysterious rank, it is 11 stars and 12 stars. The real powerhouse can sense the evil spirit in Han Feng's body, which is not something the weak will have. Poor aptitude, but enough strength, is enough to show that the other party has special means. Even if such a character cannot be valued, it cannot be underestimated. In the crowd, more than 90% of the people were laughing, and a small number of people's expressions were slightly condensed. This guy, he can't change his face in the face of everyone's ridicule, he is the number one person. I don't know what trump card this kid has, so I can't underestimate it. Xuanhuan knew that Han Feng's aptitude would not be very good, but he never expected that it would be so bad, and he was overjoyed, smashed. I thought you were so powerful, it turned out to be this level, and the loss will be less. You take it so seriously, it's not worth mentioning. Brother Taishu didn't even pay attention to Han Feng. Things gather together and people are divided into groups. This Han Feng's aptitude is so poor, and his strength must not be high. Wang Qingsong's remnants and this person are companions, and their own strength is certainly not strong. This task is extremely simple. The fat man's eyes were dull. I heard it right, only high-grade qualifications? Did we feel wrong before? The thin master Shijun frowned slightly, and said a possibility, maybe it has some special bloodline like us, and its combat power is strong. Fat Master Shi Tai came back to his senses, yes, high cultivation does not necessarily mean high combat power. This kid may be the kind of person who is not high in cultivation and has outstanding combat power. Such characters are not uncommon in history. Zhang Fuyu also opened his eyes at this time, swept towards Han Feng, and quickly retracted his gaze. It's weird. With this thought in mind, Zhang Fuyu closed his eyes again. Just because it's weird doesn't mean it's threatening. First delivery. Ask for flowers. Little guy, work hard later. Elder Lu did not despise Han Feng because of his poor aptitude, but he did not have much enthusiasm. He just said something mildly and let Han Feng go on. So many top-grade qualifications did not get a word from Elder Lu, but a high-grade qualification was obtained, which made many geniuses not jealous. Jealous and angry eyes kept condensing on Han Feng. Row is that Han Feng didn't care at all, and being stared at by so many malicious eyes, Han Feng also felt uncomfortable and his muscles tightened. Han Feng walked back to the original place with a sore face. Meng Yaqing nodded to Han Feng and started to walk up. Wang Qingsong comforted, don't pay attention to those eyes, just treat it as a fart, and in the next few tests, I believe your results will make them stunned. Han Feng pouted, don't worry, I'm fine, I'm ready for this. At the machine, a gleam of light flashed in Elder Lu's eyes. Elder Chow, Elder Wei, have you noticed that kid's cultivation base is already at the peak of the second level rank, and he is only one step away from the third rank? Elder Chow nodded slightly and said with a voice transmission, not only that, but the real essence in the body is also very solid, which has surpassed the 3-star level and is between the 3-star level and the 4-star level. It's rare to see such a degree of true essence condensing. Yes, although only high-grade aptitude, but it should be very strong in the area of special physique. The aptitude is 0, maybe in the special ability test, this little guy is likely to get full points or even extra points. Elder Wei said with a smile. Elder Chow showed a smile on his face. It seems that there is another little guy worthy of investigation. Our 10th game, this time, is really good. The elders had just finished their conversation when Meng Yaqing had already walked up. Elder Lu didn't care much at first, but his expression soon changed. Although it hasn't been tested yet, but as a sanctuary powerhouse and a great sanctuary-level powerhouse, the 3 elders Lu naturally saw that Meng Yaqing had an 8-star cultivation base. This cultivation base is no worse than the previous battle with Fuyu. The 3 of them were shocked. Difficult. Could it be? Elder Lu was excited and immediately used the machine to scan. And when the qualification test came out, Elder Lu was sluggish. The following group of geniuses can't wait. Judging from the expressions of Elder Lu and the others, they didn't know that this was another heaven-defying metamorphosis. Many geniuses are eager to know, what score will this beautiful woman get? How is it compared to fighting Fuyu? 110? 115 points? Still, 120 points. And the result, just under the expectation of everyone, came out. Meng Yaqing, Saint qualification, 120 points. While everyone took a deep breath, they secretly said yes. This time, Zhang Fuyu finally got up solemnly, gave Meng Yaqing a deep look, and a strong fighting intent flashed in his eyes. In the crowd, Hu Xiaodai pouted, why are there so many perverts? I thought my aptitude was the best. I don't know what to think, Hu Xiaodai smiled, I must have a good relationship with this sister. When the time comes, the flowers in the outer courtyard, either this sister or me, can't be given to others. The expressions of the 2 brothers Xia Anshan and Taishu changed. They never expected that Han Feng and Wang Qingsong would have such a perverted existence. Having experienced the horror of fighting Fuyu, Xia Anshan is even more afraid of Meng Yaqing. Xia Anshan gritted his teeth, bastard, do you just give up like this? Humph, it's just a powerful person. In the mirror of death, as long as I kill that kid and hide it on purpose, how powerful can this woman help me? When I get to the outer courtyard, my eldest brother will clean up this woman. This woman's aptitude is indeed abnormal, but unfortunately she is still young. At such an age, she is definitely not a match for Big Brother. Big Brother is a saint, and now he's 19, he will never be worse than this woman. When Meng Yaqing left, Elder Lu said with a shocking voice, Elder Chow, Elder Wei, how long have you not seen the top-quality holy grade qualifications? Elder Chow smiled bitterly and said, you shouldn't ask that, you should ask me if I've encountered it before. The old man has lived for hundreds of years, and he has never encountered such a top-level holy grade qualification, even a first-class holy grade qualification, and he has hardly encountered it. This time, I have encountered several saints one after another, one of which is close to medium, and the other is in the middle and upper class. This is already the best aptitude that this old man has encountered over the years. Elder Wei also smiled bitterly. The top-level holy aptitude is rare in those ancient families that have been around for thousands of years, let alone Beizhou continent. The top sanctuary aptitude is the existence above the sanctuary. If it weren't for the separation from the continent of the gods, the entire forgotten continent would lose its connection with the continent of the gods. If it weren't for the loss of the rich spiritual power of the continent of the gods, even Shaoqian world would not be counted, and the top sage qualifications would basically be 100% able to break through to a higher level. Although it is not 100% now, as long as there are enough resources and teachings, it is still possible to break through to a higher level. As the elders of Baidu Academy, Elder Chow and others know that the highest level of this world is not the great perfection of the sanctuary, but a higher existence above the great perfection of the sanctuary. It's just that this kind of existence is too rare, and because the spiritual power of the forgotten continent is thin, in order not to consume too much energy, this kind of existence can only choose to sleep, and sleep is in units of 10,000 years. Because of this, there is almost no legend of the great perfection of the Holy Land in the entire forgotten continent. Tens of thousands of years, or even more than 100,000 thoughts. Such a long time is enough for most powerhouses to forget that kind of existence. In addition to having the kind of family power that exists and inherits, who can remember? That kind of existence has only been recorded in books. Taking a deep breath, Elder Wei suddenly whispered, no, how can such a heaven-defying aptitude be only 8 stars? Before fighting Fu Yu, I didn't have the high-grade holy grade qualifications, and they were already 8-star on the ground. This girl, Meng Yaqing, has top-grade holy grade qualifications, and the 8-star on the ground is too weak. If others knew that Elder Wei was dissatisfied with Meng Yaqing's cultivation, they would definitely vomit blood 3 times. The 16-year-old 8-star on the ground level is enough for them to look up to the sky, but Elder Wei actually thinks that the cultivation level is low. But for Elder Chow and others, knowing Meng Yaqing's true aptitude, they really felt that this cultivation level did not match Meng Yaqing's. Elder Lu turned over the record in his hand, and the corner of his mouth twitched for a long time. This Meng Yaqing is actually from the 7th rank empire. Elder Chow opened his mouth slightly, in disbelief. What? 7th rank empire? Such a heaven-defying aptitude is only born in a lower 3rd rank empire. What a pity, what a pity. If it weren't for the following group of warriors, it would be difficult to make undignified actions. Elder Chow really wanted to beat his chest. This is simply ruining Meng Yaqing, the top-notch owner of the holy product. The Elder Wei looked suddenly. No wonder the cultivation base is not high. Such aptitude, if there is a rank of imperial resources, it is at least 10 stars of the earth rank, and if it is in the ancient family, it is not impossible to reach the peak of the 12 stars of the earth rank. Elder Lu also had a pity on his face. Unfortunately, only 20 points can be added at most. Otherwise I really want to give this girl 200 points. The top-level holy grade qualifications and the top holy grade qualifications seem to be only one step apart, but they are actually very different. If it is a high-level holy product qualification, if it can add unlimited points, Elder Lu will give at most 140 points or 150 points. As for the top-level holy product qualifications, Elder Lu is willing to give 2%. When Meng Yaqing came back, Jiang De expressed great admiration. There are not many people left, and Lu Yuer finally tested for the 9th class aptitude, and got 98 points. Wang Qingsong is a saint with 101 points. The aptitude of saints should be very shocking. The previous selections of the northern capital were all eye-catching. But under the aura of Meng Yaqing, Wang Qingsong's aptitude for the holy product did not make waves in previous years. Wang Qingsong didn't care about it either. Jiang Da's test is also a holy qualification, and he gets 103 points. Soon, everyone was tested, and Baidu selected the first qualification test, which finally came to an end. Second more. With the end of the qualification test, the ranking of the first item also came out. The one who topped the list was Meng Yaqing. Although Meng Yaqing and Zhang Fuyu scored the same, they both scored 120 points. But in the eyes of several elders, Meng Yaqing's weight is heavier than Zhang Fuyu. Therefore, Meng Yaqing came first. Needless to say, the second place was Zhang Fuyu. Zhang Fuyu still had a cold look on his face when he ranked second to himself, and he didn't see whether he cared or not. The third is Hu Xiaodai. Hu Xiaodai always has a sweet and simple smile on her face, which makes Hu Xiaodai gain a large number of fans in the first time. Han Feng frowned slightly. Even if Hu Xiaodai has some charm, looks sweet and smiles beautifully, but there are so many geniuses present, are they all pig brothers? How could he have fallen in love with Hu Xiaodai in such a short time? There must be something wrong with this Hu Xiaodai. Some undisturbed geniuses subconsciously stayed away from Hu Xiaodai. On the other side, the three sanctuary elders looked at each other, and they all saw each other's weirdness and jokes. The subsequent rankings are not introduced one by one. Han Feng looked directly towards the end, the corners of his mouth twitched, and sure enough, he and Hua Wenlong were tied for last place. More than 9,000 people, 2 very eye-catching 0 eggs were displayed there. The people around were still sneering, but worried about Meng Yaqing. After all, they didn't dare to say anything blatantly. Hua Wenlong's face was dark, unlike Han Feng, his heart was already full of humiliation, and his eyes were full of anger. Han Feng patted Hua Wenlong on the shoulder, which was silent comfort. In response, Hua Wenlong had to laugh bitterly as a response. Elder Wei stood up at this time. Okay, don't be complacent if you get a high score, and don't be discouraged if you get a low score. The Baidu selection is divided into 6 major categories, and currently only the first one is over. Now start the second assessment. As soon as he stretched out his finger, in front of everyone, a huge golden gate that was more than 10 meters high and 5 or 6 meters fast suddenly opened. Elder Wei smiled slightly. This is one of the 5 entrances to Pandora's Dreamland. Pandora's Dreamland is very big. Don't underestimate Pandora's Dreamland. Even if you go in together, no one can see each other. There were some riots among many geniuses, more than 9,000 people. How big is this Pandora's Dream so that they can't see each other? Jiang Feng whispered, actually, entering Pandora's Dream is equivalent to everyone entering a small independent space, like a sphere connecting countless thin lines, and the other end of the thin line is the independent space we enter and stay in, so we can't see each other. The same is true for the Heavenly God Tower after that. Only the mirror of death can meet the possibility of encounter. Han Feng and others suddenly understood. This Jiang family is worthy of being a family that once was selected by Baidu Academy and entered the outer courtyard. Even this person returned to the family alive after graduation, otherwise it would be impossible to know so clearly. It may be easy to pass the selection of Baidu, but it is not easy to graduate alive. Everyone filed in, and before leaving, Han Feng and others cheered each other up. Han Feng is even more prepared to get full marks or even higher in this one. Although he said that he didn't care, but the big 0 in the aptitude test still made Han Feng feel a little embarrassed. Only when you get a high score in Pandora's Dream can you breathe a sigh of relief. When everyone entered, the Golden Gate slowly closed. But the Golden Gate did not disappear, standing there quietly. Elder Wei smiled lightly. I don't know how everyone's performance will be this time. In the first round of the qualification test, the 3 sanctuary elders already knew what was worth paying attention to. Unless there is a dark horse, their focus will be more on these people. In fact, there are not a few dark horses that have appeared in this area. In the secret realm of Pandora's Dream, the test is willpower, that is, whether the cultivation of martial arts is firm. Most of what appeared were very seductive illusions. This is different from the Pagoda of the Gods. The Pagoda of the Gods tests the ability of the soul to bear, but it is simply the oppression of the soul power, not the Pandora's Dream, which is full of temptation. Sometimes failure is not a lack of mental strength, but a failure to resist temptation. In Pandora's Dream, some of the strong ones may not perform well, and some of the poor ones may perform unexpectedly. The reason is very simple. The former may be more powerful and have enough resources to practice. It is very safe to practice. He has not experienced any hardships, and his resistance to temptation is naturally low. The latter may come from weaker forces, and sometimes there are not enough resources to compete for. In the process, subconsciously, he has a firmer belief in martial arts. Otherwise, their qualifications are not too high and their resources are not enough. They have already been submerged in the crowd, and they are not qualified to come here to participate in the selection. Inside Pandora's Dreamland, Han Feng appeared in a closed space. Han Feng looked around and whispered, "It really is an independent space. I don't know what will appear in this Pandora's Dream secret realm." I just remembered this idea, and the independent space suddenly changed. Han Feng was stunned to find that he was now in the palace, sitting high on the throne. The following group of beauties danced gracefully to the music played by Feng Xuanhuan. When every beauty looks up at Han Feng, she will show a charming smile, and her white jade neck is slightly exposed, adding a bit of temptation. Any emperor must have been unable to hold back at this time. On the 2 sides below, sat high officials such as the Prime Minister. I don't know when, the Prime Minister stood up and said, "Your Majesty, this is the dance that the little girl dedicated to Your Majesty. I hope Your Majesty likes it." Han Feng quickly entered the role, and now he doesn't know how to deal with such a fantasy. Is he just resisting the past? Or take the initiative to attack and smash? Everything is unknown, who knows what changes will happen, and for now, let the situation develop. Since it is a test of belief in martial arts, taking the initiative to attack is likely to be useless. Only by accepting such temptation can you pass the test. Han Feng faintly felt that he is still able to think in charge now, which may be the reason why the illusion is not strong enough. After a period of time when the illusion is strong, he may not be able to have the idea of being in charge, but is immersed in the situation, like a real emperor. Once he really goes deep into it and cannot extricate himself, it means failure. Lin Huixian faced the same illusion. However, as a descendant of the royal family, Lin Huixian was already tired of this kind of life. It was because of this that he became more determined to the martial arts. Lin Huixian was playing tricks with these prime ministers, and actually disdained beauties. Zuan Shentong's belief in martial arts is even worse than that of Lin Huixian. Zuan Shentong simply ignores everything, and he doesn't believe that these illusions can still fool him. Others are also faced with various illusions. Wang Qingsong is the enemy of genocide. Lu Yuer was Wang Qingsong who abandoned him. Jiangde turned into a beggar. Facing the illusion, Meng Yaqing smiled lightly, boring. Shi Tai Shijun also did not take the initial illusion in his eyes. On the contrary, Xuanhuan was a little bit eager to move. As a member of the top third-rank imperial royal family, Xuanhuan has never had too many setbacks. The dream he fell into is the first genius of a certain top strength, and is being touted by others. Brother Taishu sneered again and again, "You dare to show your ugliness in such an illusion." Hu Xiaodai smiled and said to Yan Yan, "Illusionism is my family's old skill. It seems that I have another bonus point. I don't know what the two of them will achieve this time." Zhang Fuyu's body erupted with civil war, directly destroying the illusion. The illusion was shattered, turning into countless demons and rushing towards Zhang Fuyu. If it was someone else, they would have been defeated by these demons long ago, but Zhang Fuyu, like a god of war, would eliminate these demons one by one. Zhang Fuyu is using powerful force to break these illusions. With more than 9,000 talents, only a few people like Zhang Fuyu and Meng Yaqing can do it. In the fantasy realm where Han Feng is, many beauties have come to Han Feng's side, and the fragrance belonging to women is coming towards him. Cold sweat broke out on Han Feng's forehead, which was forced to suppress his desire. Surrounded by so many beauties, as a man, how could he be calm? Suddenly, Han Feng took a breath, and at some point, a beautiful woman boldly put her hand under Han Feng. The third one. Han Feng's original cold sweat was only a little, but at this moment, it was shedding a lot. Reaching out to stop the woman, I saw that the woman was full of grief. "Your Majesty, isn't this servant beautiful?" Anyone who sees such a woman will probably soften their hearts. It's a pity, after all, it's an initial illusion, and the power is not large. Han Feng can still keep awake. Han Feng didn't let go, joking. If he was caught, who knows what the other party would do? There is no requirement that the other party must be gently rubbed. Being hurt in this Pandora dream, who knows if it will be the same outside? If it is, then if one of the above situations occurs, even men can't do it. Han Feng doesn't want to be a eunuch in another world. Running the 9 flames and different fires art, Han Feng simply divided part of his mind to practice the exercises, and the other part of his mind was to stop a group of beautiful women's excessive actions. Allowing these beauties to use various means, Han Feng endured it. Time passed by, probably because I felt that Han Feng could not do anything with such a simple method, and the illusion was suddenly distorted and transformed into another scene. Here, he is an existence that transcends the sanctuary, the emperor of Beizhou continent, the super-existence that unifies all continents. Sitting high on the golden throne of the emperor. Hundreds of thousands of sanctuary powerhouses below surrendered to him and knelt down. Lin Qingshan is on the left, and Meng Yaqing is on the right. At the beginning, Han Feng was still a little immersed in the vanity of being the #1 expert in the mainland. When he turned around and saw Meng Yaqing, Han Feng was almost scared to pee. For a woman like Meng Yaqing, Han Feng said that it is impossible to have no idea, but at present, the gap between the two sides is obviously still quite large. Because of this gap, Han Feng is somewhat discouraged. Therefore, when Meng Yaqing suddenly found out that Meng Yaqing was standing on the right side as his wife, Han Feng was shocked. This shock actually escaped from the illusion. If I really thought I was the #1 expert in the mainland before, and if I went deep into it, now it's like looking at everything from the perspective of God. Whether it is Lin Qingshan's love or Meng Yaqing's light smile, they have become extremely unfamiliar in Han Feng's eyes, and there is no longer the truth before. Unreal Plaza. In front of the Golden Gate. One after another, many geniuses have been driven out, and some are still unfinished, apparently not yet completely freed from the illusion. And those who got rid of them completely turned pale when they saw that they only took a mere 20 minutes from entering to exiting. Time flies, and soon it will be 60 minutes. At this time, the number of talented warriors who were driven out suddenly increased. Not long after, more than half of the warriors were kicked out. Among them were Lin Huipa, Yu Henfei, Zhang Qinghu, Lei Zhenyan, Lei Ruwen, and Yu Kai. Among them, Lin Huipa scored 69 points. Yu Henfei is 70%. Tibetan Qinghu is 72 points. Lei Zhenyan scored 75 points. Lei Ruwen scored 78 points. Yu Yukai has 81 points. In general, the results of several people this time are not bad, much better than the first round of qualification tests. But to meet the requirements for the selection of Baidu academies, it is far from the same. Only Yu was close, and it was already 81 points. But add the score of the first qualification test, and it will not work immediately. The two consecutive things failed to achieve the desired results, and several people were a little disappointed. Once upon a time, in the Great Jin Kingdom, they were shining in any test, but here, they have been submerged in the public, and they are inconspicuous at all. Lin Huipa looked around and said, Hua Wenlong's grades are expected to be good this time. Lei Zhenyan nodded. The illusion in the secret realm of Pandora's dream is arranged for the individual's soul level, and the illusion of the earth-level powerhouse will never be the mysterious level. Similarly, the illusion of a Xian-level warrior will never be as strong as an earth-level. Hua Wenlong is a special illusion physique, and naturally, there is no pressure in such a secret territory. But after 60 minutes, the power of dreams in the secret realm of Pandora's dreamland will suddenly increase, and it will gradually surpass the soul level and become higher and higher. No matter how strong Hua Wenlong is, his level is too low. I estimate that he will come out in more than 90 minutes. As soon as the voice fell, the light flashed, and Jiang Da's depressed figure came over. It's over, it's only over 80 points, it's too bad. Jiang Da grimaced. Lin Huipa and the others were speechless. 89 points were still too few. Well, compared to the previous qualification test scores, it is a little less. At the same time, Xia Anshan came out with Jiang Da. Along the way, Xia Anshan had a gloomy face. Xia Anshan never expected that his second test would be such a score, not even 90%. This means that his belief in martial arts has not yet reached the top. A few minutes later, Brother Taishu and Jiang Feng came out one after another. Brother Taishu has a score of 91 points and a score of 92 points. Jiang Feng scored 94 points. Seeing Jiang Da's depression, Jiang Feng was about to comfort him when Jiang Da smiled and said, Brother, don't comfort me, I know what to do. Jiang Feng suddenly found that his younger brother was much calmer than before, and was immediately taken aback. Immediately, Jiang Feng smiled, gratified. It seems that the selection of Baidu is not all bad for his younger brother, but some good. Now that your Xinqing has calmed down, it will have indescribable benefits for your future cultivation. Jiang Da's eyes were as calm as a 14-year-old. Before he came out suddenly, he was indeed a little frustrated when he heard that it was only 89. But soon, the influence in the illusion was brought outside. Jiang Da was a beggar with nothing at that time. Anyone can bully him. Guards, family masters, family servants, and even commoners and stray dogs. At that time, Jiang Da suddenly realized how lucky he was to be born in the Jiang family and have good aptitude and awakened blood. Before, he even complained. Be a man, be content. The care of his father had affected his freedom. Jiang Da still had some resentment, but now, there is only gratitude. Dad did that because he was worried about him. When the time was about to reach 100 minutes, Hua Wenlong came out a little embarrassed. As soon as he came out, he collapsed to the ground and gasped. Many geniuses were a little shocked. As a well-known duo of double duck eggs, they actually achieved a high score of 98 points in the second assessment. There are not many that have come out yet. Such a score is enough to stand on the top of more than 9,000 people. How did it get done? It was still a duck egg before. Suddenly, everyone found out in a trance that the other duo of the double duck egg didn't seem to come out yet. Could it be? Everyone's eyes were condensed in front of the Golden Gate, with all kinds of complex and jealous eyes. Some have long guessed that Han Feng may not be simple, and some genius warriors, with special methods, flashed a hint of as expected. Xuanhuan was shocked and angry. How is it possible? How could that person stay inside for so long? The reason why Xuanhuan aimed at Han Feng was because he regarded Han Feng as someone who could rub it at will. Such a random existence despised him, and Xuanhuan was naturally furious. Xuanhuan never thought that he would be surpassed by Han Feng, but he is only a person from a small country. But now there is an ominous feeling in Xuanhuan's heart. This strange fire owner called Han Feng does not seem to be someone he can rub at will. Brother Taishu was also surprised when he saw that Wang Qingsong and the others did not come out. Thinking of Wang Qingsong's previous holy aptitude, the two's expressions became solemn. It seems that our goal this time is not easy to deal with, Yuanjing said solemnly. Fortunately, we all have special bloodlines, and we still have bloodlines that can be perfectly combined. Otherwise, we really can't handle this person alone. After Shijun dignified, he chuckled. Suddenly, a golden light flashed on the Golden Gate, and a figure staggered out. It was Lin Huixian. Lei Ruwen and others quickly greeted them. Before waiting for a few people to leave, Lu Yuer and Xian Shentong both stumbled out. All three of them scored 100%. For more, 10,000 words completed. Ask for flowers. Thanks to the Pure State Enterprise Lord for the big flowers. Amazed face, / The three sanctuary powerhouses on the other side. Read the novel for the first time. It is recommended to read the book quickly. Elder Chao's eyes flashed. These people are all with that girl Meng Yaqing, right? Elder Wei nodded, yes. It seems that this country will be promoted soon. These little guys are all good. Although their qualifications are not good, their belief in martial arts is good. As long as the results in the subsequent assessments are not bad, you should be able to barely qualify for the selection. Elder Lu touched his beard and smiled. These geniuses only think that the qualification test is very important. In fact, the qualification test is just to let them know a little about some important geniuses, which can be said to be deleted. The subsequent tests will focus on these people. If some dark horses are discovered during the period, the dark horses will also be included in the scope of the test. If the high-caliber students who were concerned at the beginning performed too poorly in other items, even if the final score was good, they would not be regarded as the key training people. On the contrary, the qualifications are not good at the beginning, and they frequently improve their rankings quickly in the form of dark horses. Even if they pass the selection with a low score, they will be included in the key training objects. In short, a few sanctuary elders are concerned about qualifications, but they are more concerned about other aspects than qualifications. Therefore, the three elders of Huawenlong are very satisfied, and they are also included in the list of focus. Lin Huixian recovered and immediately said, "Has Han Feng come out?" Lei Zhenyan smiled, "No, you are disappointed." Lin Huixian looked helpless. It seems that I can't surpass Han Feng's score in this item. After a few people rested, they stared at the golden-colored giant door with many geniuses. There are less than 10 people who have not come out yet. The first to come out was Wang Qingsong. Wang Qingsong's face was calm. The eyes were even more silent. But those who are observant are able to spot the madness and murderous intent concealed in the silence. Obviously, this is Wang Qingsong's strong control, and he used his silence to cover up the huge hatred in his heart. Otherwise, Wang Qingsong will become a crazy perverted killer once he is flooded with huge hatred. Qingsong? Lu Yuer held Wang Qingsong's hand worriedly. Wang Qingsong was too wrong. Even Jiang Feng and others felt that Wang Qingsong's whole body was lean and cold, and they did not dare to get close. Lu Yuer leaned over, and Wang Qingsong suddenly wrapped Lu Yuer into his arms. with a happy and excited tone, "Great, great, you're fine." Lu Yuer hugged Wang Qingsong's body back and kept saying, "I'm fine, I'm fine." It wasn't until after hugging for a long time that Wang Qingsong released Lu Yuer and stared at Lu Yuer. Wang Qingsong only felt that his eyes were full of Lu Yuer, and he couldn't hold anything else. Lei Zhenyan couldn't stand it any longer. "The two of you, show affection and go to other places to show off. Are you embarrassed in front of so many people?" Only then did Wang Qingsong and Lu Yuer realize that they were in front of more than 9,000 geniuses, and being watched by so many people. Wang Qingsong and Lu Yuer's faces instantly blushed and they left immediately. Some talented warriors let out good-natured laughter. Several elders also smiled. Really young. It was the same when they were young. Elder Lu cleared his voice and read, "Wang Qingsong, persist in Pandora's dream for 106 minutes, and get 100 points and 6 points, a total of 106 points." Brother Taishu's face sank. Such a score means that Wang Qingsong's belief in martial arts has reached the extreme, and it is difficult for ordinary methods to destroy the opponent's heart for martial arts. In the face of such a genius who has a firm mind in martial arts and is a saint, is it really good for them to have a grudge against him? At this moment, Brother Taishu thought about it, but thinking of the resources promised by Third Young Master Long and the help of the outer court, Brother Taishu still leaned towards Third Young Master Long. Who doesn't know that Long Sanxiao's eldest brother has left a large force in the outer courtyard? As long as he joins this force and has a relationship with Long Sanxiao, the outer courtyard can basically spend a few years in peace. With the abilities of the two brothers, they will stand at the top of the outer courtyard in a year or two at most, and then enter the inner courtyard. After Wang Qingsong came out, the two brothers who came out were Tai and Jun, known as Fat Master, and Yi. Both are 110. Adding the previous 105 points, it is already 215 points. Such a score can be called a pervert. Some people have faintly seen that these two are basically high-rank war kings. Thinking of the rewards of the high-rank war king, these people are very envious. It is not because they know what these rewards are. Rather, it is believed that the Baidu Academy valued the high-quality battle king, and the rewards given would definitely not be ordinary. Tai asked someone to ask, and learned about the current situation. "Skinny, I didn't expect there were 4 people in front of us." Jun also frowned. "According to the previous test, there are only 3 people above us. Who is the other one?" Neither of them thought it was Han Feng. There are so many people here that they can't see Han Feng doesn't mean Han Feng is not there. Crowded in the crowd, unless it is the spirit of the heaven-ranked powerhouse that has changed qualitatively, it is difficult to find it with only eyesight. Before I knew it, the time had exceeded 120 minutes. At this moment, everyone knows that the 4 people who have not yet appeared must be 120. It's enough to fight the 3 of Fuyu, but Han Feng. That's the double duck and egg duo. Now one is more than 90 points, and the other is 120 points. It is a gorgeous counterattack. Especially Korean style. In the first qualification test, he was still at the bottom, but this time he jumped directly to the top level. The degree of counterattack is too great. Tai didn't ask carefully before, but now when he asks carefully, he immediately knows who the last of the 4 is, and he takes a deep breath. Jun smiled slightly. "It can let us reflect the existence of some threats. How can it be simple?" It seems that we guessed right. In the eyes of everyone's anticipation, a figure finally walked out of the golden color big door, as if not to carry out any assessment, but to return from travel, with a relaxed expression, and there was nothing to see embarrassed. This person is Hu Xiaodai. Hu Xiaodai came out and waved hard at the 3 elders. "Hey, 3 elders, how are my grades?" Hu Xiaodai looked smug. She believed that with the innate ability of her family, it was too easy to deal with this illusion. The 3 elders couldn't help laughing and laughing. Their strength was so strong that this little girl wanted to charm them too much. Elder Lu said angrily, "I'm sorry, there are still 3 people who didn't come out." "Ah?" Hu Xiaodai was dumbfounded. With pouting, Hu Xiaodai walked into the crowd, and a large group of people rushed up to talk about the beginning and end. Hu Xiaodai stomped her feet, annoyed in her heart. "If I knew earlier, I would have stayed longer, but I am worried that I will stay for a long time and be worrying." After Hu Xiaodai, Zhang Fuyu came out. Zhang Fuyu's face was expressionless, and no one knew whether it was easy or difficult for Zhang Fuyu to deal with, but no matter what, it was true that Zhang Fuyu got 120 points. Adding the previous score, it is already 240 points. Not long after Zhang Fuyu came out, Meng Yaqing also came out. In fact, Meng Yaqing could hold on for a longer time, but she already got a perfect score of 120, so why bring it inside? No matter how long you stay, it will be 120 minutes, completely useless. Just like the previous aptitude test, her aptitude was obviously higher than that of Zhang Fuyu, but she still got the same score as Zhang Fuyu. Han Feng didn't come out? Meng Yaqing heard a hint of surprise in her eyes when she heard that Han Feng was still inside. Rao knew that Han Feng had some trump cards, but holding on to this point was beyond Meng Yaqing's expectations. Immediately, Meng Yaqing smiled slightly. "That's fine." Everyone was stunned by Meng Yaqing's smile. With that smile, the surroundings were simply eclipsed, and some fans who were originally Hu Xiaodai immediately fell into Meng Yaqing's arms without a firm stance. Sacred body. Zhang Fuyu looked at the Golden Gate at this time. As a top-level 8-star warrior, Zhang Fuyu's ear is naturally good. Even if there is no one around, he can still hear the nearby discussions. Han Feng? The one with high-grade qualifications? Zhang Fuyu took a deep look at the Golden Gate, as if he could see Han Feng through that gate. Looking back, Zhang Fuyu narrowed his eyes slightly. Shi Tai, Shi Jun, and Meng Yaqing are all good opponents. Now with a Han Feng, it seems that Baidu Academy is indeed some genius. My goal is to crush these geniuses until one day, I break through the sanctuary. Mother, don't worry, your son will avenge your revenge for you. Father, one day, you will regret it. As time passed, Han Feng finally walked out of the Golden Gate while everyone was staring at it. Han Feng wiped his cold sweat with fear. If it wasn't for the help of Tianhuo Tower at the critical moment of the last illusion, he might have really fallen into it. Elder Lu said with a smile, "Little guy, congratulations, 120 points." After half an hour, everyone rested. This half hour is the rest time given by the 3 elders to everyone. In the realm of Pandora's dream, some warriors have been affected in the slightest. This is the cruelty of selection. Over the years, many geniuses have completely lost their minds as warriors because of this. When they came, they were elites, but when they returned, they were trash. Those who can stay through selection are the elites among the elites. Maybe the cultivation base is not strong, but it will not be bad in all aspects. And the most basic point is that those who can pass the selection, at least in the field of martial arts, are above the top. It is said that when some geniuses have a comprehensive condition of more than 500, but their belief in martial arts is extremely poor, the inspector has the right to directly block them from the Baidu Academy. It can be seen from this that Baidu Academy attaches great importance to the belief in martial arts. This time it was Elder Chao who stood up. Elder Chao was a little empty, and layers of barriers rose from the ground, forming a wide square barrier. Elder Chao looked at the crowd and said indifferently, "The next step will be the bone-touching test and the special ability test. The 2 types of tests will be conducted together. As before, those who read their names will enter this barrier, and Elder Lu and Elder Wei will assess for you. It's up to me to read the grades." The first person, Zhang Nianbo. Zhang Nianbo went in, and it took a long time to come out. Elder Chao also read out Zhang Yanbua's score. Zhang Yanbua, bone age is 19, earth rank 1 star, and bone rubbing score is 70. Special ability score 40. The elders will not tell the special abilities of the geniuses, which will affect the assessment of the mirror of death. Jiang Feng clapped his hands. Let's sit down. This kind of test is the most time-consuming. There are more than 9,000 people. 6 major assessments. It's a waste of time for this kind of test and the death mirror test. Before testing the qualifications, it only took a few seconds to stand up, so more than 9,000 people looked at it, but in fact it was only a few hours. In addition to the time of the second game, so far, a day has not passed. But now it's different. Each person's test takes at least half a minute to 1 minute, and even in some special circumstances, Elder Wei and Elder Lu have to discuss and talk. In this way, the time consumption will be longer, a few minutes or even 10 minutes. In Jiang Feng's words, when it is their turn, it is estimated that it will take half a day or even a day. A few people simply did a shallow level of cultivation. Shallow level cultivation is not very efficient, but in the current situation, it is the most suitable. As a result, once you enter the practice, the sensory time will quickly pass away. Second, with so many people, shallow level cultivation is just enough vigilance. Some people saw the behavior of Han Feng and others, and they simply practiced directly. But more, they communicated with each other and studied the achievements and special abilities of each martial artist who came out. The higher the special ability score, the more powerful the means. According to the level of the special ability score, you can judge how difficult the opponent is. I don't know when, it was the turn of the two brothers, Tai and Jun. Inside the square enchantment. After touching the bones, Elder Lu nodded to indicate that the two of them could use their special abilities together. Tai and Jun are obviously two brothers, and maybe their special abilities will be the same, so being called together can be regarded as a time saver. Jun bowed slightly. Sir, my brother and I have different special abilities, so the junior should take the special ability test first. Different? That's it doesn't matter, you go first. Elder Lu didn't care. Many brothers, especially twin brothers, did have the same special ability, but this is only the majority, and some brothers have different special abilities. When this happens, either the special ability is extremely powerful, or it is extremely wasteful. The two brothers, Tai and Jun, performed very well before, and their results were also extremely gratifying. There is a 10% chance that they will have the title of top-ranking Battle King, which made Elder Lu and Elder Wei very much looking forward to their performance. Jun bowed to express his gratitude, and then Jun shouted sharply, and a powerful breath suddenly burst out from his extremely thin body. Elder Lu's face changed suddenly. Jun was standing there, but in his senses, it seemed like a giant knife was coldly locking his chi. Elder Lu had no doubt that when he made a slight move, the giant sword would slash. However, Elder Lu was a master of the great sanctuary after all. After the shock, he regained his indifference. With this level of sword chi, he was still unable to cause damage to him. Staring at Jun for a long time, Elder Lu praised, "It turns out to be the holy body of the Sword Emperor. So, you are a royal historian of the first great empire's earthly empire." Jun nodded and patted his ass without a trace. As expected of a senior, you can see the origin of this kid at a glance. Elder Lu laughed and scolded, "Which of the two famous bloodlines of the Shi family doesn't know? I really don't know anything when I stay in Baidu Academy as an old man. It is said that the ancestors of the Shi family are also two brothers. One of them is the holy body of the Sword Emperor, and the other is the divine body of Wanrong. Since you inherited the holy body of the Emperor of the Sword, the other must be the divine body of Wanrong." Jun chuckled, "Yes, that fat man is indeed the divine body of Wanrong." Elder Lu was speechless. How could anyone call his younger brother fatty, Just as he was about to speak, Tai said disdainfully, "Skinny, just retire after the performance, it's up to me." Well, the younger brother also called the elder brother a thin man, so Elder Lu couldn't say anything at this time. Obviously these two little guys are used to calling each other fat and thin. Jun stepped forward and took a deep breath. Immediately, his entire body swelled up like a balloon. Elder Lu squinted his eyes slightly, and immediately flicked his hand, shooting out a few rays of light, which fell into Tai's body. I saw Tai's belly surging, and the previous attack was completely absorbed. Elder Lu praised, as expected of the Wanrong divine body, even the attack of the old man was absorbed. Tai returned to his normal body and said with a smile, "That is the mercy of the seniors. If the seniors used 1/10 of the power, no, even if it was only 1,000th of the power, I would not be able to absorb it, and it would eventually explode." Elder Lu swept over the two of them, thought for a while, and said, "Although the Sword Emperor Sacred Body and Wanrong Divine Body are extremely good, the two of you are only at the initial stage of awakening. For example, Jun, as long as your awakening is further advanced, you will not be able to. It's just that you can turn into a giant sword in your senses. Going a step further, it's extremely easy to turn your entire body into thousands of giant swords. That's when the real terror is real, and the power of the holy body of the Sword Sovereign is truly exerted. Stay, so are you. Now you can only absorb some energy attacks, physical attacks are not very good, and the energy attacks you can absorb can't be stronger than you. When you have a higher level of awakening, you can not only absorb energy far beyond your level, but even destroy the enemy's entire level. Everyone inhales it into your body. So I can only give you 115 points, can you accept it? It stands to reason that whether it is Tai or Jun, the Wanrong Divine Body and the Holy Body of the Sword Emperor can be said to be full marks, and even if there is no limit on bonus points, 1,560 points is not an exaggeration. But there has never been a shortage of geniuses in history who have awakened the power of blood, but they have remained in the primary state. No matter how strong the special bloodline is, if it only stays in the primary state, it has no advantage over ordinary special abilities. This is the case with Tai and Jun now. Their special bloodlines are strong, but they are only in the primary stage. No one can guarantee that the two will be able to awaken to an advanced stage in the end, not even Tai and Jun. Historically, those who stayed in the primary stage also had super geniuses. Something like a special bloodline has absolutely nothing to do with talent. Some people may have extremely high aptitudes, but no special abilities. And some people with average aptitude have very powerful special bloodlines, such as Xian Shintong's body of the Ice Emperor. Jun and Tai looked at each other and bowed together. Junior has no opinion. When Jun and Tai came out, everyone's eyes were bright. After only 2 assessments, it was probably clear who among the more than 9,000 people were at the top level, and Tai and Jun were one of them. As a top-level genius in the 10th game, he naturally attracted everyone's attention. When Tai and Jun entered the square barrier, everyone outside was startled and disgusted. Most people think that the grades of Tai and Jun will definitely be above 100. The intense discussion made Han Feng wake up from his shallow cultivation. The fat man and the thin man are also the focus of Han Feng's attention, so Han Feng simply stopped for a while and waited for the results of Tai and Jun. Elder Chao's indifferent voice came out. Jun, bone age is 17, 5 stars on the ground level, 120 minutes. 115 points for special ability. Stai, bone age is 17, 5 star on the ground level, 120 minutes. 115 points for special abilities. Hiss. As soon as this result came out, even if someone had expected it at first, he couldn't help gasping for breath and was shocked. Only 17-year-old 5-star, this is too perverted, no wonder it will give 120 points. With so many people present, more than 90% are below the 4-star level, and very few are above the 4-star level. However, most of the 4-star and above, including Xie Xiao and Tai Su brothers, were 18 or even 19 years old. The 4-star rank of 18 or 19-year-old is compared with the 5-star rank of 17, which is better or worse, you can tell at a glance. With the qualifications of the two brothers, Tai and Jun, when they are 18 or 19 years old, and then the resources of the Baidu University are cultivated, they are at least at the level of 8 or 9 stars. Not to mention the cultivation base, just talking about the special ability of 115 points made everyone horrified again. Special abilities are extremely difficult to possess, and even if they are, many people's special abilities can only help a little. 100% of the special ability means that only relying on the special ability, without using other martial arts, you can fight 1-star level. And 115 points. People can't imagine it anymore. Many geniuses looked at Tai and Jun with extreme fear. On the other hand, fighting Fu Yu, his face was still expressionless, but his fighting spirit became stronger and stronger. After Tai and Jun, the geniuses in the future have had average grades. Most of the bone-touching scores can reach 60 or 70 points, but if you go higher, there are fewer people who reach 80 or 90 points, and even more rare for those who reach 90 points. As for the special ability, most of the special ability scores are 70 or 80 points. Don't look at it as only 70 or 80 points, in fact, this special ability is already very good, and it is not inferior to Xian Shentong's primary top ice emperor body and peak level dragon scale transformation. There are even some beyond. Yuanjing Yuanan. Elder Chao called out two names at the same time. Inside the square barrier, Elder Lu was a little speechless, and the bloodlines of the two brothers in succession were different. The bloodline of Taiji and the bloodline of emptiness, how about I give each of you a 100% score? Yuanjing was a little unwilling. Elder, the blood of our two brothers is united, can it not reach 120 points? Also, our Taishu bloodline was passed down from the continent of the gods. Elder Lu's face sank. Although the combined power is extremely powerful, it's normal to separate them separately. Can you guarantee that you will be together after eating and going to the toilet? Can't you separate for a minute? Furthermore, I also know that the bloodline of Taiji and the bloodline of emptiness are of great origin. They used to be the bloodline of a certain powerhouse in the continent of the gods, but the forgotten continent and the continent of the gods have been separated for at least 1,000,000 years. The so-called Taishu bloodline now is immeasurably different from the Taishu bloodline in the continent of the gods. It would be good to have 1/10,000th of the power. Not to mention that you have only mastered the current Taishu bloodline to an intermediate level, and you can exert less power. Based on the level of control you have now, the combined level is 101/10%. To give 100 points separately is already because of the fact that Taishu's bloodline is not small, otherwise I will give you 978 points at most, don't think about 100%. Also, not only the Taishu bloodline, but some of the top special bloodlines that have been handed down now, which one is not related to the continent of the gods, if we really talk about this, it is much stronger than the Taishu bloodline. Okay, don't talk nonsense, let's go. Elder Lu waved his hand impatiently. As a master of the great sanctuary, Elder Lu's temper is not small. At the same time, as an inspector, Elder Lu considers himself to be extremely fair, but now he is being questioned by a teenage boy. Isn't that questioning his character? He has a fiery temper in the first place, and being questioned like this, it's a strange thing not to get angry. Yuanjing and Yuanan's faces turned pale, and they felt even more embarrassed in their hearts. From the attitude of Elder Lu, they didn't feel much attention at all, which was completely different from their empire. The sharp contrast made Yuanjing and Yuan unbearable. It's a pity that no matter how uncomfortable it is, Yuan Jing and Yuan and did not dare to resist in the face of the masters of the great sanctuary, so they had to leave in despair. Outside, Elder Chao also started to announce the results of Brother Taishu. Yuanjing, bone age is 18, earth rank is 4 stars, 110 points. 100% of special abilities. Yuan N, 18 bone age, 4 stars on the ground level, 110 points. 100% of special abilities. A group of geniuses made a shocked voice again, but they didn't notice at all that the faces of the two brothers Yuan Jing Yuan and were dark, and there was no joy at all. In the Unreal Plaza, there is no day or night, and Han Feng doesn't know how long it has passed. Anyway, in the practice, the time always passes quickly. Suddenly, Han Feng was awakened by a loud noise. This is... Han Feng looked at a group of excited male geniuses and wondered, but when he saw the man walking towards the square barrier, Han Feng knew it. It was Hu Xiaodai who went to test this time. Hu Xiaodai got 115 points for the first time, and 120 points for the second test. This kind of score currently ranks third among more than 9,000 people. No matter how many fans there are, it is only natural that the assessment will receive attention. Inside the square barrier, Hu Xiaodai was a little bit awkward. Elder Lu smiled, "Little girl, don't hide it, you can hide some of our old guys with that little skill?" Hu Xiaodai let out an ah and said frustratedly, "So you all know it." At this time, Hu Xiaodai no longer concealed it, and turned her body into a 5-tailed white celestial fox. Soft white hair, even an old man like Elder Lu can't wait to go up and touch it. But Elder Lu still held back. If he really touched it, he would become a hooligan. Still an old hooligan. Elder Wei exclaimed, as expected of a Tianhu. Elder Lu said, "As a celestial fox, your special abilities should be related to illusions and seduction techniques. Come, let this old man see your illusions." After half an hour, Elder Lu gave the result, "Not bad illusion." Tianhu transformed into Hu Xiaodai. Hu Xiaodai pouted, "It's not that I haven't attracted you yet." Elder Lu shook his head and couldn't help laughing. This old man of mine has lived for so long, and now the remaining goal is to cultivate to a higher level. Stability is what attracts you when you say it attracts. Liar, your nose is bleeding. What? Elder Lu was shocked, and quickly touched his nose, only to find that there was no fart. Looking at Hu Xiaodai again, she had already left secretly. This girl walked away and rubbed the old man like me. Lu Chang laughed, his face showing a touch of gentleness. The second one is delivered. Elder Wei sighed aside, "How long?" "I haven't seen Tianhu for a long time." Elder Lu nodded, "Yes, the demon fox family has been in decline for too long, and the celestial fox has not appeared for a long time." This time, the 5-tailed celestial fox appeared. It is no wonder that the demon fox clan in the demon domain will send this girl here. As long as this girl fully grows, the decline of the demon fox clan can be restored. Suddenly, Elder Wei hesitated and said, "After all, this girl is not a human race, will the above?" Elder Lu shook his head, "Don't forget the purpose of our Baidu Academy, whether it is a human or a beast. As long as you are willing to come to Baidu Academy to study, you will be recruited. And maybe the top level is still very happy. Humans and monsters have been at odds for a long time. If they can get the support of the Demon Fox clan, then Baidu Academy will be able to get more medicinal materials and resources from the demon domain. The resources of Beizhou continent have begun to be scarce. With the support of the Demon Fox clan, the resources of Beizhou continent can also be somewhat relieved. The patriarch of the Demon Fox clan knew this, so he gave his beloved daughter a transformation pill, so that she could transform into a human form on the ground level and come to Baidu Academy. Speaking of which, Dongdu Academy is stronger than our Baidu Academy, but unfortunately the owner of Dongdu Academy doesn't have a good sense of monsters, otherwise. Elder Wei understood. In the entire Beizhou continent, few people know that in the middle of the Beizhou continent and the Dongzhou continent, there is the existence of the demon territory. The demon territory is divided into 4 parts, which are located between the 2 continents. The scope of the demon domain is not as large as that of the mainland, and there are barriers specially set up by the demon domain powerhouses, and it is difficult for ordinary people to find the existence of the demon domain. In the demon realm, only the real powerhouses in the entire continent are qualified to know. Everyone knows that monsters can only transform when they reach the sanctuary level. It can be seen that the level of powerhouses in the demon realm far exceeds that of human beings. The demon domain is not big, and the monsters in it are not as dense as humans, but all of them are super strong. Without a certain strength, if you enter, you will die. Even at the level of the Great Sanctuary, entering the demon realm is not necessarily 100% safe. Hu Xiaodai left the square barrier and looked in a certain direction, with a flash of determination on her face, completely different from the sweet smile before. Sure enough, as my father said, Baidu Academy doesn't mind my status as a monster. The demon fox family is divided into 1-tailed demon fox to 9-tailed demon fox according to their qualifications. The qualifications of the 9-tailed demon fox are not weaker than those of the first-class top-notch, and the top one is a celestial fox like me. Tianhu, equivalent to holy quality. The 5-tailed celestial fox is already close to the top-level holy grade qualifications, and at the 9th grade level, it is not weaker than the top holy grade qualifications. As a 5-tailed celestial fox, as long as I practice hard, sooner or later, I will break through to the peak of the sanctuary, or even the small perfection of the sanctuary. As long as I reach the peak of the sanctuary, those demon beasts will no longer dare to target my demon fox. If I reach the sanctuary small perfection, I will be able to take revenge. I will not let go of those bastards who hunted my people. Thinking of this, Hu Xiaodai's eyes flashed a trace of cruelty. Hu Xiaodai walked into the crowd, and someone immediately greeted him with sympathy. Hu Xiaodai also resumed her sweet smile. At the same time, Elder Chao also read out Hu Xiaodai's achievements. Hu Xiaodai, bone age, 16, 4 stars on the ground, 120 points. Special ability, 110 points. Hu Xiaodai pouted a little, but didn't say anything. After all, her special abilities are limited, and she can give a high score of 110 points, which is already considered by Elder Lu. Strictly speaking, her special ability is at most 189 points. The so-called illusion and charm, if you encounter a very determined will, even if the other party's soul level may not be high, it is not easy to be recruited. Perhaps everyone had guessed that Hu Xiaodai's score could not be low, but this result did not cause a wide range of gasps. In the eyes of these people, it is normal for Hu Xiaodai to get such a score. Since Hu Xiaodai, it has entered a period of slump, and even one of the geniuses has no special ability, and it is 0. It wasn't until hundreds of people later that one genius after another appeared. However, compared with characters like Hu Xiaodai, Shi Tai Shi Jun, it is very different. Xia Anshan was also tested shortly after. The bone touch score is 110 points. 100% of special abilities. Xia Anshan is quite satisfied with this result. With more than 9,000 talents, how many can surpass 100%? Not even 10. Those who can achieve full marks are less than 100. 100 and 110 points can be said to be the top level of more than 9,000 people. Xia Anshan glanced at Han Feng without a trace, gritted his teeth in his heart. It's just a firm belief in martial arts. With such a poor aptitude, I don't believe there is any powerful special ability. Han Feng didn't know anything about Xia Anshan's resentment, and was still practicing at a shallow level. Over time, many geniuses have learned a little bit about how the bones are graded. A person who is almost 16 years old can get a full score with 1 star. A 17-year-old's rank 1 star is 90 points. 18-year-old rank 1 star is 80. A 19-year-old's rank 1 star is 70. A 20-year-old rank 1 star is 60. In other words, as long as you can break through to the ground level, before the age of 20, you will have a passing score. Other results are subject to change according to this rule. For example, at the age of 16, reaching the second level of the Earth rank is 110 points. At the age of 16, reaching the 3-star level is 120 points. In the same way, at the age of 17, it is 100% to reach 2 stars, 110 points to reach 3 stars, and 120 points to reach 4 stars. At the age of 18, it is 90 points to reach 2 stars, and 120 points to reach 5 stars. At the age of 19, it is 80 points to reach the second level of the Earth, and to reach the 6th level of the Earth is 120 points. At the age of 20, you can only get 120 points when you reach the 7-star level. Battle Fuyu. Suddenly, Elder Chow read the name of Zhang Fuyu. Everyone's eyes narrowed. The atmosphere of the scene became solemn at this moment. Fighting Fuyu, but currently the second undisputed second, this one, can he still get 120 points in 2 consecutive items? It's good to touch the bone. To get 120 points for this special ability, what a powerful special ability is needed. Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan have serious faces. Their special abilities are powerful, but they are only 110 points, not 120 points. Under the gazes of everyone, Zhang Fuyu coldly walked into the square barrier. Inside the square enchantment. Elder Lu looked at Zhang Fuyu with a smile and said, "Okay, you can show your special abilities." Zhang Fuyu's face was expressionless, and suddenly, a powerful fighting spirit erupted. Like an indomitable warrior. Rumbling. The red energy swept out like a storm. A large amount of red energy surrounded Zhang Fuyu, and soon formed a huge red figure with half a body. Skeletons emerged from the red figures, like skeletons. Elder Lu looked horrified. This is the bloodline of the god of war. It turned out to be the bloodline of the god of war. Fuyu came from that family. Looking at the bloodline of the god of war, it is obvious that the last level is complete. The same as the primary stage, and the power of different special bloodlines is also different. For example, the special bloodlines and physiques of Xuanhuan and Xuanhuan, even at the primary stage, are no worse than the intermediate Ice Emperor body and Dragon body. And Zhang Fuyu also belongs to the primary stage, that is, the first layer, and its power is stronger than that of Xuanhuan's primary stage. The more powerful the special bloodline and physique, the harder it is to improve, but once it is improved, the increased combat power is also extremely terrifying. Just relying on this god of war transformation, without using martial arts, is enough to compete with the top 10 stars. If you use martial arts, it seems that this time the academy has recruited an amazing guy. As expected of that family, it's really terrifying. Anyone who comes out has such strength. Elder Lu does not believe that Zhang Fuyu is a direct line of the god of war family. As a direct line of the god of war family, he has received more training than the Baidu Academy. How can he look at the resources of the Baidu Academy? As the direct line of the god of war family, at this age, most of them have been promoted to the pinnacle of the earth rank, and the stronger ones have even stepped into the heaven rank. The third one. Although I don't know why this son came to Baidu Academy, and I know that this son is probably just an ordinary member of the god of war family, he is still a precious genius to Baidu Academy. With this son here, perhaps the school assessment in a few years, my Baidu school will shine. There have been several sessions, and Baidu University is at the bottom of the 5 universities. If it goes on like this, the prestige of Baidu University will become lower and lower, and fewer geniuses come here. After recalling, Elder Lu and Elder Wei looked at each other, and both saw the surprise of their eyesight. Against Fu Yu, Elder Lu, and the two became more and more satisfied. Zhan Fu Yu, we have finished the test, please come back. Subconsciously, the two treated Zhan Fu Yu with the same attitude. As the owner of the aptitude close to the first-class saint, and the bloodline of the god of war, the future of Zhan Fu Yu is not comparable to them. The god of war family is also a first-class level among the ancient families. There are hundreds of sanctuary small perfection sanctuary great perfection levels, and there are super powerhouses above the sanctuary level. As a member of the god of war family, it is rare for them to fail to reach the peak level of the sanctuary in their lifetime. Zhan Fu Yu walked out of the square barrier, and Elder Chao also looked at Zhan Fu Yu several times. From the sound transmission, Elder Chao already knew the identity of Zhan Fu Yu, and took a deep breath. I didn't expect that my Baidu Academy would one day be the same. People from that family will be recruited. This time, I'm afraid the Deputy Palace Master will be disturbed. When Zhan Fu Yu walked into the crowd, Elder Chao finally remembered Zhan Fu Yu's results. Zhan Fu Yu, 17th Bone Age, 8-star Peak of the Earth rank, 120 points. Special ability score 120 points. Hissing. The crowd was in an uproar. The score of touching the bones is 120 points. This is what everyone had expected. But everyone didn't expect that Zhan Fu Yu's strength had reached the peak level of 8 stars on the ground, 8 stars on the ground, and if he went further, he would reach the last stage of the later stage of the ground. Among them, the strongest one is only 5 stars on the ground level. And many more. Someone glanced at Meng Yaqing. The strength of fighting Fu Yu was so strong, what about Meng Yaqing? All of a sudden, everyone looked at Meng Yaqing with strange eyes. This is just cultivation. In the area of special abilities, everyone looked complicated. The special ability is also 120 points, which shocked everyone. This means that the opponent can fight against the warriors at the peak level of the earth by relying on special abilities alone. If they are matched with martial skills, they will be stronger. The combat power at the pinnacle level of the earth rank is already considered an upper-level level in the outer court. It is not strong, but it is definitely not weak. It belongs to the kind of existence that is not easy to bully. Those who have entered the outer courtyard of Baidu Academy in previous years are very powerful outside, and they are only ordinary in the outer courtyard. It is good that the strongest can remain in the middle. Zhan Fu Yu really broke the record. First of all, it was an upper-level combat power, and it was estimated that it was extremely close to a certain list. Everyone was talking and couldn't stop. Many geniuses looked at Zhan Fu Yu with fear. In this atmosphere, many people have completed the test. Before they knew it, it was the turn of the people of the Great Jin Kingdom. The first to be tested was Lin Huixian. Inside the square enchantment, Lin Huixian took a deep breath and shouted, "Golden Dragon Variety, Dragon Body Transformation." Roar. With a dragon roar, Lin Huixuan's entire body was wrapped in dragon scales, with dragon horns on top of his head, and a huge dragon tail extending from the back. Dragon scales change, but the body is covered with scales, that's all. But the dragon body changed. Lin Huixian has become a dragon man, and even if the limbs are removed, it is already very close to the golden dragon form. Elder Lu said indifferently, "This should be a special secret method to improve strength, not a special ability." Or, your special ability is to cast secret magic without sequelae? If that's all, I'm sorry, but I'll give you 60 points at most. Lin Huixuan's expression changed slightly. He quickly took out the heaven-shaking dragon sword, and told the whole story. Only then did Elder Lu become interested. It turns out that it is a secret method obtained by the recognition of the growth-type spiritual tool spirit, and there is no sequelae. Well, in this case, it can be regarded as your special ability. Looking at your improved strength, you should have just entered a short period of time for the dragon body transformation. Senior is wise. Lin Huixian returned to his normal state and bowed. Elder Lu touched his chin, thought for a while, and asked, "Listen to what you mean, the golden dragon variety is divided into 4 variations. Dragon scale transformation, dragon body transformation, golden dragon transformation, 9-claw golden dragon transformation. You are now initially entering the dragon body transformation, that is to say, before reaching the top of the dragon body transformation, there will be no bottlenecks, right? Only when you are about to reach the golden dragon transformation will you encounter a bottleneck, and it is very likely that you will be trapped in this bottleneck and never advance an inch. Of course, it is also possible to enter the golden dragon transformation, and then rise all the way to the top state of the golden dragon transformation." Lin Huixian nodded, "Yes. That's it. Based on the level of your first entry into the dragon body transformation, I will give you a maximum of 80 points, but since there is no bottleneck before reaching the top of the dragon body transformation, I will give you 10 more points, and give you 90 points. Seeing that you have reached the peak limit of the 12 stars of the profound rank, and you are only 1 step away from the earth rank, I will give you 70 points. Thank you, Senior." Lin Huixian was overjoyed, and he was very satisfied with the result. Outside, Elder Chao read, "Lin Huixian, bone age 18, Xuanjia 12-star peak limit, 70 points. 90% of special abilities. 18 and 12 stars of the profound rank did not attract much attention from everyone. This cultivation base was almost indecent among the more than 9,000 geniuses. You must know that most of the geniuses present are above the ground level. But the special ability of 90-10 surprised everyone. Next is Yu Kai. It's a pity that Yu Yotsai's fire poison true essence may be special in other places, but in Baidu Academy. I'm sorry, it's really not precious, not to mention the fire poison's true essence. It is a normal level abnormal fire, and it won't get any high evaluation in the selection." In the end, Yu Yotsai's score was 60 points, and his special ability was 40 points. Seeing such results, coupled with the unsatisfactory results of the first 2 items, it is almost doomed to be eliminated. Yu Kai walked back in frustration. Next is Xian Shintong. Inside the square enchantment. Elder Lu looked strange. The body of the intermediate Ice Emperor is also the first entry. Forget it, I'll give you 90 points. Xian Shintong's score was slightly better than Lin Huishuan's, with a score of 75 points, 5 points more than Lin Huishuan's. The results of Lei Ruan, Zhang Qinghu, Lei Zhenyan, and Yu Henfei were not good enough. When it comes to special abilities, the 4 of them have almost none, and they are all 0 in the end. The result of touching the bones is also average, barely considered a pass, but only 60 points. As soon as this result came out, it also declared the failure of the 4-person selection. The last 2 items, even if they all get full marks, cannot be beaten. On the contrary, Hua Wenlong's special ability scores are good. Possessing an illusion physique, Hua Wenlong was able to use illusion at his fingertips, and finally got 80 points. It's a pity that the bone-touching results are also average, probably because Hua Wenlong's special physique is good. He gave him 60 points. Now Hua Wenlong's total score is more than 230 points, and he basically misses the Baidu University. At present, only Lin Huixian and Xian Shintong are still good. As long as the latter 2 assessments work hard, there is still hope to pass the assessment of Baidu University. After Hua Wenlong came back, it was Lei Yuru's turn. Lei Yuyu's bone age was 18, and he belonged to the latter group. Right now, he was at the early stage of a 1-star cultivation base, and he got 80 points. In the area of special abilities, Lei Yuru actually got 100%. This shocked Lin Huixian and the others. Lin Huixian shook his head and sighed. I thought Han Feng was hiding very deeply, but I didn't expect that it was Lei Yuru who was hiding even more deeply. Lei Yuru's current score is almost 350 points, and as long as the latter two are above 80 points, he can pass the selection. This made the few people destined to be eliminated very jealous. Time is fleeting. Finally, it was Han Feng's turn. At this moment, Xia Anshan, Shi Jun, Shi Tai, and others immediately became concerned. Inside the square enchantment, Han Feng spread out his hand, and slowly condensed a blue flame like a fire lotus. Kanglin Xuanhuan. Welcome. Relax when you are nervous, comfort yourself when you are troubled, and don't forget to bless yourself when you are happy. This kind of strange fire is already a high level. A flash of admiration flashed across Elder Lu's face. From the temperature of the different fire, Elder Lu can see that the flame is not simple. But only so. Little guy, do you know how to improve such a strange fire? If you rely on the current level, it will hardly help you when you reach the peak of the earth level, and my rating will not be very high. Elder Lu said. Han Feng immediately replied, I know, as long as my strength increases, the power of my Kanglin profound fire will increase. Having said that, Han Feng increased the transmission of real essence, and the power of Kanglin Xuanhua suddenly increased. Elder Lu looked surprised. As your cultivation level increases? This is really rare. In this case, I can give you more than 90 points. After all, if it only improves with your cultivation, then it means that your Kanglin profound fire level has always been the same as your cultivation, which can only guarantee that you will always be. It is quite a powerful existence in the same level, but if it is stronger. Elder Lu shook his head. Han Feng knew that the special ability test would not be that simple. Immediately, Han Feng exclaimed, the 7th level Tianhua battle body, condensate. Fusion. In an instant, Han Feng's cultivation level skyrocketed from the 2nd level earth rank to the mid-earth rank realm. Elder Lu was stunned. This is. When Han Feng recovered, Elder Lu frowned. You should also be using a secret technique, but there are no sequelae. Could it be? Yes, my strange fire can remove the sequelae of the secret technique, but only for me. And my Kanglin profound fire can devour the true essence of the true crystal level. Really? Elder Lu's eyes lit up, and he stripped out the holy essence from his body, weakened it to the level of real crystal real essence, and threw it violently at Han Feng. With a flick of Han Feng's right hand, Kanglin Xuanhua slammed into Xuanhuan. With a dull sound, the blue flame was like a hungry wolf, and it didn't take long for the small group of true essence to be swallowed up, and the entire flame suddenly increased in size. Elder Lu nodded, not bad ability. But there should be a limit, for you now. Yes, if it is a true crystal and true essence at a late stage or even a higher level, considering my current 2-star cultivation base, it is not enough to see. Below the late stage, also because of the strength, the success rate of swallowing is different. Han Feng explained. Little guy, you really amaze me. It's just a mere high-grade qualification and a firm belief in martial arts. There is still such a strange fire. Okay, you step back. I'll give you 120 points. Sleeves. Han Feng was overjoyed. Thank you, Elder. Outside, Elder Chow recalled Han Feng's grades. Han Feng, bone age 15, 2 stars on the ground level, 120 points. 120 points of special ability. As soon as Han Feng's results came out, many geniuses were stunned and gasped. If it was Meng Yaqing and Zhang Fuyu's level, although they were shocked, they would never be so shocked that the sky was about to fall. Who is Han Feng? That's the double duck and egg duo. Although the results in the previous assessment were good, it was only a test of belief in martial arts, and did not require much aptitude and cultivation. However, this special ability is completely different. It is really hard to imagine what kind of special ability would make Elder Lu give such a profound degree of 120 points. Such an ability actually appeared on a mere high-grade aptitude, making countless geniuses feel a sense of tyrannical acquisition, and a strong jealousy filled the hearts of everyone. Why? Why should the mere high-grade qualifiers have such powerful abilities, and they don't? Han Feng's achievements give many geniuses the feeling that a beggar has obtained wealth that is incomparable to a country. Disgusting and jealous. At this time, everyone has ignored the fact that Han Feng is already a 2-star cultivation base, especially under the premise of 15 years old. The few who noticed this really took Han Feng to heart. It is not surprising that such an age has such a cultivation base, and it must have its own special features and powerful special means. In the crowd, Hu Xiaodia's eyes turned slightly. Who is this guy? He, we must have good contact in the future. Sure enough, there are many perverts among human beings. Xia Anshan's face was ugly, and the little person who was not in his eyes turned out to be so perverted, which made Xia Anshan a little terrified. Damn, I would have known that I would not have enmity with this kid. Could it be that you just admit defeat? No, my ego won't allow me to do that. And the other party won't necessarily let me go. Since the revenge has been established, then kill him to avoid future troubles. Bastard, hide and tuck all day long. If I had revealed such a strong ability earlier, how could this young master easily offend him? Bowing his head, Xia Anshan's face was full of grimness and coldness. If Han Feng knew Xia Anshan's thoughts, he would be very speechless. From the beginning to the end, Xia Anshan himself was picking things up. When Han Feng walked down, it was Meng Yaqing's turn. There was a battle with Fu Yu, and everyone didn't even have to think about it. It was definitely another 220 points. Some geniuses lamented that there are so many perverted guys, how can they get mixed up? Inside the square enchantment, Meng Yaqing spread out her palm, and a fiery flame swept out. A trace of disappointment flashed in Elder Lu's eyes. Is it a superior fire? Elder Lu had great expectations for Meng Yaqing, a top-notch sage qualifier, but the result turned out to be only a high-class fire. It was as if a billionaire went out wearing street-stall goods, which was completely not up to the level of a billionaire. Meng Yaqing didn't care about this. She spread out her other hand. This time, it was a strange fire that exuded an icy aura. Elder Lu's original disappointment was swept away. A strange fire with completely opposite nature. Elder Lu was overjoyed. A person may have two attributes, but the situation where the two attributes are in opposition is extremely low. At the same time, the odd fire with opposite attributes is even lower. That alone is enough to give a high score, 100 or so. Just as Elder Lu was about to speak, Meng Yaqing put her hands together, and the two different fires had completely merged. A terrifying force continued to wave out. It is a double heaven of ice and fire. Elder Lu laughed loudly. As expected of a top-ranked saint, I will give you 120 points. When 220 minutes were passed out, everyone was not shocked, but took it for granted. With the precedent of fighting Fu Yu, Meng Yaqing's 8-star rank did not surprise everyone. Lu Yuer, Wang Qingsong, and Jiangde completed the tests one by one. Lu Yuer's bone-feeling score is also 120 points, and her special ability is 90 points. Wang Qingsong's score for touching bones was 120 points, and his special ability was 105 points. This special ability does not include the spirit sword. If there is a spirit sword, Wang Qingsong's superstar combat ability is no weaker than the owner of the 110-point special ability. With the sword intent and the matching spirit sword, the power will be raised to an extremely terrifying level. Jiangda's cultivation base is too low, but because of his very young age, he gave him more than 100 points, but it was less than 120 points. But in fact, everyone knew that Jiangda was fully qualified to get 120 points. As for special abilities, everyone has long guessed that Jianda has a special bloodline, so it is not surprising that Jianda's score in this area of special abilities has reached 110 points. I don't know how long it took. When the last person finished the test, everyone had a feeling of finally over. The time for this test is really long. If it is normal, everyone doesn't care about this time, and the training time will pass after a while. But in this assessment, everyone was nervous, and sometimes a second felt extremely long. Some geniuses who have been completely desperate are even more eager for the 6 major assessments to be completed. They can't bear it anymore. These geniuses obviously practice too smoothly on weekdays, and they have no psychological capacity at all. Elder Wei began to announce the rankings after the 4 assessments. This time, Han Feng's ranking has been extremely high. If it weren't for the fact that the 0 score in the first qualification assessment had too much influence, it would not be impossible to rank among the top few now. Elder Wei coughed lightly, attracting everyone's attention, and then Elder Wei smiled slightly. Bone-touching and special ability tests have ended, and the next will be the Tianqian Tower test. I'll give you an hour off now. 5th. It's too late. It seems that it is impossible to update 6. An hour later, when everyone rested, some geniuses who were still full of fighting spirit stood in the center of the Unreal Square, waiting for the elders to open the door to the Heavenly God Tower. But more than that, it was listless. These people's grades are extremely poor, it is almost impossible to pass the selection, and they have little fighting spirit for the so-called Tianqian Tower. Elder Wei frowned and said nothing. There have been many more geniuses who have been hit hard since then. Elder Chao suddenly said, "This time, you can choose whether to enter the Tianqian Tower voluntarily or not. If you don't want to go in, you can stay outside, but all your grades will be 0. When Elder Chao said this, the originally listless genius froze. If it really got 0 points, then his face would be greatly embarrassed. Even if they fail to pass the selection, they must retain their last dignity. At this time, only a very few completely degenerate geniuses sat directly on the ground, and the choices they made were self-evident. Originally, Yu Kai and others were not going to participate in the subsequent selection, but what Elder Chao said actually inspired their fighting spirit. They are indeed from a small country, but they are not willing to disgrace their own country. Elder Chao, you are really disgusting and kind. If it were me, I wouldn't care so much. Elder Lu said through a voice transmission. Elder Chao sighed silently in the bottom of his heart, and the same voice transmission, after all, it was cultivated through hard work. It would be a pity if it was abandoned. These geniuses from the beginning have fallen into scraps, which is worse than those who have always been scraps. Elder Wei made a seal with both hands, directly. This time, the gate that appeared was purple. The purple gate is full of mysterious purple gold runes, and the runes are surging, not static. Every time there is a surge, there is a special energy that spreads out. The crowd was quite shocked. After a while, the mysterious purple door slowly opened from the center to both sides. In order, everyone filed in. At the same time, everyone got a jade card in their hands. The jade pendant is divided into upper and lower parts. The upper part records the number of floors it has broken into, and the lower part records how long it has been on which floor. God Tower. Han Feng appeared in an inexplicable space. The space is full of purple brilliance. Suddenly, a small gate opened at a distance of thousands of meters. From under this doorway, the purple golden light burst onto the ground, forming thousands of steps. Each step is 1/4 meter high. It seems that the door is the entrance to the 2nd floor of the Tianqian Tower. I am now a 2-star cultivation base on the ground level. Only by entering the 2nd floor and persisting for more than half an hour can I get 60 points. If you enter the 3rd floor, you will get 70 points. If you stay on the 3rd floor for more than half an hour, you will get 80 points. Entering the 4th floor, I can get 90 points. Entering the 5th floor, you will get 110 points. If I want to get 120 points, I must enter the 5th floor and persist for more than half an hour. The 5th floor, that is equivalent to the spiritual power of 5 stars on the ground level. Han Feng's face is solemn. His current spiritual level is only 3-star on the ground, not even the peak of 3-star on the ground. If you want to reach the 5th floor, you must start the Skyfire battle body. The increase in the Skyfire battle body is not only for physical strength and cultivation, but also for mental power. After all, only a strong body can withstand the skyrocketing cultivation. Only with strong mental strength can we perfectly control the power after skyrocketing. The heavenly fire fighting body is not that kind of secret technique with powerful sequelae. It was just to cover up the special nature of the Skyfire fighting body that Han Feng had to lie. Otherwise, once it was found out by others, even if others got it, they would not be able to practice. That's when it's dangerous. The reason why secret methods have sequelae is because these secret methods only improve cultivation. If the body can't keep up, it is very likely to cause huge damage to the body after the end of the secret technique. If the mental power can't keep up, it is very likely that the power after the surge cannot be controlled, which will eventually lead to problems. For example, the use of martial arts is improperly controlled and endangers oneself. Staring at the thousands of steps, just as Han Feng stepped on it, he felt that there was a special force oppressing the entire space and acting directly on him. There is also a force pouring into the sea of consciousness, causing oppression to the sea of consciousness and the spirit. Han Feng's body tightened slightly, and he endured it. The physical oppression of 1 star on the ground cannot cause damage to his body above the 3 stars on the ground. The oppression of spiritual power in the sea of knowledge was also easily resisted by Han Feng. Clap la la. Before you know it, purple water fills up under the first steps. Standing on the first step, Han Feng held his chin. It seems that this is the water of transmission that Jiang Feng said. Once surrounded by this purple water, it will be teleported out. Having said that, Han Feng took out a random piece from the storage space and threw it towards the purple water. When this thing was about to touch the purple water, a small vortex suddenly formed in the purple water, and the thing fell into the vortex and disappeared quickly. Outside world. In the purple door. Suddenly, the purple light curtain inside the opened purple door fluctuated like ripples. The next moment, a stone-like thing fell out. The corners of several elders' mouths twitched slightly. This is another person who has nothing to spare to test the water of teleportation. Inside the Tower of God. Han Feng walked to the higher level step by step, and at the same time, the water of transmission below continued to spread upward. The Tower of the Gods is not so easy to take advantage of. If you want to cheat and stay on the first step, the water of teleportation will submerge it and teleport it outside. But if you keep walking upwards, the pressure on your body and soul will also increase. Half an hour is not something you can easily do. Fortunately, Han Feng's physical quality and soul power far exceeded the Earth level 1-star level, so he was extremely relaxed and soon reached the middle stage. And the water of teleportation, at this moment, only barely spread to 1/3 of it, and it was still a long way from Han Feng. Han Feng, Meng Yaqing and others were extremely relaxed, but others were extremely difficult. Lin Huixian had reached 1/3 of the way, and his body was gradually unable to bear it. Damn, such a strong coercion. Am I going to stop here? Lin Huixian was full of unwillingness in his heart. Even if the cultivation base reaches the peak limit of 12 profound stars, but after all, it is not 1 star on Earth. Facing the pressure of a star on the ground, Lin Huixian's legs were shaking. Behind, a large piece of water of teleportation has spread. It seems that I can only use the dragon body to transform. I didn't expect that it was only the first floor, so I had to use the dragon body to transform. I am now at the pinnacle of the 12-star profound rank, and my physical strength and soul power are far beyond the 12-star profound rank, but I can't reach the earth rank. But once I use the dragon body transformation, the cultivation base will be comparable to the initial stage of the first star of the earth rank in a short period of time, or the level of the unstable realm. However, the physical strength and soul power should soar to the upper middle level of the ordinary earth level and 1-star level. Although the subsequent steps will still not be easy, at least more than half of them may pass the first level. The first floor of the Tower of the Gods, I'm afraid it will be brushed down at least half of the talent. Golden Dragon Variety, Dragon Body Transformation, Condensation. Roar. With the low growl, Lin Huishuan's entire body changed dramatically. Just when the water of teleportation was about to drown Lin Huishuan's feet, Lin Huixian suddenly accelerated and left the water of teleportation behind. Like Lin Huixian, Xian Shentong also displayed the body of the intermediate Ice Emperor, speeding up his speed. Yu Kai, Lei Ruwen, Zhang Qinghu, Lei Zhenyan, Yu Henfei and Lei Zhenyan would not be able to. Although Hua Wenlong's mental power level far exceeds his own cultivation because of his illusionist physique, his own cultivation is really bad. Even if Hua Wenlong has a profound rank 11-star cultivation base, it is estimated that he can pass through the first floor more easily than Lin Huixian and others. But Hua Wenlong's cultivation was only barely reaching 10 stars of the profound rank. At almost the same time, 7 people were sent out, and at the same time as the 7 people, there were nearly 1,000 people. Before and after, more people were sent out. Elder Chao shook his head, these people did not even pass the test. The first one is complete. Ask for flowers. Jiangde was out of breath at the moment. As a super genius, Jiangde is too young, only 14 years old. Young age directly caused Jiangda's cultivation to not keep up with the level of the large army. No. I can't hold on any longer. If I go on like this, I will definitely be sent out. It's not even half an hour now. At least I have to break through the first floor to reach the second floor. Wake up, celestial serpent bloodline. Jiangde was enveloped in jet black smoke, and suddenly, a huge figure burst out from the jet black smoke. It was a jet black giant python. The giant python's eyes were purple, and it was spitting out snake letters, which was truly ferocious and terrifying. The giant python suddenly rushed out of the gate at an alarming speed. That is the entrance door to the second floor of the Tenjin Tower. Finally reached. Han Feng came to the top of the thousands of steps, turned his head and glanced at the water of transmission that reached the middle steps, and immediately entered the second floor of the Tianjin Tower without hesitation. Entering the second floor of the Tianjin Tower, the coercion of the obvious increase in power fell on Han Feng. This coercion is between the 1-level star and the 2-star level. Han Feng didn't care about these pressures, and raised his head directly. In the sky, another bright door opened, which was the entrance to the 3rd floor of the Tianjin Tower. At the same time, there are layers of steps on the ground, which are connected to the 3rd floor entrance at a high altitude. Han Feng stepped on the 1st floor, and the coercion of the entire Tianjin Tower increased again. At this moment, it really reached the 2nd-star level. Han Feng's physical strength is comparable to the 3-star level, and he doesn't feel this coercion. But the soul level is only 2 stars, and Han Feng has already felt uncomfortable and dizzy for the coercion of the soul that also belongs to the 2-star level. Han Feng shook his body, covered his head, and when he gritted his teeth, Han Feng continued to walk up, the spirit churning in the sea of consciousness, constantly resisting the oppression of the coercion of the soul. If I can successfully break into the 3rd floor, I believe that my spiritual power will definitely improve and break through. Even if it's not for grades, but only for physical and spiritual enhancement, I will continue to sprint and persevere. Gritting his teeth, Han Feng walked up step by step. At this moment, under the first step, the purple water of teleportation has slowly condensed out. Wang Qingsong, Lu Yuer, Meng Yaqing, Tai Su brothers, Xia Anshan, Shi Tai Shi Jun, Hu Xiaodai, Zhan Fuyu. These geniuses, who can be regarded as one of the top existences among the more than 9,000 geniuses, have all come to the second floor with ease, and even run towards the third floor with ease. However, the cultivation of these people far exceeds that of Han Feng. The weakest is at the 3-star level, and the strongest is at the 8-star level. If they want to reach 120 points, they need at least 6 levels, and the most even to reach the 11th floor. Lei Yuru also reached the 2nd floor at this time. Like Han Feng, here, Lei Yuru felt a lot of oppression. Compared with Han Feng, Lei Yuru was even more unbearable. Going up step by step, when he reached the middle steps, Lei Yuru couldn't stand up. Whoosh. No, since that's the case. The body of lightning, condensate. Crackling. Lei Yuyu was surrounded by the power of thunder, and from a distance, he looked like a god of war. At this time, Lei Yuru clearly felt that the pressure on his body was much less, and he raised his foot and immediately accelerated to the entrance of the 3rd floor. Lin Huishuan's huge and ferocious body reached a third of the steps, and finally he couldn't bear it any longer. Blood was already overflowing from the cracks between the scales on the surface of his body. Wow! Lin Huishuan's vision was blurred and he was panting. Dropped into the teleportation water. Xian Shintong's body of the Ice Emperor also reached its limit and returned to its normal state. Without the body of the Ice Emperor, Xian Shintong was immediately oppressed and fell from the steps. Outside world. The moment Lin Huixian and Xian Shintong appeared, Lei Zhenyan and other people who were already prepared immediately caught them. Based on their calculations, Lei Zhenyan and others had already guessed that Lin Huixian and Xian Shintong had almost reached their limit, and it was time to come out. Lin Huipa knew Lin Huixian even more. With Lin Huishuan's character, he would have to give up when he had reached his limit. Therefore, several people had already arrived in front of the purple gate, ready to catch the two of them. It now appears that their decision was indeed correct. As soon as Elder Chao stretched out his hand, he spread out his 5 fingers, and the jade cards on Lin Huixian and Xian Shintong flew into Elder Chao's hands. Lin Huixian, 10 minutes to the 2nd floor of the Tianshan Tower. Xuan Shentong. 10 minutes to the 2nd floor of the Tianshan Tower. Many geniuses looked at the two with envy. But it was to break into the 2nd floor of the deity pagoda. Most of the people present were able to reach this level, and even a small number of people reached the 3rd floor of the deity pagoda. But the problem is, these geniuses are basically 1 or 2 stars. However, Lin Huixian and Xian Shintong were not even powerhouses. It's just the peak limit of the 12 stars of the profound rank. Different cultivation bases, breaking into the 2nd floor of the Tianshan Tower, the results are completely different. 1 star broke into the 2nd floor, but it was 70 points. If it persisted for more than half an hour on the 2nd floor, it was 80 points. And Lin Huixian and Xian Shintong can get 90 points just by passing the 2nd floor. Sure enough, Elder Chao then read the results of the two of them. Although I didn't persist for half an hour on the 2nd floor, I persisted for 10 minutes. For this old man gives you 2 scores of 93 points. Both Lin Huixian and Xian Shintong showed joy on their faces. 93 points, for them, is indeed a very good score. From the very beginning, they did not expect to get full marks or even extra points. Congratulations. Yu Kai and others swallowed the bitterness in their hearts and congratulated them. As long as the results in the last assessment are not too bad, the two of them are basically qualified to enter the Baidu Academy. Although they were disappointed that they were basically eliminated, but at this point, they could only send blessings to their friends. The 2nd floor of the Tianjin Tower. The huge pitch-black snake kept twisting its body, frantically rushing towards the entrance of the third floor above. But the stronger and stronger coercion made the pitch-black giant snake slower and slower, and in the end, it could only lie on the steps and slowly creep up and climb up. Through the purple pupils, the pain of the pitch-black giant snake could be vaguely seen. When there were only a few hundred steps away from the entrance to the third floor, the pitch-black giant snake finally couldn't bear it any longer. After a moment, the pitch-black giant snake turned into a small figure. It was Jiangde. The water of teleportation spread rapidly, and soon overtook Jiangde and drowned Jiangde. Outside world. From the purple light curtain in the center of the purple gate, Jiangde suddenly rushed out, rolled a few times in the air, and landed firmly on the ground. Compared with Lin Huixian and the others, Jiangde is obviously better. Lei Zhenyan and the others sighed secretly. This is the difference between a super genius and an ordinary genius. The super geniuses and ordinary geniuses here are aimed at the entire Beizhou continent. If we only take the Great Jin Kingdom as an example, Lin Huixian and the others are not super geniuses. It's not too embarrassing after all. Jiangde breathed a sigh of relief. If he fell to the ground, it would be too much of a loss. Elder Chao waved, and the jade card on Jiangde appeared in Elder Chao's hand. Jiangde, the second floor of the Tianshan Tower, 33 minutes. 100%. Jiangde touched his head, but he was neither happy nor depressed about this avatar. Boy, not bad. Yu Kai embraced Jiangde carelessly. Jiangde's face changed suddenly. He immediately pushed Yu Kai away, and sat cross-legged directly. Yu Kai was pushed and staggered, almost fell to the ground, and a trace of dissatisfaction suddenly rose in his heart. Even if you are a super genius and come from the third-rank empire, you can't treat a friend like this. But seeing Jiangde's situation, Yu Yotsai's dissatisfaction disappeared instantly. Only surprise, a breakthrough? That's right, Jiangde's body is rumbling with real energy at the moment, which is clearly a sign of an impending breakthrough. Originally, Jiangde was already at the peak of the 10-star Xuanjia, and he was only half a foot away from the 11-star. Now in the Tower of the Gods, he is being oppressed by a great body and soul level, which instantly shattered the bottleneck between 10 stars and 11 stars. The second one is delivered. Quack, hard work has broken 1,000 points, and the website is the first. Amazed face, / In fact, Jiangde himself did not expect to break through so quickly. You know, according to the initial estimate, it will be possible at least half a month. Now it's just a break in the Tianshan Tower, and it's about to break through. Jiangde secretly complained, this time is really not a good time to break through. With so many people here, once someone deliberately influences him, he will fail the promotion. Once it fails, it will take at least a month or so to recover, and then continue to spend time cultivating breakthroughs. Elder Chao smiled slightly, spread his fingers, and a ray of light shot into Jiangde's body. Good little guy, with that kind of blood, sooner or later, he will be a master at the level of the Great Sanctuary, so let me help you a little bit. Of course, Elder Chao said this in his heart. But even so, Elder Chao's behavior is self-evident, and no one will do something that will affect Jiangde's failure to advance. And even if there is no Elder Chao, they have no hatred with Jiangde. Why do they do things that are hostile to people? Jiangde, who was sitting cross-legged, only felt that an extremely strong force suddenly poured into his body, and this force actually helped him to speed up his breakthrough. It originally took at least a few days to break through the stable cultivation base, but in a moment, it broke through to the 11th star of the profound rank. After a while, the realm of 11 stars was completely stabilized. The people around him watched Jiangde quickly break through and stabilize his realm, and were even more in awe of the sanctuary level, especially the great sanctuary level. With a flick of the finger, it can easily help Xuanjia stabilize the realm after breaking through, which is equivalent to saving Xuanjia martial artists several days or even dozens of days. Jiangda woke up, learned everything from Yu Kai, and immediately ran to Elder Chow to thank him. Elder Chow waved his hand indifferently. It won't be long before the last assessment of the Mirror of Death. I don't want an outstanding disciple like you to miss the last assessment. But you have to be careful. With your strength, unless you're lucky, you won't do very well in Death Mirror. The magic Mirror of Death, the 1-star monster on the ground level, is only 0.1 points. With Jiangda's current 11-star Shen rank, he can only hunt first-level monsters with the power of his blood, and fighting against second-level monsters is a bit laborious. In other words, if you want to get 100%, you have to hunt 1,000 first-level monsters. It is basically impossible to hunt 1,000 first-level monsters in just 3 days. Jiangda shrugged. Come back in 3 years. Elder Chow laughed. Yes, this mentality is very good. Maintain such a mentality. Even if you fail, you will have a place in the top-rank War King 3 years later. If you are lucky, you might pass directly this time. Elder Chow blinked at Jiangda with a deep expression on his face. Jiangda was stunned, and immediately smiled. He is not alone. As long as you join forces with Han Feng and others in the Mirror of Death, you may not be able to get high scores. In the Tianjin Tower, Han Feng has come to the 3rd floor. At this moment, Lei Yurua could no longer hold on to the 3rd floor. At the 3rd step, Lei Yu's body of lightning dissipated, and was directly oppressed by the huge coercion on the 3rd floor of the Tianjin Tower and fell to the teleportation water below, and was teleported outside. Elder Chow glanced at the jade sign and said, Lei Yuru, the 3rd floor of the Tianjin Tower, persist for 20 minutes. 97 points. In terms of spirit power and physical quality, it is too difficult to go far beyond the cultivation base, so it is not easy to get a full score in this test, and it is even more difficult to get 120 points. Disaster. Even for Meng Yaqing, Hu Xiaodai and Zhang Fuyu, everyone didn't have any expectations. Among the crowd, including Elder Chow and others. In previous selections, in the assessment of the Tianjin Pagoda, those who can get extra points and reach 120 points have always been the least among the 6 major assessments. 97 points is already an extremely high score. The 3rd floor of Tianjin Tower. Han Feng has come to the middle step level. Some of the strengths are at the 3-star level or above, and now they have basically sprinted to the 4th floor of the Tianjin Tower. On the 3rd floor of the Tianjin Tower, Han Feng wasted a lot of time. It's not that Han Feng doesn't want to be fast, but that Han Feng's soul capacity has reached its limit. Every time he took a step, Han Feng's mind became more and more painful, and the feeling of dizziness and vomiting became more and more intense. In the sea of knowledge, Han Feng's spirit supernatural power has been oppressed by the soul of the Tianjin Tower. Han Feng's forehead was full of cold sweat, as if Han Feng had just submerged his head in the water and lifted it up. The hair on his forehead was wet against his forehead, making Han Feng even more embarrassed. Han Feng stepped to a higher level again, his body swayed suddenly, and he almost fell. At the same time, Han Feng's body seemed to have reached the limit, and the oppressed body trembled. At this level, every step Han Feng takes, it will take a very long time, and it will take a while to get used to the coercion of the Tianjin Tower, and then continue to step up. The water of inheritance is getting closer and closer to Han Feng. If this goes on, Han Feng will be submerged in the water of inheritance before long, and be teleported outside the entrance of the Tianjin Tower. Han Feng gritted his teeth. Are you going to use the Skyfire battle body now? No, if I use it now, I will not achieve the purpose of exercising my physical strength and spirit power. Thinking of this, Han Feng finally suppressed the momentum of using the Skyfire battle body. The water of inheritance is getting closer and closer, and Han Feng's body is shaking like a sieve. There are hundreds of steps again, and suddenly, Han Feng's body burst out, and an inexplicable momentum swept out. Visible to the naked eye, a small space above Han Feng's mind suddenly distorted. Han Feng wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead and was overjoyed. Breakthrough, my soul level has now reached 3 stars. With Samsung's physical strength and spirit power, once I enter Baidu Academy, with the help of Huolianzi, I can be sure to reach the peak of Samsung within a month. When you reach the prefecture level, the speed of cultivation of any genius will slow down. From the peak of 2 stars to the peak of 3 stars in 1 month, it almost crossed a star, letting others know that Han Feng is so confident. I am afraid they will laugh. Most people won't believe it. With the breakthrough of spirit power, Han Feng's pressure suddenly decreased, and the speed suddenly accelerated a lot. Originally, the water of inheritance was less than 10 steps away from Han Feng. But now, under the acceleration of Han Feng, the gap between the 2 sides has rapidly increased, and it is now close to 100 steps. Unconsciously, Han Feng arrived at the entrance of the 4th floor of the Tianshan Tower. Taking a deep breath, Han Feng stepped into it. The 4th floor of Tianshan Tower. The steps have not yet appeared, nor has the entrance to the 5th floor. But Han Feng already felt the pressure of the heavenly god tower to crush his whole body into pieces. Han Feng's face was pale and extremely uncomfortable. At this moment, the 1,000-story steps of the book and the entrance to the 5th floor of the Tianshan Pagoda slowly condensed. Han Feng pursed his lips and believed without hesitation that he might not even be able to step up to the 10th floor. The goal of breaking through to the 3-star level of spirit power has been achieved. In a short period of time, neither the level of spirit power nor physical strength can be improved. So, the 7th level of the Skyfire Battle Body, Condensate. The 7th level of the Skyfire Battle Body, Condensate. Boom. The red flame spread out, and Han Feng's whole body increased rapidly. The flame giant stood on the 4th floor of the Pagoda of the Gods, stepped on the 1st floor and began to move towards the entrance of the 5th floor of the Pagoda of the Gods. At present, Han Feng, who has reached the 4th floor of the Tianshan Tower, has achieved a score of 90. As long as you can persist on the 4th floor of the Tianshan Tower for more than half an hour, you can get full marks. At this moment, after the 7th level peak increase of the Skyfire Battle Body, Han Feng's cultivation base has soared to a level close to the 4-star peak level. Whether it is mental strength or physical quality, it is comparable to the 4-star level. Han Feng's pressure is not so great anymore. If the previous coercion made Han Feng out of breath, then now it seems that he is carrying dozens of pounds of heavy objects. Although he is tired, he is not out of breath. The 5th floor. I'm here. Looking at the entrance of the 5th floor, Han Feng smiled slightly and stepped up at a slow and unhurried speed. The 4th floor of the Tianshan Pagoda was quickly passed by Han Feng and entered the 5th floor of the Tianshan Pagoda. At this moment, Lu Yuer was struggling on the 5th floor of the Tianshan Tower, and finally couldn't bear it and was teleported out, also with a score of more than 90 points. In the Unreal Square, the people who have been passed out have already been spread out, and there are only a few people who are still struggling in the Tianshan Tower. Meng Yaqing, Zhang Fuyu, and Hu Xiaodai have quickly reached the 6th floor. When they got here, Hu Xiaodai was a little full of speed, but Meng Yaqing and Zhang Fuyu's speed did not slow down in the slightest. Brother Taishu, Xia Anshan, and Shi Taishu Jun all reached the 5th floor. The difference is that Xia Anshan is at the 3rd step level, Taishu brothers are at the middle step level, and Shi Tai and Shi Jun are about to reach the 6th floor of the Tianshan Tower. At this time, Han Feng finally stepped on the 1st step of the 5th floor of the Tianshan Tower. Boom! On the 5th floor of the Tianshan Tower, the coercion of the 5-star level on the ground level came suddenly, and Han Feng's whole body quickly bent down. Taking a deep breath, sure enough, the 5th floor is not something I can easily break through. Kanglan Xuanhuan, fusion. The red flames quickly turned into blue. The red flame giant also turned into a blue flame giant, and the terrifying flame temperature spread everywhere on the 5th floor of the Tianshan Tower. When Han Feng reached the 3rd stage, the blue flame made the water of inheritance fluctuate, making a chi-chi sound. Waving his hand, with a slight smile, Han Feng moved towards the 6th floor of the Heavenly God Tower, getting closer and closer, until he passed the 6th floor of the Tianshan Tower. I don't know what level I can reach with all my strength now. Han Feng stepped to the first step of the 6th floor of the Tianshan Tower. It is also the 6th floor of the Tianshan Tower. Brother Taishu and Xia Anshan could no longer support and were teleported out, and they did not last for 30 minutes. Shi Tai's body became incomparably huge, like a ball, rushing towards the steps, and then using the force of the steps to bounce directly to a higher level. Some coercion was all inhaled into the fat belly. Shi Tai smiled. Although Wanrong God is still in the primary stage, it can still offset nearly half of the coercion. I don't know how the thin guy is, but it will take a longer time to persevere. On the 6th floor of the Heavenly God Tower in another area, Shi Jun was like a giant sword. All the pressure was scattered by the giant sword, and there was very little pressure that could really impact the giant sword. Shi Jun was expressionless and came to the 7th floor of the Heavenly God Tower with his hands behind his back. Wang Qingsong's sword intent erupted, but it played a similar role to Shi Jun. However, Shi Jun himself is a 5-star cultivation base, and Wang Qingsong is only a 4-star cultivation base. The gap in cultivation made Shi Jun enter the 7th floor of the Tianshan Pagoda, but Wang Qingsong was blasted down when he was approaching the 7th floor of the Tianshan Pagoda. So far, Wang Qingsong has got a perfect score of 100. Only a few people have achieved such an achievement. Outside, Lu Yuer helped Wang Qingsong up, and Wang Qingsong smiled. "Wife, my grades are not bad." Lu Yuer rolled her eyes. "What's there to be proud of? Meng Yaqing and Han Feng haven't come out yet." "What? Forget about Meng Yaqing, Han Feng hasn't come out yet." Wang Qingsong was taken aback. "You must know that after such a long time, Han Feng will never stay on the 4th floor of the Tianshan Tower, and the water of teleportation will not stop rising. If you are still on the 4th floor of the Tianshan Tower, the water of transmission is enough to teleport Han Feng out. In other words, this guy Han Feng has at least reached the 5th floor, and is about to reach the 6th floor. This guy, he's obviously badly qualified, but he's always so perverted." Wang Qingsong's mouth was full of muttering. Jiang Feng nodded at the side. Jiang Feng came out a little earlier than Wang Qingsong, and was one of the few people who got full marks. At the beginning, Jiang Feng paid a little attention to Han Feng and his party, and also to Meng Yaqing and Wang Qingsong. Especially Meng Yaqing, whose 8-star cultivation made Jiang Feng never dare to offend him. Otherwise, Jiang Feng would not be so good at talking to the group of people who kidnapped his younger brother. But now Jiang Feng suddenly realized that perhaps Han Feng might become a more perverted existence than Meng Yaqing. It should be noted that Han Feng is only 15 now, only 1 year older than Jiang Da. To Han Feng, Jiang Feng's attitude changed unknowingly, and he really treated Han Feng as a person of the same level, or even a stronger person. Looking at Jiang Da, a smile appeared on Jiang Feng's face. Maybe it's really not a bad thing to let Jiang Da participate in this selection. At least now his mind has stabilized a lot, right? It also broke through to the 11th star of the profound rank half a month in advance. At this speed, at most 3 or 4 months, the peak limit of the 12 stars of the profound rank can be reached, and in another 2 or 3 months, it is very possible to break through to the prefecture rank. This is still an estimate, and the reality is likely to be shorter. If you can really pass the selection of Baidu Academy, it is not impossible to break through to the ground level within 3 months. Everyone here just talked about Han Feng, and Han Feng has already flown out of the purple gate over there and landed steadily on the ground. If it wasn't for Han Feng's forehead full of cold sweat and the hair in front of him wet and sticking to his forehead, everyone would really think that Han Feng's breaking into the Tower of the Gods was easy. That was too shocking. Han Feng was also the one that several elders focused on. Elder Chao couldn't wait to take out the jade card on Han Feng's body. Seeing the numbers on the jade card, Elder Chao took a deep breath and took a deep look at Han Feng. The elder laughed and said loudly, Han Feng, the 6th floor of the Tianqian Tower, more than 30 minutes, congratulations, boy, you got 120 points. This is the first person to get extra points on the 100-point scale in the Tianqian Tower assessment, and 1 plus is the limit of 20 points. The first 120 minutes. Many talented warriors were in an uproar. They never expected that in such a difficult test as the Tianqian Tower, their top-grade third-class qualifications and even holy-grade qualifications did not get extra points, but they were merely obtained by high-grade qualifications. A group of talented warriors felt their faces burning hot, too embarrassing. Some talented warriors are even more solemn. If the first few assessments only made them take Han Feng seriously, they are now afraid. Just like Meng Yaqing, Zhan Fuyu and others, she was full of fear. Xia Anshan's eyes were dull. How is this possible? How is it possible? At this moment, Xia Anshan had a little bit of fear in Han Feng's heart, and was quickly replaced by a fierce look. No, I must kill this son of Han Feng. This person has left a big shadow in my heart. If I don't get rid of this son, it will also cause obstacles to my practice in the future. Brother Taishu looked at each other. Yuan Jing whispered, this kid is too evil. When killing Wang Qingsong, you must stay away from this person. Yuan and nodded. There are only 5 people left in the Tianqian Tower. Shi Tai, Shi Jun, Hu Xiaodai, Zhan Fuyu, Meng Yaqing. Everyone waited quietly. Wang Qingsong embraced Han Feng. Okay, boy, I see that if you continue to develop like this, maybe you can get the title of King of War. Han Feng smiled confidently, then watched the last assessment. At this time, Shi Tai and Shi Jun finally came out, and not long after that, Hu Xiaodai, Zhan Fuyu, and Meng Yaqing also came out one by one. The last 5 people walked out of the Tianqian Tower, which means that the Tianqian Tower assessment has finally come to an end. And the next assessment will be the Mirror of Death. First delivery. Ask for flowers. Stay, the 7th floor of the Tower of the Gods, 100%. Shi Jun, the 7th floor of the Tianqian Tower, 100%. Hu Xiaodai, the 7th floor of the Heavenly God Pagoda, 110 points. Zhan Fuyu, on the 11th floor of the Tianqian Tower, persist for more than half an hour, 120 minutes. Meng Yaqing, on the 11th floor of the Tianqian Tower, persist for more than half an hour, 120 minutes. 5 people left from the Tianqian Tower, and the results of the 5 people were also presented in front of everyone. Compared with the previous assessments, the overall performance level of the Tianqian Pagoda assessment has dropped by 1 grade. Both Shi Tai and Shi Jun had bonus points in the previous assessment, but in this assessment, it was only 100%. There are other geniuses who scored more than 100 points in the previous tests, but most of them are now more than 90 points. Even if the cultivation base is high and the aptitude is excellent, it does not mean that the physical strength and mental strength far exceed the cultivation base, and some may be at the same level. This kind of genius, no matter how good the previous results are, in the Tianqian Pagoda, it is only 60 to 70 points. Fortunately, the scores of these geniuses are good, and some of them have extra points to add those extra points to the Tianqian Tower assessment results. Taken together, the overall score is still in the leading position. Rest for an hour, and then start the final assessment. Following Elder Chao's last sentence, everyone sat cross-legged and regained their strength. On Han Feng's side, Yu Kai and the others said helplessly, "We are a failure, Han Feng, it's up to you, we only have you and Lei Yuyu, Lin Huixian, Xian Shintong, and Miss Meng in our great Jin kingdom. Pass, don't let our big Jin country lose face. The corners of Jiang Feng's mouth twitched. Enough, it's our second and third rank empires, almost 4, 5, 3 or 4 people passed the assessment. The number of your 7th rank empires passing the test is the same as ours, or even higher. What a shame. Yu Kai suddenly choked. Han Feng turned his head to look at Jiang Feng at this time. Brother Jiang, can you give us some details about the Mirror of Death? Jiang Feng nodded and smiled. If you asked me about this matter, it was on time. The Mirror of Death is divided into 5 areas, and we should be assigned to one of them. Every area has a mountain with the highest peak. If you want to hunt monsters above level 7, you basically have to go there. In other mountain ranges, there are very few monsters above level 7, even level 5 or 6, and most of them are monsters below level 4. And the monsters in the Mirror of Death are already rare. If you want to hunt low-level monsters to get 100%, it can be described as a difficult time. Maybe you won't encounter a few for a long time. As you all know, the scores that low-level monsters can get, there are not hundreds of first, second, and third-level monsters, so don't even think about getting full marks. With the scarcity of monsters, it is impossible to hunt so many low-level monsters in 3 days, let alone more than 9,000 people entering the same area, and the competition is fierce. So in order to get more points, we must hunt high-level monsters, at least medium monsters. But in this way, the danger of a single person is greatly increased, so in the Mirror of Death, it is necessary to unite. Han Feng thought about it, and then said, this is indeed true, but the question is, how should we gather? If I guessed correctly, when we are sent in, it is likely to be random. No one knows where we will be teleported. With luck, we may be teleported together. If we are unlucky, several of us may not be with each other. Jiang Feng smiled. That's why I said I'm here, you don't have to worry. I'll cast a secret technique later to leave a mark on each of us. When we get close to each other, the mark will heat up and gather together. Even if the distance is far, these marks will guide us in a general direction. When we enter the Mirror of Death and take the highest peak mountain range as our destination, we will all walk there. Maybe we can be together halfway along the way. Even if we don't, when we reach the highest peak mountain range and have that mark, we can still gather together. Yu Kai and the others smiled bitterly. With their strength, they couldn't even deal with first-level monsters. After thinking about it, Yu Kai hesitated. Han Feng, we still won't go, it's a burden to get there. Han Feng and others were silent. Han Feng wanted Yu Kai and others to try hard, but they couldn't open their mouths. Even if Yu Kai and others get 120 points, they are destined to be eliminated. The results in the previous assessments are really bad. This Mirror of Death is not a Tower of the Gods, and the Tower of Gods is not life-threatening, so Yu Kai and others know that they are destined to be eliminated, and they have to compete. But in the Mirror of Death, knowing that the strength is not enough to go, is to die. First-level monsters are comparable to the existence of one star on the ground level. If they are teleported in, it is good to say that once they are separated, it is estimated that even if they have marks on their bodies, they will not be swallowed by the monsters before they gather with everyone. Since this is the case, I don't force it, so there are only 9 people who finally entered? Han Feng looked around. In addition to Han Feng, there are Meng Yaqing, Lei Yuru, Wang Qingsong, Lu Yuer, Lin Huixian, Xian Shintong, Jiang Feng and Jiang Da. In fact, Lin Huixian, Xian Shintong, and Jiang Da are also extremely dangerous. They can use their special abilities to save their lives from the mouths of second-level monsters. They don't have the ability to hunt second-level monsters. Suddenly, Jiang Feng seemed to think of something, and immediately said, by the way, this is the jade slip given to me by the senior of our family. It records the general monster of the Mirror of Death. You can also take a look. Everyone is overjoyed. Knowing the situation of these monsters and having a general understanding will not only guarantee their lives, but maybe even find a way to deal with the corresponding monsters through this information. Even if the cultivation base is not enough, it may be able to turn the tables at that time. Yu Jian was first seen by Han Feng. Jiang Feng can see that this group of people is almost centered on Han Feng, not Meng Yaqing. Han Feng mentally browsed carefully, and soon, Han Feng was stunned. Why is there a flower and a fruit in it? Jiang Feng smiled lightly. That is the fruit of death and the flower of death. If possible, everyone will end up with some more death fruits and death flowers. It's a selection now, so we can enter the mirror of death for free. When we enter the outer courtyard, it will be impossible to enter for free. It takes a lot of points to enter. These fruits of death and flowers of death are good things. It is of great benefit to us to be able to use this free opportunity to get more fruits of death and flowers of death. Oh? Is there something special about this fruit of death and the flower of death? To be honest, just hearing the name makes me feel bad. Han Feng asked, curiously. The fruit of death, the flower of death, and the word death are linked together, and it is difficult for Han Feng to imagine what benefit it will do to them. Jiang Feng thought for a moment and said, you are right. Whether it is the fruit of death or the flower of death, although it has a great effect on us, it is also dangerous. Death fruit can be used to increase our physical strength. The flower of death can improve our spiritual power. But whether it is to improve physical strength or spiritual strength, it is to use the power of death in the fruit of death and the flower of death. If we can resist the past, physical strength and mental strength will naturally increase, but once we can't resist, then the body will be swallowed by the power of death, and the whole person will be transformed into the energy of death. Han Feng and others were shocked. Especially Han Feng, it can be said to be overjoyed. With the flower of death, wouldn't it be possible for Sister Lin to greatly improve her mental strength? But thinking of the consequences, Han Feng hesitated. If one is bad, then it is the end of death. Sister Lin is only at the profound level of the soul, and she knows she can't bear it. Han Feng sighed silently. He still needs other spiritual fruits to increase the power of the soul, at least to let Sister Lin's soul level increase to the ground level, and then the flower of death. Before that, the flower of death can be collected first. Wang Qingsong and the others looked at each other, and Wang Qingsong said solemnly, although it is dangerous, it is indeed a good way to improve strength. Regardless of whether we can take it or not, we will take it first. If we can't resist it now, it doesn't mean we can't resist it in the future. Collecting it in advance can also save a lot of points. Second more. Wang Qingsong's remarks were unanimously agreed by everyone. No matter what the danger is, collect it first. There are so many students in the outer courtyard, and they must be more familiar with the fruit of death and the flower of death. When the time comes, you can ask a senior. Han Feng suddenly clapped his hands. Brother Jiang, are the fruit of death and the flower of death very popular in the outer courtyard? Jiang Feng nodded, that's right. Han Feng laughed, so, as long as we get enough flowers of death, we can't sell them in the outer courtyard. From Jiang Feng's mouth, everyone learned that life in the outer courtyard of Baidu Academy requires all kinds of points, just like the spirit stones outside. Points are very precious and hard to come by. If you can sell them with death fruit and death flower, you will definitely get a lot of points. Everyone's eyes lit up. Jiang Feng was very speechless and poured cold water on the crowd. Brother Han, you think very well, but you must know that the students in the outer courtyard of Baidu Academy have stayed at least 3 years, with the aptitude of those geniuses. There is almost no existence below the 4 or 5 stars of the earth level. Even if they need the fruit of death and the flower of death, they need at least the medium level, or even the high level, and with our ability, we can collect the low-level death. The fruit and the flower of death are good, the highest is medium. Those people in the outer courtyard really only care about a small part of them, and their own points will not be too many. If you want to earn points by selling the fruit of death and the flower of death, one word, difficult. Unless we can get a lot of high-quality death fruits and death flowers, the death fruits and death flowers of this level are basically guarded by at least level 7 monsters, and more are level 8 or 9. For us, too dangerous. The admission of students in Baidu Academy is not only based on the level of cultivation, but also on various aspects. Sometimes even 4 or 5 stars of the Earth rank may not be able to pass, but only 11 or 2 stars of the Profound rank can pass. This small group of people refers to the warriors who were at the Xian rank or even the Earth rank 1 or 2 stars when they were admitted to the hospital. As for those who were admitted to the hospital with 4 or 5 stars, they are now at least 8 or 9 stars, or even 10 stars. Some of the more perverted ones have already been promoted to the inner courtyard. Is this fruit of death and flower of death still graded? Han Feng frowned. Of course, everyone has seen the appearance of the fruit of death and the flower of death in the jade slip. The fruit of death is a diamond-shaped red fruit, and the flower of death is a fan-shaped red flower. Actually, this is the lowest fruit of death and flower of death. Medium fruit of death and flower of death are purple in color. The best fruit of death and flower of death are purple and black. The fruit of death and the flower of death at the top level have a strong pitch black color. Jiang Feng explained to everyone. Han Feng shook his head slightly. It seems that it is not easy to earn a lot of points. Knowing the news of the mirror of death, the fruit of death, and the flower of death, everyone began to recover while taking advantage of the remaining time. Before you know it, the hour that Elder Chow said has passed. Floating in the air, Elder Chow flicked his sleeves, and a ring appeared on each index finger. Elder Chow said indifferently, when you hunt monsters, after the monsters die, they will turn into a jet black light and enter the ring, and the ring will give corresponding points. Don't delusional hunting companions to get points in each other's rings. That is impossible, and if the holder dies, the ring will turn to ashes. Some genius warriors with dignified faces were relieved when they heard the words. Originally, monsters are powerful, and there must be a large mortality rate. If there is another fight against each other, the mortality rate will be even greater. Elder Chow continued, if you join forces to hunt monsters, after the monsters die, they will turn into different black rays of light and enter the ring according to how much everyone contributes, and each person will get different points. Han Feng thought about it after hearing the words. It seems that although the death rate in the mirror of death is high and cruel, in fact, Baidu Academy does not want too many people to die. The reason why there is such a ring is to promote the unity of everyone. Anyway, the rings and monsters will automatically give different points according to the level of output. Don't worry about some people joining the alliance, but not doing it, just wanting to take advantage of it. Elder Chow continued to talk about some precautions. After a while, Elder Chow folded his hands and immediately opened them. The next moment, at the Unreal Square, a giant pitch-black gate slowly condensed. This gate is full of black energy, and everyone feels uncomfortable when they feel this black energy. Is this the black chi in the mirror of death? According to Jiang Feng, the mirror of death still needs to resist the erosion of these black chi, and it can't stay for too long. Even a warrior at the peak level of the earth can't exceed 10 days. Once more than 10 days, these breaths of death can take a toll on the body and soul. Beginning and mid-level, you can only stay for 5 or 6 days, or 4 or 5 days. It's no wonder that only 3 days of assessment time are given. After all, there are so many people, not all of them are from the local rank. There are still a small number of them from the Xian rank. In terms of the Xian rank, it will affect you if you exceed 3 days. The pitch-black door slowly opened, and more black energy swept out like a storm, and everyone's expressions changed. Elder Chow flicked his sleeves, and the black air was blown away. Elder Chow said lightly, "It's not too late, hurry in." This time, there were far fewer people going in than the Tianshan Pagoda. There were only more than 6,000 people, and more than 3,000 people chose to give up. The magic mirror of death was too dangerous, and many people who knew that they had no hope of succeeding in the selection gave up this assessment. As long as there is life, with their aptitude, even if they are not as good as these super geniuses who have passed the selection, they will not be bad in the future. In the mirror of death, Han Feng was teleported between two mountain peaks. Han Feng pouted, "It's really bad luck, no one is with me." "The highest mountain, let me see where it is." Han Feng spread the wings of the flame dragon behind his back and flew into the sky, immediately shocked. Although it doesn't fly very high, the endless mountains around it are simply endless. Among the many mountain ranges, it is obvious that a mountain range in the center is almost half higher than the other mountain ranges, standing there, surrounded by black mist. These mountains are all black, all the plants are also in a dry state, and there are few living plants. The thick black gas made the mirror of death even more terrifying. "No, these black chi have the ability to corrode my flame dragon wings." Han Feng was suddenly startled, and immediately descended back to the same place, frowning and thinking, "It seems that the martial arts that are released outside will be affected, but the true essence in the body is not hindered. But after 5 or 6 days, the real essence in the body will also be affected." I wanted to fly over with the wings of the flame dragon. Now it seems that I can only fly for a while. It takes at least a day to reach the highest mountain range. I was teleported too far. This luck, really? Han Feng looked helpless, just took a few steps. Han Feng was stunned again, lowered his head for a long time, suddenly stretched out his hand, a red big knife appeared in Han Feng's hand, and a bloody atmosphere filled the air. Blood-drinking red dragon saber is already a top middle-grade spiritual tool, and it is only one step away from a high-grade spiritual tool. I don't know if killing monsters can improve the level of the blood-drinking red dragon knife. With my current cultivation, the blood-drinking red dragon saber must at least reach the upper level, before it can be used as a super trump card. Just being inferior is useless to me. If it is medium, it can only be regarded as a general trump card, and it may not be as good as my current Tianhua Zhanquan. The current level of Tianhua Zhanquan's fusion of Kanglin Xuanhua's formidable power is already between the top-grade martial arts on the ground level and the top-grade martial arts. 2 hours later, Han Feng finally encountered a monster. Sure enough, as Jiang Feng said, there are many monsters in the Mirror of Death, but the scope of the Mirror of Death is larger, and it is spread out. Except for the mountains near the highest mountain and the highest mountain, other mountain ranges can't find many monsters at all. Second-level monsters, sheep-headed demons, I will use you to experiment. The moment he saw this monster, the information given by Jiang Feng was presented in Han Feng's mind, and he immediately took the monster to his seat. Sheep-headed demons, sheep-headed human beings, are 3 meters tall, and generally sheep-headed demons are second-level monsters. The mutant sheep-headed demon, 5 meters tall, is a third-level monster. The third one. Blood. The goat-headed demon in front of Han Feng is just an ordinary goat-headed demon. However, Han Feng was extremely happy. According to the information given by Jiang Feng, the goat-headed demons generally live in groups, with between 10 and 20 heads. Among them, there will be a mutated goat-headed demon commander. Now that I have encountered a sheep-headed demon, it is equivalent to encountering more than 10 heads. Haha, if luck is extremely bad, it will turn out to be good luck. Han Feng laughed. Teleporting so far, if you want to go to the highest mountain range with more monsters, it will take more time to travel. Han Feng thought that he would not gain much in one day, but he thought that he would meet the goat-headed demon after just 2 hours on the road. The sheep-headed demon also found Han Feng at this time, and when he raised his head, he roared, and his palm full of veins suddenly grabbed it. Han Feng saw clearly this time. Except for the sheep's head, the other party looked very similar to humans in other aspects, but the body size was larger, but in fact, it was still very different. The sheep's head demon has dense hair on the chest, and the tips of the palms and nails are even more curved. They are completely different from the palms and nails of normal humans, but are similar to eagle claws. Go to hell! Han Feng shouted angrily, slashing the blood-drinking red dragon knife in his hand. Puff! Han Feng's figure and the sheep's head demon's body changed positions, and Han Feng's blood-drinking red dragon knife became more bloody. And the goat-headed demon suddenly shot out a large swathe of pitch-black blood, and then fell to the ground with a bang. The whole body slowly disappeared, and turned into a jet-black light that entered the ring in Han Feng's hand. The originally blank ring suddenly flashed a value of 0.5. Han Feng stared at the ring speechlessly. It's 5:30, I'm so embarrassed. Immediately, Han Feng focused his attention on the blood-drinking red dragon knife. Inquiring for a long time. Han Feng frowned slightly. The effect of this monster is really not as good as that of humans or monsters. Is it because this monster is a unique product of the Mirror of Death? But even if it's not as good as killing half of humans and monsters, it's a monster that is comparable to the existence of 2 stars on the ground level, and the blood-drinking red dragon knife is only a mid-level level. With 2 or 3 more heads, the blood-drinking red dragon knife can be promoted to the blood-drinking yellow dragon knife, and it can be promoted to a top-grade spiritual tool. No, it should be said that the seal of the blood-drinking red dragon knife is further unlocked. Since there is a first sheep-headed demon, there is naturally a second one. Han Feng circled back and forth in this mountain range, and finally found the second monster. This time, Han Feng did not kill him, but followed him to the place where the sheep-headed demon lived. The sheep's head demon's residence is a place where several walls are cluttered with pitch-black stones. Han Feng looked at this place and felt extremely miserable. As expected of a monster without much wisdom, the nest built is extremely simple. What can this wall do? Speaking of sturdiness, I am afraid that the sheep-headed devil himself can be pushed down. Still not protected from the wind, within those stone walls, the 12 sheep-headed demons were either lying or sitting there, playing in the mud boredly. At the very center, the taller goat-headed demon was drowsy. It seems that this tall goat-headed demon is the mutant goat-headed demon, the leader of this group of goat-headed demons. Mutated goat-headed demons. Each group of goat-headed demons can only produce one. When the goat-headed demon commander dies, the rest of the ordinary goat-headed demons will be randomly selected to become mutant goat-headed demons. So to deal with the sheep-headed demon, you must first kill the ordinary sheep-headed demon. Otherwise, if you kill the sheep-headed demon commander here, there will be a sheep-headed demon that will be promoted to the sheep-headed demon commander immediately. It is also fortunate that these sheep-headed demons are not strong, and the sheep-headed demon commander is only a 3rd-level monster. Even if the sheep-headed demon commander is killed first, it is not dangerous to Han Feng. But since there are safe ways to deal with it, why waste your energy using the dumbest method? From the beginning, Han Feng didn't plan to deal with the goat-headed demon commander first. Han Feng's figure flashed, attracting the attention of several sheep-headed demons. These goat-headed demons stood up suddenly, looked into the distance, scratched their heads, and walked out of the wall. At this moment, these sheep-headed demons finally saw Han Feng's figure clearly, and for a while, the sheep-headed demon's eyes were red and roared towards Han Feng. 4 heads? It's really stress-free. Han Feng chuckled, turning into afterimages, and slashing the blood-drinking red dragon knife sharply in his hand. Both are 2nd-level monsters, and their strengths are also high and low. Sheep-headed monsters are considered the bottom of the 2nd-level monsters, which is equivalent to the initial level of human beings. In this Mirror of Death, Although the output of true essence will be affected by the energy of death, it is only to give these sheep-headed demons the ability to fight against mid-level 2-star warriors. Facing the peak limit of 2 stars on the ground level, it is not enough for a warrior who is only 1 step away from 3 stars. Blood rushed out, adding a bit of color to this dark mirror of death. Han Feng thought that the blood of the monsters was black, but he could kill a few sheep-headed monsters, but some monsters were purple and black. Han Feng pondered, could it be that the blood of these monsters is different in color? Just any color mixed with some black? Just when Han Feng was thinking about it, the 4 sheep's heads turned into 4 black lights and shot into the ring. The original 0:5 immediately became 2:5. There are now 8 sheep-headed demons, including a sheep-headed demon leader. In other words, Han Feng can still get 4.5 points, plus the current 2.5 points, a total of 7 points. 7 points looks very low, but don't forget, it's only less than 3 hours after entering the mirror of death. A 7 in less than 3 hours is pretty good. Some people who are unlucky are afraid that they don't even have a point, or even 0 points. Boom! Suddenly, the blood-drinking red dragon knife trembled for a while, and Han Feng was overjoyed. Sure enough, it is about to be unblocked. Han Feng raised the blood-drinking red dragon knife high, and the blood-drinking red dragon knife burst into a bright red light. Scarlet rays of light surged, and it didn't take long before a touch of golden color appeared. At the same time, a stronger breath permeated out. In the distance, where the goat-headed demon lived, the goat-headed demon commander stood up abruptly and kept roaring in the direction of Han Feng. The other 7 sheep-headed demons were also roaring at this moment. The 8-headed sheep-headed demon quickly ran to Han Feng. And the blood-drinking red dragon knife in Han Feng's hand has all turned into a golden color. The golden color slowly gathered, and the bloody aura also recondensed in the blood-drinking 9-dragon knife. At this time it can no longer be called the blood-drinking red dragon saber, but should be called the blood-drinking yellow dragon saber. Sure enough, it's unblocked and promoted. Blood-drinking yellow dragon saber is worthy of being a top-grade spiritual weapon. I feel that it contains a powerful force. But that's not enough, this is just an inferior blood-drinking yellow dragon knife, and it's even stronger. Facing the rushing goat-headed demon, Han Feng roared, "Go to hell!" Blood-drinking yellow dragon destroyed. The rich smell of blood swept out, and the huge yellow dragon roared up to the sky, and rushed towards the 8-headed sheep-headed demon. In a moment, the 8-headed goat-headed demon was drawn into the body, and the huge yellow dragon turned into a sharp yellow blade. The yellow dragon gradually dispersed, the ground was a mess, and the yellow dragon stirred up a gap that was hundreds of meters long. 8 black rays of light gathered in the ring. Han Feng smiled slightly, 7 points. Absorbing the blood of the 8-headed goat-headed demon, including the blood of the goat-headed demon's commander, I feel that the blood-drinking yellow dragon sword is ready to move again. As long as 10 more 3rd-level monsters are killed, I will definitely be able to be promoted to the medium blood-drinking yellow dragon sword. Now, it's time to leave here. Spreading the wings of the flame dragon, Han Feng took off and left in an instant. Mirror of Death. Some mountain range. Xuanhuan was panting and ran wild, followed by the rumbling sound of the ground, and a pitch-black giant more than 10 meters high chasing after him. Xuanhuan was furious. Damn, doesn't it mean that there are few monsters? Why did I randomly encounter a monster, or a 6th-level monster? Does it still make people live? A 6th-level monster, that is comparable to a 6-star existence. Moreover, this 6th-level monster is still the top of the 6th-level monsters, comparable to the human-level 6-star peak warrior. Xuanhuan felt that no one was more unlucky than him. Huh? This is... Suddenly, Xuanhuan found a vague figure in front of him. Getting close, Xuanhuan was shocked. It turned out to be him. There was a sneer at the corner of Xuanhuan's mouth, his footsteps moved, and his speed suddenly accelerated. This vague figure is Han Feng. Han Feng also found the figure of Xuanhuan at this time, and the blood-drinking yellow dragon saber trembled faintly in his hand, which was the desire for blood. Obviously, for the blood-drinking yellow dragon knife, human blood is much stronger than any monster. Han Feng showed a weird smile. Just about to start, Han Feng was startled. I saw a huge figure more than 10 meters high running behind Xuanhuan. Dark dragon monster. Han Feng was shocked. According to the information given by Jiang Feng, the dark dragon monster was a 6th level monster. Han Feng was excited, and the blood-drinking yellow dragon knife was also excited. Although the blood of monsters is not as good as that of humans, it is a 6th level monster. Such a powerful monster, Rao is a blood-drinking Huanglondo who does not like the blood of monsters, and will not let it go. At this moment, Han Feng no longer looks down on Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan quickly passed by, passing by Han Feng, and sneered, "Boy, go be the food for monsters." Without even stopping, Xuanhuan quickly fled. From Xuanhuan's point of view, Han Feng might have a strong Qihua, but after all, he is only a 2-star rank, so in terms of combat power, it's not bad, but if it's speed, it's definitely not as good as his 4-star rank. Xuanhuan simply wanted to use Han Feng to delay him. Han Feng is not as fast as him, so he can only fight against the dark dragon monster. However, Han Feng is very powerful. In Xuanhuan's view, the period of time Han Feng blocked was enough for him to escape far away. Thinking like this, Xuanhuan turned his head and wanted to see Han Feng's panicked expression, but what did Xuanhuan see? He actually saw that Han Feng not only did not escape. Instead, he rushed towards the dark dragon monster excitedly. Xuanhuan's face was ashen, and he didn't see everything he wanted to see, which made Xuanhuan annoyed at Han Feng. For Xuanhuan, not acting according to his script means not giving him face and hitting him in the face. If Han Feng knew about Xuanhuan's thoughts, he would definitely sneer and say that the second is a disease that needs to be cured. Xuanhuan did not escape, and stopped in the same place to keep thinking, why isn't that kid afraid? That is a 6th level monster. Does that boy have the ability to fight 6th level monsters? Impossible, that kid is obviously only a 2nd level star, no matter how powerful he is, he can't be that powerful. But that kid doesn't look like someone sent to death by an idiot. Gritting his teeth, don't worry, let's go and have a look. If the situation is not right, it's a big deal to escape. But if Han Feng has the upper hand, I can sneak attack and let Han Feng and the monster perish together. If Han Feng and that monster are already evenly matched and both lose, it will be even better. Not only can I kill Han Feng to avoid future troubles, but I can also kill the 6th level monster and get 10 points. Changes in face, evil. In the distance, the blood-drinking red dragon knife in Han Feng's hand was constantly filled with blood. The dark dragon monster may have smelled a dangerous breath from Han Feng, and immediately let go of Xuanhuan, turned to Han Feng, and kept roaring at Han Feng. Suddenly, the dark dragon monster spit out a mouthful of jet-black smoke and burst into it. Han Feng immediately raised the blood-drinking yellow dragon knife in front of him. Boom! With an explosion, the huge force made Han Feng retreat directly, hitting an unknown number of tall dead trees. Cough cough, as expected of a 6th level monster. Han Feng wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, and his eyes became brighter. I'm lucky, I met 3 1st-level monsters, 5 2nd-level monsters, and 7 3rd-level monsters on the way here. Not only did I get 9.8 points, but the previous 7 points totaled 16.8 points. It even raised the blood-drinking yellow dragon knife to a medium level. As long as this dark dragon monster is killed, even if the blood-drinking yellow dragon knife can't reach the upper level, it will at least reach the middle top. Thinking of this, Han Feng became more and more excited. As long as the blood-drinking yellow dragon knife reaches the top level, it will be his ultimate move again. When the dark dragon monster saw that the opponent was repelled by his own breath, he immediately thought that the opponent was vulnerable and all the previous dangers were an illusion. He immediately roared, stepped on the ground, and ran away, the death breath in his mouth, gradually condensed. This time, the black smoke is more condensed than before, and it is obviously more powerful. Such a condensed breath of death can definitely hit a warrior of the same level. The 7th level of the Skyfire battle body, condensate. The 7th layer of Skyfire armor, condensate. Rumbling. At this moment, Han Feng's cultivation level soared directly to the 5-star peak level of the nearest rank. The blue flames formed a small storm and raged around. Xuanhuan, not far away, looked at this scene in shock. It's just that the cultivation base has skyrocketed to this level. From 2 stars on the ground level to 5 stars on the ground, not only the gap of nearly 3 stars, but also the gap between the initial stage and the middle stage. If you add martial skills, isn't this Sun's combat power? Xuanhuan swallowed a mouthful of spit. Xuanhuan never expected that Han Feng was so powerful. In the eyes of Xuanhuan, Han Feng is most likely to be the fusion of different fire and martial arts, and it is not bad to have a 4-star peak of the ground level, or a combat power of nearly 5 stars, and now. No, go quickly. Xuanhuan was frightened in his heart. With such combat power, the dark dragon monster would definitely not be Han Feng's opponent. When Han Feng solves the dark dragon monster, it will be his turn next. Han Feng on the other side glanced at Xuanhuan and sneered, "It's okay to leave, but you still plan to sneak over to fish in troubled waters? If that's the case, let's stay forever." Xiaoyan Xiaolei, hold that evil Anshan for me, yes. Hey, boss, don't worry, we will never let you down. The huge bodies of Feitian Yancher Xiaoyan and Phantom Leopard Xiaolei quickly appeared in the sky, and a roar blocked Xuanhuan in front of him. Xuanhuan's face was hideous, the warcraft in the early stage of the district, get out of my way. Xian Mountain's strange fire broke out, Xiaoyan and Xiaolei were forced to retreat continuously, and then the two beasts roared, enduring the discomfort of the body and not letting Xian Mountain have a chance to escape. Here, after Han Feng's cultivation sword, the majestic True Yuan was immediately sent into the blood-drinking yellow dragon saber. Blood-drinking yellow dragon destroyed. Blood-drinking yellow dragon extermination is the strongest move among the 3 major ultimate moves of the blood-drinking yellow dragon knife. At this moment, Han Feng's attack power reaches the 7-star level. The cultivation base is only 2 stars on the ground level, but the combat power is the nearest 7 stars on the ground level. If such a huge improvement is known to others, they will definitely be surprised and unable to close their mouths. What surprised Han Feng even more was that the bloody aura was not affected by the aura of death. In other words, the power of the blood-drinking yellow dragon sword will not be reduced by the energy of death at all. Go to hell. Boom. Black and yellow energy lights surged, and a deafening explosion resounded through the sky. The fluctuations of the aura of death and the aura of blood continued to spread around, and the dark dragon monsters were affected, and they retreated uneasy. And when the aura of death and blood spread to Han Feng, they were immediately burned by Han Feng's Kanglin profound fire and turned into ashes. Without hesitation, Han Feng passed through the energy fluctuations and immediately came to the dark dragon monster. The blood-drinking yellow dragon knife in his hand slashed fiercely. Han Feng would like to thank these monsters for their little wisdom and lack of experience in fighting, otherwise they would never have killed the dark dragon monster so easily. The dark dragon monster was split in half, and the black-red blood was absorbed by the blood-drinking yellow dragon knife. The huge energy makes the blood-drinking yellow dragon knife excited again and again. Feeling the excitement of drinking the yellow dragon saber with blood, Han Feng also showed a smile. Looking at the ring, it was already 26:80. It took only half a day to arrive at the Mirror of Death, and he had already scored 26.8 points. This result was already extremely gratifying. This is still quite far from the highest mountain. Once it is close, there will be more high-level monsters encountered. At that time, my goal is not just 100, but 120. Han Feng whispered. The fire of red brilliance burst. Boom. After all, Xuanhuan and Xiaolei's cultivation base was too weak, but they were only monsters in the early stage of the earth. Compared with the early stage of human beings, the two beasts were naturally much stronger. But for Xuanhuan, who is already a 4-star mid-terrestrial warrior, and has the fire of a different fire, the strength of the two beasts is not enough. Thump. Thump. The two beasts fell violently to the ground, setting off a cloud of black smoke. Xuanhuan defeated the two beasts and was about to leave. Which two beasts struggled to get up and stopped in front of Xuanhuan again. Even if the two beasts were severely injured, they still did not forget to complete Han Feng's orders. Xuanhuan is crazy, humans and monsters clearly hate each other. Why are these two monsters so obedient to Han Feng? Although I have heard that some human beings and monsters grew up together, their feelings are extraordinary, but Xuanhuan always thought that it was false, and what people could not do, people and monsters could do. But seeing these two beasts, Xuanhuan fell silent. Seeing that Han Feng's aura fluctuations are about to subside, Xuanhuan's face is grim. Two beasts, die. Time is pressing. Xuanhuan does not care about wasting real essence. A lot of real essence surges, and the red-yellow flame turns into a terrifying storm. Flame Soul Crit. A terrifying red-yellow flame storm burst out. If this flame storm hits Xuanhuan and Xiaolei, the two beasts will lose their ability to fight again if they don't die. Earth Flame Melting Slash. A loud shout suddenly sounded, and a blade made of flame came out of the air, instantly rushing into the flame storm. The crimson-yellow flame storm was split into two halves in a moment, turning into fire rain and falling from the sky. At the critical moment, Han Feng finally came. Xuanhuan's face was extremely ugly, even mixed with a hint of despair. Although he knew that the 6th-level monster, the Dark Dragon, might not be Han Feng's opponent, Xuanhuan never expected that Han Feng was so strong that he killed the Dark Dragon with 2 moves. This means that Han Feng has the combat power of an ordinary 6-star warrior in seconds. Earth rank 6 stars, that is already a high level in the middle Earth rank, at least it must be close to the Earth rank 7 stars to be able to kill the Earth rank 6 stars so easily. Boss, you are finally here. Xuanhuan spit out a mouthful of blood and smiled. Han Feng nodded and immediately took the two beasts back to the animal breeding space. There, the injuries of the two beasts will receive the best treatment. It seems that in the future, Xuanhuan and Xiaolei will have to improve their strengths. The cultivation in the early stage of the earth will not help me much, and every time I encounter danger, let them help, but instead hurt them. Give them more of those spirit stones in the future. Han Feng himself does not have many spiritual stones. Fortunately, once he is admitted to Baidu University, there will be various ways to earn spiritual stones. Han Feng, I was wrong, the bastard from the Long family forced me, don't kill me. Xuanhuan didn't resist, even if he wanted to resist, he didn't have the strength. Han Feng sighed, to be honest, I didn't have much hatred with you at first. The source of everything is the third young master of the Long family. But even so, we just have different positions. It's just that you showed blatant killing intent to me more than once during the assessment. I don't even understand myself, where did we come from so much hatred? How dare I let a tiger go back to a person who has such killing intent towards me? Xuanhuan's expression froze. At this time, he suddenly realized that it seemed that he was indeed targeting Han Feng at the beginning, and he was also the first determined to kill Han Feng, showing killing intent to Han Feng and the other party. Thinking about it carefully, he thought that Han Feng's ridicule and contempt for him were all his own ideas. Han Feng ignored Xuanhuan's face, and continued, "Besides today's matter, I originally planned to spare you when you sent a 6th-level monster to me with very good grades. But you have bad intentions to take advantage. If both I and the Dark Dragon monster lose, you will definitely take advantage of the fisherman. Don't refute, you must think so, don't try to find excuses to deceive." Xuanhuan wanted to say that this was a misunderstanding, but after being robbed by Han Feng, Xuanhuan opened his mouth and said nothing. Because everything Han Feng said is true. Looking at Han Feng's expressionless face, Xuanhuan felt a deep chill and fear in his heart. "Han Feng, I was really wrong, let me go. If you kill me, my eldest brother will not let me go." "Yours, my eldest brother is already at the pinnacle of the 6-star level, and is only 1 step away from the 7-star. My eldest brother is not an ordinary Earth-level 6-star, or an ordinary Earth-level 8-star warrior. My eldest brother also has the strength to fight, and even wins. As long as you let me go, I will definitely not dare to provoke you in the future, and I can stand on your side against the Long family." Han Feng suddenly chuckled. "Do you believe your words?" Xuanhuan froze for a moment. Xuanhuan doesn't know where Xuanhuan is about his own character. Although he is unwilling, even though he feels a little embarrassed, Xuanhuan has to admit that he is an existence that bullies the soft and fears the hard. Now facing Han Feng's strength, in order to survive, he will think about his own mistakes, but once there is no existential threat, these mistakes will definitely be forgotten by him, and then he will treat today's events as a great shame and will definitely find his big brother. To get revenge. Han Feng smiled again. "Look, you don't believe it yourself, am I that stupid? To believe what you said out of thin air? No matter what, you will take revenge. In other words, no matter what, I will meet your big brother. If that's the case, why did I let you go?" Xuanhuan was silent. By this time, Xuanhuan was very clear that Han Feng would never let him go. Xuanhuan smiled bitterly. "What I regret most now is to form an alliance with Long Sanchao. If there was no such thing, I would never have fallen to such a point. There is no regret medicine in the world, what's the use of regret now?" Han Feng said coldly. "Speaking of which, he is also a genius-level figure. You just accept your fate and don't plan to fight to the death?" Han Feng was a little puzzled when he looked at Xuanhuan, who was slumped to the ground. Xuanhuan said stiffly, "It's not that I don't plan, but my body can't move anymore." Han Feng was stunned for a moment, then shook his head slightly. This Xuanhuan really wasted his aptitude, he was so scared that he couldn't move. If you don't have a good background, you have a good qualification. With such a character, he can't do anything in an ordinary family or an ordinary empire. The blood-drinking yellow dragon knife slashed into Xuanhuan's body. Xuanhuan's eyes widened, his body kept twitching, and his blood was absorbed by the blood-drinking yellow dragon knife. At this point, Xuanhuan's face was full of fear, but there was still no tendency to resist. In the end, Xuanhuan with a terrified face was sucked into a human being. The blood-drinking yellow dragon knife trembled for a while, shooting out a more intense bloody aura. Han Feng stroked the blood-drinking yellow dragon knife. In the end, it is still the blood of humans and monsters that is useful. The blood of the 4-star Xian mountain level brings the blood-drinking yellow dragon knife no less than the 6th-level monster Dark Dragon monster. Now the blood-drinking yellow dragon knife has finally been upgraded to a superior level. Putting away the blood-drinking yellow dragon knife, Han Feng spread the wings of the flame dragon and flew to the highest mountain range. It took almost a day to come to the Mirror of Death. From a certain mountain range, a figure flew over, and behind the figure were 2 wings that were purely condensed by flames. This person is Han Feng. After killing Xuanhuan, Han Feng's luck seemed to be all used up. So far, Han Feng has only encountered 6 first-level monsters and 2 second-level monsters. I haven't encountered any third-level monsters, let alone a fourth-level, fifth-level, and sixth-level monster. For such a long time, Han Feng only got a score of 1.6 points. Han Feng looked helpless. In addition to the previous score of 26-8, it is only 28-4 now. Now, Han Feng can't wait to find a high-level monster to hunt, but the result is too low. There is still a gap of 91.6 points away from the target of 120 points. Slowly landing on the ground, Han Feng raised his head and pondered. Not long ago, I felt two powerful spiritual power fluctuations, which were almost here. At least the battle of the sixth-level monsters must not be spared. First delivery. Ask for flowers.